whoever does get rid of that kind of puts themselves at a bit of a disadvantage in this one. It shows maybe slightly less confidence to want to be the one to instantly get rid of that.
Yeah, that's completely fair. Another little fun factoid, though, about that Haven pick. I mean, we saw Zersha, not have great runs. They lost against North Eption, but on the flip side to that, Crew have lost Optic. Perhaps Zersha knows something that we don't know here, but I think we did see, Pearl go through, and Breeze is out as well.
Yeah, which does leave us down to the decider. But, I mean, for Breeze to go through into the second rounds of bans, I think that's a bold choice on the offset from Zersha. That's been a pretty much flawless map for Crew, where I haven't had it really much confidence in the way that they were playing, but Crew doesn't pick into it. They get to get rid of it in the second round of bans. Crew is forced to get rid of that Pearl. I think that overall here, Zersha gets a pretty solid map pool.
It's not bad at all.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me
Apa? Hah? Mau mulu, ambil aja. Halo adik-adik, selamat sore. Balik lagi ke streaming sedikit tipu. Gimana adik-adik kabarnya? Sehat-sehat semua? Aduh, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Di situ bang, iya kita nonton Bang Susu Carry ya. Oke. Halo saja Adrian. Halo Mr. Gun. Halo Rayura. Halo Rapli. Ben, iya masuk. Masuk. Di situ iya. Ini lagi iklan di situnya tuh. Aku apa Pom? Jadwal udah di-update, dalam jadwal aja. Halo Bang Dek, halo Derry, halo Rizky, Edwin, Akbar, Roger, Abid, Dita, Kerta. Gue butuh gula guys. Yang baru masuk langsung di like adik-adik agar kita FBP berangkat ya. Kodok aku hilang parah Paris, tolong kodoknya. Halo Gilang, halo Regio, halo Iqbal, Tama. Ben, iya, udah di aksen. Anjing, jenggot gue udah kayak yang di Monas. Kita tunggu dulu 1 menit adik-adik sebelum walk in ya. Jadi ayo dipanggil teman-temannya untuk menonton VCT di sore hari yang cerah ini ya. By the way, apalagi Bal, diem ah. Woi mulu, kayak suara lu paling keras. Bip, apalagi? Kalau tampan. Anjing, panggil aku tampan. Kalau tampan mah join member dulu dong. Jenggotan doang gak ngasih hadiah. Mau batu nisan? Gue sih bisa kalau batu nisan mampu, soalnya ada subsidi adik-adik. Ben, iya masuk Naupal. Aduh, udah dah. Hari ini hampir tumbang lagi gua guys. Untung setelah me time aman bro. Porsi gua kenapa nih? Oh enggak deh. Giting. Bisa pembersihan rumah nggak? Wow. Rumah apa ya? Kita sambil buka dulu ya PCT adik-adik. Anjas, ya enggak bro.
What's going on everyone and welcome back to Valorant Champions Istanbul. It's time for our first 2 teams to take the stage. So let's go ahead and welcome Zersha and Crew.
Jeng, mantep banget ya. Baru mulai kah? Baru ini nih, baru walk in. Jangan lupa yang baru join di like dulu adik-adik ya. Fox. Nugzet. Anjing. Aku pegang Sersia sama. Anjing sesekeri tetap dengan itunya ya. Oh gua gak dapet notif emang iya. Coba join Discord dah.
Sushi boys.
Tokichi. Buat apaan tuh Tokichi?
Kazit. Fox.
Anjing. Pauji gerakan tambahan. Mau traveling kemana tuh si Pauji? Udah kayak Rangga.
Cruise.
Oke ntar join ya tanda suruh Discord aja. Malam sapana.
Max.
Batu banget anjing. Kayaknya dia udah tahu dia bakal pulang apa mau ngasih koper lah. Fox prepare for airport.
Lisa.
Aduh lucu banget Tayla.
Zeus.
Tersia A-nya airport anjing. Mending like dulu adik-adik ayo. Yang menurut lu menang siapa? Kita kan anaknya Asian Pride banget, Apak Pride banget. Gua sih dukung Babang Pauji and Babang Sekeri ya adik-adik. Terus serem kah? Serem bro. Hashtag Apak Rising gila kelas. Kita bikin story dulu yuk. TYD dulu kita. Like-nya belum 100 ah nggak jadi. Ternyata like-nya belum 100 gue nyiapin HP babi.
Sometimes, you know, can get misread. So,
suara apaan tuh? Oh, suara dari ini.
Help the boys out.
Lah, nunggu like-nya dulu. Gak mau. Anjing bagus ya. Katanya gambar. Gambar patung ini gak sih? Patung apa namanya guys? Lupa lagi patung apa tuh ya?
I mean, it's everything to play for. Again, we keep saying it, but leave nothing on the table. Everything.
Leave nothing to chance.
Udah aku dislike. Oke, karena udah ada yang dislike, adik-adik kita bikin story dulu.
There's no other choice, right? At this point, I'm of two minds.
Selamat sore warga Instagram. PCP sudah mulai. Let's go langsung ke YouTube. Dia tahu dikamerain. Yuk langsung ke YouTube. Di tap linknya. Kok dia tahu gue lagi story ya? Langsung gitu. Sadar kamera bah.
And in these big pivotal games, sometimes you might need that.
Yeah, I mean, I think anything that can really throw off your opponent completely, knock them back, throw a right hook, catch them by surprise, you're going to need to send it through very much the same way. So I think that they might have to get down and dirty and start just scrapping across the maps here if they want to come up with a win. Because both of these teams this year, while they only have one match win apiece, it was against respectable opponents.
Kayak yang di itu loh, apa sih yang di Thailand itu? Tapi kan dia orang Latam ya.
This could be very back and forth. I'm expecting 3 maps, honestly.
Yeah, well, here's your Prime Gaming agent select.
Pegang siapa bang? Pegang laptop, gua pegang laptop. Buddha tidur. Oh iya patung Buddha. Mirip.
Yeah, Mimi. I saw briefly there for a moment Sova. So interesting.
They got Sova on Icebox.
There it is. So we do have the agents select Mimi. There's on the screen.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting. Do Xerxia head back to this composition, the crazy one, the Astra and the Yoru, or do they go back to the bog standard? And it looks like they're returning to their normal composition. Surf goes Jet. Fox will probably play on the initiator.
Okay, so yeah, it's going to be a total change up, and Sushi Boys goes back over to the Killjoy as well. Not something that we often see on Icebox, but yeah, they just shifted over back to standard. Meanwhile, crew, I mean, just straightforward, no changes.
Yeah, the standard comp for this map. And for Xerxia, I am a massive stock seller of Killjoy on this map. When you're on your defensive side, it gives you mid control like no other agent does. You can pop that turret down. It can nice someone walking under tube through mid in any way. The
abis TYD udah nggak ada yang ngechat lagi. Like dulu adik-adik ya.
The post plants are going to be so pop down that stage wall, get yourself in a post, and you can really win. This could have thrown a big wrench in the works.
Pakai sabun cuci muka tuh rada aneh.
going for that crazy composition, and now Xerxes going back to their standard.
I mean, the turret is basically going to be taking the place of
Ungu
the
lawan
trademark
ungu,
there
iya
for the
juga
Timber.
ya.
You have to stay within range, but one of the biggest concerns
No
I have
Yoru,
for Xerxes
kayaknya
shifting
kalau
back
di
over this is that it is going to
Icebox
be
gak
about
jarang yang pakai
have
Yoru.
anything to really help them get in for a hard exec onto
Astagfirullahaladzim.
a side.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
pala
still
gua,
think
guys.
Icebox is a map that can very well
Aku
work
viewer TYD.
without those flashes.
Anjing,
If you
ngapain
play
gua
things
streaming
correctly,
kalau
if you
gitu?
use your Sova utility to the best possible, you can make it work. We've seen Fnatic do it. We've seen this team do it in the past. I have faith in this composition.
Gak
but
switch
Crew,
keyboard
it's
apaan?
their standard. They're
Gue
good at
pakai
it.
Gateron
We're
North
all set for
Pole.
our first match of the day. Let's go ahead and send it over to your
Temen lu
caster.
sebaton
Two
semua, ya
guys that
udah.
are sitting on a
Itu
virtual
mungkin mereka
truckload
baru
of
mencoba
Riot gun
pengalaman
buddies. I don't
baru
know if you
itu.
guys know, but you should definitely
Kan saya
slide
sudah,
into their
gimana
DMs
sih?
for that.
Sideshow Gaming
And
at
also,
Brent
Brent,
Ya kan
I think
sudah.
I owe you 20 lira.
Layok.
Let's take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gordon. Well, yeah, you do owe me 20 lira as
Bujur
well.
aman.
Obviously, Q-Theme baseball, but
Lumayan,
somehow
Dut.
I'll get my money one way or another. But listen,
Lo kalau lu join member lebih aman
Crew
harusnya.
versus Xerxes, an elimination match here, 2022 champs. One of these teams must go home. The other
Ini
one
hari ini parah dah, gue kehausan parah. Ini dari tadi gue minum air putih aja. Ini baru kena nih teh gelas.
It hasn't been the most successful year. You heard me
Parah anjing,
talk
kenapa ya?
about it as well. And champs is your last opportunity to put something on the books.
Ukateton,
Both of
ada
these
Ukateton,
teams
nih
were
ada. Gue
surprise
udah berapa ya guys ya?
playoff
Gue
teams
lupa.
in Champions of 2021.
Oh dikit lagi
And we
udah.
just haven't
Aman.
seen that same level for them.
No, it's been honestly just both of these teams have been reaching for the same heights that they
Apakah min satu apa?
achieved back then.
Enggak lah,
And,
bisa lah.
so far, it's been pretty missed.
Ayolah, sesekeri
One of the other
di mapnya
interesting
Crew si
slight
Xerxes dia
twist to
heaven.
this map is that Xerxes have gone away from the classic Xerxes cringe comps, if you want to call it that.
Kebanyakan
Moving away
micin.
from the Yoru.
Jadi aus gitu, Jul.
Something that Crew will
Apa
be
kebanyakan es
expecting.
krim ya?
It's a very standard composition though, so got to imagine Crew will be ready for it.
There's a huge amount
ngentot.
of information. I'm pretty sure 3 players just got caught by the knife
tumpah.
there.
Yeah.
And it's going to give a pretty good indicator that this A site is relatively open. There is, of course, still that Killjoy setup. Sushi Boys is going to be under a lot of pressure right now, but does not face the right way. Zeno just lays down the wall, takes him out easily done. A lot of damage at the end of the day, but this spike should be going down. Not too many problems.
BTW ya.
If
Ini
Fox had decided to
Xerxes
invest the second shock dart,
balik
could have
ke
got
roll
damage.
awal ya. Foxy pakai Sova, Cruz pakai Sage.
Pre-plant for Crew.
Ini bener-bener Xerxes yang biasa kita kenal nih.
Incredibly difficult to try
Bukan yang
and
pakai
break. You see all the
Yoru.
players now. The top of Raft is going to be swinging out, trying to.
Karena mungkin skema Yorunya udah ketahuan.
But the trades are just far too good.
Ini default nih, balik ke settingan default ini.
Very difficult to try and collect these kills. A couple of them are weak, but the jump and right click that'll do
Oke.
the job.
Pistol
Finish
roda
up the
kalah.
round, claim that pistol round into the belt of Crew.
And Crew finding their second
Jalan
pistol
pabrik iya
round
nih.
of the tournament so
Dan
far.
sorry gue tadi baru sadar.
A particularly good
Kenapa ada yang bilang no
opening
Yoru?
they had
Gue baru
playing
ingat tadi.
against FPX there.
Kemarin kan
But
Pauji
Crew
pakai
have
Yoru
good
di sini ya.
pistols overall, so I don't think that trend should be expected
Dan
to
sebenarnya oke
continue.
juga
So
tahu.
game
Cuman
plan was good here.
anjing apa
They
sial
break
aja
the
gitu ya.
Xerxes four-man stack over towards
Tembakan-tembakannya
B.
banyak yang sial sih
Instantly got
kemarin.
his way. Dealt with it very easily.
Looks like trending over towards the B site now as well.
And going for the
Anjing,
FPX
panas banget,
bonus
anjir.
buy as well.
Punggung.
So they've got a couple of ghosts out here, a couple of vandals
Dan
as
apa?
well. Strange to see Naxit being one of the players with the vandals when he has the headhunter available to him, but that's the way the Crew are approaching things.
See what they can do with these weapons. Now, Surf is holding close to the yellow box. Is he going to be able to play off of it with anybody? That fragment nade is absolutely torn him to pieces. He's already dropped down to
Hup.
half HP.
Oh.
Yeah,
What?
not quite unable to really get a kill there before he was overwhelmed and swarmed. And at this point,
Anjing.
good diligence being
Sial
showcased
amat
by Crew,
sekali.
I think just spamming unnecessary angles. Enough of a gap as well to get that plant down.
Diam Ben, diam.
This one will prevent it for but a moment, but with
Aneh.
Crew's the last player left
Moderator.
standing. This
Aneh-aneh
point,
Cuk hari ini.
just thinking about GG go next
Biarin.
round.
Lagi pada sedih kayak.
Crew are certainly not going to allow him to survive. Naxet moving his way forwards. And Nax now only 3 of
Gak mau
those
trigger
points
disiplin
away from
lagi.
getting his tour de force online.
Tapi yang di fraktur bagus tahu nungguin.
Which could be pretty important for him. The way the Crew have managed their economy as well is going to
Cuman
let them
trigger
come into
disiplin
the
yang
bonus round
snowman
with
sih paling
an
tai itu ya.
astounding amount of weaponry.
It's really good.
And
Aku
Crew
lagi
are
sedih,
very
curhat
good
IG
at these
kontol.
bonuses. That's a prime game in Flawless in the second round. Both of these teams
Nih,
actually
lihat
good
nih.
at bonuses. And Brent, what that says to me
buset
is
dah.
the pistol rounds mean so much. Because if you're able to get one round, it kind of becomes likely that you're going to get 4 in a row. Because
Alhamdulillah
of how
Rabbil Alamin.
good both of these teams are at converting. This looks like an enormous clash over towards the B side. Or do they decide to disengage after the 0 point gets broken?
Surf ketahuan nggak nih? Nggak ketahuan. Tapi harusnya dicek ya.
Tag a bit of spam as well today. Suspect the surf's up there. What a flick! Mazino.
Anjing. The best AG in the world cenah ini si Mazino.
It's a nice play by Mazino. He's been
Bangsat di
one of
flick,
their
Cok.
most consistent players recently. But Sasha not
Anjing.
tries to go for the re-clear and gets caught by Kesnin. The trades are coming
Oh,
through
wow.
very nicely for Crew there.
Oke, Tokichi 1-3-3 situation Tokichi.
I mean, there's no gap in terms of how they're trading one another out. It's incredibly clean gameplay.
Menurut tuh sejauh ini tim mana yang jadi calon juara TPN belum kelihatan, nanti lihat di playoff.
Does have Vandal.
Grup stage mah belum kelihatan.
Pushing it back as well. And time is going to be running low. Sushi Boys might have to take a couple of risks here. Knows where one of the players
Punya
is
Ose.
released.
Ose.
Such a tough clutch.
Yeah,
Timing.
Flash actually doesn't connect because of the Viper wall. Synergy there, but
Udah sapping gak ada waktu.
so oppressive just trying to get
2-0 kru ini. Wah, kalau misalnya 2-0 kru, si Pauji bener sih tadi bawa koper. Siap-siap pulang. Wah. Tokichi kurang
The back
tajam.
of all of his teammates' minds there. They realize that they've let themselves slip to probably a
Asia yang aman
4-round
baru
deficit
DRX
to start
doang.
this one. Like I said,
Ya,
those
DRX.
pistols are just so important. Crew
Devi
manipulate
atas
their
sampai
economy
DRX.
perfectly,
So
as
far
we've seen
so
in the
good.
past from
Cuma nanti
FPX
di
and a lot
playoff
of other
semua hal
teams
bisa
starting to pick up
terjadi, bro.
in order to push this
Suruh
one
menang Ben,
forwards.
gue dari
And
masa
isn't that
depan.
such an
Kalau dari
interesting
masa
stat?
depan,
That's really cool.
kodok lu
11
nggak kuning.
international appearances between both teams, but this is the first time they've played. These are two of our teams that are just mainstays at the global level, and yet they've never clashed.
They've never clashed. The only tournament that Xerxes ended up missing was 2021 Berlin.
And Crew
Awi.
are the only team to have gone to every single global event.
Alah anjing.
And again, the trade is really, really great.
Anjing.
The shorty in your hands.
Sorting gebik jauh.
Rough one. Yeah. You can see that the setup at the beginning
Malam
of this round was
Tresor.
slow walk to punish anybody who tried to
PRX
grab.
gak mau di top door lu
Fox was
Akbar.
kind of lucky,
Nggak
honestly,
main
to just
PRX.
get the one kill there, but waiting for this Viper wall to go down. It's a snake bite to try and delay. There is a nanoswarm as well. You can see it just in the center of it, so that will delay on top of it. But at this point, it's just not good enough weaponry to.
Yeah, and Sushi Boys is dead as well, so that Nanoswarm left
Oh,
without
of course, yeah.
left without its master. Just a blob on the floor. And Crew looking like they're going to be very clean in this fourth round as well.
Hup. Ya, ding
He's
doang.
got nothing to stand up against it. Yeah. Crew absolutely dominant at the beginning of this map.
Masa
And it's a
sepesawat
map
sama
that they're
Boom.
really good at as well, Brent. They beat Lauda Copenhagen on Icebox, which to me was a bit of an upset at that point. Obviously, they ended up taking the series as well. And they've only, out of today, they have only
Gila nih,
lost
anjing.
Icebox in
Aguero Esport, bro.
overtimes to FPX and Guild.
Adik yang
that
berjoin
is
jangan lupa di like ya
that is a
adik-adik.
very good Icebox record that Crew are working with. And Xerxes used to be good here, but they've fallen off recently.
Halo
The
Ben, halo Maun.
experimentation with Yoru is smacks more of desperation than anything else, I think.
Yeah.
Xerxes are going to be put in a tough spot now.
Surf now with the operator. Teammates to play with him. And he might be able to collect the one. The wider swing, though. That's Kesnit. He offsets the aim, the crosshair placement that otherwise would have potentially taken him down.
But look at that. They find the operator. They go straight immediately
Opposite
in the other direction.
Ya elah.
Surf is such a carry for Xerxes,
Surf.
especially with those
Pulang
first
Surf ke B.
duels. So getting away from him, massively important.
Respect being
Terus
shown right
tanya
from
aja
Surf.
crossing game. Capek gue jawabinnya. Udah bakal gua skip ya. Crossing game capek.
Xerxes have a lot
Udah
of
nggak
knowledge,
lucu
I think,
gitu
that they are
jokesnya
gonna
teh.
be hanging around this B main area. So they could set up for something, but with the no command popped off,
GVR kapan main? Nanti
no
malam.
abilities to really stop them now.
And that's really good for getting the plant down. Zeno can put down the wall.
Incredibly deep. That's a Hunter's Fury from
Uh.
a pretty far off distance.
Aduh, nggak kena yang
Just
plannya.
missed Mazzino.
Ya.
Both tags of the Hunter's Fury fly past Mazzino and allow him to get the plant down. So unfortunate from Fox.
I think that was intentional from Mazzino, though. He planted really deep there, closer towards the default spots, but
Lah,
it's back. That was a
kocak
nanoswarm.
Majino.
It's Mazzino falling.
And the defuse.
Asik terus, defuse
Somebody needs to
terus.
stop the
Woo,
defuse.
man.
But it can't do it. There's a
Asik
wall
banget
in
itu,
the way.
man.
Should just steal away the round.
And there's the retake. That
Mampus
comes
kena
through
flawless.
exactly as that null command is taken out. All of the utility suddenly comes online, and we've got a nanoswarm
Kalau
kill. The wall
GVR
in
mah
front of the
crossing
defuse.
apaan? Enggak kan GVR tadi gue jawab.
Looking great there. What an important time to get
Gua
around.
mah jawab tadi GVR.
Let's take a look at that replay. Just scary looking up over the top of everything that was happening, picking off player after player.
Rusuh anjing ya.
Now Scary's actually got his pit online as well and could invest that over towards B. Interestingly, they've got the pit and the operator in the same place here.
Dipa momen.
Once more, crew go for the same strat. Run away.
Yang ditembak panahnya.
As soon as they spot that one out.
Kabar GVR gak? Emang diiniin? Emang di live-in? Gue nggak tahu.
Gotta expect that he's going to be able to find some value, but okay. So should claim the first kill as Kesnet falls.
Crossing, maksudnya crossing apaan? Umpan lambung.
Still want to take this fight. Still trying to ego this one. Cruz gets another with the
timing. Ya elah, Tokichi kenapa lu lihat?
A follow up, the spray down. 2 on the round from he's evened it up now 3v3.
Lihat sampai PX. Lihat nanti ya. Sekuatnya aja biasa.
And that pushes things very much in favor of Crew. Their post plans have been good so far. Obviously, lost that one retake, but Cruz is down. The wall already invested in the round.
Parah, orang nanya emang gue streamer paling parah di dunia.
Into a position where he wants to invest it.
It's incredibly risky. Oh my god, he's just in there, Rick. Over the top there, onto the ropes. Skipping a hop, Mazzino. But he's got a wall in front of him. Yeah, the wall is such a problem. The snake bite into the corner, but he is being flanked. Every single position right now.
Gila juga sih Scary,
his own snake bite claims the one. Under 69 health. Tap the spike now. Baits out of positioning. He knows
where Max is.
At the end of the day, just too much damage was already done.
Ardis aman, belum lihat Twitter lagi.
Even drawing the Viper's pin out from Scary. I gotta say though, Cruz has been a monster this tournament.
Perex main nggak hari ini, nggak hari Rabu.
Not that much for Zertian. They rely on Serve, Scary instead. But in their opening
game,
game, Cruz was pounding those 2 kills, made the round winnable. Unfortunately, Mazzino just there again, the pillar, the backbone that Crew relies on to get them through those sticky situations.
Yeah, really phenomenal stuff.
Timing.
This angle again. The drone to supplement it. A shot fired off. They know the opposite.
Ya elah sial banget si boy.
But Naga's so confident. Goes for the second.
What a good shot.
And why not?
Anjing.
Was that full investment into this round by Xerxia?
Ribet si Naga.
Ripping them apart.
Everything that happens early in the round, Crew are responding to perfectly.
Masuk konten UP, konten yang mana yang baru?
They go and take a different
Belum
path.
lihat.
Or in this situation, Nags destroys them.
They're just holding. Holding for now. The players are down. There is a res online for Cruz if you wanted to wall off one particular area, but does still need to be watched.
Nugget udah mateng gini. Kayak lebih ke gosong ini ya. Kepanasan, bro.
Where potentially Nags could have found the kill again.
Gonna be respected.
Kayak Nuggetnya Okto dah yang gosong 2 tahun lalu. Yang hampir ngebakar rumah.
We're aware of this one. Spike also gonna start to get planted.
Only one segment of the wall broken here, and in fact, Crew break the
Yang main Zoid sama Pundik, anjing.
The wall that they've put down stops a late lurk coming through mid as well, so it's a good idea. This is just going to be a straight up 4v5 retake. No funny business.
It's really good. Post-plant setups though, and the protocol's there. Can Surf try and at least offset with his raw mechanical skill? Making his way into the site. The spam just goes wide there, and Klaus still claims a kill one after the other. The high ground position.
Raja terakhir.
Oh, he's got a tremendous
Not
quite enough.
Gak ada apa enaknya. Makan duit rak.
Continuing their dominance. Getting into these sites far too easy.
Bum udah balik, gak tahu.
Really impressed, I think.
Tapi kalau batch-nya mah udah kalah.
Diligence here as well. You see the dark comes through. There's no chaos.
Udah ke Indo-nya mah gak tahu gua.
Everything's purposeful with their setups in these close plans.
Bum kalah,
but also
lihat.
They have so much time to
Lihat
set
replay
up
kemarin
into
aja.
those plans. And I think that's the biggest problem here. Crew are being allowed into the sites in a lot of
Kenapa pernah
advantage situations, 5v4s, where they can get into the best positions possible and all get ready to break utility for each other.
Panjangan Latam sama Apak apa? Latam itu Latin Amerika, Apak itu Asia Pasifik.
When you have nanoswarms everywhere, you have the snake bites and the shock darts. This composition that Zersh is playing has so much good utility to deny the plants coming through in the first place, and they're playing retakes almost every time. They're gonna take a time out.
Aman kan replay kemarin Ben liatin orang nyanyi hampir gak aman.
This is a rough beginning to the half.
Kalau Lato apa? Nggak tahu, baru dengar apa tuh.
Not having the best of times. Surf as well. I mean, he's had an operator in his hand a lot of the time so far. And this half, but he's
100 buat DBan, ya udah jangan
He's
member.
been forced to retake in the vast majority of the rounds, though.
Sure.
I'm not sure how much of that is really
Anjing
on
100
Surf.
ngomong
They
100
seem to be
kayak like ya
finding out
stuck
where
di
he's
100
playing
cok.
with the op and immediately pivoting away from it. The player that really struggled in Zersh's
Enak.
previous game was Sushi Boys as well. He got
Kalau
dominated.
GVR apa?
Under
Aduh, gue lupa
180
singkatannya apa sih?
Gave up. He was
Ada
negative 4 in first
victory-victory-nya
kill,
dah
first
kalau nggak
death.
salah.
Sushi Boys has had some great performances at these lands before, but he's gonna be
Salah
asked
Ben
to do a
stuck
lot more
200, emang
right
udah
here.
200.
Like a fast
Tipu aja.
play though, over towards B with a slow wall over the top. Dropping in front of yellow, so if there is anybody holding close into B main on the
Nah, GTA victory roleplay. Nah, itu betul.
leave the areas easily, but it's free. Of course we know
Nya
that.
victory.
Wall is
Gagal victory ya, tandain ya guys ya si Jet. Satu tandain.
Deep push
Kepancing.
through the players on the side of Zersha, looking to try and take and claim some space. They were spotted though by Magset, so
Kapan main? Enggak ah,
Surf,
males.
who's the only player that can really
Gue
be
mainnya di luar
dangerous
streaming
right now.
sekarang. Kan
But
gue
he
streamer
was playing
nonton.
extremely passively.
I've got over the top. Wall really laboured in terms of just removing chunks of this one, especially when you don't have the weaponry. That knife catches onto Surf.
Wow, ya elah Pauji, sial banget Pauji. Susi boy. Ya ilah. Ya ilah sial banget sumpah. Timingnya jelek banget. Jelek.
Just clinical gameplay from top to bottom.
Anjing timingnya jelek.
Even the investment of the pit in a 5v5 with a massive economy advantage. I mean, Crew are giving respect to Zersha, but they're also utterly making these rounds unwinnable. But the game plan here, I think, again, is off from Zersha. Surf has Bladestorm, he's the only player that can win the round, and he took one fight, which was that one.
Yeah.
He wasn't trying
EMEA
to
itu
get in the front
is
of the
middle,
pack.
Europe
He was trying to
A-nya
force fights and play
Aguero.
rotates and look for fights, look for picks.
Info PRX main
He's
kapan?
got the
Makanya
operator
nonton
again
kemarin
on the
gue dari
defense.
tadi.
Theory's just
Dari
going to
kemarin
be
udah
too
ngomong ya.
static.
Rabu.
And immediately they've identified where he is.
Tanggal
Does it prompt
tujuh.
the same response from Crew? Are they going to immediately pivot B?
They can see the money. They know that there's a possibility of him having an operator, and yeah, they're
Tahu
moving.
Mos Ninjutsu Katana
Off the side
enggak?
of the map. That
Apa
recon's
tuh?
good though.
Baru dengar.
And this
Might give some
Itu
second
gatal
thought,
banget
I
hidup
think,
gue
to
ya
this
Allah.
push by Crew.
possibly. But this seems a bit like a
Ya
lesson
nanti ada yang
how to
nanya lagi. Udah
neutralize a
biasa,
star
udah
player.
biasa, udah.
There is a possibility that
resiko.
Sushi Boys will just instantly use his lockdown to stop this hit coming through. But there's still a minute on the clock.
Champion ada
That
berapa
won't delay
region?
forever.
4, 5.
The drone's going to get hurt. They do have that set up. A lot of the Killjoy utility.
Nazino pede parah ya.
Deny that
Yang
plan as
kata
well.
This is
the
gonna be
best
a
Sage in
fake
the world
back to
memang
A.
the best sih si
So
Babi.
Klaus going to use his utility here, a recon
anjing.
dart, to make it seem like they're going back towards A right now. This should be timed with the B players going forwards.
tahuan dong lu.
Surf, in fact, even getting tagged by the recon. And look at the B players moving forwards at this time. Does Sushi Boys use the lockdown?
Has to be using
Lockdown
it now.
lah.
Nanoswarm's
Hey.
locked off. That is a kill.
Oh, nunggu dulu. Oke.
Right, damage
Ternyata
being done. I think
Mazinonya
that's
ini ya,
the
mati ya.
orb. Yeah, the orb
Nah,
coming
saatnya
out
lockdown dong.
of it to
20 detik.
apply the decay damage.
Udah 4 orang.
They get the plant off for free.
He's just not denied even with the player advantage.
Nunggu dulu kah? Nunggu dekat kah?
Zeno did die, of course,
Oke,
but
berarti dia mau
giving
lockdown
up one
deket nih.
player for the plant, getting
Initiating.
that might be good.
Nah.
Immediately Klaus
Dihancurin.
Hunter's Fury though on either side. I
Push,
believe.
push. Dari push anjing. Oh, masih wall up.
Cross over the side there. Just on the side of Klaus actually. Still a
Yo!
second pushed off. Max just holding on the left side of yellow. Moving forwards once more. It's up to
Anjing,
Cruz. Can he
nugget.
do anything else? The answer
Why?
doesn't look likely. No one Kesnet is on the battlefield, and one after another taking names.
And that's another destructive post plan for Crew. Nags, Mazzino, Kesnit, the three heavy hitters of this team, looking
Anjing.
unstoppable. Great flick. When Nags is hitting shots like this,
What the flick,
Crew are
anjing?
dangerous, man. They're dangerous. Because Kesnit is always going to be there, always good. Out of all of the top
Gak tahu,
players
bro.
we have in the tournament, he's
Ben.
in the upper half
Gue udah
of the
speechless anjing.
top carry players.
I imagine they walked away from the match against FPX.
Bangsat dari
A
bar.
lot to learn. A lot of big learning moments for them.
And I think their game plan initially here is just
Disuruh harusnya sih diketahuan ya.
Yeah, clearly putting a lot into practice here. There was an early skirmish that was taking place there just on A, an exchange of damage. No one actually went down, but if you look at the money, again on the side of Xerxes, just been losing round after round.
Yeah, they're in the bin right now.
It is pretty horrific.
And from the Xerxes players' POV, they'll be thinking, why can't Kesnit whiff like that when we've got rifles?
Let us re-clear a space though by Xerxes. They have been spotted though. Just trying to narrowly avoid any sort of damage by looking down. A swing close, but it is covered once more. It's just far too clean. The crew players always covering for each other.
These fundamentals are excellent. Absolutely excellent. And that's something they couldn't get together against FPX. They still played well against FPX, but they had some of the worst trading I've ever seen. In this game though, the game plan is perfect. The crew players all supporting each other, and Xerxes just can't find a gap anywhere.
It's just pure domination.
Ini map ikhlasin aja.
Just that stinger.
Menyerah kah?
And probably no opportunity to even die to the spike. As much as he might want to try and hug the wall here and see if he can stand within the explosion. There are so many players waiting for him on the other side. If you look at that mini map.
Kru. Levi BR gak sih? Leviathan Latam yang Brazil itu Furia.
You know, you're bringing up the idea, is it too late for Xerxes? Crew were up 9-3 against FPX and lost the map.
That is true. Yeah, definitely a definitive struggle, I think.
Gua sih nggak dulu dah kalau dari dia. Wah, gua tahu tuh Ali Pikri kamu tiap hari ya berantem di live chat, sarkas di live chat.
Oh no.
Arguably the best. Oh no, Scary can't even get to it. He's just praying for the sweet release of
Bang, gua nggak tahu yang lu orang omongin, woi bertiga kontol.
He has to. Any money from
He's
it.
got light armor guardian.
Apa sih Bebet? Diam lu. Lu kira gua nggak tahu, ah?
Oh, it's just brutal.
Aku anak baik-baik ya, anak baik-baik tapi kok
I can feel it, man.
di ghosting.
It's just, I mean,
Ini timnya Kun Aguero, iya, Kru.
disappointed to watch the darkness retreat.
Nah, coba deh ya, Byron nih.
If you're trying to save the stinger into the next, I mean that's just not ideal. Crew slowed this round down again.
Malam
This has been par for the course, I think, so far.
And once more, there's a piece of aggression from Xerxes.
Yeah.
It looks like it's been.
Oke, bagus pangeran kecil berangkat.
Surf
Satu.
finding a first kill. Haven't said that very often.
No, it's a big opening. I'm curious. There is a resurrect online for Mazzino. Do they want to try and reclaim that space and get the res? It looks like he is working his way back over to that area. The space hasn't been held.
Ah, maksudnya?
There's a player of Boiler. I'm curious. Do they have an angle from there? Not quite.
Not quite.
No, it's too far deep.
And Xerxes
Kacung,
look like
kacung.
they're trying to make another play happen, but are undecided on where they should be going and what they should be doing.
Yeah.
Mata gue punya banyak arti. Itu mah lagi ngeliat
On the A side,
Oke.
as the null command comes through, this is going to have to be Fox standing tall.
It tags onto Sushi Boys, who was in mid as well, so all this Killjoy utility is useless.
Hey!
Quick break on the
Triwis!
wall, though, it's
Oh, nice.
necessary, and Fox is covering it. This time, looking slightly better.
Aduh, Pak Uji, kena timing.
Get
Oi!
in! Delzik, an absolute
Ayah.
quick whip around with the rifle, and somehow
Please,
he
raja
walks away
terakhir,
with
save
2
this
in a row
round.
before eventually going down. Bit of a pre-fire there. Sushi Boys has got to come up with something more.
And this is so difficult. Crew have tons of post-plant utility still. Kesnit with the fragment grenade, Klaus with 2 shocks.
See all the utility coming through now.
satu.
The Guardian.
Well, there go the shocks.
Okay. Tip top. There's going to be the Vipers.
Aduh, ente banget tuh si boy.
Connecting, but down to that 1v1 and across the ropes. Pure silence. Jump straight
Oh
into the
my
pit.
god, raja terakhir. Nice banget.
Huge clutch for Scary.
Wah,
He's so
93
good
kers.
for them in those
Bisa ini 93
situations.
kers.
And what a turnaround that was, even with the Guardian, Bren.
Yeah. The weaker buy after that mistake.
After the mistake in the prior round.
Konspirasi Ben yang bawa Killjoy pasti kalah.
Light armor Guardian into the round.
Hah?
And with
Iya
the
juga ya.
Guardian takes down both players with the post-plant utility and wins the 1v1.
Enggak ah.
Play from Scary.
Bumi Sport menang di Heaven.
Knew where Kesnit was coming from as well. Must have been a sound cue.
DRX pakai Killjoy menang.
Free-firing the top of the rope.
Enggak palit.
Now we're looking. See if Xerxes can claim this final round. Maybe get that third on the board. At the half, and again that clash over towards B-Man. We've been seeing this from time and time again. And the kills one after the other.
Oke, ini dia 93 kers nih kejadian nih sumpah. Kejadian banget ini.
Down to that 2v3 now. Crew. That player disadvantage. Not a
Juga tahu banget
situation
sumpah
they've
nih.
been in many times so far in this half.
No, the
Masa gara-gara
trading is
sabun
always
muka
favored
anjing.
through. This is the first round where it has
Alergi
not.
apa gua? Sebelumnya nggak kenapa-napa.
Can Nags bring them back? Or are we gonna see another 9-3 half?
Cool.
And the
Biasa
potential
cool. Tolong
for
cool
a
ospek
race.
nih orang cool.
Instantly
Rewel
tells
cool.
him
Member
he's taking
kagak
risks.
gentot.
Just contacting, using his own Viper wall.
Ini main rank
Waiting
iya.
to get in position, but it is being watched for.
Is
Alah.
it with
Losing
pitch?
Jewel though, yeah, he's got the pit
Ini
on
kalau
line.
clutch sih tai ya.
That's the
Fury.
spike. He's baited out the Hunter's Fury. He's
It's
played
too
this
late.
pretty well. 45 seconds in a round, but his plant looks like there's nothing to try and offset it. To prevent it. And now
Berarti
with the
emang
spike
tergantung
down,
user
it's-
ya, Ben.
This is more than winnable in a
Iya
1v2.
juga.
Deltic doesn't have the best weaponry for the Vandal's going to be
Kalau
revealing.
bukan harinya
his
mau
position with the
gimana guys?
tracers, but
Kan
look at that.
ngentot.
The intelligence plays outside the pit. A singular
Ayah.
angle. And he's working his magic, weaving in and out. The pit will fall, drops it intentionally, a tap at a spike, and Fox is left wondering, where is this guy at? Where is the position being played? And now they're aware of each other. All dropped up.
Setengah,
52
setengah,
health on
Fauji,
the
setengah,
David
Fauji,
Deltic.
setengah. Fauji setengah.
Choose to
Cakep.
do, sticking it,
Oh terus,
sticking it,
terus,
sticking
let's
it.
go Fauji, let's
And
go.
it's ice cold
9-3.
to get the third round in the half.
What a sick clutch! Back to back from the
Oke,
Xerxes
Kers, ini
players.
Kers.
Scary,
Kita
then
chat dulu
Fox.
Kers ya. Kers,
When they
Kers, Kers.
played last, they
Kers.
were not doing well at the beginning of rounds, but they still had 27% clutch. It looks like that's going to be the same story again
Itu
today.
nggak telat. Woi, tolong yang telat like dulu kapa.
But the question is it enough?
Ketawa lagi
9-3
babi.
at the half. And listen, the curse has been rearing his head.
Gila,
Trust me,
mental
it's
tidak
been
goyang, bro,
a couple of
Sersia.
times on the desk. The
Udah
curse
biasa
has been
comeback kayaknya
rearing
dah.
his head, but I'm not sure if it's good enough. Desk, tell us, is it enough? Do you have another bit for us?
I mean, I'm gonna keep it real. I always have another bit.
No, we don't do humor here. Serious
No
analysis,
humor.
please.
Just only hard-hitting analysis.
Wah,
All
si
right,
Mimi.
Let's actually
Anjing, Mimi lucu banget
break
kalungnya,
this
Cok.
down though because
Valorant
since,
champion
we
tapi
were very
pakai
excited to see,
warna-warna gitu,
Xerxes
warna-warni.
go back to a composition we're familiar with that they have had success with, and we were happy to see Sushi Boys on the Killjoy, but the Killjoy has kind of been neutralized a fair amount.
I hate to be mean, but like right now, I do not want to eat outrageous amounts of raw fish tonight. I just want to eat something that is
Ya
just
kelihatan
burnt
ya,
to a
nanti juga di
crisp,
zoom, tenang ya.
isolated in my room by myself.
Good, well
not
done.
surrounded
Baju
by
story-nya
anybody.
nggak live tapi Ben nggak tahu.
He has not been
Kayaknya mah gara-gara masih awal-awal jadi nggak di-live-in mungkin.
This game. He's just been picked off. Oftentimes, first player to go down on Xerxes. He is just dying, and he's finding it very
Kalungnya tuh
little
lihat
Yeah,
bagus.
5 rounds where he's taking
Tuh,
the
di
first
zoom
kill,
kan?
and in the large part of that being punished. When you play Killjoy on this map, the Killjoy needs to live, to play that anti-play, to shut down Crew. But Crew is punishing him anytime he even slightly overpeaked, so that Killjoy was out of the picture so often. And the big man doing that punishment was
Attacker
Nags.
biasa sekali
He was
timingnya mengerikan,
absolutely
semoga aja ya.
absurd, picking up this attacking-sided operator. And I mean, on top of Crew just having amazing executes, this guy was on point. And now we head into a second half where I think he will only get better with
Anjing,
this op. Because if
klik-klikannya
you
nggak
look at the comp for Xerxes, no flashes, only that Sova. And when you're playing the Sova to clear out the ops, you have to be perfect, on point, on following up the utility. And Xerxes hasn't been showing me that thus far.
No, they haven't. And honestly, like, while we
Kokuinya
know
juga
that
bagus,
Axe is an
Kokui
incredible player,
apaan
he can
anjing?
put up these performances against very strong teams, but right now, I feel like Xerxes is making this even easier for him. They're taking so many disadvantaged swings. They're just going out, triple
Lihat
peeking the
si Fikri,
operator,
lihat
2
menggiring
people
lagi
die.
tuh.
It's like, well, what did you expect?
Yeah, I mean,
Bisa
Xerxes, they
dicek
go
gas
back
skor
to their
menang atau
tried and
kalahnya
true
turni
comp, and,
Magic.
well, the
Nggak tahu
truth
dah.
is that it's the same thing.
Biasanya
it has
anak-anak
been before.
SM
The
pada
same
update
mistakes
skor
are
itu di
showing. They
Discord.
need a miracle to come
Cek
back.
aja.
Yeah, and I don't know if that 9-3 miracle is necessarily going to happen, but never say never. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow, who are looking for some
Bar
more
gua cek
bits.
dulu ya. GL Bangsen, GL
Not
Bangsen.
bits. Golden boy Lira. You owe me Lira. Okay? Listen. 9-3 at the half.
It's
And
not
this-
looking good.
GG
It's not looking
13-0.
good so far, but we've seen many attempts of
Musuhnya
comebacks.
Iron.
Has
Hah?
to begin, has to start on the pistol
Menang
round, but
13-0,
Crew,
guys.
they're going to have a fresh memory of their recent loss on this map against FPX.
The positive side here is that
Itu
Surf
gue baca
on the
Discord
attack
SM.
is going to be much more
13-0
difficult
katanya.
to avoid. You can't just keep giving him all the sights and running away. He's here and he's forcing fights.
A lot of damage being done to Mazzino,
Gue belum
but
login
he heals
Valo
himself back
soalnya.
up, and Kesnet was covering that one angle on Belt. Surf is removed so early on, your star player just being shut down over and over and over again. And as you try and gain any sort of ground, guess what? Mazzino's there once
Anjing
more.
kalah lagi pistol
The
ronnya.
rest of the squad just taking
Anjing,
positioning and
Mazzino.
taking the round. A prime game in flawless on the
Cok.
pistol.
And an absolute outclassing that we're witnessing right now. Crew look warmed up and hot, ready to go.
Yeah.
I said Surf is going to be much more difficult to avoid, but Kesney just finding the weirdest of angles and picking him off immediately as he tries to force a fight on Belt.
Is that a right click?
No, surely not.
It looked like it.
Kata lucu pindah ke Sersi ya.
Surf
Aduh anjing,
has
enggak
to
masalahnya
be the
kersnya
carry
nih,
player for
aduh.
this team. He
Kersnya
normally
hilang,
gets
bro.
39% of their first kills. I mean, he's like a top 3 first round carry. The first kills are normally flooding in from this guy, and if he doesn't deliver them, other people
Aduh,
don't.
pangeran kecil.
And he's just getting picked off first constantly.
Lagi nggak dapet nih, kenapa dah?
And time again. Make no mistake as well. It's been difficult for Surf to find any sort of value. Every time he was
Pauji dapat timing tapi ada trademark. Oke, bagus Pauji, good decision.
Was being played on the other side of the half.
And even if they do take the fight, there's multiple people he's fighting against.
Yeah.
The crew teamwork and
Enggak sih ke
support
yellow
for
si
each
Pauji.
other is looking excellent.
It's just been so
Trigger disiplin. Ah! Aduh, mengerikan guys. Mengerikan.
Behind somebody.
Mengerikan.
Against Xset. He's done it again.
1-2.
Satu laginya gagal.
I've seen that before.
And he wants to take the fight anyway.
Oke, plan aja plan at least.
Not quite doing the job. In fact, it is cleaned up, but down to 30 health. That recon dart. That was a bit of a spanner into the works, doesn't it? In terms of them wanting to get that plan down.
Oh,
Anjing sial banget.
Smoke.
Enter.
Up and it's 11-3 in the lead.
Yeah, this is a fundamental outplay, I think, top to bottom.
Pasti ketawa nih live
Crews
chatnya nih.
So good. They have layers in terms
The
of what they
weave
want to
so
do as well.
bad.
In the prior rounds, when we've seen them working around the ultimates.
Anjing yang bertahan cuma tarik nih, Srot, Tens gak ada nih. Watch party.
Absolutely. Crew not coming into this with
Hanya
a
tarik yang bertahan
particularly
dan DBangkongS.
dangerous bonus buy this time around. Remember, they converted the bonus in the first half and got
Karena
out to
kutukan 11 gak tahu adik-adik.
an astounding lead. But this one would be much more of a challenge. Crew going for a bit of aggression over here.
Of course, a person just trying to take the fight. Kesney was so unaware.
I think he whiffed his flash. He got panicked.
Anjing, di ghost gak
He was
tuh?
flashing to his own face there.
Yet still the trade comes through.
How on earth do they get that?
I mean, they're working with ghosts.
But the trades are just so
Kalau kata
well
Medusa,
set
wah
up
Arik.
by Crew.
Anjing gak di-spill di
Every
live
single
chat.
player that Zersha lose is looking more and more dire for them. They've invested with the weapon, the angles, but watch for Cruz. Slight whiff of a shot there. Tag with the drone. Like I said, is in trouble. He's being swarmed from multiple different angles. How is he getting away with
Nyentot.
it? And he's still here. He will not be
Jago banget nih
removed
orang, woi.
from the yellow box, man. This guy finally going to be evacuating there with a rendezvous. Going to be respecting him a little bit more, but not before he's just made it so much more expensive.
So much utility. 2 players. And Nags holds his ground and gets one. He has made this bonus round extremely winnable here for Crew. And it's again Fox trying to get himself into a ratty spot.
Over the top. Fox is lucky not
Oh,
to get
orange, yeah.
traded there. The position wasn't quite there for any sort of swing.
30 seconds
The
left.
one, but it is a little bit all over the place right now from Zersha.
Pen lah.
It's almost just uncertain of the way they want to approach this
Pen
round.
lah.
They're worried about being
It's
swarmed.
20 seconds left.
The spike is not down.
No. But they're baiting and forcing out the fight anyway. Will allow them to get that spike.
timing
down.
lagi,
Fox
Pauji.
has to find the right angle.
Ya
but he's not
elah.
got the right crosshair placement. Weaponry now in the hands of the opposition. Crew, this is a 2v2. Entirely winnable for them right now with Klaus and Mazzino on the battlefield. And look at Mazzino. This is planted in a very deep side angle. The Nanoswarm will push them off, but he's already got half on the defuse and still.
Bukan 11.
Klaus.
Oke.
One shot being found, but it's a doubled up position. Just crouch to the side. Scary
Anjing
returns
ribet
of fire.
anjing. Ben ah.
And that is a round for Zersha.
Pikir emang banyak iya, cuman gitu.
The plan wasn't
Caper
in a good
gitu di
spot.
live chat. Info Elite Global tuh.
Comes down to, I guess technically a 1v1 towards the end as Scary doubles up. That was a very low buy from Crew on the bonus. And they've just crippled the Zersha economy.
Gue juga nggak pernah nanya, mah gue tahu, tenang aja.
4 rifles.
Dia nggak brokul. Ah.
Now you're going to have to be going into that half armor. Digging deep.
A lot of half armor out there. A fast
Apa
take
gua
of
lagi tuh kan?
Surf looks
Makin bertanya
to try and fight this
emang lu
one.
caper.
Recon dart broken early as
Pantesan lu
well,
ditolak
so
sama
not
Susan.
aware that Nags is hidden in this corner.
There's no good information here. In fact, with the drone,
Delzik breaks the drone as well. Delzik is just breaking every piece of utility so Nags can fight.
you can feel the pressure. The players, Fox's shock dart just goes right up into his face, and the recon does swing into it. Crew's teamwork is just impeccable.
Look at the difference in how they're using and breaking.
No one's covering yellow, by the way. No one's covering yellow.
Aduh, anjing lah.
It's all falling to pieces for the Thai team.
Wah, itu. Waktu itu orangnya sendiri yang nge-spill.
In all of these rounds.
Katanya ada yang ngajak mid.
The positioning is there. Knows that they could be pushed up, but actually, placement. How are you getting away with this?
Udah, GG, bro.
Not be getting away with 2 kills there, ever.
What a brilliant outplay, though.
I have the spike.
Mazino's movement and spray control with the Phantom is otherworldly at
Oh,
times.
tuh lah,
I
tekan
swear
marah.
he always turns up on Icebox too. His
Okay,
Icebox
sir.
Sage is
30 seconds
next
left.
level.
What
And this-
Go next.
This map is over. Scary is not going to pull out a 1v5.
It's done.
As
Aneh
a
anjing
Prime
Mazino.
gave it flawless
Ih,
on
ngeri
round 16. Breaking Xerxes' economy again. And Cruel waltzing away with this one.
Yeah.
I thought map 1 might be close. Obviously, I would say it's favored towards Crew. It was their pick. They've looked good on it in the past. They've beaten loud.
Ben meriang minum obat biar sehat.
Crew are definitely
Aduh,
favored here.
keyboardnya bagus babi lah.
But for Xerxia, they used to be really good on this map. They've had international wins here before. And I thought at least we'd see something competitive. This has
Oh, pantas Fikri rajin curhat di Discord. Udah lah, Rick.
If the story of these two teams
Nanti
has been
nangis
somewhat
itu.
similar throughout
Nangis lagi
2022,
ntar 2 kali.
both desperately reaching for that former glory,
Oi.
it is certainly
Oke,
true.
Bang Pauji.
They're
Itu
doing a better job of
anjing
it
untung
here
gak
today.
mati.
But that first death on Mazino is going to neutralize one of the best candidates. 0 point finding all 5 players though.
5 players. I mean, how often do you
Aduh.
see this? And it has just devolved into chaos. Pandemonium onto the side, but it's eventually going to get given up. Xerxia will
Apakah bisa
have
OT
control of the
adik-adik?
side. The spike starting to go down.
Sepertinya
Though it's going to be ripping through waves,
And the
gak
flank
ada yang
as
kena
well.
kesakinya iya anjir.
and his flank is everything.
Bener-bener si Mazino nggak ngurang darah.
Find
Aduh,
line
timing
side
nih Pauji
angle
nih.
to
Aduh.
one of these players.
Aduh.
a lot of trouble, but they are just
timing.
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 But he misses it to spray down, eventually claiming that kill.
And the noose is tightening around Xerxia here.
Yeah, the players have got to start to feel the pressure.
Last player standing.
Surf eventually will fall. Not
Yeah,
against
yeah.
the one, and the spray just can't find
Go next,
itself.
go next.
That is going to be the round there for Crew with the retake. It's just too clean. The layers upon layers of their game plan. They came to Icebox more than ready, and Josh will be mentioning it. 2021 was a peak for both of these teams, and Crew are eager to try and reach the same heights.
Kalau gitu dong. Wah, Emerdan.
For Crew, they are desperate for another scout.
Dengar-dengar Emerdan mau join member lagi.
Run, another moment of that LATAM magic. They're not
Nanti
content
kadang-kadang
watching
iya
the
nih
player.
anjing kenapa ya?
They really still
Rada
want to
bingung
prove
gua nih
that
sama
they've
Xerxia
got it
deh.
in these games. And I gotta say, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Brent. The game plan coming in here was fantastic. The way that they adjusted to every piece of information that they got was amazing. The teamwork was on point. The individuals from people
Oh,
like
BangkongS streaming guys
Axe, who
di
just
Discord tadi.
always step up at the global events.
Yep, Mazino,
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful map.
they came here to
from Crew.
play. Clearly a ton of learning moments, I think, off of their last match.
Hah,
Going right into this one.
ternyata bener. Terima kasih Emerdan udah join member ya.
Of Masters Copenhagen. A lot of people thinking, you know, Crew didn't look too hot in that
Belum
game.
play,
or
tadi
whatever,
gua
but
lihat si
they're
Dipa.
playing against some
Hah?
astoundingly good competition.
Emang berapa kali main hari ini? Gue nggak tahu.
This game is showing that there's a difference, at least on Icebox.
Mending nobar Medan jualan.
Very sizable
PH,
difference
wow.
here between these two teams. The question is whether it extends forwards into Haven, and that is a map
Gila
where
hafalan tembak,
you know,
bukan
we've
hafalan
seen
tembaknya.
a bit of a swap over.
Emang
Xerxia
udah dapat feel-nya aja itu pakai
huge
Phantom.
games on that map, so maybe they'll be able to find that grit and determination to fight back.
That's going to be the question. How are they going to be rallying back
Gila
for
sih.
map number 2? But we're going to take a short little break, and on the other side of things, our analyst sets up that map number 2, so don't go anywhere. You know you're not going to want to miss it.
Oke. Berarti kita harus cek dulu teman-teman kita yang sedang subaton adik-adik. Dengar-dengar hari ini temanku yang dari Pekanbaru juga subaton ya. Wah. Sabar. Nge-lag anjing, ini kenapa di Discord gua nih? Oh, udah deh. Apa nih? Learn Japanese online.
帰りますラリルレロだから帰 らない帰らないになります。
Start streaming Juli 2000 Juli 27.
明日だからの音の時
What the fuck? Lihat magic. Mana lihat magic di mana? Emang live? Hah? Replay doang itu? Iya, tahu gua. Nah, ini dia nih. Oh, udah mulai.
Ciro gua langsung.
Let's start Subaton day 1. Wah, udah 37 jam nih.
Tarik badan gue.
Coba kita lihat member nambah berapa, guys?
Ya, tepatnya.
Membership 4 menit. Oke. Berarti kita join dulu member, guys.
Maksudnya pagi-pagi lu ke Bintaro.
Sabar.
Iya. Jam
Set.
8.
Sorry deh.
Temen gue keletak-keletak. Pacar lu bukan baru juga gitu. Kagak.
Habis itu
Ken apa? Bentar.
Puas direfleksi lagi.
Support Subaton.
Jauh anjir.
Gue ngantuk banget deh itu habis di Ciro di refleksi.
Dana.
Mantap juga bro, abis Siro praktek.
Nggak di Beckham sekalian, man.
Trot. Nah, kan enak mainnya.
Panik gua bro, sampai besok aja ketiduran.
Ember.
Ada bongkang. Ada bongkang. David itu mah.
Iya,
Ember.
Beben meme ke anjing bangsat banget itu bahasa Jepangnya.
udah Panslen. Capek lagi gue mikirin
Apa katanya?
Lu enggak Subaton enggak
Kan enggak
Panslen, udah nggak Panslen.
Ember.
Dik lu enggak manggil Ayu.
Lu enggak Subaton, enggak ada
nggak Panslen, udah nggak Panslen.
Enggak ada Subaton.
Lebih jijik.
Udah, Bro. Gimana sih?
Ada bacaan.
Ali Pikri, makasih udah jilat join member ya.
Enggak, itu belum aja.
Yang lain masih pada loading berarti tadi ya.
Gila, Kul. Mau udah jilat ya, Kul.
Udah bener.
Daratan orang nyanyi belum lab.
Yang pas mana
Hah?
sih Dik?
Oh, gua tahu ya.
Otak lu yang belum.
Yang bareng sama yang lain.
Tidak dong.
Kasian banget si Norman diganti lagi.
Yang kurban.
Yang beb.
Oh, udah deh yang pas lu sendiri yang pas waktu itu. Iya yang kurban. Yang kurban sebelum kurban. Ya Dik,
Mana
ingat
musik
gua.
gue ini?
Lu Subaton yang sebelum kurban.
Banyak nih, baru 7 orang.
Baru-
Mana lagi?
Orang lagi.
Coba kita lihat waktu-waktu teman-teman kita.
Subaton itu ingat yang sebelum kurban.
Sia-sia.
Yang
Oh, baton.
Hasilnya sebagian lu
What
iniin buat kurban
you are
kan?
looking for?
Sama aku.
Ingat gue ingat.
Kode yang terakhir.
Ya, sisa 14 jam, makanya nanti aja di sniper.
Oh iya maaf.
Ya. Ya, Kopet buffer ya. Padahal tadi mau IRL dia. Spill dikit dong, Bang. Apa tuh? Spill apa tuh? Ya, mousepad-nya. Lah,
Jahat ada 2.
ini juga kenapa Agumon?
Oh,
Jarajab, thank you, urgent member lagi Jarajab.
Bisa nge-mute orang, shooting.
Oh, aman.
Miner itu bisa bikin fan. Tapi di sini nggak ada peraturannya nih, maksimal berapa? Kita maksimal
RTO Ben mousepad. Nggak, itu kayaknya ini deh.
3 fan. Lu bisa
Dia nggak ada sinyal.
ya. Jadi kalau udah bikin
Udah nyampe mo tadi mousepad. Iya, pas paling nggak ada sinyal itu.
nanti fan-nya terlalu OP.
Weh, kodenya kelihatan itu, weh.
Terus netral ada 3, executioner, amnesia sama super.
Kode. Lu lihat ini kodenya kelihatan.
Mayor.
Coba kita lihat ya, ada viewer yang masuk gak deh?
Detektif,
Rindu BangkongS, ayolah makanya.
veteran sama bodyguard.
Bang, kodenya kelihatan itu.
Kak Devin emang agak putus gitu, bukan jijik.
Beda versi kah? Aman kah? Beda versi. Oh, kok beda versi aman.
Bang,
Udah semua ya, udah siap semua ya.
kelihatan. Gak apa-apa nih BangkongS versi beda. Apa
Oh,
dong?
gitu, Bang.
Halo Kak Diki. Halo.
Makasih infonya.
Anaknya pemain.
Versi mod beli. Oh, berarti viewer juga kalau yang mau masuk harus beli gitu ya. Berarti aman banget.
Kita tipu-tipu. Ajarin ya. Aku bodyguard. Bodyguard mulu. Siap.
Udah lama nggak nonton Among Us juga ya? Alah, kade. Denta main apaan, Cok?
Itu namanya kita nyontek cuy. Malah YouTube di dalam YouTube.
Anjing, gigi gua udah level berapa nih?
Demo adanya demo kok guys.
Johnny Denta anjing udah lama nggak ke Malang, jadi pengen ke Malang, Bro.
Gimana dah pusing
Ini apa nih? TikTok for the boys.
Boys tell me that was covered. What's up guys, it's Angel Belly and today
Like pertama.
I'm gonna be reacting to TikToks for the boy. Let's get right into it. When a girl makes you laugh and you didn't have to fake. Wait, do you guys
Jadi
like
kangen
it
Sicol,
when a girl
hah?
makes you laugh? Like, do you
Kok kangen
guys get
Sicol?
all mushy inside and stuff like that? Private girl stories be like,
Oh my god, Jessica, you're such a crackhead.
Pengen disapa Agumon.
Oh my god, Jessica, oh my god. Jessica, what are you doing? You crackhead.
10.000 ya Saberia itu.
not true.
Gak ngerti guys jokes Inggris, pusing.
They're experienced here. They're happy team. They're good friends. They
Anjing
need to
crosshair-nya.
in that way because they were
Ah ini nyanyi nih, ya League of Legends bro. Arya main Balorant Arya. Yang nyanyi belum ada. Kenapa ini si Arya? Oh udah 13 jam anjing live-nya. Gak main itu Bang kebantai bener juga. Butuh kasih sayang ini. Kita kasih ini Bibble Tom. Gue rasa udah ngantuk sih. Tiba-tiba live gua. Oh udah mau main nih. Anjing Pauji keyboardnya bagus babi.
30 seconds left.
Timnya patung juga ya, nggak ada yang ngomong ya. Balorant. Kak Diki apa bijar? Aduh gatal banget sumpah Gelo Gelo iya mah gelo
Last player standing.
Anjing. Lah menang.
We won a round.
Pog.
Last round before the switch.
Gosh,
Pognya begini anjing.
amazing.
Ben ha.
Anyone have funds to spare?
Oh di mute sama dia semua. Makanya nggak ada yang ngomong. Pantesan gak ada yang ngomong anjir. Orang di mute semua. Mangan Ben, iya sok makan. Possibility Suplozim. Apa lagi nih? Oh banyak rekomendasi guys.
엄청 오더라고.
내가 근데 한 명 대낙이 됐거든?
Anjing ini boneka banyak banget.
뭐 약간 그 대통령 프사 다신 분이 계속 헛소리여가지고 그분 대낙인 했거든? 근데 그분이 내가 자기 밴해가지고
Mungkin dibully Ben kalau cewek main Valo. Oh iya bisa juga sih. Oh di luar banyak kejadian kayak gitu ya. Oh banyak Korea ya.
걔네요.
Ini mukbang. Mukbang apa tuh ya? Juga mukbang lagi.
트위치 수호자.
Anjing mukbang juga, Cok.
오케이. 아, 트위치 수호자. 오케이, 오케이.
이건 장난기 되게 있을 것 같아. 기억나? 혹시?
장난기는 잘 모르겠는데?
Ini ngomongin apa sih?
쌍수하셨나?
Kue.
쌍수했어요?
Mas Pet udah belum? Nggak tahu coba ya. Kita cek lagi.
눈이 저보다 커가지고 쌍수한 줄 알았어요.
Kenapa tuh?
그니까.
Wah belum masih muter
아,
kopet.
눈이 이렇게 떠서 그렇구나. 눈에 그냥 이렇게 힘 빼고 이렇게 있는 얼굴 보고.
Cookies. Aku mau cookies.
비슷하신 것
Ini
같은데?
cookies.
평소랑 원웅이랑?
Oh ini apa nih? Deton. Oh ini mah yang main Ava babi. Si Teteh lagi live guys.
Cari yang mirip sama yang tadi.
Anjing main ginian serem ah.
Luka di palanya.
Serem ah.
You're not missing out.
Kamu mau kucing katanya Ben. Enggak, I have my own pussy. Cookie, yes, Caca, cookie.
I can get all.
Do you like cookies? Sini cookies.
Oh my god. Oh
Wah.
my god, I got stuck. Dude, I
Loh,
got
ini si
stuck.
Prot lama-lama.
I got stuck.
Yes, the pussy ada di kulkas.
Crew lost one map in
Tuh, lihat,
LCQ
lihat
when
guys,
they
lihat guys,
qualified for
lihat
champs, and
guys.
it was Haven. And
Lihat
they
guys.
lost 8 rounds in a
ASEAN
row
lu lihat,
when they
tuh, lihat
started on
ASEAN
defense
ya.
to a Neon comp.
ASEAN tuh,
Is
lihat,
that
tuh,
some kind
lihat.
of foreshadowing? Is that what Zersha have been looking at? Zersha have obviously picked this map for a reason, but I don't think they would have been expecting the no duelist comp.
All the way up until he can get the stuns off. Mazzino falls, Telzik is down to him to try and anchor it to the back of the sights, but kills all over the place. There was an attempt as well.
Pistoran menang nih, menang nih.
I was taking some fast control at the back of the side, but he is shut down just as fast, and that is going to be Zersha taking that pistol round.
Bentar.
What a pistol it was.
Bro,
Idea, contacting all the way up C-long.
Sushi Boy-nya Neon, bukan Jet.
Trades. And the maps might end up playing so differently from Icebox to Haven. Like I said, it was the only map that Crew lost at LCQ, so maybe there's some kind of weakness there that's caused them to adjust their comp. But also, this is a historically awesome map for Zersha. If you think back to last champions, it was an upset win over Envy, the current Optic, that got Zersha into playoffs on Haven of all maps.
Share packing
And they
dia.
had some amazing ideas.
Aduh,
right
gatal
there.
banget, gila.
Do they have the same level of creativity with this
Oh,
one?
Sushi Boy, cakep. Cakep. Oh, sekarang ini surup.
Mazzino will claim one before eventually the trade comes through, but a spam through the box there. Sushi Boys trying to make the most of this one, but with the rifles, more than anything.
Oke, cakep.
Listen, I don't know if this is picking up. The players are screaming.
Yeah.
Mungkin wallnya enak buat entry ketimbang Jet, iya sih. Dan dia juga ada ini ya, ada bridge, jadi enak sih double stun. Double stun. Itu adik-adik yang baru masuk, jangan lupa di like adik-adik. PP, apalagi 20 beneran. Itu tadi kayaknya ada deh.
That's what I said at the beginning of this match. Pistol rounds might mean everything here.
Berapaan nggak?
You can snowball the lead just that bit further. Rifle
Beli 9 di.
And Crew will be thinking about that 8-0 lead. But they went down against TBK.
Minumannya?
Corner that does force back the rendezvous, but guess what, Kesnet?
Ah, enggak, udah dipesan.
On the fade, by the way. Crouched, was watching the angle still. It's not going to be pushing back Zersha. In fact, they still want to be trying to take this one. You can see the paranoia.
Guys,
All the utility being chucked into the back of the
Pangeran kecil, mantap.
Is that spray down?
That's so good.
Bullets just landing exactly where he needed it, but Kesnet is still being a thorn in the side of this
Cakep,
setup. Eventually goes
cakep.
down and there is no return
Balikin
fire
0
from
anjing,
Mazzino.
dapetin bonus.
He tried to supplement it, he tried to help out his teammate, but just down to Delzik now.
Bonusnya Vandal semua ya.
And Delzik has no chances here.
Mantap ini. Duit mereka banyak, guys.
These teams are so good at them.
Ini baru nih Sersia nih anjing.
Was beautiful.
Yeah.
Aduh, gatal gue sumpah gila Gue bisa gila nih, ngegaruk hidup semalaman.
A rendezvous out of Nags,
Gimana ya?
who goes up onto a different pillar and then gets hit by a paranoia.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just cascading utility
Paranoia,
that Zersha was providing. Grouped up those players for the spray down. Surf got 3 kills, essentially off the back of
Kiri nggak susah
excellent
attack tuh,
utility
maksudnya
usage on
apa?
their execute. And the Crew players, like I said, Brent, their
Hashtag
thoughts
stop
are going to be going
nyabu.
back to
Emang
that
nyabu
map that they
gatel?
lost
Kok lu
at
tahu?
LCQ, where they started 8-0 down.
Wah, Amar
against the
Fauzan
Neon
Sas ya,
comp.
tolong ada yang ada kenalan BNI guys.
The Crew is playing is slowing down a lot of these Neon comps.
Gue nggak tahu.
But often it's an unconventional comp the Crew are playing, and I think it's one that they're not going to be necessarily probably used to playing. Neon has been played on Haven every now and then.
Certainly.
Teams have gone through phases of
Iya,
playing
BNI.
it. I mean, Optic went through it.
Terus nabung.
Zeta we saw playing it as well. The theory is
Terus
that
attackernya,
we know that Neon is
oh
gonna
dia
smash. It's
itu
gonna
tadi
make so
tipe
much
ya
space on
kiri
Surf
kiri
as well.
tadi.
It's
Ya
currently
Allah.
7-1. Sushi Boys doesn't actually have to frag that hard in order to
Mungkin
do his
mereka
job.
ada
That
skema
might be good,
sendiri
'cause he's
tanpa
having a bad
duelist
tournament
masuk
so
di
far.
Heaven, nggak tahu ya.
But if he can do
Kita
his
lihat aja.
job correctly, he doesn't actually need to be hitting his shots as much.
Real potential for that 4th round, especially with the spray down,
Nice.
the firing line. Watching all of them. Smoky's dropped down.
Spray
in time,
keluarga
doesn't
tuh anjing
push
enak.
them back. Trailblazer.
Nice stun.
Destroyed. They have to be aware that
Double
they see a
stun.
player close. Going to be clearing this one after shock and the paranoia into the corner. Tells it.
Anjing buta semua, Cok.
So unaware. Not a clue in the world of where they were playing at, and now just Klaus in the back. of the site. See if he can get
Wah,
accurate.
Stinger kematian, bro.
In play. Only 20 bullets, but he does make it work at the end of the
Cakep.
day. High ground position.
Mantap.
Scary's playing more than enough to deal that final blow.
Kok Boom kemarin tiltingnya parah banget ya kalau dilihat dari camnya. Ya mungkin itu udah mental juga kayaknya. Magic kapan turun tadi katanya udah menang. Gue sih lihat info dari Discord-nya Magic aja. Hidung lu gatel boy, tetap gatel. Ada. Tahu nih anjir parah banget. Kayak ada sesuatu yang bikin gatel gitu di hidungnya. Gue gali dulu dah. Gatel juga anjir. Calon-calon flu, aduh semoga jangan lah. Ribet anjing kalau udah meler malas gua.
There's no seasoned combo to try
and flashnya 3 ya, betul.
Offset any early A lobby control.
And in fact, Crew are not even fighting for A lobby control or any of these rounds.
Ulti, iya maju ke depan. Anjing maju ke depan. Oh, big Sushi Boy.
Boy's already into the site.
And it feels like the entry is just helping him so much more. Look at the
anjing ceriwis batu-bat. Ceriwis batu-bat sumpah.
It's the same team that we've just watched on Icebox. The same team that
di
just got
sepa 4 anjing bangsat.
I don't think they're mentally the same.
Mampus lu ngamuk lu.
I mean, what happened? Who did it get replaced with?
Perhaps a bit of a lesson in how much maps
Ben,
can make a
halo.
difference, but it is still early days here on Haven. But clearly, Xerxes with all the
harus
confidence
dibuat bersin. Oke.
And look at it. Jumping around.
Cakep.
Oh my god. Okay.
Kalau hidung gatel katanya mau dapat duit, amin ya Allah.
Yes, he screams.
Dapat duit kah?
From across the venue.
Berarti bentar lagi bakal ada yang sosial bas dong kalau gitu.
He's picking up frags. I mean, he got
Saya
two with the
pakai
stinger
tisu.
in the prior round as well, but it's all just damage control. It's not actually influencing the results.
Yeah, it's going to remove the weapons, but at the end of the day, there's more than enough money on the side of the Xerxes players to be able to buy.
And let's talk a little bit about the tools that Crew have to stop these execs happening, right? Yeah. Paranoia. Delzig didn't even get a chance to use it in the previous round because they're not hitting the site where the Omen is playing. I mean, let's look
keluarnya dari sebelah dong, babi.
Because that is so unfortunate for Kesnit. The exact wrong time, or from Xerxes' perspective, the perfect time for that rolling thunder.
Tadi dicolok gimana sih?
But yeah, in terms of tools that they
Kalau
have,
bilang.
there's a seize, but Kesnit most of the time is not going to be able to throw a seize out and get his gun out in time to stop this hit coming through. You'd expect that to be used at the
Kasih
beginning of the
tracer
round
enak kayaknya
sometimes.
Ben, jangan dong.
Or
Nanti
as
aku
Kesnit plays at the
kelabakan.
default box on A, something like that. Outside
Gak ada
of
apa-apa,
that, you know, they're really missing the raise to stop some of these hits happening.
Yeah.
They have a fragment grenade that Klaus can try and throw down as well, but
gak ada apa-apa anjing.
Which is, I think, a bit of a problem when you're playing against the Neon. The Neon will disrespect your utility. They are going to sprint right past a lot of it. You've been seeing Omen being played a lot more as well on Haven. Teams have been moving towards it. Even Sugar Zero the other day. Normally,
dua-duanya terus rebahan.
he was playing the Omen the other day. I think a large part of it is also the ability to TP to cut across, disrespect utility like that in that fashion. So, despite about the Crew's comp on paper, it's got all of the tools that they could need to try and slow down these hits. I think it's another thing to apply it.
And is Crew going to be comfortable on the retakes? And if so, which site do they want to be heavy retaking? Could they play a retake C setup where it's only Nags on C and they actually move Delzig over to A where perhaps his paranoia can have more impact? It looks like for the moment, on this half-buy round, Crew are going to be running with a somewhat similar defensive setup, although Kesnit moving away from A, now to Garage. And a double up on B, which is a site that Xerxes haven't come.
Jangan tutor, hati-hati lu, pada nyusul lu semua lu. Mampus lu, nangis lu 7 hari 7 malam.
Kesnit is holding at the back of Garage. He will be able to get into position, but it's pinged out. Positioning's known from Klaus. Angles are being watched. The smoke, just to push them back.
Aguero nggak main kah? Main yang jauh.
Flash there, bit of spam as well as Xerxes try and make it feel like there's a lot of presence towards B and Garage, when instead.
Nah kan dibilang pada nyusul kabur loh, babi memang.
Any A lobby control from Crew, they're happy to contact all the way forwards here.
Yep,
not worried about a thing. And that's one of the problems with Crew's attempt and approach to this map. Just giving Xerxes this control. Look at Nags up top.
Timing becomes everything here, Nags.
Pauji! Ya mati Pauji!
In fact, look at this. Vizino's in the back as well, but
Oke, pangeran kecil.
eventually wins out. Is there? It's a close position, a risky position to play from Scary.
Yeah, it's a very bold move. No need to go for that one, but he still doesn't get punished.
Is there a faster play that might be attempted there, at least?
Masih punya flash lagi nih si Delgic.
Prowler's going to get destroyed. Delgic wants to hold down this angle just in case. It's a pre-fire attempt, but well, Kesnet is watching his back on the paranoia. Flick of the wrist! What is that? Paranoia is going to be whiffing there, but a Seize does to him. Decade down to 1 health. TP's away though, and now time is running low. Kesnet, all to do right now.
Let's go, Raja terakhir.
Is found. What a Red Bull clutch.
Anjing, Deb.
So many clutches that Scary puts on the board for this team.
Halo player.
His clutch rate's absurd. He won one of the only rounds that they got together in the first half on Icebox. And like I said, even when Sersha was struggling against Xset, their clutch rate was through the roof.
Ikutin tren midset, apa nih anjing?
And Scary's barely got any health.
Yeah, one shot essentially will bring him back.
Look at the difference in reaction from Sersha. Map 1 compared to map 2. Absolutely fired up.
They were just dejected. They were making so many mistakes at the tail end of Icebox. Completely different team though. Short break, a different map, a different game plan, a different comp.
Icebox is tough on silly men filled with joyous whimsy. But Haven, Haven is the home.
Malam Tuan, bacot banget anjing Tuan. Baginda sembarangan loh.
Kidding me? No you are just going to disrespect the smoke.
Pauji! Pauji!
Oh my goodness. Sidesteps one way to the next.
And now the panic sets in.
Yep, Fox is whiffing every shot and Kessler takes him out. Oh my goodness.
I don't think I've ever seen a player with the ability to get behind the enemy team so
ini dia adik-adik.
And yet he just seems 50-50.
Aim-aim seperti di Bangkong keluar ya.
Almost certainly wrapped up as far as rounds go for crew.
Raja terakhir kita.
Scary in the clutch. Listen, a 1v5 would be quite the tremendous thing. Quite a difficult task. Fake TP.
Timing. Aduh, right-handed.
Guessing they are slowly creeping up onto his angle. And that's a round on the board for crew necessary.
Foxy kalau Bunda yang nggak salah selalu gitu. Kayaknya sih timing itu dia. Lagi lihat map juga nggak sih? Gak tau dah. Tapi nggak mungkin sih kalau lagi maju gitu lihat map ya. Emang kaget aja dia. Lagi melpin. Adik-adik, jangan lupa di like yang berjoin. Ayo berangkat, woi.
Look how good this lurk is.
Iya.
Is he robbed?
Coba kalau dia jongkok kena itu, yakin gua.
Listen, we can give that safe haven segment another go.
Nice.
We can bring it out.
Manyun anjing.
There have just been so many times that Fox is behind somebody in this tournament so far. And
terus di Bangkong menular di PCT anjing, gara-gara ditonton kayaknya nih. Saya lihat aim diri sendiri, makasih ya.
We've got ourselves a timeout here.
Apalagi nih?
You can see the economy looking great for both teams. A lot of decent ults to play with too. Crew specifically with a null command on Klaus, which could make all the difference in shutting down one of these side hits.
Oh, frozen in time.
Yep, just a very short pause there. Just a very short pause, but we are straight back into the game. That works.
Wah, mantap nih.
Honestly,
udah disiapin kamar guys sama bos Apip.
Game plan is working for Sersha. You know, they tried something a bit funky, but keep it simple.
One round though, the crew got. That can often be the tipping point to try and find
Jadi enaknya makan apa? Nasi mawut sih.
They think it's a seaport.
Jam segini enak banget nasi mawut.
Or did the util just come through? And well, okay. Take the fight, not rewarded with it. Gets the kill onto serve. A big target to find. In fact, the trademark as well.
Kamar apa? Kamar di rumah barunya Apip gimana sih lu?
Getting Messino down very weak as well.
Yeah. The Seekers do buy them space though, so they were given.
Si ada di Pekanbaru. Hah? Emang nggak ada tukang nasi goreng di Pekanbaru?
Look at how Sushi Boys is setting up here to fight with Scary.
Gak mungkin anjing.
Oke,
Triwis mantap. Bunuh tuh orang. Satu. Oh, Triwis. Satu lagi. Wah, ace-nya diambil, Cok.
With 5, but not the ace.
Nasgor mah ada, iya tinggal campurin mie aja lu bilang ke abang-abangnya. Nasi mawut. Goblok. Pakai W mawut. Disebutnya di apa kalau di Pekanbaru, Mamer? Kalau di Pekanbaru minasi gitu.
That's a round to get you pumped.
Minas ya udah, Minas.
I gotta say as well, I am so glad that the energy
Gak
back
saya
is
Minas.
back position.
Enak kan?
Because
Magelangan, anjing, Magelangan.
And so it turns out
Tapi gue jadi kangen dah nasi goreng di sana, nasi goreng merah di Jawa.
crew lost, but
Di Solo enak banget tuh, yang nggak pakai kecap tau gak lo?
a terrible beginning.
Alah,
Nax continues to deliver, and they've got the first 2 picks.
rame ya, sia-sia ya.
Going to be enough, or is Scary going to work his magic on the lurk again?
Not just Scary, look at this.
Surp, timing surp. Ya, cakep.
Just a slight adjustment to the aim. That's Surf finding his target. Teleport away, right wide
Jerman
open.
namanya Otokobo. Anjing, baru denger gue, Cok.
What an absurd ultimate.
And now the
Alhamdulillah.
entirety of crew is going to be left
Harusnya kedengeran ya kalau
Where is that
TP ke
ultimate?
sini.
This is going to burn so much time off the retake.
Yang sausnya banyak nasi.
crew has
Iya,
to
nasi
respect.
merah.
Yeah.
Nasi goreng merah.
Scary's backstabbing.
Gak ketahuan, Cok.
Everything for them. But did he respect it enough timing?
Oh,
And it's
tahu,
the watchful
anjing.
gets this there. Spray down, damage done. Masino is low. Eventually
Gak
returns
di
the
wall
kill.
dong.
Player's been dropped down to the floor. The wall's up, but not
can
enough
see the
portions
defuse.
broken. It's being
Wah,
defused in the
ente.
face. At the end of it, crew, the players swinging through to
Ben
defend.
ya.
Crew get a second on the board.
Tahu biasanya yang enak di depot ramelan Ben nasi goreng merah kalau di Solo. Iya, gua gitu mah di Solo di komplek gitu ngelewat.
Can they find the recovery? 5 rounds.
Gue lagi ke rumah saudara
I've still got questions about how
beli
this
nasi
no
goreng
choice
pas
is gonna function on attack.
oh di sini nasi gorengnya merah. Hah, maksudnya gimana gue bilang.
Normally, their entry
Pesennya dulu
play.
satu pakai sayur gitu kan. Anjing enak gurih.
How is
Bener
this
kalau
gonna
pakai
work?
kecap.
Does feel odd.
Kesnit's still top fragging for the
Kalau
team
waktu
as
gua
well,
di
but
Malang, gua nggak makan nasi goreng sama sekali dah. Waktu gua di Malang.
And on Icebox he was 20-6.
Gua di Malang tiap hari tahu telur anjing.
Character KO that definitely can
Ayam
involve
geprek.
tons of the fights. Here's an A lobby fight. Haven't seen too many of these from crew.
Malang jarang, iya tapi ada.
Try and disrupt this one with the fast lane as well. A bit of spam will do the job nicely. Cruz falls, a big target. Because now that Rolling Thunder is not going to be available. No ultimate.
Tahu teh ya, tahu telur.
A presence is being shown here by Zersha, making sure that they fire off a couple of bullets, just keeping sure that the players are.
Sampai bosen gua tahu telur. Sama gua juga sampai bosan, cuman ya gimana enak aja. 6.000 kenyang, Ren. 6.000 nasi ngambil di kosan. Betapa murahnya. Minum apa yang enak? Gue juga bingung nih, baru ada teh gelas. Beli apa ya guys ya? Kayak minuman.
But they're also trying to indicate that they're moving away. And this will end with an A re.
Mending beli yang asam-asam apa coklat ya?
They start to move away. But come back as soon as they see Surf.
Yeah, I mean, they've set up. Fox actually
Mie
is
bakso warnanya biru enggak? Hah? Apalagi tuh?
Mid, but it looks like the spike will be ending at A. That is the goal.
Ibu konang kontol.
I mean, I'd much prefer Foxy to be
Oke,
using
coklat,
his
mantap
utility
Ilham.
to fake this push instead of his body.
30 seconds left.
It's contact off. Flash right corner. Lovely little play there. Fox does respond to his own flash.
He's pulled everyone away. It's only
Red
Delta
Velvet
here.
ST, waduh gue udah bosan banget itu Red Velvet ST Indonesia mah.
Woi!
What?
Okay.
Anjing bisa begitu Tokichi.
The stray bullet finds its mark, maybe unintentional.
10 seconds
The overdrive popped off now. That spike is going to get planted. It's not going to be denied. Fox has to run his wheel legs
Bisa
all the way
begitu
back over
anjing.
there to try and help out the rest of his team because it is still at 3v4 and he is weak. It's all about this retake now. How are crew going to be choosing to take this one?
Ya.
Close, a slight adjustment of the movement. Sushi Boys is
Oi.
dealt with easily.
Oh wah,
Scary
ente lah.
left alone. Last player standing close to default.
Bang
Not
Dik
enough
gak jadi ikut
overall.
mancing ta Yogi Boy ya. PCT. Gue tadi sore udah bangun cuman masih gitu lemes anjir. Udah sempet ke Discord kan gue tadi sore. Belum lagi mancing nih gue nih. Besok dah ya Allah. Ayo besok dah besok. Besok gua paksain bangun guys. Bentar, sekarang tanggal berapa ya? Tanggal 5, tanggal 6 ya Allah. Semoga gua udah beres urusan jam 2, jam 3 semoga udah beres ya. Semoga jam segitu udah beres dah. Kita bisa mancing dulu sebelum PCT ya. Ntar ajarin gua Yogi. Atau enggak lusa aja. Enggak besok aja lah.
Will break the economy of Zersha if they lose it.
Gatel.
Either Zersha 8-4, 9-3 here, or it's probably a 7-5 half and an enormous recovery from crew. So this is a very important round for the Thai team to get a wrangle on.
Oke bang, siap, mantap.
Cruz has gone down early at the beginning of some of these prior rounds and left the Rolling Thunder unavailable.
Still got it. Yeah.
Still has that ult.
Halo?
But of course, Crew, after the timeout, will be thinking the exact same kind of stuff. And one of the things
yang ini bang, live
only
chat
just
ya.
started adding into their defense in these last couple of rounds is the A lobby pushes.
It
looks like they might be going for something similar again.
Yeah.
Saya adik-adik ditunggu aja.
Slow orb and a haunt, or maybe just a season.
Gak ada yang nanya itu, gak ada yang live GTA bang.
However, this might not be where the fight is actually happening though, because you can see Klaus potentially.
Sorry mengganggu, lanjut lagi.
It is just the knife.
Okay. It was a haunt and a slow orb and the paranoia.
But that got so much information.
Ya, elah.
And for one of the first times, it's actually
Kak
given
Atul mana Ben?
a very different dynamic here.
Mas, Kak Atul mana? Aku sering nonton sampai subuh. Kemarin gua lihat gak ada tuh.
Flash stuns, everything's just being dumped into that left connector.
Oke, Tokichi Gaming. Lihat thumbnail live-nya Deo ntar ya, beres ini.
He does pay for it with his life. So the plant is down now. It's going to have to be that retake from Crew with the operator in the hands of Nagset.
Kak Tongki lagi turnamen adik-adik Valorant.
This is the shot there. Still Mazzino gets served.
Surya mati.
Another pressing the advantage here. Want to move forwards over this.
Ini harusnya post play-nya berhasil nih. Garat sudah pegang. Ulti, cakep. Aduh, wall-nya tidak. Hancurin dulu. Oh nice. Pauji, maju Pauji berangkat. Ya. Sesekeri raja terakhir ya guys ya. No time. Mampus. Mau masuk multiplayer agak broken bang, susah gitu ya, paham gua. Kalau misalnya lu udah masuk room, gua harus nabrak gitu kan. Harus nabrakin roomnya kan, tahu gua. Udah dijelasin sama Kope tuh kemarin. Iya, raja aja tetap mati ya. Mana coba lihat. Mumpung lagi gini. Gak jelas, gak usah nonton, bacot banget deh ya. Kontol. Anjing. Ah, dia nggak nyalain mediaser. Ini siapa Ben? Susi Boy. Kaget lu masuk streamnya, iya. Maaf ya adik-adik, aku suka ngagetin.
To stop any of these players,
Lu gatal banget, sumpah hidung gua babi lah.
Wading through all this utility with the aftershock as well. Now they're contacting in, trying to cut the noise, but the players are already holding. Mazzino's there with the rifle. Klaus swings into the side of it. Nightfall scattered across. Zersha still able to collect a couple of kills, but it's down to just the 2 players. The spike is not down.
Crew backing up though.
Ya.
Well, apart from
8-4 ini mah.
But playing the 4v2 or now 4v1 retake, definitely the percentage
play.
Wah,
ente.
Mazzino cleans this one up.
Definisi usaha mengkhianati hasil. Oke, 8-4 ya. Kita tunggu dulu switching side. Kita lihat si Papa.
Kencang gitu lah, kamu lihat deh kalau kamu ngomong. Ini tau nggak, viewer DO tuh banyak yang nonton di ini, tahu di TV sama mamanya sumpah.
Tante. Hai tante.
Tante nih mau abaikan makhluk akhir zaman.
Mah minta duit
siapa
dong.
Lagi nonton sama mama guys.
Ade haus.
Minta nomor WhatsApp-nya.
Di ngentot pecinta janda anjing.
Momi. Apa kata Nadil sih?
Macan ternak.
Mama
cantik antar anak.
Mama cantik antar anak.
Aku nonton sama kakekku yang di dalam tanah. Oke, Vidi.
Ini udah nggak bener nih. Ini udah nggak bener, bukan video lagi ini mah. Udah.
Bagus, jadi pupuk. Aku nonton sama mama bang. Ya oke. Salamin ke mama kamu ya. Woi.
Pami minta di UIT dongeng house.
Kamu apa sih, ini bahasa Cina ya?
Enggak. Bahasa Cina sumpah.
Nggak bisa ganti bahasa Indonesia?
Bisa.
Coba ganti dulu.
Bahasa naon eta euy.
Kamu nanya ke aku gimana caranya?
Udah, coba login dulu.
Tadi tuh Diki.
Ya, tapi
masih
Diki nulisnya nggak jelas kali.
Enggak, Pah. Dede minta uang dong, haus.
Oh, Pah, Dede minta uang dong, haus.
Kadeul aku sakit. Ya.
GWS. Yusril. Astaga, salah dong, kocak.
Ente, malam ser. Iya, Farhan. WhatsApp.
Bahasanya.
Anjing bahasa naon eta euy. Iya, makanya ganti dulu.
Gimana saya ganti?
Tuh. Ini bahasa apa? Inggris A. Coba kamu lihat dulu.
Sabar, bahasa Cina mana ya?
Malaysia aja bisa nggak? Guys, coba donat guys.
你是中国人。
Itu Indonesia.
Yaudah, coba guys, donat Indonesia A.
Belum diganti.
Simpan dulu. Udah kan?
Belum diganti ke situ.
Sabar guys.
Bukannya otomatis.
Enggak. Emang otomatis ya?
Ada streamer Apex. Ya kapan gue main sama? Udah otomatis, Be.
Udah.
Udah.
Oh, udah.
Udah.
Oh, udah.
Tes. Udah. Guys, coba donat lagi, guys.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Nah, aku ganti lagi. Diem dulu.
Gua donate bahasa Cina udah diganti anjing.
Misi zombie.
Diki capek banget, Diki sumpah. Diki.
Dah. Udah gua ganti. Coba.
Bengek banget dah. Ganti bahasa Indonesia dia pakai bahasa Cina.
Kok kamu gak jadi gepeng di merah sir?
Sir. Pala lu kusir. Coba lagi, gua ganti lagi.
Itu artinya lu Cina.
Donat diem. Ini namanya trik marketing.
Tuh lihat cara bokap gua bisa kaya gini, guys.
Ribet nih, woman. Ini udah tuh.
Jangan.
Woman, ngentot.
Di atas lah. Aku ketutupan.
Bang, aku lagi nonton sama Dede Gemes. Ya lucu sekali Rasbu.
Itu artinya lu Cina katanya.
Ih, bacot. Emang ya. Apaan sih ketutupan kamu di situ?
Ya enggak gini. Ya astagfirullahaladzim. Sini.
Halo Ben, halo bro. Sambil dengerin ocehan bokap nyokap.
Turun lagi aja.
Gacor ya anjing.
Kenapa gambarnya panda?
Di sini gara-gara panda olahraga.
We're watching either side of it, wall over the top, and it is a high ground. Swing position being played into.
Nice banget Riwis.
Immaculate. Cruz, great angle.
Bisa donat 1000 ya?
That's so Sushi Boys gets the stun off as well.
Boleh, sabarnya enggak.
Coba di
media sernya mau dinyalain.
Di FB. Boleh nyalain.
Nah, nyalain media share.
Video ini putar jangan 300 anjir.
Gua suka anjing.
Bubar anjir.
Gua siapin guys. Anak-anak kapling.
10.000 nonton film gua.
Gua siapin dulu anjing ini sama dalam acara tumbuh besar berkembang bersama Lonte. Nah, udah gua siapin guys.
Berapa guys?
Kagak ngerti lah.
Aman.
Ini cara nyari uang. Aktifkan media share.
Sabar.
Kapitalis.
Bentar dulu ya.
Emang kenapa artinya kalau 100?
Apa?
Gak ngerti.
100k per detik.
Iyung.
Mana media share belum ada anjing, tepu lihat tuh. Belum ada.
1005 detik.
Oh.
1005 detik tuh berapa ya? Berapa rupiah per detik?
5.000 berarti.
1000 sedetik. Udah nih 1000 sedetik aja dah.
Belum ada anjing, tepu.
Tapi disimpan dulu dong, Wak.
Ya, simpan.
Save.
Udahlah bodo amat lah. Udah. Enggak usah, itu udah bener. Klik tombol untuk pastikan. Oh iya bener. Browser.
Udah bisa nih. Mantap.
Gua nggak ngerti nih. Di sebelah nggak ada soalnya guys.
Ntar gua lupa videonya berapa detik ya.
Tes. Coba
Hai guys, di sini aku mau kasih pengumuman buat kalian yang berkenan.
100 per 1 detik. Ya udah, bukan Netflix saya sekalian di sini ya. Nggak sekalian lu copy tuh Netflix di sini.
Hai guys.
Di sebelah kab streamer purba.
Sorry bro, di sebelah kita tidak mengenal hal seperti ini.
Ya berarti 25.000 guys.
Mau kapitalis.
Tuh ada Cikuki.
Halo Cikuki. Cikuki Cia.
Hai guys, kita coba hai guys dulu ya.
Istri tapi kalah sama
hai guys.
Sumpah guys, gue nggak bisa berbicara depan dia mah.
500 per detik, Sir.
Ya. Weh!
Ada dia.
Mendosan.
Mendo kurang ngegas pi katanya.
Iya. Wow!
Ribet banget Pak Tua Lutfi.
Gua gebuk lu ya. Nggak kelihatan tuh samarianya.
Ya sabar, astagfirullahaladzim.
Hai guys.
Di sini aku mau kasih pengumuman buat kalian yang berkenan untuk menjadi pembicara di acara kita. Boleh banget hubungi aku via personal chat. Nanti bakal aku hubungin. Nanti kalian bakal ditanya-tanya mengenai pengalaman kalian. Untuk acara kali ini kita mengusung tema tumbuh besar berkembang bersama Lonte.
Aduh, jadi khawatir deh. Benerin dulu, mainnya di kiri aja.
Ayo gas, join.
Sini. Tumbuh besar besar bersama apa?
Tolol anjing.
Bang Nick pinjam exit lag udah habis Anji. Exit lag gua udah habis.
Lontong sate.
Ya, ayo gas join katanya.
6 bulan doang kok gitu.
Siang ada yang WhatsApp aku.
Aduh ya Allah capek banget. Udah berapa? Oke 10 share-nya ya.
YouTube 10 juta per bulan, mau nggak? Wow katanya.
Nah kita lanjut dulu guys. Hai guys, ntar kita ini yang satu lagi belum ya, anak-anak coupling ya. Nah, ini dulu, cooling down. Hai anak-anak coupling. Semangat Hanji turninya.
Absolutely immaculate.
4-11.
Ntar gue mau lihat kemenangan Sersia dulu nih. Kalau mah ini baru mulai nih.
Carry away is map number 2. Bring us to that map number 3.
That is the 3rd out of 4. 3 out of 4 bonuses have been converted by these teams. You do not see stuff like that usually. And it's put such an enormous swing factor into the pistol rounds.
Ntar dulu anjing, lihat saldo dulu guys. Bangsat, gue ngejarin orang abis juga.
We could see a one-sided map in exactly the opposite way.
Oh ada.
There is certainly a world here where
Aman.
second map 30.
Ajik time out.
Kayaknya akun gue dihack
ya guys.
Ya Bibi, bentar. Oh enggak anjing, kaget gue kira akun gue dihack, bangsat.
Aku suka dengan coupling.
Hai anak-anak coupling, siapa yang nendang titiknya sih?
Ini replay ya kayak Deus.
Hah?
Ini replay katanya.
Siapa yang mau replay?
Itu tadi.
Kalau gua makan.
Vera cewek.
Emang Vera, aduh, bukan Vera, Vera cantik. Bukan Vera, ini bukan.
Nangis pulang aja nasi sarip noh.
Taunya Vera cowok gimana?
Mati ya, goblok.
Di kok kasar banget katanya.
Tolong.
Enggak kasar. Maaf.
Halo Aru.
Bacot Mada anjing.
Main apa?
Ya Allah. Intruder.
Random banget.
Stres. Siapa sih David tuh pasti itu nggak jelas.
Tanggal 2 September jadikan nobar One Piece. Let's go.
Itu Maulana Yakub.
Ya, BCA-nya loading, Cok.
Mulutnya.
Gua perumah dulu ya.
Hai, BCA.
Ada Kak Damayanti. Udah isi kota belum Bang Opi?
Anjing. Astagfirullah.
Saya mau beli lagi anjing, saya teuing kemana goblok. Aku mau beli sarapan.
Saya teuing kemana goblok.
Aku mau beli sarapan aja.
Parah banget nih orang, toksik banget anjing.
Parah, siapa tuh toksik males.
Guys, itu siapa guys? Toksik banget. Kita unsubscribe aja rame-rame gimana?
Jangan anjir. Siapa sih?
Hai, anak-anak coupling.
Gak jelas, gak penting.
Kayaknya orang Nippon.
Hai anak-anak coupling, siapa yang nendang titiknya si Sarip? Adanya Alan pulang ngaji, kesakitan titiknya. Kalau nggak ada yang mau ngaku, nanti ditendang satu-satu. Mau?
Anjing diumumin
nangis pulang ngaji nasi Sarip.
Diumumin di toa anjir.
Di toa masjid loh.
Ya anjing, ini mah favoritnya Upi ini mah. Dia udah dalam hatinya sebenarnya udah mau nampol gua itu. Bangsat, di donate gini amat ya. Video bucin Upi udah private semua ya. Sebenarnya masih ada sih ininya. Aibnya masih ada, guys. Main bro. Main. Bro. Hey, si Sekeri gila. Anjing, spray transfer Spectre.
If only they had broken that sage wall. That retake looked so cool.
That was very doable if that wasn't in the way.
The movement from Sushi Boys
anjing
was awesome.
Slid off of the default box.
Yeah, he
Ben sampai PRX Rabu belum.
Which means he gets to default and then he hits the slide once he hits the default box. Goes
anjing ditransfer 3 loh. Pusing gue liat ya.
Pops out the other side, I believe, with a flash. Or with a fault line. Yeah, something of that description. And that was clearly very
orchestrated. Belakangan gak sih?
I'm sure we're going to see it again. Part of the Zershia.
Intro legend sih, hey what's up buddy.
Take a look at this movement.
Upi kan dulu ngikutin Ramdo banget.
You can't even see a thing, but I promise you, he hit the default box and gliding.
1, 2, 3, anjing.
You ever seen a 5v5 blind retake?
Yeah.
Besok libur ya VCT, iya guys.
There's the fifth one for them now.
Iya besok libur ya. Gue sampai lupa.
Prime position. take away this map, of course.
And going for that same push down C long with Sushi Boys.
Angle from Surf here, really aggressive. You hear all that utility being used. He knows that there's going to be a player crossing into his sight lines. Claims his reward for sticking around. Eventually, they'll back away. He wants to get back onto that angle. And well, this is going on. Okay.
Pangeran kecil ngelamun. Iya, besok libur, gue baru ingat, guys.
Yeah, I mean, the man's just walked all the way through there with the Nightfall, only latching onto the one player. There is positioning for him. That smoke, he's missing. Still, they collect the kill.
Dukan 11 ini mah, bro. Aduh, gatal ya Allah, anak-anak coupling. Gimana ini caranya ya?
Next round, their economy is not in a great spot. So keeping these two Vandals will add a bit of venom that is sorely needed.
Besok demo ikut gak? Skip.
We saw Crew, when they played their opening match against FPX, throw away a 9-3 lead. Zersha up massively after winning the bonus round. Cannot allow the same fate to happen to them.
They're playing this discipline.
TO dulu tadi udah TO.
Rifles and you're right, Josh.
Waktu kita lihat Ubi kan lagi TO itu. Apalagi tuh anjing.
Every single team is going to be making you work for every single round. It's the most competitive tournament we've had yet. In terms of global competition.
And part of the reason why I think both of these teams have had a worse year compared to 2021, the competition always steps up. It always gets harder. Like I said, both of these teams are in the same spot. Surprise playoff teams in 2021, searching desperately for glimpses of that
ngantuk, kita lihat nanti ya.
All throughout this year.
Benci lagi Rurni ya. Perlu dari Argentina, Latam. Nih pokoknya Sersi harus keluar dulu nih dari kutukan 11 nih. Iya, kita tonton malah stuck nih.
Lobby controller flash into mid, forces again a teleport out of Surf. Has to back away, but this is really quite dangerous now for Crew.
Punya flash Cruz.
Putting all the pressure on all the players, still trying to hold behind the box, but
bisa flash ke box padahal tuh.
The crossfire is too much.
Thrifty.
Zersha have broken the back of Crew.
Oh boy.
Enak.
Nax as well getting headshot.
Kedengeran dong.
Low enough to go down, but a shot through the wall does a significant amount of damage. But at this point, where's going to be the face?
Okay, nice.
From every single angle.
Gak di live-in ya Magic, gak tahu. Kayaknya mah enggak. Biasanya kan turnamen awal-awal mana di live-in, bro.
Off the back of a rough buy.
Soalnya emang turnamen yang besar sekali, turnamen minor besar.
And sure, this map hasn't been as dominant as map 1, but it's pretty similar. Feels like Crew are out of it completely.
Ya nih udah keluar nih, harusnya menang nih map 3 nih.
Not having the tools to repel an A lobby push. Every plan that Zersha has is working perfectly.
Dibantai balik anjing. Tadi 13 berapa? 13-4 ya. Beda 2 lah.
Can Crew win 6 rounds
13-6 berangkat.
Not with how they've currently been playing.
No. They do have good ultimates to carry into this.
Jadi
one,
maksud
though,
lu Magic cuma ikut turni
here.
kecil. Iya.
This round, no more buffer zone. That map point for Zersha. And slow and steady with the attacking protocol, making sure that they're nice and spread. Holding for any pushes. And speaking of pushes, look at Surf creeping and crawling up on the angle. Timing. Once more. Oh, it's absolutely everything.
Timing anjing.
Removed away.
Surf ala.
Just finding it. Nagset. Lucky to find it, I think.
But Nags has also been in so many of these positions.
Kapan lu mancing mania mantap besok?
Mancing
mania mantap besok.
He's always attack opping, so he knows how to play these angles. Cover going out. Lure his opponents.
Telinga, sorry.
What a slow, patient round from Crew. A far cry from what they've been doing on some of these other rounds.
Yeah. Not letting themselves, I think, feel the pressure of the map points. Obviously,
masih
now this
gatal
player
hidung
advantage is going to be holding a pretty significant advantage, I think.
And this retake faces another Sage Wall, and this time Zersha are getting through it. And they have a Rolling Thunder to work with as well.
Where is this going to come through now?
Aduh, si Nugget
It's
udah.
going to be the same kind of setup.
That's the question. Flash over to through. That's onto the corner. The C's! It lashes onto them. Fox just couldn't quite hit the ground. Fully inaccurate. And it has thrown so much chaos into the mix.
Nasis lagi anjing.
As easily as that. they claim their 7th round.
Despite the Rolling Thunder being available there, that round from Xerxia, it just doesn't look anywhere near as coordinated.
Si Boy malah turun di defense ya. Di gelantungan
So many
anjing.
of his teammates within the sightlines of it. If he let that rip.
Udah main kok si Magic dan menang 13-0. Iya, gua tadi nanya berapa match dan dijawab. Match pertama tadi iya, gue lihat 13-0 di infonya Discord Magic. Gue nanya, hari ini turnamen berapa kali, gak dijawab.
But it means you're just not accurate. You can't hit the ground.
I would say absolutely intentional. Given how Xerxia performed their retake last time, all coming from heaven.
OG
Definitely thought through by Kessie. Really smart. He's smart, and here it is. The Rolling Thunder used in such an unconventional way.
The players are pushed into really difficult angles.
Tuh si Boy bagus kok duelisnya. Entry-entrynya tadi bagus, dia attack parah. Ngangkat banget. Oh. Oke, GG guys. Connect.
Lurks and worked his way deeper into
Awas
the
carry.
Oh! Tries to just ult take the spike in a different direction. But
iya Bangos.
Apa? Going away of Xerxia.
Apa?
And it's not even a strong reaction from the players emotionally. They already knew they were going to win that map at the half.
Undefend.
They were starting to pop off at the
jelas
beginning.
ngentot si Ose lihat ya.
A 7-1 lead.
Dia yang defend anjing bego banget.
They just had a job that they needed to do. What a different dynamic we now face heading into match 3.
Strange.
What an absurd situation. I gotta give shoutouts as well to Cruz. I spoke about how good he was in the exit game.
Pinter semua,
A player that hasn't really turned up at the global lands before.
Jelas susah anjing.
Performed excellently against Exet. Had a really bad icebox here today.
Gantian lu biar gak defend mulu.
18 and 11.
Keler.
Throwing out so much good utility and supporting the rest of his team here on
Maksud lu apa sih?
What a glow up. What a tournament here from Cruz.
Yeah, not gonna comment too much on the ultimates, but
dah kita nonton Lucifer dulu guys. Kamu nggak live Bang Ose, banyak yang nanyain tuh, woi. Nah.
Nggak katanya.
Sabar ya. Wah, ada Miti.
Diam aja dia langsung Mit.
Halo Kak Miti.
Mana biasanya? Biasanya enggak.
Ada Kak Miti guys.
Gua vaksin lu.
Libur ya, kok libur sih?
Gue lagi seneng-senengnya main game pakai laptop ROG Zephyrus M16 nih. Kenalin, ROG Zephyrus. Dih, apaan iklan cuma segitu doang?
Bentar dong iklannya, Di. Belum
Diki so asik ah, nama lu Padli jelek, ngentot.
Belum bayar.
Sombong.
Halah tai kata Nep.
Tak patut
anjing. Lu, sensi mulu sama gua lu.
Dik.
Kasih tahu Pi, si Al suruh ajak sparring.
Gua defend ngentot. Ha, bye Bang Os.
Bro.
Si Diki sombong. Itu akibat dari sombong katanya.
Apalagi perang yang
Apalagi saya. Kagak jelas banget anjing tuh lihat tuh. Pasti defend semuanya. Gue udah tahu anjing ini mah otak-otakan ocas kalau gini mah. Tuh. Lihat. Tuh.
Gas perang iklan lagi kan.
Peler. Gue udah tahu anjing. Set kabur. Goblok salah pencet. Ingin ku berpacu. Defend lagi dong, ayo dong. Masa ketawa doang, nah. Gak jelas anjing punya teman. Ntar kita lihat dulu ya. Loot si
media serap kurang atas bang. Di atas ada lagi tadi. Oh tadi iya suaranya Beb.
Potong ya itunya.
Nih opening paling asik.
Tanya ke gua lu, gua aja nggak pernah ngurus ginian.
Mana ya?
Mana gua tahu.
Gak dia kagak ngerti dia mau ngelakuin.
Jangan bacot.
Yoni dulu.
Selamat siang Bapak. Bisa perlihatkan surat-surat berharganya?
Hey, what's up everybody? Back again with me, Lutfi Alimawan di My Daily Vlog.
Jangan bacot.
Vlog. Jangan.
Ini detik berapa ya?
Hey, what's up everybody?
12, oke.
Ya ini
Turu.
Kamu tahu bukunya apa namanya?
Intro Dewa.
Bawa revolusi. Ini harus bangun itu, ngumpulin kayu, ngumpulin makanan. Apa serunya? Nah, ada yang ngasih tau gue nih.
Kalau disawer gituan kayak kopi kanan.
Enggak kopi kanan. Biarin aja bodoh. Raja kecil dan memperluas daerah kita. Daerah ya.
Hey, what's up everybody? Back again with me, Lutfi Alimawan di My Daily Vlog.
Jangan bacot. Vlog.
Tempat itu bernama Kota Pasir. Lo mulai dari luar dan bertarung untuk masuk. Semakin jauh lu masuk, hadiahnya.
Tapi gajelion iya. Parah aja lu tuh.
Mungkin kedengarannya easy, tapi sebenarnya tuh jauh lebih susah. Awalnya gue naruh duit yang banyak nih, dan gue mulai punya power di shuttle. Tapi untuk menentukan darah lagi masih aja susah. Ada area di mana tuh pemain-pemain lain tuh bakal
Intro Legend 1945. Ntar kita tunggu dulu guys.
Oh my god.
Kita tunggu dulu.
Yo, Bang Goro.
Goro maju, Bang.
Yo, video. Udah tadi.
Gimana? Joget paman gue.
Stres. Oh kamu pakai baju LOL bang?
Kurang gede ininya soalnya apa? Itu ketutupan itu tuh si ini aku nih. Nah, ini aku ada ini nih tuh.
Oh. Tuh.
Ah, ya mama gue.
YouTube scam udah bayar buat premium juga ya.
Ayo coba banget.
Oh my god. Yo, WhatsApp. My friend Laurentius Rando.
Daily
Ada siapa itu?
Wow.
Nice Diki.
Perasaan YouTubeku premium top ada iklan. Gue merindukan Laurentius Rando guys. The Lord of YouTube vlogger.
Anjing.
Yo. Apaan lu ngirim cuma 10 detik baru juga intro. Oh. Belum drop.
Ini mah namanya gue ikut copyright bareng bangsat.
secara bersamaan untuk menghancurkan markas musuh. Dan karena fitur yang satu ini teman-teman, maka game Warpath akan semakin seru dan kalian wajib untuk mencoba bermain.
Hormat.
Kalau itu wajib ya guys ya.
OT7.
Kalau itu wajib O7 ya.
Gue sih replay langsung.
Cuy.
O7.
Kamu mau nggak cosplay jadi Regi Beb? Tapi cosplay doang. Nggak bisa jadi sebenarnya sih. Mau nggak? Nih.
Anjing emot hormat bye. Gak jelas kan.
Koregi.
Halo teman-teman, kembali lagi bersama gue si Miao. Hari ini kita akan bermain game horor tentunya ya teman-teman, karena aku tidak pernah takut dengan game horor.
Klip cepuin.
Ada setan tiba-tiba. Wow, setan.
Cepuin ya orang.
Jujur Koregi kenapa nggak takut ya?
Wow, ada setan. Coba gua.
Winda.
Randomnya sama iya.
Random aja. Harus pakai baju Oki dulu. Baru bisa. Kalau nggak ini baju satpam yang baru.
Aduh capek banget gua anjing ngeliat
Winda
orang.
varian baru yang satpam.
Bener.
Ntar dulu vlog yang itu masih ada nggak ya?
Gak pantas banget bang. Cering sumpah.
Ya anjing udah di private si babi.
Banyak clipper anjir.
Emang di tempat kamu banyak clipper?
Kok kamu boxing malaikat bang? Aku tidak berani
Sabar
sobat.
ya, kita cari dulu sobat.
Main game horor dong.
Cosplay
Kenapa
Just
gua ngomong sobat babi?
Cosplay Just Snap gimana cosplay Just Snap ya? Isi iklan semua.
Iya loh Pi, di spam loh Pi.
Shit. Kadea kapan jadi gepeng tuh katanya? Kok kamu ngepot bang? Enggak, dia punya Kadea nih.
Ih, punya kamu.
Ini Igoy.
Ya kamu mana ada pot gue bunga-bunga kayak gini lihat.
Cosplay Candy.
Cosplay Candy gimana?
Kan posi kan Rere.
Gimana Candy?
Cosplay Candy ya?
Ini yang sama Torik. Ya udah dihapus anjing.
Hey guys, kembali lagi bersama gua si Miao. Ya. Beda universe ya.
Suaranya berat ya. Suaranya ngebas. Bassnya dapet. Halo Akbar.
Ada.
Halo.
Cosplay Candy.
Gak ada suaranya, gimana suaranya?
Si Cindy anjing.
Nggak biasa.
Pasti Candy belum ya?
Yang di Zoom mana ya?
Iya bener-bener
bengkok
Si Crispy.
Saya lagi warnain kelopak mata. Saya lagi bikin badai alis. Tolong tenang dan harap tenang. Oh my god, alis gue bang.
Ini versinya.
Yoi gak bro? Wah aja dulu kita coba. Sabar.
Bakal lagi badai deh kalian.
Aduh, yang alis saya bisa terbang kayak burung Garuda di. Aduh.
Oh my god.
Bisa terbang kayak burung Garuda di.
Oh my god, alis gue bakal lagi badai deh kalian.
415. Up. Lah udah ada duluan gentot. Udah ada duluan.
Ini apa nih? Oh, saya masih bikin eyeliner.
Oke teman-teman.
Mantap.
Makasih ya streamingnya.
Ada yang punya kuat? Oh enggak, saya bisa sendiri.
Kok ada yang seotak ya?
Masih ada videonya kan katanya udah dihapus.
Gua tahu anjir. Re-uploader kali.
Kesalip.
Di-upload.
Udah. Clipper itu clipper.
Clipper.
Masih ada.
Teman-teman.
Ya. Mental kena.
Tangannya jangan bandel ya. Thank you Budi Tolil. Yang kena gimana? Ya yang juga kan bisa aja kena. No, bola. Ini degan aja. Bisa yang terbaik mulu. Bisa yang terbaik. Aku akan Alvira sama Siska.
Oke.
Tetet.
Bikin Indomie lama.
Tahu stres ini. Tante Marianti.
Tutor memecah rumah tangga 2022.
Yang tadi nggak jadi telepon bang, masih bikin mie katanya. Belum dihapus video Kadeo. Nggak apa-apa, kenang-kenangan. Itu artinya dari banyak wanita.
Tadi Kadeo kok nggak ada di video bang, di mancing.
Ada itu yang megang kamera. Apaan sih lu so tau lu?
Istri kita udah makan belum bang?
Oke guys.
Bang, Tante Pak Inem mana? Ada di sebelah guys. Jangan digangguin, Tante Pak Inem lagi pakai daster. Ya, Pak Suhendra kalah ya karena daftar utang ya. Pak Darmaji memenangkan ini. Oh masih ada. Masih ada kita berikutnya.
Oke mantap.
Goblok salam.
Ya kepotong yang pas bagian itunya.
Gaji lu jadi pakai buat nyawer.
Oke.
Kalau aku kalah ya, aku akan mencatat sendiri.
Ya aku bisa yang terbaik.
Udah tadi bisa yang terbaik dulu. Bisa yang terbaik.
Ya, kita mulai ya. Yuk, kita mulai. Aku nggak ada main-main gitu sama kamu.
Ngentot ya, gue private udah ini anjing semuanya babe.
Aku nggak ada main-main gitu sama kamu dulu.
Enggak, udah basi tai aja.
What's up my friend? Aduh anjing lucu banget.
Nggak ada. Kok Kadea nggak ada?
Mancing terus.
Lagi jadi
Cari
sesi makanan.
lagi nggak sih guys?
Ya, nggak ada anjing ya lu semua ya babi. Gua tandain lu yang ngirimnya babe.
Itu nggak baca itu nama gua guys ya. Alhamdulillah. Aku nggak akan dicepuin, aman sama live chat mah. Udah berteman.
Bang, semua videonya. Jangan.
Cepet sebelum di private.
Jangan.
Kenapa aku beli lotek? Nggak tahu udah beli lotek.
Oke guys, jadi
Kadeo ingat aku karahan pelu. Apa nih?
Oh ini mah dia next level ini mah.
Apaan nih Cep?
Hari ini kita nak main apa?
Error. Coba buka lagi nggak bisa ya?
Naon eta?
Medicine nggak bisa.
Yang dugem.
Kadeo aja nggak marah.
Yang dugem.
Mana
Cok?
Nekojima.
Jangan di-download dong. Untung yang parah udah dihapus.
Aku udah tahu.
Yakin?
Error ya?
Untung yang
Toteroretot.
Makasih Muklis.
Vlog nge-DJ. Oh, vlog nge-DJ.
Bacot anjir. Ini jangan bukain di sini apa, woi?
Diki nice. Apa-apa, biar pada tahu.
Nah, jangan.
Ini yang don.
Panik, Cok.
Ih, jorok Upi.
Ayo kirim lagi, Pak. Udah. Enggak, sumpah.
Nyama bapak gini amat anjing.
Mau marah dulu, ngambek.
Ini ngambek kali ser.
Udah serah, kita udah mulai. Yuk lanjut dulu ser. Share siap please banget, kamu gak boleh kalah. Adik-adik ayo kita fokus lagi. Adik-adik yang berjanji jangan lupa di like. Adik-adik ya.
Oh, I mean just 4 kills. 4 kills.
4 kills and setting up for even more of the
Kok beres, ding.
with that haunt that he was able to throw out.
That was disgusting.
Gorgeous play. Really nicely done there.
Hey.
And it's much more standard roles now for crew. Instead of having Kesnet on that role.
Astagfirullahaladzim, Mark 5
Instead
itu.
of having Kesnet on the fade, Kesnet's going to be on a role where he can really hunt the kills. And that is
Tonton langsung kalah.
Getting
Tolonglah.
people onto the roles where they're most suited would be a game changer here for
Kru demi pick yo kurang apak pride nih.
where everything was going wrong.
Tapi emang kalau Kru sejago itu mah nggak apa-apa lah ya. Mungkin dia nanti bisa membantai EMEA dan NA nih si Kru ini.
You're almost at this point statistically likely to get the fourth round on the board. And not too much.
Asia selain Zeta sama Sia, sisanya siapa aja friend? PRX, DRX.
No armor to impede it.
Alhamdulillah.
A lot of damage being done though. Kesnet should be careful here, but there's a gap in the smoke, and he still wants to take liberties.
He is so aggro.
Like dipantau masih 401, mantap. Dikit lagi 500 ya.
A little bit too narrow. Watching, but like you said,
100.000 dari Bye Bye. Pesan buat gantiin media share ke Upi Mi Ben.
Makasih bos Bye Bye 100.000-nya. Ya Allah digantiin guys. Masa digantiin? Makasih Bye.
He's pretty much been playing perma on that role.
Udah jadi enak kan kita. Jadi pengen media share lagi. Seru soalnya. Emang kalau ngebuka aib seru sih memang. Lumayan lah cashback dikit ya kan. Alhamdulillah. Lagi udah jangan ngelunjak jadi orang. Memang lu kagak ada puasnya manusia.
Look how aggressive he is. I mean, just hunting every fight. Disrespecting every angle.
Freedom being showcased, but he dashes to the side. There's no punishment in sight.
Beben debuff.
Bit of spam though being exchanged there with the rifles. You do have to be cautious.
Lucu lagi lah, sabar lah, kita nonton dulu kan kita streamer Balorant bro. Streamer Balorant nonton dulu, ntar kalau istirahat baru kita lihat lagi. Sampai 1 juta, siapa tahu digantiin 1,5, buset. Otak-otak lu sih ngeri ya, sumpah. Gue suka nih pure kapitalis. Sisi boy, oke nice. Ini Byron tidak boleh kalah ya.
After the aim of the clouds across the placement wasn't quite accurate enough and scary. You are really taking risks with this one.
Nice.
Though, and they want to be taking the fight straight to them.
Yeah, it's a bit of an
bit
too much if you're only there alone, but with Surf to back him up.
Lah kapan gua member lagi anjing, makanya gua gua ngurang anjing. Gak ikhlas guys, parah. Ya lah menang ini mah dah. Yuk. Ih, keculik surap. Pasti Bye Bye juga pengen buka aib putih. Lu enak ketawa-tawa, gua ke rumahnya digampar.
And this now becomes a pretty large swing round for Crew.
Lu kira ngurang gara-gara apaan, Ben? Lah.
Wow, 500.000 dari Yogi Boy. Pesan, nih B asteris asteris.
Apaan tuh? Apaan tuh?
They're just an upset team. Apart from that run at Champions, they've
apaan tuh?
able to deliver big blows occasionally.
Wah, Bos Yogi, terima kasih gopenya Bos Yogi. Gue makin semangat ini media share. Oke, kita nanti media share orang-orang yang ini ya. Mungkin selain nanti Upi, kita apa namanya bantu orang-orang yang Subaton, oke? Oke, guys. Bilang aja kalau lu dapet challenge, naon challenge. Sampai FPX ya, semoga sampai FPX. Ya ntar PCT dulu, kita nonton dulu bro. Tenang, nanti di sela-sela waktu senggang kita baru media share. Apalagi tuh?
How much does it mean to Zersha? How much does this mean to Zersha?
Gentot.
Taking so many risks here with
only Kesnet.
Empel banget Nugi Darmawan. Itu pede apaan dah?
Dash goes inside. No way to disengage, but somehow favored in it, but okay.
Entot di Kawahara
It's
anjing.
going to be that 3v3 scenario.
And that duel of the Killjoys could have swapped.
Jadi itu Dino apa Godzilla guys ya? Dino apa King Kong apa Godzilla? Makasih Mas Nuk, selamat belajar.
Missing the C's there gives up B main control.
Anjing.
And the defense has to still play so spread.
Penyanyi kemarin lagi nge-live, ntar kita mau donate yang ini dulu, yang Subaton.
So you can't stack B just yet.
It's a little bit all over the place, isn't it? The knife gets good info.
Oh, it does.
Just the one actually.
But you still know that Fox was in this area. And Fox confirms it.
Anyway, he's got a teammate to back him up. Angles are being watched for. That is
nggak
a
fokus,
side
babi.
controlled.
Itulah Bardi kalau diadaptasi Netflix.
Kesnitz had to watch this entire round fall to pieces. Spectating the rest of his team, doing what they can with the light weaponry. But Delzic's in a 1v3 that just is impossible to win.
He's got a rifle though, and he's got money to take some risks in it, so you never know.
Lama banget Susi Boy ya? Larian apa? Wah, di entot ramean itu namanya.
Good luck. Okay.
And here's the bad part for Crew, Bren. Not only did they fail to get their bonus round online,
Cimas
and
ada
then
aja
got
nih video
pushed
lucunya,
down to
tahu
the
dari mana
thrifty.
anjir.
Now Zersha is starting to get that ultimate snowball run.
Animasi, fantasinya liar bro. Temen gue itu bro.
Just unable to shut down Kesnit when he's feeling it.
But still able to take the round, and here's the ults.
FPX sudah sehat, belum tahu. Tapi harusnya sih nggak ada perubahan jadwalnya, jadi main sih harusnya. Kan kalaupun Ardis nggak main, kan dia punya stand-in kan si Shader. Si Shader kan harusnya di bawah itu. Dan menurut gua si Shader juga bagus kok anjir waktu gantiin Suigetsu.
Playing inside of the smoke, making sure he can spam down those angles so nobody pushes their marks just a little bit further forwards. The Haunt lights him up, a bit of spam through the wall, damage is being done in the lockdown. Nothing doing damage to it.
But they had to give up the site.
Tolonglah, ini udah sesinya kemarin, tolonglah.
Tak perlu dicari, karena ku yakin ada jawabnya.
1 minute 10.
Nungguin ya?
Iya, gue jawab lagi. Ya, terima kasih Sabuan. Tolonglah. Udah jangan. Nyangkut.
Knife flashing onto the lamp, man.
That would have found 3 players in mid.
Iya, gue jawab.
No information.
They know nothing.
No information at all. Holes in the defensive protocol.
Oh, and
Klaus's
Klaus
Haunt
misses Haunt as well. Is this the Crew crumble?
Just everything's whiffing right now.
Hari ini 3 tim. Tanda suruh jadwalnya.
Really difficult to try and overcome this one. Klaus has to do it.
Astaga, aduh.
He does it. The reason of the game. The spray down for 2. He defends his site.
Kenapa dah Susi Boy?
Will not be taking this away from me, but Zersha still a bit of skin in the game. There's 15 seconds left into the round, and there's an ult online to be
lari
all the way to the A site. It's going to be free for them.
And no one read it in the moment. I think that final kill from Scary got the ult online. So it wasn't something that Crew had thought about at the beginning of this round. So now a 3v2 retake.
Rada aneh nih Susi Boy kalau dikasih Killjoy lagi. Ayolah. Tadi dulu Neon gacor loh.
Crew didn't win a single retake on Haven.
Gatal banget sumpah anjir.
Right now though with the player advantage, but they have a lot to clear because they don't know where these players are. This one way is brutal. It's going to be dropped down. It doesn't really spot.
Foxy, kamu harus sudah maju, Foxy. Aduh, sekerinya mati.
Really everything. Fox has revealed his position
Oh,
to
nice. Ini nice banget ini. Plannya buat Heaven. 1. Aduh, entah.
Deltic whips it around. The Vandal eventually finds its mark.
What a round.
What a roller
coaster of emotion. All of the missed utility. The alarm bot being deactivated in mid. Klaus misses utility. Mazzino does as well. But what a performance from Klaus. After missing the Haunt, he stands tall on the site, delivering those 2 anchor kills and making the round winnable for his team.
Anjing, ngeri bantingannya, Cok.
It was half on a defuse as well.
Never in danger, huh?
Yeah, it didn't really look like it was in danger, but you never know. You weren't really watching it.
Ayo balik gila ya.
And he's in a position where
he
can
menyala dari
updraft
kemarin.
over the top.
And there you go. You see it in action immediately. The updraft play with the knives.
He's always going to hunt for those kills.
It's the kill claimed onto the Jet opposition. Kesner
Ya,
versus Surf
pangeran kecil
matchup
mati.
that we've been highlighting.
And no opportunity for a trade whatsoever. Still
Anjing,
aggressive,
setup
trying to find
setup
anyone who was
default Killjoy.
Fox is showing
Zaman PCT tahun lalu tuh anjir.
That destroys the wall, the door destroys the setup. At least they did have that alarm bot set up though. Here.
Because Kesnet is fighting the guys approaching mid, it means that again Crew haven't actually
Tahuan
taken
lupa uji.
extremity control. While Xerxia are focused very heavily on the mid fights, Crew are
Tapi
not
dia bisa
taking
ngambil
space
garden
in
itu.
A main or B main. That might hurt them later on in the round, but they do have the 5v4 advantage.
Where are you?
40 seconds remaining. Time is starting to run low, especially if they want to be contacting all the way in here. Cutting
Terus
noise,
punya stun, punya C.
making sure that they clear every possible angle. Did you
Timing.
peek?
Hayah, timing.
Don't believe so.
Timing lagi.
It's a game of timing.
I think they've perfectly timed each
No
other.
way they've missed each other like that, and it is the run and gun just to try and survive it. Braverman goes off to the side, it's going to stop players pushing him right there, but right from behind in market. Because it does claim the one, but he doesn't have too much more to his name when it comes to the
10
weaponry.
detik cok, harus dipush cok. Foxy lama banget nahan City-nya. Wah, anjir jadi kalah.
Time the worst enemy of Xerxia, I think, when it gets ran down like that.
Gak bisa masuk itu lane-nya kalau Ster nggak masuk.
To their credit, Xerxia are working the map fairly well, taking mid control.
Lametan, met, lametan, met, lametan, met, lametan.
Fighting for extremity control.
Jangan kalau ada makanan di meja, mangga lepus ya. Teraret, teraret, teraret. Anjing.
Very dug into the B side. One player lane, one player stairs. Ready to drop back at any moment.
Ya, terima kasih Bang Samuan.
Sigara mah kalau ada makanan di meja.
But hey, Fred, if you want to talk about the Jet matchup just for a moment, you mentioned it. Kesnet 7
Oh,
and
ngulang.
7 right now.
Oh enggak.
Sure, it's not the
Itu tahun berapa ya? 2020, 2021?
But he's beasting the Jet matchup.
Sulametan, met. Jadi ada lagunya tahu itu? Risa Sulametan.
Contingency, I think, in terms of Xerxia being able to take ascent. You know, when the desk was
Oh,
talking
2019 malah. Oke.
Xerxia's win over
Gua sampai lupa. Berasa udah lama padahal nggak lama-lama amat ya.
last two times they played this has been more regional.
1996. Gue belum lahir, Blang.
Surf putting up incredible numbers on the Jet that actually carried forwards that win.
If you want to talk about how Crew have performed recently on Ascent, they went to overtime
Lumayan,
in
4 tahun.
LCQ both times they played. So
Oh iya,
not
benar.
a dominant map by any means domestically. But if you think all the way back
Per
to
bracket.
Champions,
Ini
it was
lower.
Ascent where they beat Mech to
Oh
make
iya,
for one of
sebelum
the
Covid
best
ya, bener juga.
semifinals ever. That then went into bind. I mean,
Iya,
Crew have
2019
delivered
berarti.
us magic on this map.
Kalau nggak 2020 awal.
But that's just been their
Aduh.
story all year, trying to tap back into that matchup.
Sebelum time skip bangsat, bahasanya time skip.
2021.
Udah kayak
Feels
nonton
like they've
film.
shown us glimpses of it today. Icebox absolutely was one of the old-time
Gue
performances.
jadi lupa itu series apa yang suka time skip gitu ya. Ada tuh series seru gue lupa anjir.
Looking to just throw a little bit of utility.
Tiba-tiba udah berapa tahun kemudian tapi nanti diceritain lagi.
Over towards A.
Alurnya maju
It has
mundur.
kept 3 players tethered to that site.
Series ya, tolong bukan anime. Series orang asli. Series orang asli ya, bukan anime.
Flash over the top, and yet timing is vitally important. A dash into the cloud.
Wah, hatersnya Bani bener-bener mau ditangkap ini mah.
Nobody's holding close, but the flashes are pushing him back from really doing anything else in these anchor positions.
Duh, gatal banget sumpah, bro.
Have been reinforced. Delzig using his Omen ult to get into the back B site and help out Klaus. But I love the way that Xerxia have just pumped the brakes here. Now Crew are going to be forced to look for info, and they're punished.
The jiggle peaks. Just making sure that they can check, are they still there? Which way
Okay.
are they? And at the end of the day, it's Xerxia. The mechanical ability finally
Pangeran
shining
kecil,
through.
CT.
Surf leading the charge as well, making sure he can claim all sorts of kills. Cloud burst moving
Nice.
forward, but guess what? Every single angle of it being watched carefully. Nice
Oh.
the last player standing for his team. Was sort of overstepping himself though.
Dark,
Sorry,
nah,
it's
Dark.
weak.
Terima kasih.
There's a possibility.
Toho emang ada main?
Not a possibility. It's going to be
Aduh, gua nggak tahu
a
lagi.
little battle if he wants to try and win this one.
Oh shit.
And that turret position does not look like he's going to be too interested. Maybe going for a look towards market, but
4 grand in
Right
the back
here.
pocket.
yeah,
Maaf
I'd
guys.
certainly be tempted to go for this
Aku
one.
VCT.
Maybe he's worried about delivering Fox closer to the nightfall or something, but playing this one very safe.
Yeah.
And the LATAM teams, I mean, especially Leviathan,
Aplikasi klik follow apa ya? Overwolf. Di Overwolf nanti download lagi Outplayed. Kalau nggak pakai ini aja, pakai Nvidia. Banyak kok aplikasi-aplikasi capture mah. Pakai Nvidia bisa, dari AMD bisa, pakai SteelSeries bisa. Sekarang udah banyak banget. Besok PaperX berat ya sama Liquid. Hari Rabu. Tapi gue pede sih kalau sama Liquid mah. Pede lah. Masa bisa ngalahin Fnatic. Liquid gak bisa, berangkat lah. Liquid EMEA. Aduh, gazum tuh.
Heartbreaking. This is the culmination of the year at Champs 2022.
Aduh, ya Allah, gatal banget, Cok.
Example of how to abuse the defensive protocols from Crew. You apply a bit of pressure over towards B, the players sink back into their anchor positions, and when you stop the B hit, when you cancel, they have to go and look for information. Because you could just be exploring anywhere else on the map. So Xerxia have already got the one up. Now they go back to their old strat of exploring through mid.
Assume they can pull the players towards that direction, of course.
Semoga screen titiknya gatal pas nge-aim, anjing, doa lu sih.
And they don't know how
bikin orang galer ya.
Every single round.
Jangan-jangan gua ada yang doain juga nih, hidung gua gatal. Ben hari ini Toho iya, Ijul udah live harusnya jam segini mah. Udah mau main mah. Gua absen tadi di locker room.
They're hoping, begging that Kesnit has got aggressive in B main and is looking to flank them and they can punish. But no such luck.
Well, that utility being used to just again push back any sort of attempt at the
exit. Gimana nih masuknya? Oke,
oh nice. Still want to go in anyway. It's going to be that A split. Serves already working its way through a bit of a
mati nih orang.
But still unable to remove Nags. At least not until now. A 1-for-1 trade, a bit of a dash to the side.
Scary.
Will survive and a spike is dropped out.
Ya, udah turun Scary.
It's a wraparound.
It's a wild flank from both teams here.
Anjing, itu call-nya bagus banget, anjing, langsung aja turunin. Gila anjing.
This is unwinnable. 7 seconds left.
Gimana caranya nih menanginnya anjing?
Anjing.
Mereka tahu anjing Scary nge-flank jauh.
There was an attempt there from Xerxia, but too late and far too heavily reinforced on the A side from Crew.
30 seconds left.
3 players just waiting out of reach of the lockdown, making sure that they could watch the choke point. Banana Swarm, tons of utility being used to just push back the 1-2 hit that normally you see with these A pushes when they pincer in onto the side through Cat, through the choke point. If only one side is able to get through at a time, it just completely disjoints the entire thing.
And isn't it interesting how passively, or not passively, but safely Kesnit is positioning himself. Crew have never gone for an aggro B main push or A main push. When Kesnit is hunting fights, it's through mid or by anchoring A and looking to take duels. And here he is again.
Shot caller sama B callernya. Iya anjing.
Holding control of mid, and that allows Nags to take his alarm that would usually be used for info in mid, and instead anchor a spot super heavily. He's chosen Catwalk.
Gak keluar apa-apa gitu.
But they're using Kesnit as like a flex rotate player.
Yeah.
Flying around the map trying to fill holes all over the place.
Which is unusual, now that you mention it.
But it lets him get mobile without being in spots where
Kayak Pasa. Kayak Pasa itu waktu di apa ya? Gue lupa anjing, tapi gue tahu tuh. ICS apa di Dota guys?
So that's good information going to be gathered there for Crew.
And it's another really slow round. Xerxia don't have the time to pump fake B. If they go here, they just have to commit.
You have to go all
in.
There, and it's spam coming through. Surf
nungguin mereka.
Tries to dash into his own smoke, but the angle was being watched for once more. And Fox is so weak. It's been just beamed down to the double digits, and again almost paid for his own
OG anjing. Ya elah.
Even the aftershock as well does force the positioning for a favorable fight onto the side, but they still have to deal with Mazzino.
Gila, anchornya kuat banget anjing.
The spray down that he was looking for, but again,
Mazzino ngeri banget Mazzino
and time being the worst enemy.
Coba minum obat alergi aja kalau gatal lama banget, biasanya alergi. Nah, itu dia pertanyaannya, gue alergi apa ya? Masa gara-gara cuci muka anjing, sabun cuci muka? Makan pedes banget. Gue lagi nggak makan pedes takut sakit perut terus guys.
That means the crew massively favored to get up some great rounds and a big lead here.
You could really see the snowball.
Bisa aja.
This is
Oh, bisa ya?
pivotal
Alergi sabun.
this half.
Debu.
Zersha would love to get a thrifty, but it just doesn't seem
Gak
like
tau
it
dah ya,
on the
debu sih
cards.
gue dari dulu. Enggak sih harusnya.
Positioning.
Orang gue dari dulu main pasir.
I mean, you're so far away to wait out a knife.
I mean, this is
Alergi
crew
duit.
have not been getting aggressive in tiles at all.
Tapi ngomong-ngomong tadi ya, ada yang ngomong tahu.
That's the question, isn't it? I mean,
Kalau misalnya hidung gatal gitu mau dapat rezeki. Alhamdulillah guys.
Strange. Okay, but they want to go fast anyway. Wait out the prowler. There's the second one that comes through. And a horn dash over the top.
Ih, nice banget flashnya si Sakeri.
Yep, Klaus just could not see a thing. Okay. Bit of spam damage there. Straight
Ya elah, Foxy sial banget anjing di terus box lagi.
Swapping it around, making sure that they get some upgrades onto the site with the spike planted. Could be exactly.
Mau kemana lu?
The crew retakes were not looking good on Haven, but we've already seen them perform much better.
Sering gak gatalnya? Enggak sering.
Shock into the corner of the blades. Put away for but a moment. Still 1-2 left remaining, and now regenerated. Back in his hands. Kesnick can do some serious damage into the smoke. That's going to be common for, but Cruz, he claims one of his own. The right click misses, and the run and gun. Oh, it's
ya di ulti. Oh,
top of it just to secure it in the
mantap.
end.
Thrifty.
When it was looking like it was about to snowball out of there.
Gila ya, sampai di ulti loh. Si Cruz sampai ulti anjir.
The time miracle, that thrifty round. What a play.
Gila anjing.
Coming out from Surf.
Buat nge-secure round tuh.
I mean, it was just a perfect entry for Surf to get and hand-delivered them. And honestly, Brad, even the positioning at the beginning of the round that we were looking at and noting, all five
Kalau
players
sering
are
sih
thinking,
cuci saringan AC. Ya sih belum gue cuci sih.
for the hit on B, there was only one player ready to receive.
Timing was actually really nice.
Yeah, there was only Klaus anchoring the site.
I think
maybe Zersha are just
time out.
Ultra brain in that.
Like-nya udah 500 belum adik-adikku, cinta. Abis ini kalau win siapa lawan siapa nih jadwalnya ya guys.
But this has changed the dynamic of the half massively. An 8-4 half on Ascent defense is just considered good, not overwhelming.
Furia fanatik. 447, wah masih jauh anjir. Nah, besok libur terus nanti hari Rabu ada peprek. Tapi nggak tahu nih hari Rabu gua nggak tahu udah beres atau belum.
Wow, 500.000 dari Yogi Boy. Pesan, kayaknya betul tuh BGB.
Get snowballed the opposite direction by a good pistol round, good bonus round that we've seen time after time in this game.
Lumayan nih, cabut lah, udah dapat
Crew have
sejuta.
such excellent ultimates to retake.
Terima kasih buat Yogi.
First place and just play fast to deny the spike.
Makin gua garuk ini mah bos Yogi.
They choose to use this Nightfall and Null command. Both
Makin
of the
gua
players
garuk.
with huge ultimates anchoring B. It has been the favored side.
Aduh ya Allah.
Hasn't really been near that defensive
Langsung tutup
aggression. Very deep
Bangsat,
mid,
janganlah. Udah channel mati guys.
He has to respect it.
Alergi rezeki apa gimana tuh end stream? Sorry. Namanya juga bercanda kita. Makasih bos Yogi ya. Aku hormat dulu.
And this is a much earlier fight over B main.
Mau ikutan scam kayak yang Ono. Sembarangan lu gua sebatonnya kagak.
That's the plan because look at the ultimate as well. Scary's got his ultimate and he's got the spike.
And they forced out the ult from Mazzino. So the Null command comes out so early on within the
Minum
first
obat
30
sama
seconds of the round.
Dextamin.
And Sushi
Coba.
Boys was playing for gelato control. He has A. At any point here, Zersha could decide
Oke,
to
gua
give it back.
catat dulu, gua catat
Just
Dextamin.
playing it safe, scoping out the map.
He's making a lot of noise though. It seems like this hit wants to come through. Mana Swarm?
They don't have the players here just yet.
What are they going to be pivoting into?
Maybe it's a bit of a pump fake and they're going back into a B split. Remember, Scary can go anywhere with the spike here. He has his Omen ult.
Players going to be opting to just try and take control of market there, but the paranoia rips across now to Nightfall. This is to try and stop this. Frontline as well. Surf is really in a dangerous situation. Haunted up, fully revealed, locked down onto the site. All the utility is just absolutely wrangling them.
But these players are not leaving A. Sushi Boys coming back through here, expecting A to be
Okay.
open.
Yeah.
They still get the kill on Kes.
Aduh.
Crew are just holding down the angles. You're completely right, Josh. They're expecting the over-rotation. 12 seconds remaining. And it's being watched for. Scary had to cancel the ult, or at least it was killed. 7-5 will be
Perex
the
kemarin
half
menang
there
nggak?
for Crew.
Menang.
A narrow
Mas Pon,
margin, a
nanti
narrow
Rabu main
advantage.
lagi Rabu.
They can take away carrying into that next half.
Sayenoid manjur obatnya mati, gua belaon.
That is just
Panda lokal apa Cindo?
anything really at
Enggak,
this point. Let's
dua-duanya.
send it down to the analyst desk to break down the first half of what we've just seen.
Lampu belakang apa namanya? Star Nebula Projector.
Wow,
What a
500.000
game we are
dari
being
Bye
treated
Bye.
to right now,
Pesan,
everyone.
buat
Zersha
nambahin
and
beli
Crew
FIFA
leaving it all
23
out there on the
banding.
field, just as you would like to see. But let's actually take a fine look
Langsung
at
gua buka.
some of the players that have been stepping up here, because one
Ya,
player that
makasih
has been relatively
bos Bye Bye.
silent,
Makin
throughout
off stream
the
gue
game,
ini,
but
makin
was a
off stream,
huge
sumpah.
difference maker for Crew, if I recall.
Makin pengen kabur gua.
This guy has actually been contributing quite a bit to Crew here to keep them very competitive in this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the first two maps.
Semoga berkah ya bos-bos.
The second one.
Rezekinya dilancarkan selalu bos-bos, amin.
Over here on Ascent,
Langsung gua nih.
onto the
Lihat
fade,
nih.
and he has just been
Set.
instrumental. Yes, there's been a couple botches. Some haunts haven't made it over top of walls
Hah.
where they're supposed to.
Alhamdulillah, udah guys. Nanti kita udah bisa download tanggal 26 ya. Oke, mantap. Tanggal 26 kita bisa main. Alhamdulillah. Let's go FIFA 23. Wah, Mimi.
Another man that has been stepping up big time for this squad has been Kesnit. And I mean, as we look towards the second half, it has been the story of these two Jets, Kesnit and Surf. And thus far, it feels like that head-to-head.
Cepat sekali pembeliannya, alhamdulillah.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Kesnit certainly does have the upper hand. He's a beautiful updraft into shutting down Surf. We've seen him come out.
Kenapa tuh kemarin gua subscribe kagak anjing Bang Upi, hah?
Himself has found an immense amount of value. That forward look just sat at market steps for so very long. Zersha completely pumped the brakes on the push. They instill doubt into Crew's minds. They start to kind of counter swing back over towards the A site, and then they finally pull the trigger on the exec, and Surf was able to open that up for them. But you can see here, as far as the figures go, it's looking pretty good.
It's been a rough one, and
Sabar,
Surf
gua
coming
pengen lihat.
back into this game will be a massive win condition as we get ready for this second half. Only one of these teams gets
Gua tahu nih
only
videonya.
one of these teams gets to walk away with more than one series win at an international event. They've both been here every single time in 2022, but for either of these teams, losing here, ending out, would be an absolute heartbreak. This is it. Their seasons rely on this game, and only
Oh, jangan dibahas. Oh, ya udah, jangan dibahas. Kalau gitu jangan dibahas. Gua kira karena media share. Kalau media share gua tahu videonya. Udah, jangan dibahas ya. YTTA ya, siap. Aman. Gua tahu dah. Tadi udah sempat kebaca, jadi ya sudah. YTTA. Itu udah harus dihapus itu video. Oh, gua tahu nih cara mengalihkan perhatian versi DBangkong.
Execute it perfectly, then there's still a chance they fall apart.
Wow, 500.000 dari Bye Bye. Pesan, buat nambahin beli FIFA 23 banding.
Run to the bathroom real fast, as you can see.
Makasih bos Bye Bye.
Pretty close, so we'll just go ahead and give this a little bit more breathing room here. But yeah, I mean, you know, Mimi, just kind of add a little bit more to that. The player is back, but this looks like, you know, it's too early, as you said, for both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would be a
Agak
massive
dejavu kita ya.
for either Crew or for Zersha. This Crew squad looked so amazing when we started off in this series, and they looked solid thus far this map. But 5-7, it's a very defensive-sided map, like you were saying.
Ada yang lebih ini sih guys, ada yang lebih mantap gitu kan.
Coming into this one, but Crew again, it's a squad that you can never
Ada yang
ever
lebih.
count out.
Now, was it enough?
Tidak ada nampaknya adik-adik ya. Apa nih?
Was it enough for them to get as many round wins as
nyanyi.
Or for Crew on the other side of that? Well, we'll see. We'll see if we can actually end up with Crew moving on, Zersha moving on. Who is going to walk away the victor of this game? Let's send it back over to your casters, Brennan Sideshow.
Entot nih HBO ya.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy, and yep, we're heading into it. The second
Awah.
half here.
Berapa skornya Bang Diki tadi habis dari Bang Upi? Ini udah 75, adik-adik satu sama. Ayo doakan Sersia bisa comeback. Jangan lupa di like yang join ya. Tolong.
I think it would be fair to say that this is the most important round of the entire match. And it's aggression immediately coming out.
Oh, it's
the
so
shark
fast.
attack.
The pace is just injected into it. A flash to the side, and they have read it
completely.
Anjing, mati 3.
Right into them.
Ya, Sersia mau kayak Peprex tapi gagal, bro. Ditungguin.
The most common pistol round strat that we see out of defensive-sided teams if they're going to run a set play, and Crew read it like a book.
That is a great opening for them. Already with this 2-round lead.
Baca ini mah udah,
Look at all but secured. Cruz would have to pull off that 1v5 if he wanted to have any shot of winning it, and at this point, just
Gak usah dibahas, skip aja. Hah? Ada viewer delay nih guys.
So much more difficult for Xerxia.
Really difficult.
So much more difficult. Barring the Cruise 1v5. But she's found a headshot.
Tolonglah. Jangan video-video makanan lah, Bang. Tolonglah. Kan kita jadi lapar ini. Malam bagus.
Miraculous thrifting. Get themselves up to a 4-round lead with a chance to bonus.
This is a regionally as well. Their attack side can usually beat their weak side. No wonder they don't put up as much numbers on. They obviously do carry over the wins. Well, the last few times that they played it, they won in OT.
Yeah.
But winning out this pistol means that you can.
Terima kasih 20.000-nya seseorang ya. Enak tuh kayaknya. Makan. Sepiring nasi, bangsat, sebaskom itu mah.
But respect being shown. No fast play, just a bit of poking from crew, making sure that they find out where the defensive setup is.
And silence
Jadi
can
lapar
sometimes
saya.
be more dangerous than hearing a lot of people on the site.
Kita lagi habis.
A bunch of people waiting around. They could be going into the Xerxia trap right now. 3 people on the A site. But Cruz has got to make sure that he escapes, ready to play with the rest of the team.
Awas, awas.
Just a classic. I mean, the guy is weak. Fault line was ripping across.
Ke ayam enggak, udah ini keripik talas aja udah cukup. Mengganjal.
Momentarily, door's going to be broken down and there is a stack. All the players just ready and waiting to see if they can find.
Anjing di ranen gun ih.
Smoke drop down causes a lot of difficulties. You have to watch either side of this one. But the Haunt, Scary swinging out of it with just the shorty in his hand.
Surf gak ketahuan Surf.
And this is looking like a very clean round. Unless Surf can get some magic working.
Ya elah.
All uncovered.
And there's only a single weapon taken away.
Yeah, not exactly the
kayaknya nggak bisa nih guys.
Extremely clean round 14.
Yeah, they're still happy with it.
And here's where we get an opportunity for another one of those bonuses. This cannot go the way of Crew if Xerxia wants to hold on to this.
This is your 2022.
Kelihatan nanti banget ntar. Tunggu ini beres ya. Udah mulai lagi, oke. Terima kasih infonya.
Don't see a way back into it for Xerxia. It would be such an astoundingly difficult task.
Those early kills from the Xeno, I'm curious. They want to try and use this ult.
Udah, nggak ya mulu.
Go for a bit of a fast hit with an ult command. Does have it ready and waiting. It might be red. You can see the purchase of the Odin there, just to try and spam down that one sight line. There was a fast play in the books, in the cards. Has to get called off for now.
There's been a tiny bit of chip damage, but nothing major. That's a lot of shooting.
Aduh, sakit pantat.
Lu
mah gila, Pak Uji. Mana ada Odin di tenteng begitu? Tolonglah.
Holding down A main. No way.
No way.
Entry from Kesnit.
Cruz he just acts to try and spam this one down. This could be it. The backbreaker. What a way to open it. What an opening in this bonus. No commands popped off. Doors being closed on a couple of his teammates there. In their face, but that spike is gonna start to get planted. Position needs to be held.
Pangeran kecil. Sortnya masih ada satu pangeran kecil.
Can Sushi Boys find this?
Sushi Boy, awas Sushi Boy. Boy.
No idea.
Not a clue. Not a clue in the world. Kesnin, all he needs to do here is survive. Cloudburst is going to be hiding his position, and I think a call has been made to save.
It feels like the end of every bonus round that we've seen so far. There has only been... I mean, there's been an astounding amount of bonus rounds converted in this series. But
dapat bonus dong, ya Allah.
It just has to end in a save.
Yeah. And
salah nih Pak Uji bawa koper nih entry-nya. Aduh.
It feels like that is the nail in the coffin. You win the pistol round. You win the anti-eco. You win the bonus. 10 and 5 being the scoreline. Crew can feel it. The shouts of Vamos from across the stage.
Chill.
Ini sudah ready semua guys, kita ambil nasi. Makan gue kali ini nggak banyak guys, cuman sepiring aja.
Cuman.
Ini dia guys.
Memang woman, sepiring cuman. Ya.
Kita cobain dulu ya. Ini guys daging.
Gila kalau gua masih lengkap bisa kenyang tuh sekeluarga, Cok. Makasih 1000-nya ya. Chill.
only player with a rifle in hand.
Bocil nggak jawab lagi.
Previously been the star. 40% of his team's first kills.
And crew have been disciplined to clear this. And look at that. Fragment nade. Forced to swing, forced to dash forward. He is lucky to get out of his life.
And he gives the rifle away.
Yeah.
I've had my try. Cruz, it's up to you.
Sorry guys. Sorry tadi ngalor ngidul aja biasa. Gatal lagi ah.
Flash over the top though. Reposition in order and crew.
Kata Ijul kebanyakan micin.
With a minute left on the clock, plenty of time.
Padahal kan umur gua sama dia jauh ya.
Might be about to take place in B main could be super important. Just a jiggle. Sushi Boys is holding that with the stinger. Honestly, it doesn't seem like he should be favored, but with a bit of run and gun and a bit of luck, you never know.
And off the turret contact. Here it comes.
Alah!
How does Nags
Anjing refleksnya ngeri banget. Pauji.
What? Okay, that's a
Itu jump shot anjing.
I mean, the man's just jumping and running and gunning.
And it can't get much worse for Sersha here. Even the trap plays that they set up, it looked like it was going to be so good. And Nags dismisses it, Kesnick with outrageous luck there.
Yeah. Udah mulai pusing di gue nontonnya.
But he was going to get the kill either way, I think.
Ya!
It's just so difficult. Such low health.
Okay.
There's a bit of a response though. Could this be?
Alhamdulillah.
Cruz with another headshot.
Yeah. I mean, because it is so low here. If they wanted any
Oi!
shot, a stinger from that range.
Bisa begitu anjing Scary.
Weapons broken, Leviathan knew it.
God almighty, what am I watching?
Bentar lagi di nerf ya. Stinger ya.
This is the next patch I'm uninstalling.
Ente Stinger.
I don't think you'll be able to pull that off though. That's a scary moment. But he just has to die.
Gila anjing.
Yeah.
All of it for naught.
The percentage play.
And 6 rounds up. Crew 2 rounds away from moving on to the next challenge in their group. We don't know who they're going to face. That'll be decided at the end of the day as FPX take on XZ. But just giving themselves another chance and picking up only their second win of
ya elah, apak pulang, masa dua nih apak nih. Halo boy, Yue, halo.
20 and 6 on Xbox, 22 and 10 here.
Demon mode. Absolute demon mode.
One of the biggest carries.
Gak tau nih, kita cuma bisa berharap dengan 11 curse ya. Ayo, pangeran kecil, AWP-mu. AWP-nya nggak laku lagi, lihat tuh. Ini harus mukul mundur nih orang B-nya nih, sumpah. Mukul mundur ke A, surf dapat banyak. Udah surf, jangan gerak surf, diem, jangan kepo.
Yeah. Just holding the angles from one another.
And this is what Crew were not doing on their defense. They weren't pushing people up like this.
Oke,
They
udah
weren't
commit.
putting the alarm bot in mid.
Pauji sial lagi nggak nih anjir?
Crawling. Multiple fights about to take place.
And Nax wins it.
An equal exchange on a different side.
Oke, nice Cruz. Setun punya ulti. Satu garden. Oh, nice flash. Oke, berangkat. AWP Emen, woi, AWP Emen. Nah.
The stun, the paranoia, beautiful utility usage.
Belum adik-adik, belum. Ayo pegangan.
I've been so impressed with how Cruz is playing. Definitely having his best LAN performance we've
Raja
seen.
terakhir on duty tadi hampir nge-wave ya Raja terakhir ya. Abis nge-flash, nge-wave Phantomnya nih.
The fault line to come in there and set up scaring is excellent at shutting down the cap push. And it would just be a travesty to not see more of this Sersha team, but only one may prevail through this match.
punya ulti. Batam tuh Amerika Latin betul.
One match they have played. These leads occasionally escape them.
Yeah!
Afford to let it happen, and Kesner has no intention of letting it
udah
escape
diganyang
them.
nih side-nya nih.
Just glides across the screen, barely react.
Balik. Ngentot.
Dual king for Sersha is getting rocked.
And guess what? Okay.
Yeah.
Barrage of the knives just coming straight down into mid. The teammates though, scatter full of bullets.
It feels like Kesnit's had enough.
Yeah.
Like guys, why are we waiting around? Let's just win this game.
Let's get the map done.
Spike-nya ke A, anjing pinter banget, tai lah. Lu lihat tuh spike-nya.
Massively
Yeah, I mean it's being red. The spike is going over towards A.
Massively over-rotating.
Oh,
playing this defense like a fiddle.
And yeah, he will get eventually.
Oke, scary moment. Apakah ya?
It's essentially done. At this point, Crew would have to throw it all away, I think.
Scary.
Before we just go into that match point, that series point.
Yeah, Scary would have to win a 1v5 ace in order to avoid the match point.
1v5
It's
anjing.
slipping away from Zersha, it's slipping away from the Thai team.
Anjing baliknya ke T-base bangsat juga si
Kesnit
Kesnit.
running in spawn. I mean, Kesnit's just running with his knife out.
Yeah.
Distracting as Delzik swings around the corner. And Crew are one step away.
One more round will do it.
Oh shit, gak punya
One more
duit lagi.
round to avoid going out into the biggest event of the year, the culmination of your entire year.
And this is poised to be heartbreak for the APAC and East Asia regions. Boom, sent home. Edward
Gue dari
Gaming
tadi nanya
sent
bocil cuman
home.
hilang orang.
Zersha as the third team. A triple whammy for
Main
Asia.
GTA.
On the cusp.
Lu streaming Mas apa sampai beres dulu?
Gue lagi nyatet anjing.
Oh nyatet.
Faster play
Maaf,
from
bro.
main. There's a flash over the top that does set up the angle.
Artinya Bang Pauji beneran pulang nih.
Right into A main.
Hamin
There's
1
a
ini
lot
bro.
of freedom and look at how confident this guy is.
Hamin 2 nih.
Min 2 bro.
Not a care in the world.
Iya, belajar.
I mean, no one can stand up to him right now.
And it's just him showing presence right now, but I mean, the guy is so confident that maybe that's all it takes. Look at this.
Lemes bener temen gue guys. Kok gue jadi khawatir ya?
For the Zersha players, they're so fearful of taking duels against Kesnit. He's winning 2 out of 3.
At this point, I think Crew have
Ayam Jawa.
surely. There's a lot of ultimates on the defensive side of Zersha they could use to try and contest this one. What? Up in the air, no one's dealing with it. And Fox, that is a crucial kill.
Masih ada harapan.
Utility usage you need to shut down the star Crew player.
Oh, command. Making waves across now. No more abilities to be used, and Nags' timing. Is it being watched for, Fox? He heard it. He heard something at least. A bit of running gun to avoid in the maid. Dodging, juking, just needs to survive. Crew, one after another. It's down to Cruz. He's got the ultimate, he's got the weapon. But he's got to just fight through tooth and nail every single position. The crossfire locked down, and that is that.
Ente
Crew
Sersia.
move forwards in the tournament, and they will send Zersha home.
Ya, terima kasih ya Babang Pauji memang sudah bawa koper untuk pulang ya ternyata. Bukan untuk berangkat. Wah, Pak keyboardnya bagus tetap ya. Ente Indonesian Killer. Pulang dah sama Bum bareng ya, satu pesawat. Nampaknya Tokichi bersedih hati adik-adik. Kuria tim Brazil ya. Ya kita mulai menjalankan misi adik-adik. Oh ya dia udah sebuah tragedi.
Lucifer Junior kapan Sir? Ya doakan saya secepatnya Zer.
Caranya dari YouTube.
Aki lah.
Oh itu Catherine Pi.
Anjing.
Itu Catherine anak JKT48.
Oh emang ya?
Iya.
Oh Iren.
Yoren kok kenal kamu.
Ntar saran aku yang melorot.
Upi udah.
Ini amat.
Boleh nggak?
Punya bapak angkat.
Nanti ini dia belok ini.
Ingin berkata kasar.
Apaan sih orang di Cardo Milos joget-joget aja banyak videonya.
Tahu nih Patua banyak tingkah. Astagfirullah gini amat punya bapak angkat katanya.
Siapa aja?
Diki.
Diki
lagi.
Gak jelas kan.
Pi, aku mau dandanin kamu di sini boleh gak?
Enggak,
Kenapa lu?
Tidak mati. Tidak ada yang berduka.
Ayo lek. Aduh, goblok banget sumpah. Ya, kamu sudah.
Bentar gua cek dulu perut gua guys. Aduh, gede.
Ayo kita ke tempat delivery itu. Stres.
Entot ih bangsat ih anjing ih.
Tungguin. No. Kamu streaming kayak gitu emang kalau di Facebook? Serius? Gila loh.
Astagfirullahaladzim, bro.
Gila-gilanya nih orang. Ya, gua bawang.
Bu bawang.
Miss. Ini namanya Erki Oketek.
Bawa. Sudah. Ya Allah, bau.
Kasian deh ya. Kenapa gua kenalin ya?
Tuh katanya.
Kenapa gua kenalin ke Upi ya Dea ya? Jadi kasihan liatnya, Cok.
Kalau gua tangkap bang lebar ya.
Oke, kita lihat Toho dulu sebentar ya adik-adik ya. Ini lama kok, aman.
Shit.
Tuh kan gak ada gua mah menang, bro.
Lagi Bang Jo.
Jul ada media share gak sih, guys? Kita cek dulu, guys.
Ribbon bawahnya ya.
Anjing.
Media share jangan lupa, iya aman. Oh, ada. Mantap nih. Video apa ya? Pase.
Aduh, ada orang sana.
Mantap saya dapat.
Video apa ya adik-adik?
Oh, kontol.
Wah.
Burgir. Burgir.
Nice one.
Wah, bagus banget. Nice idea. I will hold this. Okay.
Gue kasih burgir ntar ah. Burgir.
Ayo.
Burgir.
Ayo.
FIFA turni iya, kita lihat dulu ya.
Nice one. Good time.
Oh, mereka nggak pakai back berarti nih, main di depan semua. Nugi nggak main, gua nggak main ya kan. Burgir, ntar burgir yang itu mana ya? Yang lagu guys. Ah ini nih yang ini.
Kalau counter bisa nih kita main direct. Kalau misalkan lagi build up, bisa main direct. Mereka misalnya soal deep itu, yang terus aja terus. Tengahnya ramen tipe-tipe.
Burgir. Ntar ada yang
di kiri kanannya udah ada AI kok. Mana? Good off.
Anjing, ini enak tuh.
Let's go guys.
Tapi bakal gua kasih lagu ini sih Ijul nih, ntar sabar ya. Gua lupa bagian mananya ya. Dua tiga. Lagu mantap nih. Tunggu beres dulu match ya biar tidak apa namanya? Supaya tidak terganggu. Bahasa Rusia iya.
Nice one.
Pakai yang lu media share ke Mas Wet kemarin. Udah tadi gua ke UPI.
Good one.
Nice.
Bapak main tengah. Oh si Yaso main. Terakhirnya siapa? Kadal. Ijul kanan. Ojora bang. Oke.
Nice Dior. Kotak.
Oke nice. Anjing.
Nice. Goody.
Call the ball siapa kadang?
Sir SM bakal live gak? Tadi katanya bakal main, kata Nugi lagi mandi dulu. Nanti kayak main GTA dia tuh.
Shit.
Bang Ben minta Bang Ben.
Aduh.
Dia lagi.
Dapat dal. Nice. Oke.
Bang Ben lebar.
Nice.
Sabar, salah gua copy URL-nya, Cok.
Waduh.
Gua siapin dulu.
Atas deh. Ada day 2 kata King Magic. Iya, ada day 2. Tahu lah Magic kan mandi ngerokoknya lama 2 bulan.
Aduh.
Ben ya, Parel.
Nice Bepo.
Tuh gatel banget gua cok.
Chill, Bepo chill.
Gue juga pengen nonton anjir perangnya. Apa FPX kita nonton mandiri aja? Fnatic Furia sih harusnya Fnatic menang ya.
Aduh, kok bisa.
Wah, Jul. Big Moss episode 13 kira-kira bakal epic gak ya? Harusnya sih epic.
Lah,
kamu bocil open, gue mah bocil klarifikasi gue bro. Belum beres RP-nya klarifikasi gue langsung anjing. Gak ada. Wah, goblok nih HTTP Sinner. Dimas jurusan apa kuliahnya? PR? Kenapa emang? Ngebakar rokok sekalian sama pabriknya bangsat. Bocil Epal, kamu bocil Epal Torik.
Chill.
Udah mulai dem-dem kagak, gua doang itu mah.
Putar ke sana. Main lebar.
Nice banget itu. Bisa tuh anjir, ente sekadal. Dapat Jul, mantap Jul.
Bara. Chill.
Dapetin 2 gol nih. Hup.
Bisa terus Bang Min.
Ih, cakep banget. Ayah, kontrolnya jelek. Ya hamstring. Hamstring.
Gue kejar. Bawah, offset.
Offset dong, gila kali lo.
Offset ya sih.
Anjing kagak loh. Latam kru dari negara mana? Latam itu Amerika Latin, krunya dari Argentina.
Out dia.
Nice.
We can get more details on that injury situation from our man pitch side, Jeff Shreves. Jeff?
Yeah, keep an eye on him because in that last challenge he took a heavy blow to his upper thigh. He's feeling it at the moment, but no sign of an arse being taken off.
Cheers, Jeff.
Nice banget. Set kadal. Now. Ya, keselengkat.
Terus Bang Ben.
Kudu bukannya punya Aguero? Iya, buset tiap hari itu ditanya.
Nice.
Ayah.
Rame banget anjing. Sorry. Cakep.
Oke, bisa nih Sinner. Ayah, ente.
Sorry. Spiking banget.
Si Ropik.
Depo
Ceng.
B541. Yasoi John Ozora.
Padahal dapat dong. Anjing, gak dapet Cok. Lah, gue mau donate ini. Menangin guys.
Oke.
Ya bawah, ada gue.
Lari Jul, berangkat. Tap, cakep. Kasih kadalnya, boleh. Prit dong. Nah.
Bang Jul aja ya.
Nah, cakep Jul. Kasih tau Jul. Kadal goreng Jul.
Bang Men, belakang bisa nggak? Lu udah tinggi kan?
Gak jadi.
Dapat.
Aduh.
Back.
Iya.
Dapat, cakep. Ozora lagi nggak ini nih.
Pepo. Los.
Entot nih Kinder Boy, gue udah tahu Kinder Boy. Oh, nice kadal GG.
Let's go.
GG.
Bangsat, makasih Kinder Boy 30.000-nya. Sabar, gue mau donate Jul dulu. Lama juga nih, woi. Baru belum beres guys, 2 menit. Nah, udah GG nih. Saatnya mendonet.
Try, berani.
Di belakang.
Nah, sabar. Sedikit lagi.
Wah, maju.
Nice game.
GG. Langsung Jul joget. Kok gagal transaksinya goblok?
Nice game.
Apakah buka aib luar lagi? Enggak, udah habis aibnya. Bocil galau. Wasitnya bot dong, masa orang.
Anjing sip kecil burger. Yang kiri. Macbeth mana? Macbeth.
Mahat kapten. Saya absen dulu.
Macbeth udah bangun.
Udah.
Mana dia?
Biarkan Upi dengan ininya dulu. Kita
mungkin
ya
ke sub-baton dulu guys.
Augi mana Augi?
Siapa aja sih yang ini anjing? Gue sampai lupa. Kong Petra.
Nah, ada Binturong.
Oh, Binturong main.
Oke,
Binturong main tuh. Jeksi berapa jam lagi, guys?
Tebing sini harus dua. Turun nih. Tebing mau turun nih.
Ya, lagi tur nih anjir.
Oh, dia satu.
Egi Morbid. Oh ya.
Saya buka smoke ya.
Dia lagi tur nih. Oke, ntar dulu ya. Lagi tur nih, kesian.
Sabar.
Goblok. Morbid. Egi.
Goblok sih. Tapi kok kayak ada.
Kalau yang gocekan yang mau itu apa ya guys ya? Yang suara desah awalnya itu apa ya? Gue lupa lagi gocekannya.
Iya yang
judulnya.
Tunung.
Krim itu band Jeksi ya lagi serius kasihan. Ntar ya beres Krim.
Main cam.
Weh, apaan adik-adik tolong.
Gila, jago banget gue. Makasih.
Siapa yang mau lihat
One last weekend I'll be gone. Oh iya benar.
Anjay.
One last.
Apa anjing?
Apa? Jago gua.
Yang mana anjing?
Iya jago.
Oh ini nih.
Emang gak jelas.
Ini pijet tau kan?
One last weekend I'll be gone. Rate Morbid berapa sih?
Ini terusnya udah hari ketiga.
30 menit. Oke, 30 menit. Kita tambah 30 menit.
Terus thank you Corazon.
Udah.
Oh, ikannya enggak mau sih.
Udahan enggak?
NK Pro.
Yang tahu.
VCT, rasa-rasa VCT, bro.
Udahan enggak? Mending lihat
TikTok. Kalau nonton TikTok ini dong.
Bisa VN, guys. Apa kita kasih VN aja? Kontol gitu ya. Jangan deh.
Ini kita dengar suara air, suara lagu.
Jangan lah, nggak boleh anjing, please be kind and responsible. Udahlah, YouTube aja.
Suara ikan.
Anjing nggak boleh toksik, bangsat.
Mendengarkan mereka ribut.
Your name. Namanya siapa ya? Kita kasih namanya siapa ya?
Digigit ya?
Abdul, Fikri, Rudi.
Masa nggak mau sih? Apa ya umpannya ya? Coba di Kail 2 dah. Tadi Kail 2 itu dapat.
Aduh, salah mencet.
Liver kah? Cacing suka liver nggak? Inilah. Nah, ini dia. Kelihatan ikannya. Langsung menyerang dia ya guys ya. Fix nih diamond nih.
Harus pakai email ini guys.
Diamond play button. Dicicip, oke.
Wah.
Iya.
Oh, emailnya gua pakai email samaran gua.
Silver, bro.
Email samaran gua ada. This your payment method. Nah.
Kok berat? Kok susah? Nah,
Anjing ada ininya. Bangsat ada ininya, guys. Ada pajak.
Kopet masih RTO kah, teman-teman?
Set. Nah, nambah ya kan. Egg Diablo.
Ih, goblok kaget.
Kaget si anjing. Gocekan
Apa tadi
tolong.
namanya? Notif donate. Thank you telur Diablo. Thank you
Anjing.
Diablo.
Siap,
Astagfirullah,
sama-sama.
astagfirullah.
Sama-sama Bang Morbid.
Sungguh mengagetkan ya Diablo ya. Makasih 50.000-nya. Semoga murah rezeki sehat selalu.
Amin.
Kalau gue udah tahu loh video itu.
Kalau si Abas emailnya bisa ngasal juga, nggak tahu.
Kenapa gitu?
Atau belum? Atau benar-benar
Nggak tahu. Gua kan di store sekarang. Nggak di admin.
Ini kayaknya enak dikasih kobo nih guys.
Lagi ada lu semua.
Gua di storage, gua nggak ngeliat bed di mana. Lu mungkin nge-reportnya di pertigaan kali. Gua kan di storage bawah.
Oh iya.
Tuh makan nih anjing.
Makanya lagi rame-ramenya gitu. Dan
Sabar.
nggak kelihatan mayatnya.
Jerodan, oh ya bentar.
Jangan lupa membership. Oke. Super.
coba.
Super.
Apa?
Lu bilang lu yang nembak Andi Jul.
Kenapa lu mau juga gue tembak?
Kagak, maksud gue berarti lu ada.
Tembak aku dong, Bang.
Lu gak lihat apa-apa.
Aku bosan hidup, Bang.
Gua timing sama Andi Jul tuh, timing pas gua.
Bang, tembak aku, Bang.
Si Egi pasti nggak dibalik nih, ngentot nih orang.
Aku bosan hidup, Bang.
Pas gua door si.
Tuh bunuh diri.
Bang,
Regina
tembak
nge-report.
aku, Bang.
Egg Diablo. Semangat terus, Bang. Ntar detiknya 10. Dah. Email. Lah nggak pakai email ini anjing. Tar dulu. Kok nggak ada your name-nya, guys? Bentar ya. Write your message. Semangat terus, Bang. Add media, YouTube video. Oh. Lah. Bodo amat ah. Langsung aja bodo amat. QR code, oke. Tap. Anjing.
Baiklah.
Ada yang mati gak sih?
Udah simpen awal kalau udah pernah donate. Oh gitu, oke. Kita Egg Diablo berarti ya.
Fan banyak banget anjir.
Cuma 3 ya. Ingat.
Lah!
Yang jadi miner cuma boleh 3, jangan nyaman.
Lah!
Yang mana sih? Fan-nya aja gua nggak ngeliat.
Di depan medical. Terus di mana lagi tadi gue liat ya?
Konyol nih Sosiabas nih anjing.
Shield, atasnya shield ada 1.
Kalau atas shield emang 1 bawaan.
Enggak, di antara shield sama
di jalannya.
Wah, error anjing.
Kan di bawah.
Kagak sadar lagi.
Sama atas itulah.
Oh, yang sebelah kiri.
Scam.
Shield atas.
Antara shield sama pertigaan navigasi.
Iya, betul.
Hari-hari tersekem.
Gimana
Bukan yang bawahan.
Ini ada yang ini nih. Nah,
Yang
set.
dari ya, oke.
Apa-apa. Takut gua.
Gak ada yang nyadar lagi. Woi, viewernya Egi bangun, woi. Kasih tahu Bang, ada yang donate gitu cepetan, guys. Bang, ada yang donate satu orang ya.
Udah pasti
Nggak sadar
udah
gua.
sas duluan anjir.
Ente tuh donate. Oh, makasih Aldo. Mantap.
Siapa? Sebut aja.
Siapa tak?
Jaraknya pendek lagi.
Pendek.
Ya lah, ente donat.
Yoi.
Apa ente donat?
Kok lu jangan hilang dong. Lu mah. Oke gua batan. Biar gua lagi.
Ente media share. Nah, mantep, Bay.
Ente media share apa media share ya?
Berhasil di batal mana
Gua enggak tahu, semangat terus, Bang. Egg Diablo, thank you. Itu apa tadi emangnya? Media share.
Lu. Sama gua sih.
Egg Diablo.
Apa lu?
Emang media share-nya apaan? Gua enggak tahu.
Oke.
Replay lah, woi.
Gue nggak tahu.
Ya replay, woi. Harus diajarin nih.
Biasanya apaan tuh?
Woi.
Ntar abis ini gua iniin lagi.
Oh, abis ini. Oke, kita lanjut dulu. Jerodan mah
Video
Jerodan.
pendek mungkin nggak keputer juga. 50.000 soalnya. Gua kecilin lagi deh itunya media share maksudnya biar lebih bisa panjang.
Bentar lagi nyampe Prestige. Udah Prestige sama Raw
40 menit.
Revolt.
Baru Blade sama Tejo.
Ini semua mau ke FBL Roleplay.
Friend.
Ini FBL Roleplay mulu smoke anjing.
Video Nugi yang itu apa? Nugi apa namanya?
Ada 5 orang di
Video Nugi yang aduh, gua lupa namanya apa ya?
Ya itu deh.
Nugi.
Mayatnya di mana, Rek?
Itu
Kanan,
mau ke arah
navigasi.
shop. Iya, dekat navigasi.
Nugi Feng Mawan, makasih.
Ada fan 2.
Yang fan baru, berarti di jalannya. Atasnya shield persis.
Di situ.
Nah, ini kan enak.
Tetap itu toh kan lu.
Email bilang apa, Mel?
Semangat terus, Bang. Nah, ya kan? Ini enak kita donate ya.
Gua dari arah gua ada jadi gini. Tadi yang pas ada itu apa namanya? Ada sabotage. Kan rame tuh di admin.
Wah. Ya ada Bangkong lagi ketahuan ini mah Saweria mah enggak bisa di lock out anjir.
Tejo tadi mungkin belakang gua.
Coba ya gua lock out. Coba gua lock out.
Regina yang gua lihat kan. Abis itu yang perbaiki O2 itu seharusnya metal.
Makanya gua back dulu,
terus ke
refresh. Nah,
bawah. Metalnya nggak tahu kemana. Pintu storage ketutup. Navigasi. Belakang gua Regina dong.
Dari
Iya, gua di navigasi
Diablo.
tadi lihat. Makanya pas gua lihat ke bawah udah itu ada yang mati. Dan itu enggak masih.
Gua nggak ada masuk ke navigasinya.
Gua
ini gua nggak ada masuk navigasi sama sekali ya.
Iya, sabar. Tahu gua Jerodannya enggak ada.
J masih
Santai.
masih sas gua.
Bung terigunya cai, ini hilang. Halo. Ini kan.
Tot.
Aduh.
Dah, mati si Yusuf.
Terus Bang. Thank you Ek Diablo, makasih banyak.
Anjing Ek Diablo, Bro.
Napetinnya Dugi Pengmawan anjing. Nah, kenapa tuh padahal gue pengen nyanyi lagunya Susabian. Bentar. Ada Dugi Pengmawan anjir. Oh, nyanyi lagu Susabian, keren kenapa?
Lah!
Aku udah ini tuh.
Enggak dipanggil, MS-nya enggak ada, Sup.
Enggak tahu.
Lah!
Gua
Oh, lagi restream.
lagi nanganin yang di truk, Bang, kali.
Iya.
Lu bilang aja ke rumah sakit.
Iya.
Masuk.
Di tenggorokan. Enggak, di ujung lidah juga nempel mo. Lidah mana? Depan? Kang. Dia itu maksudnya ini di daerah sana belakang.
Sodaton. Gila. Gak beres-beres Sodaton, cu.
Jadi kita barikat nih ininya.
Iya.
Minggir lu.
Sumpahin aja jadi anjir. Masuk anginnya. Ini gula.
Ini kayaknya harus dikasih yang dalam acara gak sih, guys? Hah? Harus dikasih acara WhatsApp ini.
Gimik terus itu.
Paling banjur sih anjing dekat tilelep.
Kasih dulu acara nih.
Hai guys, di sini aku mau kasih pengumuman.
Hai guys.
Makasih.
Jadi pas mana minum, kikonya langsung dilowol.
Sosiabas anjing.
Ini bungkus nah. Ah, anjing lah. Goblok giliran aing respect ajeng naon awan respect aing goblok.
Ada tadi satu.
Oh, di satu ya. Alhamdulillah.
Itu pun aing yang ngetik pakai account.
Tapi nggak ada media share, adik-adik. Ya.
Baik banget gila.
Gak ada media share, adik-adik.
Gelas gitu anjing minum.
Ya.
Nggak gitu juga.
Daripada disuruh mati atau ini sok?
Ini itu.
Ya pilihannya jangan mati dong, pilihannya nyawa. Gimana?
Sehat biar nggak sakit.
Ya.
Mohon maaf semua mungkin
media share ya?
Kalian mau kirim media share ke channel suami saya di Bima Ojol. Semangat ya Bima Ojol tuh. Lagi bisa baton juga. Yuk.
Cepat.
Cepat.
Ini aja.
Ini kan bekas mana yang ini?
Bisa aja nggak akan habis.
Ini.
Di mana-mana ya ternyata ya.
Cepat. Kalau misalkan pakai gini ya.
Mana lagi? Free talk, donation reading.
Kayak gitu. Tata keramanya di
Anjing dia orang. Live chatnya di disable.
Zikri, terima kasih banyak.
Asik juga nih kayaknya. Streaming tanpa live chat, bro.
Para penontonku yang budiman dan keren itu kemana ya perginya mereka? Aku kebingungan sekali. Sepertinya aku harus menanyakan kepada streamer-streamer lain. Siapa yang lagi live ya?
Mantap sih memang kapitalisnya ya. Gua kirim anjing, sabar.
Duh, nggak dikali, nggak live lagi. Coba kita lihat dia. Kok nggak ada yang chat sih di live chat? Lah, ini penontonnya pada kemana? Lah iya ya.
Eric Olim gak pernah kalah.
Ini siapa nih?
Dia masih nge-sim KD nggak guys? Hah?
Ini.
Aku juga kayak hamster.
Penonton anjing.
Stres anjing kod. Tahu nggak itu siapa?
Satu. Apa Muhammad Yusuf? Terima kasih banyak donasinya ya.
Masih oke.
E-sport Mas Kentung.
Tapi nyawernya error guys.
Apaan sih? Emang di pro em?
Ya,
Aduh,
Ben lagi apa? Lagi donate orang, Cil. Kenapa, Cil? Mau main?
Penonton kalian kemana?
Oh, belum anjir. Gua kira udah walk in.
Penonton, kalian kemana penonton? Aduh.
Z. Oke, udah Z. Oke, berarti Z cookies ya.
Sekali.
Z cookies.
Nggak tahu.
Makan gaji.
Yang mana Z cookies? Kenapa, Cil?
Gimana dia?
Mau main GTA? Oh, ini. Z cookies buat napking TRS.
Aku harus mencari kemana? Mana perginya penonton nap live?
Tuh, gak bisa dibuka, kenapa ya?
Kemana ya?
Nyawernya ya? Oh, Magic udah lab.
The fuck?
Tuh, nggak bisa.
Yang setuju gua subaton sekarang 1 jamnya 10.000. Ketik 1.
Tuh ada yang ketik 1.
Gue itu sampai 5 kalau nggak ada yang ketik 1. Selamat pagi Daryl, terima kasih banyak donasinya. Kalau nggak ada yang ketik 1 berarti batal.
Kesal. Tiba-tiba aku melayang. Ya, server down.
Mana ya yang biasanya ngetik emoji Kiki marah kok?
Bentar. Ya, gue udah liat ininya belum?
Lu kalau termasuk salah satu yang disas tinggal
itu yang ngirim mungkin salah ngatur detiknya, sembarangan kamu Nopi. Aku tidak gaptek.
Ternyata belum ya.
Bapak gua gila, kenapa lagi? Udah, gue nggak kuat nontonnya guys. Baru turun ya. Gue nggak bisa ngeliat yang gitu itu. Ngeri. Oh ini si KKP juga lagi nih ya? Oh 28 jam tuh.
Ini repair apa sih? Sumpah Cici gak ngerti loh. Dia bisa buat fan.
Ke Siabas dia.
Gak bisa. Ini ngapain sih? Hah? Kalau sabo bisa diperbaiki. Aslinya bacok.
Kenapa lu?
Sumpah kalau ini aku
Sumpah mulu, gue tabok lu sumpah mulu.
Mel nggak mau ngomong Mel.
Aku ini doang mau nanya, kalian ngebling gak sih semua orang-orangannya?
Agak.
Enggak.
Beneran nih, kok aku ngebling semuanya ya? Maksudnya kayak Devin ngebling, terus ini ngebling gitu loh, kayak
Ngentot 5.000 per detik.
Jaringan, Red, itu jaringan.
Ya udahlah pas 5.000 per detik mah.
berarti aku nggak tahu.
Mati tapi yang shield pertama.
Norman hilang.
Shield Norman padahal Norman AFK loh.
Gua AFK loh.
Parah banget.
Norman lagi AFK mancing itu. Lu parah banget.
Gua
beli minum.
Gua vote Regina karena Norman dihilangin shieldnya.
Di meeting.
Lu executioner kan, Blade?
Hei.
Anjing.
Joner.
Enggak sopan.
Deng.
Blade X nih mau ngevote Regina nih.
Iya gua X.
Coba ya, gue bayar dulu guys. Aduh, BCA error mulu udah jam segini kenapa sih? Lambat.
Lu paham juga.
Cepetan lah, woi, keburu mulai nih, woi. BCA. Email banget.
Gimik orang di sini serius.
Loading tuh. Oh, loading.
Sombong banget.
Anjing, coba gua reset dah.
Gua rere.
Jadi nyesel gua buka report ini anjir. Sayang ya kalau gitu
ya. Kode akses Anda salah.
Apa lagi sih?
Oh, udah aman guys. Apa tuh man? Ini Ju biasa.
Repair kalau ada sabotage doang. 82. Thank you dia full. Aku bingung kok ada suara. Gak tau dari mana.
Ju tangkap Ju.
Kok jokesnya serem ya tiba-tiba ya.
Ju tangkap Ju.
Discord loh.
Ju tangkap.
Boleh cepet. Mel.
Tangkap.
Gue tahu tadi siapa yang blackmail gue.
Siapa?
Lewatin gue itu cuma Egi, Devin, sama Regina. Jadi kan Egi.
Pokeball gue habis ya.
Gua ngelewatin lu.
Ipan berapa jam lagi emang? Anjing 70 jam. Icebox map 1. Pom tolong liatin dulu ya mapnya ya. ...350 menit, anjing, mantep nih.
Bajingan slow banget.
Secreted. I'm under attack. Clearly.
Sabar.
On my way. I know it.
Ini 350 menit 500k. Oh iya salah 20 menit adik-adik ya. Sorry. Goblok. Pakai video apa ya? Lagu aja deh, lagu Obo. Udah Kobo detik berapa tadi ya? Detik 10 ya? Kontol. Kobo SMMR nih. Nah. Ketik jumlah dukungan dari X Diablo. Pesan. Semangat terus, Bang. Mulai detik 10. Rewel. Makan nih Pan. Tototet, who's that pikau?
these mysteries readily.
Delaynya berapa lama Ipan ya?
So it is revealed.
Belum nambah nih.
On my way.
Dua 20 detik kayak delaynya. 5-15 oh, pakai low latency dia.
Ritem Bo, coba tunjukin hasil latihan aing mau yang di membership.
Lagi serius. Gak bisa. Gak ada suaranya. Suaranya hilang. Suaranya hilang.
It's not time yet. Ah, strange.
Suaranya sampai hilang, lu lihat Godonet anjing egg Diablo, bro.
Haste. I vow it.
Montil. Walk out. Oh iya kah? Nanti kita sudah support ya. Tujuan kita mensupport. Mana Magic Lab? Penipu anjing. Belum. Walk out semenit lagi belum. Ada OC Lab. OC mah lagi nggak subaton kan? Enggak, lagi nggak subaton. Anjay.
Oh tidur dia, tidur.
Golnya OC kuliah, gokil. Temen gue mau kuliah lagi, bro.
Siapa ini?
Londok.
Oh. Dari mana? Bang.
Biasa jalan-jalan. Ini siapa nih?
Andi event
Oh,
bentar.
SM.
Udah ngentot, gue ninjain. Gue kabur dari Discord gak ada yang. Gue diem aja.
Aku ada lo buktinya. Tapi kalau aku spill kan gak enak, nanti bocor. Gak enak kan. Jadi ya bangun aja lah yang tahu sendiri.
Bacot.
Bangun kayaknya ganti nomor ya?
Lo punya nomor gua aja kagak.
Punya ya. Mau aku spill 08.
Ayo coba lanjut.
Wah. Sebentar.
It's time to welcome our next two teams.
Boster.
Do or die.
Boster dulu sebentar, boster bro.
Let's bring out Furia and Fnatic.
Kita walk in ya dulu, boster. Santai bro, malam masih panjang. Mystic. Anjing, bener kan Mystic. Predik juara champion belum bisa bay, nanti coba kita lihat pas playoff ya. Gue belum tahu nih. Anjing. Dukung mana nih? Kayaknya masih fanatik sih. Emang tuh orang PD-nya sih PD mampus ya. Lihat tuh cara jalannya anjing. PD mampus nih orang sumpah. Boster my idol. Anjing Enzo orang Bali guys. Dia urat malunya udah nggak ada. Kayak uus tuh si Boster tuh uus banget, tau nggak lo? Khalil Tok. Oh iya, gue belum ngambil minum, gak ada yang ngingetin ya, lu pada ya. Hah? Anjing tinggi bener. Monster anjing.
Oh, Minnie, that's why we love you, buddy. But walk up the dichotomy, I have to say, between Fnatic, Boaster just coming out and twerking, and then NZR with a humble wave, Brian. That just goes to show you the personalities of
Bentar, ngambil minum dulu.
Kind of experience as well on the international stage. Fnatic have it in droves. Furia, they were at champions briefly last year, went out in group 0 and 2, but showed a lot of promise. It feels the same kind of thing. An upset against Fnatic is going to be a tall order for Furia, but Fnatic is a real test of them now that the pressure's really on them in Istanbul.
I gotta know what the hell Boaster's saying to the team.
You know what's so funny? He's got a whole notepad in front of him, and I bet you it just has 2 dot points. It says 1, win, 2, qualify, get out of elimination. That's it, and he's just reading it.
Or it is the most amazing motivational speech of all time. It could be that, or it could just be strategy. Probably strategy.
We'll never know, but we can speculate. We can pretend like it was the best speech.
I'm gonna corner Boaster at the bar and ask him. That's what I'm
when you find out the script, scan it and send it to me.
I got you.
Thank
I got you. All right, this is it. I mean, we're going to be jumping into Icebox, by the way. You did not hear that wrong. Icebox is going to be map number 1. If you watch EMEA, which I know many of you do, you know that Fnatic love this map, and they have been very successful on this map. And Jess, it is a scary situation for Fury to find themselves in, but if you're going to throw something at the wall, try something new. This is the time to do it.
I mean, look, they won the last 4 or 5 times they played it, but I need Fnatic to clear the record with me, because the last time they lost it was their elimination game in the previous LAN they attended against Zeta Division. So, in an international record, it's not looking too hot for them if we're looking at recency bias.
The argument for that is that they only got to play it once at Copenhagen. They banned FPX, as they tend to do on this map, so for recency it's been better. But also, it's
namanya Mini. Oh iya ya.
To get rid of this map, to not let it in the pool whatsoever.
Sih, tingginya mau 2 meter itu.
Having an advantage,
Pemain basket.
just keep putting their heads against the wall to try and beat this. Now it's Furious turn. The thing about Furious,
guys, kita mengecek keluarga dulu sebentar ya.
It's almost a bit of a cosplay overall.
All right, Prime Gaming Agent select. Let's see what we end up getting here, Ryan. Very curious to see if we get any changes here from Fury.
And there is, yeah. As it's going over the KO, so he's going to be sort of changing the position a bit more. It does feel like this.
Minum IC, iya aman. Nih, nemu lagi tadi.
And they're trying to sort of break down where Dirk is going to be playing.
Ya. Dugem dah. Magic baru live. Kayaknya enak dah. Baru live langsung kita kasih suara Kobo, anjing. Mati nih orang. Hah? Anjing. Ini loh. Aku makan nih opening, anjing.
Kalian gak punya kepentingan khusus.
Lah?
Ya, jauhilah daerah South Los Santos. South Los Santos, okay. Because we fucking Mexican, you know.
See you on the street, Don Sakota, boy. Okay, semua Don, aman.
Just DF, we don't fuck with BS. All the ops get finessed, all the cops lose interest. One of them no regrets.
Semangat terus bang ya kan, sabar ya. Mulai detik 10. Nah, gue udah siapin, tenang ya, sabar. Tinggal nunggu si anjing buka cam aja. Nah, bocil absen dulu. Anjing, sawer aku di sini, anjing. Lihat tuh.
Cek.
Ah.
Cek 1 2 3 cek.
Makan ikan
Halo semuanya, selamat malam.
Ya, malam-malam.
Jangan lupa langsung absen sama like videonya ya.
Iya. Diam lo.
Malam-malam semuanya baru join. Absen anjing.
Notisnya lagi nonton lu, enggak mungkin.
King, aku King, halo Ari. Ilham, halo Ilham. Lupek, Farel, Don't Scumbag, Gemilang.
Ritem, Bo, coba tunjukin hasil latihan aing mau yang di membership. Oke.
Anjing, sore kita gobat ya.
Bobo. Sakit itu.
Aku, halo Hafiz. Hafiz, hai, halo. Aku bang nggak pernah disapa. Rusel. Semangat terus bang, thank you ya. Diablo gocapnya.
Aku bang anak yatim kan.
Aku bang Jik, halo Nataga.
Ya udah Bang Jik. Mulai, let's go. Pas nih, pas banget ini. Ya adik-adik yang berjanji jangan lupa di like dulu adik-adik biar kita makin semangat live-nya sama FPP ya. Thank you ya Diablo, iya. Sama-sama. Diablo merajalela bro. Anjing. Apa-apaan tuh? Ya kalah. Pur dari mana? Brazil. Lihat di atas namanya tuh ada BR, nah itu regionnya. Fnatic versus Neymar anjing. Lawan kali lo tok. Bentar guys, gue lupa. Bentar ya, dari tadi kita donate. Notif WA tidak ku baca, aduh.
Showing that, yeah, we can actually do damage to Fnatic is huge. So, big start for them, picking up the pistol. They're going to instantly go up towards the Spectres and the Bulldog. And on the other side, I don't think there's any investment at all, no, just classics.
Oh, there's 2 shots of the Headhunter for Durka. Frugal here in round 2. Immediately, the wall goes up. Durka actually nearly making one of those work.
Anjing, dari setengah 9 ternyata WA-nya ya. Oh, mantap.
Actually, this wall will really slow things down. With just classics on the other side of it, it's going to require Fnatic to either bring the knives out, create enough noise where they're going to have a decent idea of who's behind it anyway.
Yeah, that's, I mean, maybe a plant. You're clutching at straws. You want the slim benefits in these rounds, and towards a spike, not quite there towards the site yet, still in the hands of Boaster. So he's making its way forward, wall in place. That's going to be chipped away out. And the plan going to come down. I don't think much is going to die. Actually, no, there is.
Ya nggak dapat plan bro.
That's going to stop Boaster. Gets
sayang
to pieces. So far, so good.
Oh dapat plan udah itu misi berhasil.
And only so far Mazin being the one punished as it's clean. Good work from Fury here, Mike.
Anjing ya, Brazil Latam ngeri-ngeri kali ya.
Here in the bonus round.
Bahasa malam ini enak kali ya, enak banget, parah. Apalagi bakso beranak tuh, aduh. Udah kebayang banget tuh ngilernya,
Surprised at what I'm seeing. We'll wait to see if that's actually confirmed, but well played by Fury initially here. To back away, at least even risk giving up the plant here, but the crunch is perfect.
It absolutely is, and we can start.
Still there. The operator was what I was curious about.
It's sticking around. I mean, this has got some bite to it.
Guys, kalian ada yang punya akun Tinder gak guys?
And if, you know, things slip out of hand or out of control, he's just going to back away.
Oh, ada yang punya akun Tinder, gua mainin mau nggak?
Certainly interesting to see.
Kita mencari.
Not passive.
Not at
mencari.
all. Okay, this is quite exciting. Getting super proactive down middle. Does have support as well. He's not alone there.
But that's the thing. It's a key focal
point. Really. Tinder bisa di PC soalnya bro.
Attacking half is this presence outside a tube, not allowing anything to slip the net.
Well, the amount of times we complimented that mid lurk coming out.
Ada Mas Ben. Agung boleh DM Discord Agung.
A couple of players do it. And with that presence still noted, Boaster's going to try and drift back over now.
Pakai nomor HP atau apa ya?
Bikinlah
Ben, jangan gua lah, gua ganteng.
He's in range of his TP so deep in tube as well that. Boaster
still checks it.
To say, it was nearly a clean swing there actually with the
crowd for the last
second.
But the time, again, they're down to 50 seconds now. Fnatic will have to start taking these further risks towards the site.
Absolutely.
Warded away at least the operator, but still 3 players towards the backside. They have
Tinder tuh ada di PC tuh, bisa download.
But now, with a weaponry by their side,
download Tinder, anjing bisa bego tuh.
Into a better position. Already going to pick up the first. That removes one of the players who's tucked towards the back of the site. Trade comes out. It's not over yet. Hold on.
No.
Wait, what is going on? Furia. This could be huge. It's a 2v2 in the time.
Login with phone number, loginnya phone number so.
Got it. Catching Boaster.
Gak ada QR code gitu ya?
Through the mist and now Enzo in the 1v2. Does still have the spike to hand, so he can get a plant, Mike.
No, expect Furia to barrel through here. He's capable of the clash, we know it.
Gue nggak tahu apa-apa. Masa bonusnya dapat nih? Tapi biasanya Enzo di round-round penting ini dong, ayo dong.
All still there, gets depleted, as does the Sage Wall. First contact made, and he's down to 9 HP. You see Khalil going to try and push up on this one, but the diffuser's coming in. He ain't stopping! Furia! Converting bonus, unbelievable. A risky purchase, Mike, but it pays off.
Definitely pays off. And that's even actually after.
Apakah tim yang hari ini aku dukung pulang semua?
Not rewarded with the kill, but he's noted, and that makes the late round so much easier when it comes down to exactly what happens on A side. Operator not actually retrieved. Now that is the concern on the back end of that, but they've converted the bonus.
And it looks like they're investing back around that potential. I'm looking at the buy coming in now. It does.
Makasih ya, hehehe, 15.000-nya. Lu doang yang bisa Kobo. Belum.
This time around, the operator pays dividends.
And he gets away with his life. No trade available, nothing to be found. And actually proactive through middle at the same time. Furia taking a lot of the boxes, a little risque to be doing this, but posting up Marzin just a little deeper towards middle.
Karma apa, guys?
See similar scenes on
Lu
the
nggak
other side.
ngapa-ngapain dari tadi lagi nonton doang ini.
Alpha, but again, that rotation back would be an issue.
Ntar dulu nih, bos termati anjing.
I mean, the fact that Boast has fallen first makes this B hit. I was say Durka furiously looking for that one. Alpha are going to be tested in mid as well, but Ozzy up to the task.
Kencangkan suara lu, jelas. Mayoritas nih, bos.
Mystic and Enzo, they were noted earlier on.
Stepnya ke situ.
Maybe a little much, but
he can come back and get the res now. He can get Boast back up.
He's straight away to it. Okay, back to a 3v3. Certainly not over yet, Mike.
Well, it makes it a little easier now. What I was about to say, with Boaster falling, this Viper wall being down makes this B site execute so much harder to even make use of the Sage wall. Decent flash, but no reward for it.
Enjo.
25 seconds. And
ya elah, Mystic sial banget.
Quickly gathered by Boaster, but there's no safety. This Enzo needs to almost secure this himself. Has to fight away to find some safety. And Furia rip it away. That's 4-0. Let's pump the brakes now because we're talking about win conditions. Let's revisit those, Mike. So far, this is looking good.
Yeah, keeping them in check here. And actually, when you look at kind of head-to-head in terms of the stats, Furia do lag a little behind in terms of their
anjing. Ya elah, hilang.
Edging out in terms of the attack. So this is a very interesting start. No surprise to see the timeout called here. I mean, I was saying make it interesting.
Benar nih, Brazil, bro.
Right now. And it's the timings that, you know, the second layer of some of these defensive setups where they're ready to address Tube, looking for Alpha, looking for Boaster. There's 3 members of Fnatic that are known to lurk here. Some of these executions.
Kapan? Hari apa ya?
And I love that because the amount of times during the EMEA regular season we talk about how much value they get off those mid lurks, how much they've been able to get, you know, late control.
Lurking for free sometimes.
Really, really left to their own devices, which was always such a
curiosity.
Oh,
tanggal 9 guys.
Furia very aware of this.
Terakhir dia terakhir.
2 different looks towards dealing with it.
Terakhir banget.
Terakhir. Trying to approach that.
Hari Jumat.
Alpha, so you've had both sides of the coin in that aspect.
Dan itu nungguin ini ya, nungguin Fnatic. Ini kalau Fnatic menang lagi, kayaknya 100 Thieves tetap lolos deh, tetap kalah deh Fnatic kayaknya. Kayaknya ya. Terus kan nungguin ini nih, nungguin FPX sama Exet. Buat nanti hari Rabu. Sponsornya BMW iya. Menang Furia ini. Furia kah? Anjay.
How much control they've been in previously, if this is flawless, I'm actually getting a little concerned how far Furia can go with this.
Speaker.
Well, Mini should have, you know, as I said, he pumped the brakes just around the corner. He's going to be coming back in with a plan. So, Mini, maybe not always getting the credit he deserves. Very much one of the key aspects of what has made Fnatic great in the past. So, hopefully he's able to adjust a couple of things here. Let's look at what they come in with. And it's Stingers galore, Headhunter coming out, and that's about all she wrote. And once again, look towards middle. Mazin already starting to have a little bit of a glimpse, a little bit of a look, but again, you don't want to be too aggressive. You don't want to give away too much in these rounds. This is another test for Furia. How do they look in their anti-ecos? How robust do they look? You said it. You want to see the economy to stabilize, and this is the round for example.
Gara-gara Leviathan ranked Eco pakai Stinger semua. PCT effect. Gak ada yang bisa disalahin. Meta Stinger is back ya.
Maybe going to ping 3, but the fact that it's Enzo would lean towards a couple more members of Fnatic lying in wait. Once again, wall goes up actually.
Alhamdulillah.
Under 50 seconds, so Fnatic kind of have to deal with this now.
There's only 2 on the side this time.
Lah, geter gitu aimnya.
Third player rotate really quickly, and that might be the case now. Mazin kind of drifting back away from middle.
Begitu, jadi pengen main gitu.
More into the hands of Khalil to fill that gap as the hit will be coming through. So 3 on the side. Good spot towards belt already. Durka gone down. That's a headhunter removed from this. For the Stingers, you don't want to get up close to them. And you're seeing
Stinger,
that now.
kita lihat Stinger
Alpha shows
kematian.
how it's done, and it's a firing squad. But again, none of it came towards Furia. It was all on Fnatic. 14 seconds now. They're running out of time.
Buset!
Move, and they do. Enzo and Boaster somehow break in. 9 seconds now. Khalil has to do some damage here. The ult spot. Enzo's taking down his teammate. They're still doing damage. Mike, it ain't over yet.
Khalil already down to 1 HP now.
Anjay, Thrifty, bro.
Convert a Thrifty to stop that momentum from building. You're actually pretty hyped up. Usually after a
Anjay,
timeout, you
gimana
don't
nih?
expect value immediately
Twitch
in
ada
that round,
premium
maybe
nggak?
a
Kayaknya
round
nggak
or
ada
so
dah.
to breathe and come through back in the buy round, but Fnatic
Gatal lagi dong. Tadi udah nggak gatal ya.
to be honest with you. A couple of run and guns, unfortunate for Fury, but you noted it. Only 2 members here, and they were happy to stand and fight. You know, maybe if it's the Sage and the Viper, there's a bit more store value to some of the utility there, but as soon as that wall gets dealt with, I'm expecting at least one to dip away. You know, come back to an anti-plant, you know, use some of that utility a little wiser.
Wow.
You see, actually,
Gue baru melihat trap chamber di atas itu ya.
Yeah.
This is, and they're investing behind it. You've got Stingers still coming out because they've been buying this operator to try and activate this. But already a different look from Fnatic. Very passive. Noted, though. That's already been spotted now.
Got potential here for the round to slow down and actually Durka to slip into maybe that lurking role after first contact with the operator. Do have the Hunter's Fury in the lockdown available for Fnatic, though. Again, an indicator, at least early on with the Viper. Investing the wall towards B. I'm curious to see how Furia play this, because an early investment, actually the turret not spotting the push-up here on A. I don't know, Alfia's going to slip back in here, looking as if it's going to be a two-man
sofa, chamber. Hah?
Decent info found, but you're right.
Trap, blow on trap!
Now, on the other side, though, it's not just one. Not just seeing Maz in there, you're going to have the support coming over as well. So, bear in mind,
perasaan gue komen dari tadi baru masuk.
Stinger, but the adjustment from Khalil is good. Trade comes out for Alpha. That was the second player towards mid for Furia. A little bit of a pop flash as well. They're trying to clear back through, but already the side hit comes in, but they haven't cleared. Back by Yellow. It's still good trades for Furia. They're still at the advantage. One player up.
Weh, udah plan aja, Cok.
Doesn't commit to it just yet.
10 seconds left.
Actually, the Fragment going to do just a little damage, going to force Enzo back, but it's a 2v3 now. Durka and Enzo left to try and recover this post plant.
Kita lihat Durka apakah akan kelihatan pala. Nice.
Big shot from Durka, back down to the 2v2.
Oh,
so close, Durka.
Dekat banget tuh anjing.
The readjustment on this. How are these not hitting? They look like they're on the money. Hunter's Fury going to come down. That's from Enzo. The backline's Khalil. Body checks Durka, and the shot goes straight for Enzo. Diffuse going to come in. Can he do anything to deny this? Khalil is going to sit this one. The bodyguard is on this, and he's just going to hold it down. Enzo cannot get there in time. Furia pull it right back and put Fnatic in their place.
And you almost think there with Durka finding that kill, he's able to stabilize a little bit behind Yellow, but I mean, Khalil's lucky to be alive. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
So lucky.
Two shots from Durka, so close by.
Wonderful timing on the null command as well. Just as soon as this mid pressure comes through, they know that the Viper wall is going to go up. They're going to try and wall off and plant here. The null command denies all of that from happening. Beautifully done from Furia.
And they keep having to do these like mental checks back in because we're at 5-1. Now, fortunately for Fnatic, their money's still okay. They fashioned a buy, but it's not perfect. You're going to see the ult coming in there as well. Khalil going to try and lock out that A side, deny that approach. Now, we know Fnatic, this won't stop them going for this potentially.
No, and quite often they do use the lockdown, which is available here for Alpha yet. Whether or not they're feeling confident enough to force the issue, so to say, on A site. Different look at Durka, not actually spotted with that Al drone. I was going to say, a different look to this.
Or are they going to try and punish this mid piece?
Marzin's actually slipped through. Durka gave up the angle for a moment there.
Ya, anjing gak mati dong, leg shot anjir.
I mean,
it's a miracle he's able to slip into that corner though with 3 members of Fnatic there. Just the timing was perfect for him.
Looking at this adjustment from Fnatic, are they trying to condition?
Pada pakai Phantom
I don't know where they're going to try and find this benefit from because already they've slipped back so deep.
I mean, I just saw a couple of pings here. Whether or not Mystic's going to stay and actually wall off mid behind this poison orb.
Okay.
You can see on the other side of it actually.
Lama juga
I was anticipating an A split here on the side of Furia still.
Yeah, they're really committed to this one. I'm just shooting out of nowhere. Okay, that's Ascend it and hope
Wih,
for
kena.
recipient.
Oh, enggak, deng.
Finds very little.
No information either.
20 seconds though.
20
Time is
detik.
running so low. Now the lockdown's going to help things out. Does anything really get that dealt
Oh
with?
my god, flashnya bagus tapi KCK-nya turu.
Really not connecting on this. Just in on the back of the side, still
mantap
looking for
gua.
players. He's going to find one. He's just going to stand and deliver as best he can. Only one though. This ain't bad for Fnatic. Get themselves a plant. Mazin is safe for
Ben,
now.
apa lagi kok?
Please get
Wahyu.
themselves in the post plant here, Fnatic.
So Durka's got careful. He's full swing in sight and with no wall up, completely exposed to CT.
So vulnerable. And now down to Alpha, Enzo, Mystic, the play coming back in, Khalil, Mazin. All looking for the way forward. Khalil's already going to be sat on this one. That's going to be halfway. No one's challenging this again. Oh, finally Mystic gets down Khalil.
This wall should drop in a second as well. Now
Oh,
we'll
snappy.
find another.
Really snappy.
Bentar, bro.
Has to slip away from this one with 18 HP, but Mystic will find it. 3 on the round for him. Fnatic actually a very late round hit here. The lockdown ultimately being what makes that a little safer in terms of the timing. 20 seconds left on the
Amerika Latin
clock.
kok jago juga, emang jago.
Into B main.
Ini Furia pernah gila di Brazil ini.
I'm not sure what happened to the nanostorm. I heard the sound cue go through, but it wasn't actually
Pernah
denying.
menggila di Brazil dia.
I don't know if it was just the timing there when it got shot, but the voice line at least came through. It was able to stick the defuse regardless. Thank God Mystics lands the headshot.
Ya Ambeien kayaknya dah aduh anjing lah.
It just put me into
Rebek
panic
banget.
mode. So Durka
Setiap jam segini gua berak ya.
cried out of nowhere.
Pokoknya kalau abis berak aman tuh, nggak yang perih, nggak sakit gitu. Tim Europe nggak ada ya.
Fnatic have done well to at least deal with the money and Boaster ratting it up in spawn.
Oh.
Ini Fnatic, lu kira dari Malai Fnaticnya? Ini Europe sayang.
That's a little rough.
Gonna make either of it, but actually Fnatic feels if they had. Oh no, Mystic was still vulnerable. He absolutely ate that shotgun.
Kena cokdar.
3 of them alive, Mike. This should not be the case. This shouldn't be a problem. You have Durka, Alpha, Enzo still standing. The res comes in, they're committing to this one. They think they got a real shot in this. Durka's still though.
He has to hold
standing tall. He needs a lot of damage from this. 3 players, what do we have? First
kolateral enak. Tersate.
And bringing it back to the 3v3, recovered rifle now in the hands of Furia.
Palanya
If he
bolong.
has to do it alone, he will. That's so much impact already. Just about the bullet goes astray. Double dips on towards it, but again it's just out of Durka.
Udah Durka lu bukan DBangkong. Oh, kamu DBangkong.
But Durka ain't singing, but the diffuse is coming. He's just gonna sit this down. Durka getting closer. Headhunter pulls him away.
Ace anjing, babang Durka di tibek adik-adik memang enak.
Thank God for that. We said we needed to find something as they come out of heaven there, and it's a freebie behind.
Enak banget
I've seen
tuh
him do
ngeliatnya ya.
that before as well at this event. The headshot on the player behind him. Was it Mazin that takes first? That's Mazin that eats the headshot actually. And even here though, it comes right down to the wire.
Close still.
Dah mulai dah.
Must be nice to have a Durka on your side.
Might have taken him a couple of rounds, but he's hitting now.
Oh yeah.
Gitu Ben pakai chamber.
Potentially being the turning point of whether or not it's going to be a slower, more progressive work on the attack. But he starts landing shots. Expect him to be picking up that entry role. We would historically see him on the jet at least.
Yeah. We've had much more of a game.
Fnatic jago nggak sih Ben kok kalah mulu? I don't know.
We were being quite.
Sebenarnya mah jago banget ini teh. Cuma nggak tahu kenapa ada aja. Namanya juga Balorant bro. Lihat tuh si Boaster sampai berdiri-diri.
I mean, they're a great team, right? They are a great team, but I need to see them kind of
fokus bener tibeknya itu dia.
Gua
Gua rasa Ambeien juga nih orang.
It needs to be solidified by another performance, you know, from Reykjavik last year.
Yeah.
Honestly,
yeah,
because there's been a lot of concerns looking at Fnatic on the international stage. Call it underperformance or whatever hat you want to put that under. We need Fnatic to come through and look pretty convincing, right?
Oh, itu kebelet berak ya, sorry, gua kira Ambeien, bro.
And looking at this map pool, I think anyone who's seen Fnatic goes, sweet, they've got a really nice pick here. Vito's looked good. Icebox, one of their strongholds.
Ben Enzo nggak buat crack. Iya kah? Oh iya, 5 ya dia kill ya.
This could all then turn right back in Fnatic's favor. Starting to see some of those players get activated, some really nice rounds. Purchase now back with Furia after the back of the timeout.
Wah, naga pertama.
Once again, be very cautious here. You can already see the Furia happy to test this early.
Test it. Really to commit to a couple of swings here and commit to very deep positions posted up.
Kursornya ganggu.
He went again. It's Boaster again as well. Mystics
Ben,
one away from the
kursornya
rest. Can they
ganggu.
recover this round? Get an ult orb in his hands.
Mana
Get this
kursor,
back on
wey?
track, but
This guy plays with no respect. He doesn't care for it. He doesn't care who he's facing. He doesn't care about the name. He's
Mampus.
taking them down. That's 2 picks already. Boaster and Alpha are gone. And Mazin, I mean,
Gua sampai nyariin kursor gua di kanan ini ada.
Back up to 4. Boaster with a second chance at life. But
again.
commitment. This is madness, Mike. This is
Apaan
what it's meant to be.
they've dipped 3 times towards getting these opening engagements here before Fnatic can even set up for some of these executions. It's beautiful to watch.
They're treating Fnatic
Lari,
like this.
anjing.
That's the balls to do it. The fact not quite good enough to find Boaster, so he gets the fight.
Dapat 2 ini, Boaster.
Mazin's low here, down to 10 HP. This opens up such a potential for that mid pressure to come in now.
Plant away actually is Furia can't really fault him for
Kabur!
trying to readdress mid Mystic. Lucky to get away with his life there.
Anjing si Derke. Ya.
Okay, the trades, Mystic, the only one alive. How is it down to
Boasternya
1?
meninggal lagi.
And you know Mazin, you know he's going to be pushing this aggression, is unrelenting. He wants this for Mystic. back
No,
up the
nice.
forward. Toys with him. And I've got to say it, credit to Fnatic here, because, again, let's look at that early round. Statistically, Furia should have had such an advantage, but Fnatic somehow pull it back.
I mean, with the way Fnatic play, the 2 worst people to die first are Mystic and Boaster.
Yes,
right?
100%.
And this is, I don't know how many times now we're going to look at this on the halftime, but it's really starting to cripple some of these setups. You see actually the frustration starting to show here. Boaster luckily makes the best of this, finds a kill in mid here for Khalil, plants the seeds of maybe he's gone back to that lurking role.
Huge.
Didn't seem to matter though. Furia just dialed up
Derke
the pressure
OP
on site.
chamber top rek. Beben plus Reina ace.
Let's just push this play trade.
Reina gua terakhir kill 9 mati berapa guys?
Spot on top of boxes, but really
Aduh
impressive.
malu
Furia
banget
so
tuh gua
far,
pakai
honestly.
Reina.
And not just from the plays we're seeing, it's their grasp of the timings and exactly what Fnatic want to achieve outside both sides.
They're a gutsy team. The way they play is just so great. And you can see the response from Fnatic now, waiting for that. They're going to have to hold a bit more of a default for a slightly elongated time.
mulai ya.
Try and make sure that no one is going for these audacious plays that this Furia side is happy to test out. But where they now head, you're down to, what, about a minute? The purchase they're coming up against is not particularly impressive. Last time they did have, to be fair, last time they did have that tour de force in place.
Yeah,
so
sure.
A little bit more of an equalizer, but here, still showing a lot of respect. They've tamed Fnatic, at least for now.
As if Enzo and Boaster are actually going to be tasked with set up a little bit of a fake towards B. Drone going to come through, wall will go up.
Hello.
Will be noted here.
Bolong lu. Kawan.
Sticks around at least for the time being.
Naga mulu. Iya maaf udah malam
Really poor
guys.
rotation. There's still 3 members of Furia on a site, and
Gua
actually
tanggal
this
7
mid
live on time enggak tahu ya.
building now,
Betul
trying to
gua
actually
belum
catch
like
that
dulu
side.
dong.
Really hear this? I think you
Kira
might
PvP
have,
kita.
I don't know if you heard steps, but might have heard enough because they aren't moving. They're really committing towards this. By worrying for Fnatic walking into this one. This one
Buset.
still there. And the lost
Stinger lari-lari ini.
10 seconds, they fumbled it, Mike. This could be all in pieces right now. Furia now have bodies on the site. 9 seconds they have to commit. Boaster has to get the plant down. There's no backing away from this. Noted on the knife, but he does
Gas,
get the
Boaster,
plant down.
gas.
That's at least the time on their side, but now they're surrounded. Furia just trying to pry them away from the site, pry
Oi.
them away from these corners. Khalil with a connection. But wait, the position's coming out. What do they have there? Boaster commits it. He wants to secure this so badly. Enzo's still fighting. They aren't done yet. Oh,
Ah.
they push forward. They find Enzo. And now Boaster.
Kenapa dia lari-lari sih? Panik banget.
Furia getting fired up behind us and Fnatic falling. This is 6 on the board now.
Kok panik banget?
That just feels
Kan dia baru dapat info 2 keluar di situ kan di Gene.
Sorry, the fake comes so late on B main.
Panik banget ya.
There's no real comfort factor on A. Like I said, it didn't draw a rotation. Mazin actually
Geter
pushes
su,
through
Boaster.
mid.
Pasti
And I think
diketawain
He
nih.
does pick up an audio.
Tuh, tanda tanya tuh.
He doesn't challenge. He slips
back
all the way back so that they know they can just scrap it out on A side.
Tawa lagi.
Fnatic. I don't want to say fumbling that one, but making it really difficult for themselves. They usually, in terms of planning, choreography, and coordination, when they
Sempat
do try
defuse
and
kayaknya. Emang
really
iya?
mess with their opponents' minds, they're usually on point with this. That just looked like it was like first contact comes through.
Panik dah kayaknya si Boaster tuh. Padahal dia bisa ngambil second level tahu.
Just starts panicking.
Because
bisa ngambil dari atas tadi itu bisa naik tali itu dari walls itu tuh bisa naik.
Right, hey, round 6 of us meeting. How this should be considered a full focus mode.
Makasih ya, 15.000-nya. Kok bisa? Kok bisa, bro? Lu doang yang bisa, Kobo. Ini belum. Ya Allah, untung gua gak kasar. Makasih, Mue. 15.000-nya kok bisa sih? Di klip? Apa gimana itu, woi? Itu harus diupload dulu ke YouTube kan? Oh, berarti detiknya ya? Oh, ngambil dari detikan live streaming kamu ya? Bagus, bagus. Kreatif dia ngedonate ya. Terima kasih supportnya. Aduh anjing gatal lagi cok. Ada. Iya, dari link dari klip itu.
This is their stomping ground.
Exactly, like context is everything. If you're just looking at this at face value with no
kedengeran di kalian gitu ya.
behind it, you go,
Keren juga.
well, any team can win on any game. Fantastic.
Naikin
Great
ah.
mentality. The realistic chances of it against Fnatic here are so slim.
Sampai klip sendiri,
There's such a
iya.
powerhouse on Icebox. And that's a big amount of information. So let's see how Furia once again handle this. Fnatic
Lah, miss.
falling back into their habits here, but now they have that purchase behind them. They can commit the lockdown. Mystic's got the pick, and this should be good to go.
Nggak hancur. Let's go.
Lasting through the shock darts, whether or not actually anybody's going to get caught here from Furia.
Dua kena.
Oh, he's chomping at the bit to go and swing that.
You can see it. You can see it.
Ya elah, Alfajer.
There were 2 players throwing fight to kill out both of them. But again, there's still 4 players in
The
a
fuck?
Right, you've still got Boaster then. Actually, no utility to play with at that point. Enzo should be fine. Boaster just gonna push himself forward, and he's
Took his
actually
eyes off him for a second.
see side of things. The drop down comes in. Boaster's been hunted down. And now the res comes out. They're back up to 3, back down to 2. Trading out. We're down to just 1, and Enzo has to clutch this out. The ult comes in, the tap on the spike, but he's got the lineups. He needs to be good for this one. And there's the chip damage. It ain't much.
Oh nice, nice Enjo. Lihat tuh, ron penting, clutch Enjo bro.
That came bloody close though.
Gila.
Enzo's not got shock darts there. Again, the Viper
Enjo.
secure that.
Masya Allah tuh katanya tuh.
Convert that post plant. It cost them nearly.
Enjo moment ya, ada lagi nih.
Mystic. Just trying to put the team on his back here. Gets up on top of 410. He's actually, unfortunately, I think he's not actually spotted initially, so he's able to apply a little bit of pressure to this res as well. But a much needed round. If they come out 6-6 from this
half. Sekali itu anjay. Haters be like.
This game is absolutely wild. What a treat we're getting. And honestly, this could have been a
kemana
but
itu?
so far, this close. Super slick. Excuse me, Hunter's Fury this early off the back of the tag, maybe just to isolate the player on side, which they've done exactly that to the response in kind. Posted it back through. Enzo now down, but to a 4v4.
Oke, tapi dia mati dibalas ulti ya.
What is this, third res on the half now? He's going to come back and get this. The fragment doing a lot
Anjing.
of damage.
Alpha solo.
Dapat lagi satu.
So 5 HP.
Ya.
What the flank? Furia! How have they closed this down? Boaster is now so alone. He's got players left. Right, center. He takes down 2. A third, no. Oh my word.
Gokil Enjo anjing.
Real volatile throughout.
EU line up Pong.
Mike, what a goddamn half that was.
And it's beautiful to see when Fnatic step the pace up. Fury
Ini
like,
flanknya sih mantep.
That's your faster pace, is it? Okay, we'll show you.
Timingnya.
Let's look how quickly we can get you backline. Because actually, this whole defensive half, they've been waiting them out, right? As soon as Fnatic start making decisions, Fury
Apes
are
kena
ready to
shockdart
take
mulu
the
iya
fight to
anjir.
them.
Dicariin Ber ya. Bilang aja lagi main.
7-5 Desk, what you make of that?
Aduh gatal nih hidung gua nih mulai nih.
If anyone were to say, oh man, I totally believe that it'd be Furia 7-5 into the half on Icebox.
Bentar ya, meanwhile, apakah perang sudah dimulai adik-adik? Day 2, Day 2? Mari kita lihat dulu dari Bang Bocil. Mana nih Bang Bocil? Wah, belum mulai nih Day 2 nih.
Jen. Bal Sungkar.
GG Bang Iqbal Sungkar anjing.
Danu Cipta.
Shockdart neckbait double damage iya. Bang, Day 2 belum mulai.
Menang nggak tadi? Menang. Belum menang. Tapi gue disuruh main
Bang,
lagi nih sama Hilal, anjing nih orang nih. Ganti role mulu anjing kerjaannya. Ada salam nih dari Dev nih. Tai emang, gue disuruh main smoker lagi anjing. Dev, ini day 1 gue belum lihat nih. Oh dari Toneri. Ini orang sih rajin banget nih.
Enggaknya nih dengan ada peperangan populasi join sama.
Makasih jawabannya, Jik.
Agak chamber, Hilal yang jadi chamber, anjing tuh orang emang.
Ya, makasih.
Dan lu juga pasti brave kata Revo ya kan?
Iya.
Bang, day 2 belum mulai. Belum tahu nih Bang, kita lagi chill dulu ini.
Oke, Bang.
Ada DDM.
Oke, Bang.
Lain kali
Ditunggu.
gak usah pakai atribut orang lain, malu.
Ya.
Oh, ngomongnya di sini.
Anjing rame banget anjing.
Oh, ini hitungannya day 1 ya. Berarti kemarin hitungannya day 2 ya. Tapi karena gue baru joinnya kemarin, jadi gue hitung sekarang day 2 lah.
Mati lu anjing.
Mati lu anjing.
202.
Ini kali, kan akses masuknya bisa banyak tuh ya. Dari depan sama belakang bisa kan ya? Yang dari samping lo
Anjing, perang lagi guys.
Rama.
Gue udah siap nonton nih. Kemarin gue sambil plus rank sambil nonton tau. Gak bisa tidur anjir. Anjing tuh mesin pistol enak banget ya.
Enak banget ya bunyinya ya. Malih. Malih siapa? Malih apaan tuh gengnya?
Sikat nih.
Gua nggak tahu soalnya.
Malih tong Jik ya elah. Nggak tahu.
Yang lu tembakin.
I'll speak to you after.
Mulai.
Oh, dicey in here, but back
Iya,
into this we
bukannya
do
di
dive in on the
live-in.
second half now.
Oh,
7-5. If
mana
you're
ada yang mau
just
nonton gua main Palo,
tuning in,
Cuk?
Furia are indeed leading Fnatic on Icebox.
Paling kalau gua main lagi sama Jaxi, paling Jaxi.
I know, I'm telling myself this. But hell, they are putting up a fight. But we have to see it now translate onto this attacking side because Fnatic will be woken the hell up now.
Absolutely, we'll see.
Kelihatan tuh
Initially
palanya.
suppressed here, Durka, but noted in terms of position.
Beben hari-hari ngomong patung, maksud lu apaan?
Still looking to get a little curious on the
Viewer nggak pernah dengar gitu maksud lu?
Much safer setup here from Furia though. Nobody drifting underneath Nest. I'm happy to wait things out now. Actually got 2 players posted up towards B. Potentially take a little contact.
Diem lu Wahyu.
But it's cautious. Considering how the end of the first half ended, but
totally different tone. The pacing
foto lu sih itu mulu ya.
almost eerie,
Didatengin lu,
almost
Pit.
too silent, almost too quiet at this point. Fnatic might get a little too curious, and you can see him trying to avoid line of sight here. Durka will get forced away.
Apaan sebaton? Enggak.
Sight Mystic, the next one in line, and actually Mystic's been having a
Ntar
belting
diomongin,
game. Bear
males.
in mind, top of the scoreboard, leading the way. But Furia are on the side. They should be able to get the spike plant down unless Durka keeps doing this little bit of chip damage here and there. Then just down to 3. The response is in middle, but it's traded.
just 2 members left here for Furia. To try and hold on to side here. Actually trying to get ahead of the curve and do a
Kapan
little bit of
sebatannya
damage.
join member aja dulu.
Oh, these are hitting clean.
Ui!
There it is.
Okay,
Comfy
nice.
work for Fnatic and a necessary round to start closing in on this score.
And what's key, I know the desk just touched on it previously, having a fantastic first half. Marzine has to address the front line, right? He has to be the one on damage control, or at least, you know, damage limitation in such a, because Durka's going to try and post up, but the thing is there aren't many tools, and we've talked about this previously, there aren't many tools to really put Durka in these deep, aggressive positions,
Apalagi Wahyu,
particularly here on the defense. So a lot of it, if he's no
GG Toho. Menang lagi Toho, alhamdulillah. Hari ini 2 match sampai 3 match ya?
For now, though, the Fnatic fans can breathe a sigh of relief, seeing that. That should at least put them up to 7-7. Not seeing too much, just making me worried. Coming back into this, it's classics. I think maybe a shorty being toyed with, but that's about it. Again, we have seen a couple of these
Anjing si Enzo mati.
go a little wonky.
Aman Durka lu, aman Durka.
So a little bit skew-if here. Durka's
Oh!
on 27 HP, but it's okay.
Abur!
He'll get away with his life, maybe not.
Awas, sorti, Cok.
How is this so dangerous? How are we here? How is it a 3v3? They've got a Spectre, I guess. They've recovered it.
3 match 3 win, mantap.
Just around. This is that's so
nice
good
banget,
from
Buster.
Boaster. Big denial on the spike plant.
Oke. Gua udah ngeplank nih, harusnya menang ini.
Actually a double flank coming through from Fnatic.
Buster cuma perlu nahan atau dapat kill.
Get behind this once again, so Furia opt to.
Oh bagus sih Busternya nahan lewat mid.
They have the wall to
Bagus.
complement this setup as well. Durka very, very tagged up.
Ya, dapat timingnya.
Khalil, last one alive, and it feels like a formality.
Timing enak.
Really well played to him though there to be able to deny the spike plant off. They adjusted going up towards the top side of Nest.
Furia just look lethal
They
in their
are.
thrifty rounds. They look so lethal.
That was
I
a shorty
talking
and a
about-
headhunter?
Exactly. I was talking about on the defensive half, but right there, the fact that they're able to close the
Giveaway
distance
aja lah member
without
dia.
anybody really spotting out the fact that there's a shorty barreling its way towards screens, it is just madness.
Ben, apa Mer? Loncat si anjing.
Right.
Buset, kenapa tuh si Boster? Beneran kebelet berak itu?
To get your cardio in.
Teleport's ready.
Cool.
First buy round coming out for Fury though. Actually, Durka the only one with really any early
Durka jago
ult
banget, parah.
progress here towards that sort of force.
Demon itu orang.
Boaster brings Spectre and Enzo as well, actually. I'm curious to see now what the
Masih
actual
diare
approach
emang
is
Ben.
for this
Enggak
second
diare
half
gua
of
mah.
Furia.
Tai keras doang, tai keras.
Similar scenes to the pistol, really. Same two players at least posted towards B main. Khalil actually went a little deeper this time around, but just trying to prod and poke a little bit towards B. A site is actually
Just Durka.
just Durka, yeah. As
Buster,
the
bukan
rotation's
lu,
coming
Ben.
through.
Ya tanya sama bapaknya, mana gua tahu.
Actually dealing with the trap is going to alter that at all, but Furia have crept up towards pipes here, so
Kata emak gua es
and the knife
terus.
back off cooldown.
Emak gua nggak ngomong
Identified Durka
apa-apa.
playing this close. Very strange setup for Furia. I don't know if they're just trying to look for confirmation of where this utility is being invested or trying to wait for somebody to overstep the mark. Don't expect
Udah
Fnatic
nggak ada
to do
bener
that.
juga,
No,
lupa.
they're not a team who's going to give you those opportunities. And here's the knife
Eh,
there. Ooh, so a swat.
yeah.
And Durka with a little bit of repetition playing towards Nest gets punished this time. Last time it
Timing.
was the tags off the headhunter. This time demolished with the Vandal. Spike
Dan
plant
gitulah
coming
Ben.
in.
Malmer tuh, liat Malmer. Kenapa gua yang dimarahin? Malmer, Cok.
Side Alpha just found two out of nowhere. Where the hell did he get that from?
Yeah.
A quick wrap towards the back of the site gives him advantage again. And a shutdown in the post plant. Furia back in control.
And 3 standing as well. Should be able to round out this purchase.
Kenapa gua
Relatively
lu?
comfortably. Decent progress, and like I said, it's whether or not this. Again, it's a similar situation, right? You look at the other side here with actually the KO for Marzine. There's
Ya
no
Allah, sakit
real push behind his
pantatnya,
utility early on.
mulai
Actually,
terasa
14
lagi.
assists on the defensive half. He was doing absolute wonders
Yeah.
in terms of setting some of these plays up, but not seeing the same thing here on attack. I don't know if Furia feel as if they
Oh,
just
ya,
want a
si
couple of
Pikri
fact
parah
finders
banget,
down. That was their first buy round, so
True.
maybe just wanted to slow that one down a little bit. Maybe see Fnatic's approach.
Botak licin.
But I don't
Bocin.
necessarily feel as if they came away from that round learning an awful lot.
It was quite an unorthodox round, to be fair. I think from start to end, it was certainly a little different to what we'd expect. But Fury coming to this with a decent amount of weapons to hand, and obviously the same cannot be said for Fnatic. Hero rifle on Durka, Guardian for Alpha, Judge for Mystic. So it's bits and pieces, odds and ends. Boaster and Enzo just down on the Classic. So this, see if they can cause the same amount of danger in their kind of half buys here, I guess. Mystic has been good, and he's going to hear these steps coming. No subtlety to this anymore. Support's there, 4 on the side. Fnatic in the right place to try and do some damage here, and rightly so they do. A 1-1 trade out. Big denial so far. The rifle finally removed. Durka only just
si
managed
Enzo.
to get 1. So it is down to a 2v3, and bear in mind,
Yeah.
Alpha's the one with a little bit more threat here.
Di sini pakai PC all in one. Hah? Apa itu maksudnya?
Enzo only on the Classic.
Gua kagak paham.
And actually sweeping
Nice.
the head at Alpha.
Nice.
We'll find the headshot as well. The lockdown's available now.
And this puts him in such a predicament, Enzo. Can you do anything with this? I mean,
Gambit Asen gak ikut. Enggak lolos.
punish a couple of these players, that'd be great.
Gambit
This is
itu
gonna
udah
force
jadi
their hand,
M3
right?
sih
Fury
ya.
have to dip away slightly, give up the sight.
Lah.
Oh, Enzo's gone down. 5 HP. This would need a miracle, and he might make it.
Wah, ente Alpager.
Make it happen that time. One still alive now. Damage aplenty. Fnatic.
Asen nggak lolos di EMEA-nya.
Down to 1 player, costing them a great deal of rifles.
But it draws out the lockdown. Both sides of that equation, right? It's
Yeah.
it's cost on both sides. So
Yeah.
Fnatic almost feels as if they could actually flip that back in their favor.
Enemy remaining.
Maybe on the back of the plant location, like I said, I'm not entirely sure, but I would apologize.
Gua kira yang menang champion gak boleh ikut lagi, kagak lah. Masa gak boleh back to back ya kan? Emang udah ganti ini juga sih, ganti roster dia ada beberapa tuh. Si Asen.
Look at this ult cycle for Furia.
Bentar.
And then look at the scoreline.
Sender bentar.
That's very scary.
Oh, ding.
How is that tag?
Anjir, kok nggak mati ya?
Dirk is still such a threat at all occasions. An attempt to slow him down. Chip damage.
Big damage after that, actually. Down to 75 HP.
Boaster is trying to backfill this. There will be a fight between the Vipers as
Kalau
well.
udah juara nggak diajak lagi,
They're a
anjing.
little outnumbered now.
Lu tuh nggak diajak.
Where do they go with this? 1 minute to make their choice.
Problem being, if they can create a little bit of pressure towards Durka, I think that's going to be the catalyst for Boaster to swing out here.
Deeper angle on the other side.
Kiri,
There is the deeper angle pushing up. He was so aware of how Durka wanted to play that, punishing it and opening up huge opportunity. This could force the hand, but it is just we both still soloing out. Flanks on the way. Rotation is en route, but this is still so difficult. Big pick from
Apa nih lagu berak?
That's going to slow things down.
Di remix, Cok. Sampai 10. Terima kasih Bos Bimo 50.000-nya. Boster?
Disconnected.
Abis makan
This
tahu.
could be huge for Boaster.
Cabe
Huge for
10.
Fnatic. And a 1v2 ain't easy. And they aren't showing their hands right now.
Jadi pengen bermusik lagi, guys.
It didn't do what it needed. You can see him still waiting this one out, and Boaster has no idea, but he's actually gambled this the right way.
Timingnya, timing.
His fate is sealed.
Lu bisa jongkok kapan bisa?
Fury now.
Emang jongkok nggak bisa?
Digits
Lo Arnes.
Fnatic.
Bisa gue mau jongkok.
Very worried. It's like I said, look at the knock-on effect now. I think Fnatic going to be walking the tightrope in terms of this purchase. However they set up.
Gue duduk cewek aja, duduk bunting masih bisa nih.
A couple of real game changes in terms of the ultimates. Particularly here, the Viper's fit if they can keep getting close to sight. Looks as if Fnatic are. I mean, after Durka dies there, they're sitting so deep away. They're looking to just punish the wall. Don't want to allow any comfort in terms of a safe plan or anything like that. But Viper's fit really throws a spanner in the works.
Ben, apa lagi?
We're going to give up sights this easily.
Orang-orang kenapa ya ada yang kagak bisa jongkok? Jangankan yang gendut, yang kurus aja ada yang nggak bisa jongkok. Si Boaster mainnya emang gitu jauh. Mainnya gini dia. Duduk ibu-ibu pengajian, itu mah duduk di antara dua sujud, bukan beda. Di Desta juga nggak bisa jongkok. Iya. Banyak itu yang kayak postur. Kadang ada yang kayak badannya ketinggian jadi nggak bisa jongkok.
Heavy emphasis towards 8 and Boiler actually for Fnatic. Durka just tasked.
Doma sama Mystic pindah kemana? Mystic masih main, Doma nggak tahu.
Sure, he actually able to escape this. I mean, he's only got a Bucky in hand and it's going to be an awkward TP. Not even sure if the sound cue's heard in the drone there. Replace in a second. Down to 30 seconds and Fury are yet to make a decision, but they have drawn a rotation.
Kalau keyboard miring nggak mungkin jauh mainnya Despa, gimana ya lo?
If they can get bodies behind this, it's Boaster and Mystic to try and hold down the fort.
Oh, it wasn't pretty, but it gets the job done. Couldn't get the follow-up though. 15 seconds, they're starting to drown
kalau
under the
jongkok
time
kenapa
here.
gampang kesemutan? Posisinya mungkin kurang enak.
Great timing from Enzo and Boaster.
Coba lu lebih ngengkang lagi.
Doing as much as he can. He has just bailed them out in this round. Shots go straight, but the time has run down. Fnatic live to fight another day here. Another round that they close the gap on.
And this feels very similar to what I was talking about a couple of rounds ago. Actually, the first buy round.
Enjo sial banget anjing.
They're almost assuming they're pressuring enough on sites to draw this rotation, but with this setup, this composition from Fnatic, they don't need to scramble to find rotations. As long as Alpha's still up, there's no threat through mid.
Tapi itu menang gara-gara Enjo ya. Kalau misalnya Enjo nggak ulti, itu udah kalah.
They're saving themselves 10 seconds in a rotation. So they've got people sat in the kitchen behind Boiler. There just isn't enough happening. And I think Fury are probably assuming
guys.
there is a lot happening behind the scenes.
Bot
What they're trying to achieve on B main.
Info Boaster tuh tadi ya.
want to be seeing fine form here. Not a bad way to get themselves back.
Gak perlu diinfo juga kedengeran. Sama udah waktu juga.
Just try and commit to the plant here.
Anjing dapat timing lagi. Mampus. What?
What the what? Sorry. Fnatic, are you okay? Because that was never meant to happen. Oh, and it's just shooting fish in a barrel, man. This is a tragedy in the making. I've never seen anything like it.
Here come the troops.
Well,
di one tap matinya.
this is the round. I can't believe I'm genuinely stunned.
What the hell was that?
Apa itu Le?
Where's the aim reset on the what?
Gitu Ben pakai singu.
Show me it again. Because
we just need a Furia like thrifty round
Reme.
package after this.
Booster bau. Oh, kejigel.
That's another delete the mod.
Kejigel anjing itu pasti kesel banget tuh anjing.
That was absolute filth. And it completely blows this round wide open. They get so deep towards site. Again, they hear the nano swarm. He actually pushes deeper than it. Tries to even get up to go towards kitchen or towards hallway.
Lembek bet palanya. Tapi kenapa nggak ding ya itu ya?
Smiling on Furia today. That is not something you were meant to have happen, but it worked. And you'll hold on to that when you get it. You don't often get those times when it all lines up and all works out. A little bit of tip damage done, so have to work this one back in.
Masih bom kopit.
Just yet. Mystic gonna stand and try and take the fight, but so many bodies and
lu kopit pom.
staring your way. What are you meant to do?
You're looking to step the pace up a little bit behind this first blood. Open here, Dirk is good for one. Marzine.
Udah kagak, kapan lu kopit? Yang waktu itu lu bilang sakit.
Yeah, just nothing hitting.
Siba pindah kemana nggak tahu.
1v3. It's not looking good. It's looking like 12 is inevitable. And I still am just stunned and in awe at this entire game.
Buta.
Oi!
Last year actually gets the first. Down to 20 HP though. Standing ahead. Expecting a little more discipline from Furia to not let this one.
Did he see a blind? So it ain't over yet. There's still a couple of seconds.
Timing!
They've traded places.
Enzo's surely not gonna know any
ente banget Enzo.
Can you bloody believe it?
Get this man off the ropes.
Please.
Seriously, just get him away from all the ropes.
Baru lihat Fnatic kesulitan di icebox ya.
We're on map point, Mike, and I have to remind us.
Si Derke sih udah dapat ace gitu kan.
This is icebox, it's Fnatic. I can't say it enough times. We're not meant to be here.
I started this with saying the win condition for Fury was taking breeze, and they're about to take icebox.
Biasa aja kayak sakit biasa. Wah, nantang. Nantang lu.
This could be one of the biggest upsets we've ever seen. Quite genuinely.
Efek Killjoy. Killjoy lagi disalahin
got
tuh.
some tools to throw at this. The Viper's Pit, the lockdown, the res for Mystic, who, by the way, just somebody that doesn't usually shine as bright as this. He's had a fantastic performance here, even with Fnatic being 4 rounds down here on Icebox.
Jala gua nggak pakai kayak gitu, alhamdulillah tuh.
It's more a little bit of presence shown towards B. It's Bosa this time around, Durka. Actually almost faking his position here with the trap over towards B, but he's an extra body on A site here.
4v3. Perfect first pick.
Okay, Durka Gaming.
Get himself out. Slip away. Losing out on Khalil early on, again, could cause problems. Follow up Durka. Holding on to this round. Again, if I have to do it myself, I will. He says is eventually going to be traded out, but the damage has been achieved. You're down to now 3, but look at the space that's being garnered. And this is gonna...
way away from default as well.
He's having flashbacks over here, man. All you can see is that rope on the other side every time he peers around. But
timing buster ya.
Revealing area.
There it is. Rotation should be called in pretty soon. Support system needs to come into place. Looking at Alphair, slowly working his way through middle. Caution towards CT.
Kira 3 sentinel devnya keras anjing.
There, wall goes up and
Ternyata kertas.
a little ahead of this. They're not playing passive by any means. The lockdown's going to come in. The rest comes out.
Bete banget, aduh, hilang penciuman sih. Males banget ya.
So much danger even with these two still standing.
Full 2v5 here. Noted
bisa OT ini, masih bisa OT ini.
It's gonna take a miracle to
2 lawan 5 anjing, masa. Woi, Fnatic.
So hard to try and maybe determine the outcome when back to the wall. You have no room to really play within this. Manzin just spraying in wildly, not getting what he wants.
Oh, di wall aman udah.
Secure that body block if they have to. They'll do whatever's necessary. They're trying to take him down with a defuse. It's there.
Oke. Oh, dapat 2.
Still standing. 3 make it through the round and they make 9 onto the board now.
Gak enak banget Ben, gak bisa nyium kentut sendiri. Anjing, petisnya kentut. Iya harus irup uap air panas campur kayu putih biar mendingan. Oh berarti dipancing terus tuh ya. Kok ulti KJ-nya jauh banget dari mid. Biar maksa pemainnya itu ke yellow, nggak ke green. Kalau misalnya dia ultinya ke sini pasti ininya jauh ke sini. Jadi kayaknya dia emang sengaja mau fight karena tadi 2 orang dari Snowman kan, 2 orang dari Snowman biar langsung ke pick sini nih. Harusnya sih gitu. Atau mungkin kalau terlalu dekat juga takutnya dilempar fragmentnya kayu. Tadi mereka nggak tahu kan masih punya fragment atau enggak. Coach Beben analis biasa. So tahu lu Ben, iyalah. Rank tinggi mah harus so tahu. Iya Ben, gak enak, gak bisa nyium bau sama gak bisa ngers. Hah? Gak bisa ngers. Ngerasa, oh. Yo ijo, gue kemarin 97 RR gue, match terakhirnya kalah babi. Abis ini kita lihat shop ya, Gue belum buka shop hari ini, semoga aja for second OP. Kata Albi gitu, nggak tahu mungkin itu. Kalau Albi ada di sini mungkin jawabannya lebih apa namanya? Lebih di luar ekspektasi sih harusnya. Kopium. Kopium. Lu pernah kena COVID enggak? Tapi kayaknya udah kena deh gua. Tapi nggak kerasa aja gitu. Mungkin sakit-sakit yang pernah gua rasakan sebenarnya COVID, tapi gua nggak ngerasa aja. Lu itu nggak diajak, iya. Nggak masuk circle COVID. Nice Mystic, masih bisa OT Mystic. Gila ya dia ngambil chance-nya anjing dapat 2. Harusnya dia tahu di backside masih ada orang. Tapi nggak ngetes aja, udah dites negatif. Udah pernah tes berapa kali kan gue juga waktu ke Bali juga kan harus tes. Gimana lu? Pernikahan damar kan itu zaman COVID. Ketahuan Mystic. Woi!
And now a 2v2, but the time's time to take a booster. He sees one, he gets the tag, he can't get the frag, a booster on 1 HP!
A booster!
Anything more, can this man do it? No!
GG dah.
Furia! Zero fear of Fnatic's home turf. Pick up map 1.
Gue juga dulu pernah ngerasa gak demam tapi nyium sama ngerasain makanan kayak gak kerasa. Lah, itu mah COVID beneran. Cuma fix COVID gak sih? Oke, kita coba buka shop dulu ya adik-adik. Tapi udah vaksin keberapa? Baru 2. Gue belum booster anjing. Waktu COVID nyium bau kentut udah seneng banget. Iyalah, namanya juga gak bisa nyium ya kan. Ntar kita coba cek dulu ya. Cek shopping dulu. Because I feel again all Gue aja sampai maksa nyium parfum karena kesel. Tapi kalau dicium mau nggak Ben? Enggak ah. Ntar keterusan guys. Tapi gua Gua nggak enak banget libur 2 minggu kemarin. Hah? Kenapa? Tiap hari ngetes nyium ya? Iya sih. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Keluarnya stinger babi. Ah 85 anjing nih, kalah nih gara-garanya anjing. Kesel gua nih. Lu lihat guys, mana ya yang gua main ini apa ya? Oh, lihat deh, gua pakai Fade, party 5 ketemunya apa? Gold. Temen-temennya dia Imo 1, Ascendan. Ada goldnya nyempil 1 anjing. Aneh ya? Namanya juga party 5 lah. Ini ketemunya di server Hong Kong nih, inget banget gua. Server Hong Kong. Ini map, map breeze ini mah. Juga aneh nih anjing. Lihat assist gua 14 anjing. Kalau party 5 emang bisa. Kan karir gua so far lagi hijau lah ya. DM kali sekali ya. Bentar. Oh, gue lagi pakai hitam nih anjir. Coba pakai hitam dulu. Bronze aja juga bisa. Iya, Radiant sama Iron aja bisa party 5.
Match found.
Cuman poinnya minus 25% ya. Ayo crosshair 4 second. Iya, 4 second. Betul. Itu namanya ewe. Sangat ramah ya. Because I tapi kadang crosshair hitam suka gak kelihatan. Sama gue juga kadang-kadang gak kelihatan. Makanya gue lebih suka warna hijau, biru sama putih. Birunya biru cian ya, cian. Biru gini nih. Suara in-game gak ada. Sabar, orang lagi loading, goblok. Ada band yang naik sampai immortal tapi membayar sama bronze iron. Ya itu niat sekali ya, demi rank. Aduh nge-lag cok.
Y'all better keep up.
Y'all better keep up.
Fight.
Don't hold back.
Buset. Hitam kelihatan ya. Alah. Jelek amat gua nembak. Alah. Kalau Saweria harus didekatin, dikedetikin ya. 10 menitnya buat ngatur dari mana videonya. Iya. Lu kalau mau apa namanya, kalau mau detiknya langsung, nih gua ajarin sahabat. Kalau mau ngambil video YouTube detiknya langsung gini nih. Nih misalnya video Jessica Jen. Lu mau ngambil detik 25:16. Nah, lu kopinya, copy video URL at current time. Nanti di belakang link Sawerianya tuh ada YouTube bla 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 sama detiknya. Ada detiknya pokoknya di belakangnya. Nggak mati. Kasih kenceng. 022. Makasih ya sama-sama. Nggak pala. DPI 1 juta, gila loh. Aduh. Aduh. Ada ya orang DM ngumpet. Lah. Goblok cuma 1 hit. Alah. Ini press dikit. Ya ding babi. Oke, lebih kencang dari sebelumnya enggak? Kok gue pegel ya megang mouse ya?
Sorry, bro. Dead.
Alah. Mini freeze gitu nggak tahu. Kayaknya gara-gara display capture ya. Gue pengen bisa kayak Asuna dah, getar-getar gitu kalau nggak spray.
That's done. Triple baby.
Kills remaining.
Getar. Kegeteran. Itu namanya bukan geter ya, gemeteran anjing.
No, you don't.
Asuna mah udah masalah memori itu.
5 kills remaining.
Put down.
Aduh. Aduh. Strong gua anjing.
Brimstone's out.
Aduh, kontol. Nggak pala, Cek.
1 kill remaining.
Iya, Raike 47 tuh. Nih loh, gue keterin loh. Hei, dibokong gua anjing. Nih loh.
Hey, it's not bad.
Mampus, mati. Penyakit lah nembak geter mah, ya susah anjing. Bentar. Because ya kepaus cok.
Shenanigans across the board on the
Udah
Fnatic
mulai nih.
side, Ryan.
This is pure APAC. They've pulled out the breach to Neon. This is kind of what I don't know if it's exactly the same. I wasn't expecting this of all things, but this is similar to what Paper X ran on Breeze in the grand finals of Copenhagen.
But you know what though? You want to let a guy become unleashed, Alfier? What agent do you put him on?
I mean, this is what we were talking about. He maybe didn't have the most incredible performance on Neon, but when we have players like Alpha that are smart enough to use positioning, understanding of team dynamics,
13-0.
to be able to get that sort of opening kill, I can see Alpha being the guy. Something to note as
Ini
well,
Zar
of
ya.
course, moving forward is that you have a map here where you can have a brand new composition from Fnatic. You can run any composition you want, but for them moving forward off of this,
Gokil.
I'm wondering whether or not they're going to be focusing on being able to counter this composition. Is this what they go to?
Gila emang
Have
teman-teman
they
gua.
thought about this, or is this just this is what we're going to do?
Anjay nge-mix sama hike. Udah nggak di hike Zar.
Because it was a bit before.
Nggak mungkin orang masih di hike namanya GVR tuh nggak mungkin. Kalau misalnya nggak pakai nama tim di luar mungkin bisa. Itu udah itu kan. Bisa aja deng. Nggak tahu deng. Nggak tahu deng. Iya maksudnya hike Zar dulu elah Ben. Lu ngomongnya nge-mix. Hike-nya Hike-nya udah bubar. Hah? Hike bubar kenapa, Bro? Hike bubar? Wow. Gue baru tahu. Berarti yang kemarin turnamen itu CBN terakhir ya? Gara-gara franchise. Gue nggak tahu, baru tahu, Bro.
Yeah, I guess screw us for loving our job, GB.
Yeah.
Man, like who doesn't love OTs? Anyway, we do get to now look at what the hell just happened in that Asian select, because I think that's the thing that's caught, I mean, everyone's eye probably, is what Fnatic are bringing out here, and what a time to take a gamble on something like this.
Yeah, and I'm kind of with Ryan here. This has to be the ace up the sleeve for Fnatic, right? Because the breach is always kind of questioned.
Maksudnya franchise team itu apa sih Ben? Masih nggak ngerti. Orang bilang perpanjang apalah itu. Hah? Padahal franchise masih isu ya. Ternyata banyak bocil telat info, nanti gue kasih tahu ya. Pokoknya sistemnya beda. Cuman kalau mau ngelihat liga kayak apa, kayak MPL, kayak apa lagi ya yang franchise ya? MPL mungkin ya gitulah. Gak tahu tuh si Wilson udah bikin video fullnya belum? Nanti dia bakalan bikin. LOL ya betul.
And they'll be happy enough with this.
Overwatch juga ada harusnya ya. Oh PMPL enggak ya? Masih open ya? Oh. Lu mau kalah berturut-turut juga nggak masalah. Iya, tapi kan timnya dipilih Riot. Lima-limanya farewell to hike, gak tau bakal roster baru atau enggak. Oh, oke.
Almost disastrous for Durka. They just turned it back. And that's it.
Ya, sistemnya leaderboard gitu. Pokoknya nanti yang udah dapat slot apa namanya? Slot franchise. Kalau dia udah di franchise selama 2 tahun, dia bakal turun lagi. Ngulang lagi, harus berjuang lagi buat dapat franchise. Itu sistem franchise yang sangat-sangat fair anjing. Keren banget. Ada kontrak slotnya, ada dong, ada slotnya. Tahun pertama tiap region 10 tim. Tapi regionnya nanti cuma dibagi 3. Dia kabur. Gak matiin bawahnya, enggak matiin bawahnya, enggak. Makanya sebenarnya tim-tim yang bubar sayang, kalau kata gua mah. Siapa tahu ya kan, kalau rezekinya mah dapat. 3 region iya.
Actually, great reactive use of the fault line as well from Mystic, and that's something that
harusnya sih 3 ya. Pokoknya Amerika, EMEA, sama Pasifik. Seingat gua. Duitnya Ben kali nggak kuat kan nggak bayar franchise-nya, malah dibayar. Kalau 9 tim berarti 2 Korea, 2 Jepang, 2 Cina, 3 Asia, bener gak? Nggak tahu, gua nggak tahu kalau sampai gitunya. Cina masuk APAC, iya. Jadi nanti itu bukan APAC lagi, Pasifik region kita tuh. Fired fries, enak Ben, gue suka fired ya. Kentang berapi. Kalau NA regionnya apa? Gue lupa sebutannya tuh NA apa? Pokoknya mah Amerika lah. Pokoknya Amerika itu harusnya udah masuk semua itu. NA, Brazil, Latam.
Handled this time around.
I mean, we say that. I just keep getting a little nervous because it's 37 seconds. A plant should come in. And look at what they've got remaining. I guess there is that recovered Marshall, so that's something. Doesn't get much for it, and the classics handled. But two players found, a little bit of probing, but not too much.
And definitely something I want to see cleaned up on this map is these
lebih luas lagi berarti iya, makanya jadi susah.
They were so problematic on Icebox and Fury.
PRX sudah
really
pasti sih.
I mean, run away with a couple of rounds that they had absolutely no right
harusnya
to
ya,
have a say in.
kalau PRX.
Let alone win or do some damage.
Tapi Riot bakal ada turni yang nggak dapat franchise dia Ben. Ada. Makanya bawahnya nggak akan mati, tetap ada turninya. Nanti juga kan di tahun 2024 harusnya ya. Estimasinya 2023 atau 2024 yang ada ya sistem clan itu loh, yang 5 orang. Kemana lagi si Anjo nih anjing?
Now for straight up middle, I'm liking this, the pace. This could be something. Let's see if Fury can keep up with this. I mean, Brazilian team synonymous with it normally, but the 1-for-1 trade out, Alpha still standing.
Oke, makasih Enjo informasinya itu gua tahu. Gua tahu itu powernya seberapa.
Denied any springboard, but the site's now going to be taken. Boaster catching that lurking towards middle, punishing anyone trying to filter back through towards site. And the last two players.
Franchise-nya nggak bayar malah mau didanai sama Riot, betul. Ibaratnya ada Liga 1 sama Liga 2 ya. Disebutnya tuh apa ya? Domestic League. Kalau nggak salah. PRX jadwalnya kapan? Rabu. Jadi besok kita libur. Besok jadwalnya paling mancing aja, main palo atau mancing lah. Mancing dulu kayaknya dah. Gue pengen nyobain mancing. Diloncatin anjing. Besok GTA belum install lagi nanti ya. Sekarang game regionnya udah ada, region asosiasinya jadi lebih keurus buat tim, buat turni-turni gini. Oh, oke. Cuman kalau domestik nggak ada lanjutan, jadi kurang seru kayak MDL kalau di ML. Ada, tetap ada. Jadi gini deh. Turni yang VCT Indo sama VCT yang APAC tuh tetap ada. Nanti franchise itu namanya International League. Itu namanya International League, tetap ada jadinya. Biasa kalau kita nonton biasanya apa VCT Indo stake 1 bulan apa? Januari, Februari kan? Itu tetap ada. Kalau udah look loss belum? Enggak, aman kok. Enggak nge-lag. Nanti gua kasih klipnya ada di waktu itu Rian sama Udil udah ngeklip. Enjo! Biasalah.
Formality at this point. On return onto Alpha Air and
kalau ada Liga 2 berguna buat cari pemain berbakat. Iya, pasti begitu. Kita nanti kan tim-tim franchise butuh roster ya kan. Nyarinya dari bawahnya.
We put this one in the replay.
Diketawain.
And I think for me, it's seeing them come off the back of probably quite a stunning loss, being able to pick themselves up and perform confidently. Massive boost, I'm sure, for Alpha after.
Malah masih ada band yang apak Master DLL. Nanti kita lihat habis ini ya. Kita lihat ininya apa? Kita lihat klipnya biar tidak ada miskom, oke?
And again, we're back to seeing this mid piece. Now, last time they had more intent behind this. It's a fake. It's almost an evolution on that first hit.
Actually, the ping could be the deciding factor, but Alpha still gets the turn. Lands the headshot, and 3 members of Fnatic positioned outside double doors. There's only 1 left on A site here for Furia.
Yeah, this is brutal. Playing towards the back of yellow. Fnatic have the perfect split towards this. 3 players coming in through from CT, but again, the cross is really the only contested part.
Map 3 nih gua rasa nih, Boster ngamuk, bro.
Fnatic make their way towards the site. Need to recover the spike, and Mystic gonna keep things safe towards CT.
Gatel lagi nih hidung babi.
There's just 1 left standing. As in, unfortunate position to be in, really. There's 4 against you for Fnatic, and the plant gonna come down. This is lovely, Mike. And again, as it might do some damage here, but I really want to expand on that little adjustment on that mid hit that came in here. Seeing versatility and diligence throughout this Mystic, close down the round. 5-0.
Absolutely, and what they're almost doing is baiting Furia into setup for this execute.
Man player-player di Indo nih, kalau mau maju ke tim-tim besar atau ya bahkan bisa ditarik tim-tim luar gitu ya. Jangan sampai nggak enakan gitu. Banyakan kan masih kayak kalau mau pindah sepaket gua. Gue sepaket sama Bang Ose misalnya kan. Kalau nggak ada Bang Ose nggak mau. Itu mah udah banyak lah contohnya. Kalau nggak salah Ucil juga pernah ngomong deh waktu itu di podcastnya GLHF. Sepaket sama Magic nggak dulu pare.
So it's almost a given when you say that, but the way that they're going to apply it is something that Fnatic do so well with some of these new comps.
You're absolutely right. And how many times have we used to refer to them almost as the
Mobile
mad
Legends ada yang
scientists, right?
gitu.
They'd come up with
Semua
a brand
game.
new formula. They'd try and
Semua
create
game,
something, you know, be it when they had a little
Pasti
bit of a break,
ada.
but you know, when they had a little bit of time away from the spotlight, you'd see them come out with maybe a different map pool coming in, a little bit of a new look on a map, and they'd be able to run this out. Now, them having to bring it out now is something that I'm quite interested in, because this does change how the tournament may go on.
It's an elimination game, so yeah, if they've got it, you damn sure you're going to pull it out, yeah.
Yeah, for them though, this is all to be seen, and this sends a big message to the rest of the tournament though. If they make it out of this game, this suddenly puts, okay, we need to make sure this is not in the map.
Oh, kagak gitu, tepu lu.
Fnatic. But as
Ngomongnya
it stands, we do see
3.
another, poor purchase coming in for Fury here. It's 3 Marshals, a Sheriff, and a Classic. Well, Headhunter.
Tour de force.
Jason Aaron dulu sebelum perek di tim mana? Dulu kayak sempet XCN gak sih? Awal-awal. Gue lupa dah.
Not easy.
Early information at least. It's a bold peek through. Whether or not Boast has just spotted him actually.
Hari luar klip gue merah semua.
Looking this direction.
Boom. Itu Valorant apa CS? Kalau Valorant apa CS itu?
Really put him online as Khalil going to open things up onto Durka. Now that's operator down.
Alpha just going to unleash the lightning gun in hand and actually loses.
Anjir, reconnya lama banget, Cok.
Free, a little bit sloppy here, but again, 3 still standing. Plant going to be coming in pretty soon. That's a shot. Mazin, great connection towards Boaster. Hold on, and look at the wrap coming in as well. There's now problems.
Iya, CS iya. Itu mah sama Kaco, sama Steris.
Mystic needs a miracle. He needs something here. 3 players with very complementary angles for each other, and so
di PRX dulu juga CS iya enggak, maksudnya kan sebelum PRX itu ngomongnya.
23 HP left to work.
Dia nanya kan sebelum PRX.
And a decent opportunity to reset. Got the fault line back up, still got the aftershock to play with as well.
Does he get timed on this though? I'm waiting to see.
Got the spike.
Kalau Valo mah ya auto langsung PRX ya.
Huge performance.
Ini kenapa Iko-nya serem nih anjing, hah?
8 frags already by
2 Marshal. Aduh. Mati dong ya, ilah. Pas banget tuh Cokdat.
Finally doing a little bit of damage here, and actually a much needed round.
Iko.
Won't really benefit too much in terms of the economy, and actually looking at, I think the Bolt Thunder did come out there. Obviously Alpha are investing his ultimate as well. See how it lies for Fnatic after that, but beautiful conversion.
Buset.
Again, to shut Alpha Air down there. Boaster, unfortunately, just slipping ahead of Bricks here. Gets punished for it. Actually, yeah. Fnatic come out of this with the Viper's Pit.
Berapa kali hari ini kena soknat ya juga ya? Di Ice mau kena.
Blade Storm and the Viper's Pit. A couple of these players from Fury up.
Jangan kelamaan duduk, aman tadi udah berdiri.
Having a slower start.
Emang lagi ini aja nih, tainya.
Scoreline on Icebox. Everybody firing on all cylinders previously. Another set piece.
Yeah, it certainly is straight through the door. And look at the speed on this. The combination of the back of the Neon to the Viper wall, giving them so much ability to just close the gap.
Udah masuk aja anjing. Ya, Alpajar. Oh nice.
Gonna get the 1-for-1 trade out. Durka will at least trade back through into this.
Udah. Tugasnya Alpajar sudah selesai anjing. Entry. Poster timing.
Careful here. Actually,
Nice.
does get cleared, but Marzin will fall. It's a huge kill to find. Durka will find one elsewhere as well. And a comfortable post plant now for Fnatic.
Wallnya bagus ya, emang buat masuk situ. Boster udah tinggal diem doang ini di mid.
Just looking like a save operator in play as well. Yep. That's gonna be trying to get, but again, this is what I like seeing from Fnatic. We're seeing very
Ulti Sofa sekarang nggak friendly fire lah.
The utility work coming out between, I guess, it's
Tapi kan
really
kecil.
Alpha and Boaster at the start of things, coupled with that breach. It's so hard to handle. It's so tailor-made to just somehow carve up one of the most long-range maps.
Yeah, it is, and like I said, the investment of the fault line actually allows, with these splits coming through mid on the back of this fast lane that goes on the right side of Pillar, Alfia can get all the way towards, backside, behind Pyramid to make use of these fault lines. So, there's very few places that Fury probably feel like they can play comfortably, right? I mean, there's only really the TP, maybe the dash from Marzin as well, to kind of get out of those sorts of spots, but it makes setting up for these executes very, very difficult.
Udah mirip Sined.
Even harder to rely on retakes. It's one of the hardest maps to retake either side sometimes.
Alpajar mau pulang tinggal jalan.
The problem being, Fnatic keep finding first bloods off of this as well. So just off the very basics of some of these executions, it already puts Fury at a disadvantage very early on. There's another one.
Yeah, it's looking so easy. And look at the damage done as well.
Enak kata Recon.
Fnatic are just flying through this map. This is huge for them. Needing this after what was a very stark, bitter map 1.
A wake-up call.
Yeah. Showing such signs of life, playing as
Kalau
far
Valorant bisa friendly fire kayak CS enak gak? Wah nggak tahu dah. Paling banyak troll aja di ranked.
On that first contact and then just spiraling towards the site.
Valorant bisa bunuh teman, Manugi udah bunuh OC tiap kali main.
It was Fury's ability to get ahead of some of these setups, but the pace is totally different for Fnatic. I mean, spike plants coming through before we've hit 122 on the clock. That's with 2 kills coming through as well. Which Fnatic traditionally aren't a very fast-paced teams, and so in terms of these executes, they're usually kind of mid-rounds after they've
bikin toxic kayaknya kalau gitu. Ya gue suka sih dengan kayak ya udah yang bisa nge-kill temen cuman utility gitu.
Fnatic aren't usually the ones to have somebody bursting through spawn barriers and challenging immediately. So Fury are going to really struggle to set up. And then the questions come. We're playing against Fnatic, right? How deep is the
Alpajri, oh iya lupa,
maaf have they got?
And how many variations on them again?
Jangan lupa adik-adik yang baru join lagi ya, di like adik-adik.
These pieces of utility, this is the response. It's so hard to then adjust on that if they do have a slight adjustment.
They haven't got time to react off some of these indicators at all.
Because Alpha's
Sampai Valorant perlu ada sistem timer kayak CSGO enggak Ben?
And it's good to see Alpha
lama-lamain.
kind of used this way. I feel like we hadn't seen him fully unleashed on people yet, but this is the first time we're really seeing him being propped up on, set into motion.
Tapi kalau buat yang DC oke sih sebenarnya. Kalau buat yang DC ya.
Nice on hand. Flash does slow down the hit, but can they somehow deny this? The purchase is far from good as well, and now you can see the layers to this. Still doing damage. Khalil still standing. Can at least deny a little bit of this early work, but again, Fury is so little room on this site.
Spike planted.
Iya, Furia ganti-ganti yang main chamber. Tapi bagus anjir kalau tim bisa chamber semua tuh.
Have to address the backline, and Marzin's here actually. We'll remove one of these pieces.
Oh!
Second as well onto Boaster.
That's a big shot.
Mulai dapat nih si Majin.
That ultimate could be an issue, and it has to be addressed at the right time here. A tap on the spike, Mystic, surely his mind starts to wander. Tries to deal with it now.
Ya, abis nge-let's go meninggal.
The timing of the pinch is lovely.
I just spotted something, by the way. Mystic's been
Ngeri
playing
dah recon pro player ya, bagus-bagus.
Tube, you know, when they're looking towards these mid splits or even that, the flash comes through the floor of Tube to actually set them up through double doors.
So even
And it's little pieces like that that there can be somebody in position to enable that sort of push immediately. And there's not really anywhere a breach can find a comfortable flash.
Yeah, you're right.
The flash comes through the wall right here.
Wow.
Those are little things. You can watch a Fnatic execute 3 or 4 times and then notice one little piece or positioning or something. It's like, yeah, okay.
You've really thought that
hats
through,
off,
huh?
Minnie. Yeah, well played, dude.
Gua nangkepnya BU lagi bangsat. Iya. Pas gua baca si Mr. Gun baru tuh. Majin
Game to watch in such a different way to map 1. This is such a
referensinya AIM tadi gua tuh. AIM BU anjing referensinya kontol.
And for Furia, I feel like how you're meant to learn this. I mean, you need a game in hand almost to watch what they're doing to try and catch up on the fly.
Ya, kanan bang. Wow.
Yep. So that's going to be a big component removed here. And a much slower look for Fnatic this time.
And time to actually react on one of these early indicators as well. It's Durka, right? Expect him to be looking for a pick elsewhere, create a little bit of pressure in that lurking position. No rotation comes out from it, though. So Fury are feeling fairly comfortable or confident about this B site hold. Standing the test.
It's just Killer's jump spot that's keeping it all together, basically. That's it. There's the contact to be made.
Anjing santai banget dia di atas, Cok.
Aldrin to follow, but he's already on the side. He's already on the back lines. You can't slow this guy down. He's just a speed demon. Boasters found one as well.
TP kena snake bite anjing.
Off the top pillar and died to the snake
TP
bite.
kena snake bite.
What?
Come on. Come on. This is unthinkable scenes.
Ya, buta.
Line should get swung on here, so the retake is on. There is still a chance this be got the Viper's Pit now to try and navigate.
Di expect ya, nonton sambil rebahan enak. Ya udahlah, off stream yuk. Makasih semuanya.
The second two.
Gorgeous from Mystic.
Timing.
He's actually got it right.
Kiri, ya.
So they find him in time. Is it
Anjing timing ya, ya Allah, maju mundur lihat tuh.
On the other side, just being given nothing. Time now
starts to be
the biggest opponent in these seconds that are just ticking away. And Fnatic, I've got to say, I am bloody impressed.
Sama-sama nggak lihat lagi, aduh.
It's beautiful to watch.
Wow.
Really beautiful. I mean, not unless you're a Furia fan, because there's not.
What a stupid defense, anjing. Langsung di delete sama moderator, baru gue baca.
The utility just makes it so hard to even contest first contact, right? I mean, you don't want to swing out here as any of this utility.
Ada coach online tadi.
Take shape.
Furia defense-nya goblok, ngapain di pick kalau kagak bisa nge-defend di map ini, anjing. Misty kok dia gede asli anjing. Timingnya 3 kali. Oh di chat pakai bot, enggak itu moderator itu. Tadi kan ada keterangannya.
We're seeing it play through. Alpha is set into motion by all that utility put into play. Imagine trying to deal with this though.
Si Majin nggak tahu nih. Oh nice.
Not a bad idea, but Fnatic still get two.
Tangkap anjing, bantai.
Still carve their way into the site. Spike's gonna be going down. I'm pretty sure uncontested here. Nothing to stop this or slow it down. And once again, Furia cannot handle that front line.
Really can't. They keep actually committing to these opening duels without really any.
Bot bisa termasuk moderator gak sih? Oh iya juga ya. Tapi enggak deh, kalau misalnya ke delete ada by night bot. Kalau di Twitch juga sama kayak di YouTube. Delete-nya by night bot ada.
You see that flash come through, like I said, from Mystic to make sure Althea's got safe passage. The wall goes up, cuts off everybody that's in front of it. Fnatic can just rinse and repeat, honestly.
Di live chat.
I don't think we've seen Furia really come up with a game plan at all.
This is something that you need to study these sorts of odds to be able to come
sampai
up with.
FPX apa map 3 doang? Nggak tahu nih. Gue masih bingung.
There is slight irony in seeing Furia the ones punished by such aggression. That name is so synonymous with aggression. Well constructed aggression too.
Contohnya kalau ditewa sama moderator kayak gimana? Ya tolong bang moderator tuh.
This is one for the VODs. This is one to pour over, one to really enjoy going back through and really trying to break down down all the bits and pieces towards us. I'd have liked to have seen potentially Furia trying to take extremities and putting a lot
Wah, di hidden bangsat Dwiko.
commitment behind it over towards main, pushing out towards A main, potentially trying to challenge towards cave, maybe having to give up site. I'd like to see them try and adjust, but I can't really blame them for being just stun locked by this.
But you look at what worked well for them on Icebox.
Time out by Dwiko.
Understanding what Fnatic were doing, right? And understanding the early round. I'm going to hold my breath once again because it's another variation. Actually going to try and fake this time around with the wall towards
Ih, buta! Iya!
Actually punishes a player.
Both sides of the map.
Kenapa dia nggak tele ya?
Again, as much as I say, yeah, okay, take cave
It's all
control.
encompassing.
Yeah, but you just got to beat Durka.
Kalau di hide gak bisa nonton video lagi. Bisa. Nonton bisa, tapi kalau dia ngechat gak akan kebaca sama lu orang sama gua. Tetap bisa nonton. Cuman chat kalau dia ngechat gak akan kelihatan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you see this come out,
Airman kena ada lu mampus. Kena nih satu. Anjing aman.
Maybe they've thought of something if they've left this out. It's the wild card. Talk about ace up
Udah
the sleeve.
2-10 aja iya.
This is the Uno reverse.
Dibantai nih.
You get stomped like that on your home ground on map 1. You have to pull this out here.
Bukannya ke hide sampai channelnya enggak. Cuman di live chatnya doang. Akun gua satu lagi kayaknya ke hide ban gak bisa chat. Yang mana?
Oh boy, we got a party now. You love to see it, man. 10-2, Fnatic.
Soalnya lu ngechat tuh tetap bisa, tapi nggak akan kelihatan. Soalnya gue udah ngetes waktu itu di channel Kopet. Akunnya Nugi itu ke hidden.
Bold proclamation from Jesco.
Enjo kill 2 dihabisin sama temennya semua iya. Enjo bener jadi support aja nih. Wih, Masnuk lagi belajar nih, fokus belajar.
Who's absolutely ripping them apart.
Iya di kita ada tapi di live chat gak ada betul. Okto soalnya pernah marahin modnya karena ada yang hide viewer. Soalnya itu dulu zaman live streaming YouTube awal-awal pokoknya moderator nggak tahu ajaran dari mana atau mungkin dia inisiatif. Kalau misalnya ada yang kayak kasar dikit atau gimana dikit di hidden gitu, bukan di time out.
Definitely stepping it up in multiple departments, which is his job, it's his role, and he's given Furia a taste of their own medicine that they delivered on Icebox. Now he's packaged it all up and put it on a teaspoon and said, here you go, give that a try.
I'll say for the next half though.
Kan gue juga kadang-kadang kalau misalnya waktu itu si Pom nge-hidden siapa, wah itu ngapain di-hidden, udah nggak usah, nggak apa-apa. Mungkin ada waktu itu salah satu yang provok, tapi ya udah nggak apa-apa, lagi gue ladenin aja. Kalau gue nge-hide box check sama scam doang. Alpajri emang begitu rambutnya. Anjing pada aman semua nih. Kena time out. Udah lah mau lanjut push WR lagi. Anjing. Pada main WR lu pada ah. Udah lama gak buka nih anjir. Ben lu gak ngadain subaton apa? Wah Sobi kamu gak ikut waktu itu Sobi. Nih Sobi, kamu gak ikut waktu ini. Nih kau baton. Kau baton bro. Buat beli sapi, tapi dapetnya kambing. Oh, kobatan gue udah pernah bro.
Yeah, they are. They really are.
Udah pernah gue, tenang ya. Lustrik sampai 14 kali, ya. Anjing, lustriknya 14. Udah biasa sih MOBA. Turun emerald.
Okay, even gonna have to rely on the rounds where he gets very proactive.
Hey! Nice Enjo. Full Enjo.
And that's the spike down. Enzo's found 2 and the spike.
Didn't love the spike.
Chow baton now, chow baton.
Just gonna leave it up towards Tube. That's kind of them. And now the 3 remaining. How are you gonna get that back? You've got site control. Yes.
Si Sobi ditanya hilang lu.
Just huddled around the spike.
Wah salah akun ya.
Fnatic are probably gonna just really hold this down, aren't they?
Pada aman gini.
Furia, what you got? That's stop.
Ya Alpahar, kenapa kamu Alpahar? Alpajri. Anjing. Iya bang lupa aing ya. Kocak lu. Karena kalau subatan-subatonan lagi mah kalau apa namanya?
unnoted as of
Kalau
yet. Let's poster the
udah
one
nggak
that
ada
should pick this
bla
up.
bla 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 lah. Lagi banyak yang rewel.
Should have been fine, but Furia are finding their way back in, and it's just on poster. 13 seconds though. The spike's already on the site, so that opportunity is...
Sama kepepet enggak sih, sebenarnya gue nggak mau tuh, takut PC gue kenapa-napa udah. Gue belum ada biaya buat upgrade-nya, udah ada itu doang alasan gue. Nunggu mana fit dulu aja. Gue fit kagak fit mah. Yang penting PC gue. PC gue kenapa-napa udah pusing.
It's a little again. It's an unorthodox spot for the spike to be dropped, and I just don't think Fnatic make a solid decision. Nobody's, like I said,
Viewer Indo latah, banyak yang sebatan langsung nyuruh semua streamer sebatan. Iya. Nggak apa-apa lah, namanya juga penonton. Ya makasih, saya cuma nanya, saya yang kena. Kasih tahu kok lah. PC meleduk kagak bisa stream, iya. Oh, anjing pada aman semua nih. Wah, kalau Malmer yang tanda seru sih langsung ke timeout itu.
Well, B-side stack here.
Okay, see? Here we go. They'll do lots of damage here, Fnatic.
Some information on the back of the knife as well, actually. Confirming both players.
Still committing. Yeah, Dirk is going to find Khalil.
Wait.
I'm feeling a bit worried now at this point, or at least I would be. Couple too many players getting panic-stricken. Now, luckily for them, they've pulled it back slightly, but it's certainly
thriftiin lagi, ya.
Still. Good connection off the headhunter, gonna put Dirk into bed.
Kidut mampus
The
ngentot.
damage has been achieved. This is still pretty good damage, but they have been able to back away here.
What can they retrieve though in terms of the weapons? I'm not sure.
What got left?
I mean, the one bulldog, yes, but looking at it, because it was a very, very frugal purchase.
Malmer belum anjing. Malah Kidut yang kena, kocak.
Unable to get anything other than the classic here, but
Netflix ke time out.
Actually, yeah.
Si Rafli batu banget lihat tuh.
Gonna give away these audio clues as to where Fnatic are.
Gacha iya, kalau lagi gabutnya gacha-gacaan. Kipak anjing, tanda seru kipak.
This scoreline, you want to see all three weapons saved across here, so need to try and retrieve this bulldog and prevent any further damage.
Wow, okay.
But I don't think actually they can get the weapon across.
They're just in there really saving things though, because that round was getting absolutely...
Palmer, timing lu jelek amat.
I mean, at one point,
naik botnya kan cooldown.
Stuck on B side by Pillar with 7 HP.
Yeah.
If he falls there, I mean,
apalagi
it makes the
Pits.
retreat with the spike even more difficult.
Yeah. Just again, see the absolute bailout that this man put in.
Iya.
Close down the end. Having a great performance, honestly, from map 1 to map 2. Very nice. Here though, Mike.
Cooldown berapa detik? 5 sampai 10 detik.
Should, again, this is the first big test, right? If we actually have a game on our hands, or if, you know, map 3 feels really quite inevitable.
Botnya ada apa lagi? Tanda seru komen.
Straight up tube. They don't need the neon to do it. They're just going to go for it themselves. Going to open up the door and then switch back around towards main potential. Maybe lurk towards doors. Very mobile work.
Iya, satu lagi kagak pakai tanda seru belang. Komennya pakai S yang lengkap. Kalau itu mah komen yang gua bikin. Commands. Tanda seru commands.
Spike now down. Let's look at this post plant. What do they have for it?
Hai Deva Putra, ada yang kena nih. Wow.
Double doors lurk is something to consider. You can see Fnatic looking that way. But as 5, they just swing onto site. And actually does
Gadal. Sampai jumpa 5 menit lagi. Tapi gue fokus dulu anjing.
He was the one who made it up towards Chu, but it's Enzo to find one. But again, he's still firing in. Oh, that's perfect. Pins down 3 and partnership.
Anjing.
Furia flexing.
Dapat bonus.
This is gorgeous.
Buset dah.
I don't even want to say it again though, but it's another round
Gila,
where it's a lesser purchase and Fury just have so much
Ripcat nyoba-nyoba kena loh.
They almost play like twice as aggressive in some of the rounds where they have half the inventory.
What is this? He was the one who absolutely hooned it up tube, opens up the door, dips back out.
He's everywhere.
You can't get away
Tanda seru Cila.
Fnatic pump the brakes and I think they need to.
Apakah aku akan dapat pacar?
Now to play devil's advocate.
Ya, Pits mah jomblo selamanya, Cok.
to do something on defense, right? Because this is where you then start to question. It's always the way, right? When it comes to defense, what can you achieve with the Neon?
Naik
Right? Can you
botter
get ahead
and
and really
Todd.
disrupt some of these early setups, especially if Fury are going to spread the default, which traditionally they do not. But then you dial back a little bit further, and what's the value of the breach, right? What are we going to do in terms of achieving a little bit of map control early on? That's what we need to see
apalagi
from Fnatic.
pusing itu
Haven't
naik bot,
really been able
kasihan.
to get a solid footing yet in this second half, so I'm not saying it's not there, but these are the sorts of questions then we start to ask with these new comps.
Okay, and
why it's not favoured, but
no, absolutely. I like that question of longevity when it comes to these compositions because
you need to see both sides of the coin.
Absolutely, and we did the same when we talked about even the early
Anjing, Malmer aman,
the
Cok.
application of Neon there. Does it fully work all the way through? Does it
Look
look
where
as good?
teams lend. Look where they lend. They were getting proactive, and it's always it's always
Apa
the way
sih,
to
Wak?
apply this on both sides where teams really find success.
Well, that it does put the marker back with Fnatic to find that, right?
Is it?
Again, in this one, they weren't super deadly in the kind of.
Lu diem urusin tuh desa KKN. Nah, kenapa Rip si Wahyu?
Marshall's bit interesting. Just going for the picks across the board.
Nonton adegan ngentot deh.
So keep your
Iya,
eyes on the
Coco Nute,
HB
kamu
on
kena
the
time
left-hand
out,
side. If Fury
mampus.
get chipped down,
Bye.
that's where problems can begin. And look at the stack.
Look at that money start to swell though. On the back of just carrying 3 Bulldogs into the previous.
Oh yeah, 6, 4.
Like I said, what's the default? What is the
Wah,
default?
masa ke comeback ini
What
Fnatic, bro?
extremity do you pressure here with Mystic and
Kan Wahyu di oh iya juga.
Well, Mazin had to put himself the first one in, but it's supposed to find the shot. Khalil's gone down. And there's still so many threats here. Trying to do everything. It's just.
Oh!
Fair enough. And now a 2v3. What has just happened?
Rifty!
Left in tatters. Only feeling devastated with this one. 1 bullet left to play with. He loses out on Durka, but Boost's still alive.
Booster!
Still here. Surely they'll check on this.
He's missed the reposition though. But now he'll heal it.
Iya, Faisal Agam. Oke, kena lagi. Rot.
QCK you got to worry about in this scenario.
Oh my god, Booster gives away the game a little. Does Alpha manage to bail him out? That's the last shot done. He needs to load some more up, but he can't do it in
Ada
time.
moderator yang gawe ini tiba-tiba.
Just Alpha. 1v2. So much damage. And this man, the Wonder Kid himself, he needs it.
Ente dah.
Okay, close down again.
Di David, kamu jomblo selamanya apa gue bilang?
Is looking hot
Mampus.
in this game, to be fair. He's kept a couple of these rounds safe.
This next buy round is crucial.
Oh, we're
for
already
Furia.
here. We're already here.
Operator going to come out for Durka. I'm already worried. No, seriously, I am already worried. This next buy round for Fury is huge, and actually on the other side of that, the things we just talked about ahead of this Thrifty round, we have to see it from Fnatic here. But there's no tangible part of Fury is set. It might actually be a
Kena TO lagi tapi bukan dari bot, hah?
Actually, is it through shop?
You have to see this in motion. Over towards A.
He's going to go behind the knife, I think.
Let's have a look towards when they decide to pull the trigger.
Double kali nggak tahu dah.
Take two control again. We've seen this look before. Fast up, open door, and did dip away last time. Doesn't this time and gets punished. That's different. Durka gonna get that first pick.
Telah memeluk agama dengan erat, bangsa.
And look at where Boast has drifted off B side already. They're already semi-committing to this retake.
The timing on this is unthinkable. Mazin, he can be so influential to the outcome. He's drawing and keeping 4 players dedicated to the site. He will lose
Tiba-tiba
his life.
KTO. Kedouble kayaknya dah.
They are now hitting that panic button. They know the rotation is going to be on the way. They need to get the spike down. They need it down now. Well, they need it down 30
Naik bot
seconds
aja nggak
ago.
mau balas lu, pick set banget. Dia nangis aja lu. Kalah pulang ya.
They have to take a risk, I guess, somewhere.
Ini lower.
But done. Enzo's going to find one. Khalil's gone
Alah!
He's just ahead of the flash.
Jelek tuh flashnya.
Perfect, but it's far from it. And now they have to back away. You can see the wrap coming in. Fnatic just filtering.
Nggak mungkin
through
dong
the
2
rest of
lawan
that.
5.
They need an
Ayo dong,
overwhelming
Fnatic.
win here, a clean
Oke,
fight, and they're
nice.
not getting it.
GG.
Fnatic clear this
Berangkat.
one through.
11 nih.
Essential round for Fnatic to get to 11.
10.000 dari Samuan. Pesan, Ben, apakah pilihan aku benar untuk tidak nyatain ke dia daripada merusak circle pertemanan? Wajah sedih.
Oke, Samuan 10.000 ya, terima kasih. Gua tanya lagi ya sebentar sebelum gua jawab. Lu mau nyatain perasaan ke dia, dianya masih jomblo apa di circle pertemanan lu ada yang suka juga sama dia? Nah, emang sebenarnya cinta paling sakit itu cinta dalam diam ya. Cuman nggak tahu, coba kalau dari perspektif cewek itu ada treasure mungkin.
And just to come back to that, the ultimate's coming online now. If Fury won that, this would be Fnatic coming into, you know, potentially another half buy.
Tunggu dulu.
And having to invest these.
Tahu-taunya plot twist. Bener juga Dani. Gua nggak mikirin itu.
to do it.
Gonna take a little more to reset the economy of Fury though. We talked about how that did.
Kita nggak tahu nih someone ini cowok apa cewek.
Actually, the other side of things, ultimately.
Tapi harusnya kalau menyatakan sih cowok ya. Ya nggak sih?
Not super far away again.
Hmm.
Cinta dengan bapak yang udah ditanam paling sakit. Enggak, gue bahagia-bahagia aja. Cinta segi rumit. Samban ini siapa ya adik-adik kira-kira? Coba kita lihat dulu emailnya. Aduh, emailnya email samaran. Pintar dia adik-adik.
It wasn't just throwing out and seeing what sticks. It was absolutely method to the madness in it. And it was very well timed too. And as you said, Boast not overcommitting. Noting that he could be incredibly vulnerable. Like to see that aware of the intentions of what Fury would want to
Siapa tuh
achieve.
cowok sama cowok,
So we
nah
go
itu
back
dia.
in. Timeout coming in this.
Jangan-jangan lu jatuh cinta sama pacar temen lu. Ya gue pernah.
Mid-presence apparently.
Terus gue ngomong, tapi untung ceweknya nggak cepu.
Curious to see what the next step of this is with where the knife is invested.
Siapa tahu itu si Wahyu. Enggak, si Wahyu udah miskin. Kalau si Wahyu masih kaya join member itu. Ini enggak Wahyu.
Fully in the know of how that information was obtained.
Wah, lu Ben.
Actually
Lovely switch up.
spots Mazine, but Mazine wisely backs away from it. Very proactive as well from Fnatic to come forward and deal with this trap as well. They don't want any control.
But I like that he's still here. That he didn't get overly hungry for this. Trying to maybe work out where
Wahyu.
holding mid control. Also,
Base doang merah. Anjing di roastingnya base Nemo tadi.
Fnatic were leaning into. Knife now gonna come in.
Iya Mal, kamu kena time out. Mampus kena ya kan.
Super ready to go. Just buying precious seconds here.
Actually running the clock down effectively. Boaster actually going to find a kill. Mazine. Alfia should be able to pick up the second as well. And he does just off screen in mid.
Brilliant. And now Fury left.
Tuh iya tanda seru pacar Fitz masih ada ya, Cok. Gimana Baby Shark Wahyu? Oi. Boster, kalem apa? Tawan. Enak 12 nih, knockers. Itu Baby Shark gimana kabar ya? Masih mabar apa enggak tuh? Ahoy kayak streamer lu.
Finally get to map point. Fury now. Yeah, I mean, you look at a couple of them. I think actually going to be missing a shield or two. You have to get the light shields through, but you're absolutely right. Both are buying so much time there, just being slippery around Pyramid, not really giving anybody a comfortable engagement. They can't really collapse on him either. Really well played between him and Mystic actually.
Gak dihapus Ben prediksi, biarin aja lah. Jadi nyampah.
Here behind the null command. They might catch Durka early on here, preventing the TP. That trap as well.
Buster left-handed, emang left-handed.
Actually, it could be problematic because Durka's actually on the.
Ben, apa lagi Car? Tidak Despa, mampus jomblo.
Still gets Mazin down, and you're right. They get to live to fight another day. Underhand flash will at least get them in towards the site, but they still haven't really cleared these back positions. Dirk is still fine for this. Can live for a second hold the line as best he can and tap on the spike, but he's not committed.
Aduh, itu dia Bang Derke, kasih tahu Bang. GG dong, map 3 nih adik-adik happen.
Trying to play the finest of margins, but the numbers just so overwhelming now.
Ya.
Anything more to be found. Dirk does get punished. But the spike's still deep.
Spike-nya di sini mampus.
Enzo's still a million miles away from this as well, so Mystic's got to be careful here. The wall going to go up, actually put Mystic in a position
ya?
where he's not going to be noted in the corner.
Set di wall down ya kan? Ya, keluar Mysticnya, aduh.
Done yet. It's a 2v2. I spoke too soon. Maybe I you know, underestimate.
Apaan tuh tes 2? Enggak, itu waktu si Rapli mau nyobain itu kayaknya. Ntar gua hapus-hapusin dulu yang di tes-tes, Bang. Belum gua hapus. Yang mau nyobain komen buat nge-game up game apa waktu itu ya, gue lupa lagi. Lah, tiba-tiba 1v1. Ah, kalah ini mah Enzo. Lawannya AWP.
A little misdirection as well, puts the dart through, makes some double check. Tunnel, but actually will spot it and finds.
Apa gue bilang?
Was that 2v4?
Hah?
Yeah.
That could be, again, when we look at what can cause problems, that could be a tilter. You don't often carve your way through a 2v4. They make mistakes, they overpeak, they get punished a little here. But again, this, I've got to say, credit where it's due. Some of these shots were just on the money. Beautifully played.
That's the adjustment there. Like I said, Mystic had a dirty little pocket to play in with that wall.
We could not work out our difference.
Great recovery from Furia.
Yeah.
Don't want to have to watch that one back.
Not loving that at all. 7-12 though. Ult sign a hit, a little delayed. We noted it before. They did have those ults really coming through online, and the aggression, the commitment.
Anjing, dipus anjing.
The flash is there, just about gets away with his life. But Fnatic looking to tussle now.
Boaster actually will be able to
Gabut bet
avoid
pure
that.
tuh Ben, biasa. Itu namanya lagi bercengkrama.
Close out the kill though.
Bloody hell. 35
HP.
Again, this big pressure. They've dealt with that early play towards 8.
Kak Diki apa pen? Ben anjing lu siap Sal.
And the late investment from Boaster as well. They are going to kind of cut off B and the options. Oh, and this timing from Mystic could be heaven sent if he peeks over there.
You see the pings all the way up tube here. I think Fury are looking to address this.
Mystic.
There it is.
Oke, dapat timing. Jing si Mystic toprek, bro.
Mystic as well gets to dip away and just picking them off piece by piece. Now they're on the side. They do.
Diam-diam Wahyu.
But their own Viper's bit down. But Alpha, it's a little messy. But he's got the shot. And now
si Majin nggak ketahuan lagi.
Massively favorable towards Fnatic.
Nungguin Boaster nih.
Pick up Mazin here.
Timing. Oh, who is who first? Alpha is fallen. Mazin's going to hear this, needs to get there in time. Just losing track of Boaster here as Dirk has found one, so this is coming down a lot into Mazin's head.
Ya mampus, Enjo ngeliat. GG Enjo. GG Enjo.
He needs 2 more, he's got 12.
Nice.
Boaster
GG.
catches his
Happen
opposing
adik-adik
number.
happen.
And Fnatic convert, getting map 2 under the belt and taking us the distance.
Mantap.
It couldn't have come at a better time as well. Just with, like
GG
I was
WP.
so worried about one of those rounds just going. I think we look at a very different outcome.
Nih si Net cuma bisa nonton.
Still held at 10. But luckily,
Ya elah, iklan lagi babi.
fantastic performance from Alfier as well.
Itu kalau Enzo nggak lihat bisa kalah itu. Kalau nggak ada Enzo tamat asli. Versi Akru menang mana? Kru bro. Bar, kita lihat ini dulu ya. Apakah day 3 sudah mulai? Ping tanah ping penem. Ping penem. Wah,
ditembakin yang mana?
Sangkain lu.
Wah.
Wah,
padahal beda bajunya ya. Yang mana tadi nembak?
Wah, udah open, bro.
Dia bingung tuh buat apaan dia ngambil alat bengkel. Apa kayak ngantan Sep.
Siapa lagi?
Open ini temen
guys.
Temennya dia dikira anak dev ditembakin.
Si Rocky warna abu-abu bukan?
Aduh.
Open kah guys?
Bingung itu nggak, pokoknya gelap dah mobilnya. Ntar dulu bang.
10.000 dari someone. Pesan. Dia jomblo Ben tapi ini udah temen yang udah deket banget, takutnya malah merusak pertemanan kan, wajah tersenyum.
Tergantung. Kalau misalnya pertemanan lu apa namanya open, menurut gua lu bisa ngomongin. Jadi bikin kesepakatan aja. Tapi lu harus tahu juga dianya suka sama lu kagak. Kalau misalnya cuman lu doang yang suka, dianya biasa aja, itu namanya wow sebenarnya. Itu wow. Cuman kalau udah gatal banget mah ya gimana? Daripada sama sekali enggak lu nyatain ya kan? Daripada ntar keburu nyusul gimana? Ayo. Gas.
Gara-gara beben nih langsung mati anjing.
Mati headset gua. Udah
berangkat.
Word.
Itu yang lu panggil
exe-nya kak.
Si Jik yang botak. Itu kayak tadi ompap bukan sih?
Nyalain kak.
Skill 1 DF propok.
Yo, coba tanya Penita gimana Penita kalau cewek Penita.
DF kan anjing.
Kalau dari perspektif cewek.
Udah dapat temen sih.
Prediksi Ben 1 juara 1. Aduh, ntar dulu dah kita lihat playoff dulu ya. Tunggu sampai di sini dulu nih. Baru 3 tim yang masuk. BTW boom dapat berapa ya? 15.000 USD coy.
Turu anjing nih.
Mayan coy, 15.000 coy. Bukan mayan lagi sih, cuman kalau buat e-sport ya mayan. Agak ada pacar marmer, nggak penting. Ungkapin ketimbang nyesel ya. Gua kan nggak tahu juga circle pertemanannya si Samuan ini gimana.
Gue baru tahu anjing kaca yang di dalam bang yang tadi itu ya. Emang bulletproof anjing. Gue di dalam lagi tadi nggak langsung gue tembakin pasti luar ya. Biasalah masih baru bangun masih ngantuk men.
Sekitar 250 juta segituan lah.
Ijul belum keluar kah FIFA-nya? Gue nggak tahu deh.
Emang Ijul belum kelar udah kali?
Tengah.
Lah iya belum ya? Lagi latihan kali.
Wah. Berangkat.
Hampir aja.
Kalau nggak bulletproof itu mati yang lu tembak. Iya tadi makanya.
Cari cewek lain lah kayak
mati,
cewek
gua tembak
cuma
ya,
satu
gua bingung,
aja. Nggak segampang gitu lah.
Aduh salah nih gue.
DF lagi eco round.
Beda nggak warnanya sama yang tadi?
Gak tahu.
Ada nanti.
Ipan aman ya, udah selamat.
Ya bro, duluan bro.
Yuk, kabarnya men. Yuk, hati bang.
PUBG $1 juta yang PMWI tahu.
Gimana cuy, kita kan mati anjing
Ini juga $1 juta.
Bentar, ini masalah kita. Gua nggak tahu nih dari rumah sakit ke ini
Dota udah paling gede mah.
Rumah gua.
Wih, Pip Vlog update rumah jilid 2. Anjing, kamar gua nih ntar.
Bikin kemarin asik kemana-mana, sekarang giliran kita di teror anjing.
Belum Ben, tek-tek ngantuk udah dari siang gawe. Oke, pikre.
Anjing dibilang jarak pas nggak siap kemarin. Siapa tuh kira-kira?
Oh iya, Boom juga TI kan. Be.
Ya nggak tahu lu nanya gua dari siapa.
Ungkapin atau enggak dua-duanya sakit antara memendam atau sakit ditolak.
Lagi sedang kena serang apa kagak?
Lu bakal tinggal bareng Apip enggak? Sediain kamar doang buat gua kalau nginep.
Di depan ada yang pakai jaket-jaket.
Lu banyak duduk gak sakit pinggang, enggak sakit pantat doang.
Si Aceng itu dah.
Wah, anjing.
Gue di depan tuh anjing.
Masa sih?
Iya tuh anjing pakai rejim warna biru tuh.
Tapi tadi sih anjing ya. Udah pakai mesin pistol anjing yang tadi di rumah.
Oh, dia udah ngeluarin kayak begituan.
Udah, kemarin gua juga udah make sebenarnya.
Iya, gue tahu.
Oh, editor barunya Mas Pip yang baru elu Ben sembarangan sopir.
Biasa masih
Let's score anjing.
Hah?
Awan kata dia.
Katanya kalau misalnya gue begini
Ini di delete sama si Wahyu.
Udah sekalian aja gitu.
Kata siapa?
Udah ngaku kok dia kalau dia yang nembakin sama anak-anaknya.
Siapa? Yang nembakin?
Ibnu.
GG berarti.
Tahu. Masalah sama siapa aja kagak tahu gua. Tiba-tiba gua kena tembak.
Musuh ini satu kota ton anjing. Aman. Rumah sakit gua.
Wah, udah open nih guys.
Ini udah kelar ini di jalan anjing.
Asik nih guys. Retake asik nih guys.
Gue pakai macete nih, gue jadi Thor aja ya, Thor Son of Nordic, anjing.
Udah gak jadi supir Okto, enggak. Okto udah membangun timnya. Gue udah resign.
Mau kapart anjing.
Ya makanya tapi jalan gue kesana.
Jalur kematian anjing.
Retake day 2.
Dokter palsu ya di rumah sakit nih kayak orang gila ada ke sana anjing.
Anjing juga.
Aduh. Asal gue gak megang pistol sama sekali, Ton.
Gua ada.
Oh, lu ini ya? Tangkep ya?
Yang ngambilnya.
Kalau Upi masih berarti. Hah?
Penyetor nyawa.
Upi kan bapak gua. Gimana lo?
Dia kan dagang senjata juga, lu dagang senjata kan?
Lu lihat itu di depan rumah sakit ada yang nungguin Thomas.
Iya. Oh iya.
Iya, ada yang kemarin yang kita sikat itu si siapa ya? Aceng itu loh.
Aduh ngentot.
Si
mana tai ini keluar.
Ini si Londok main Londok.
Ini bisa ke rooftop.
Di sini kan enak dong.
Bisa.
Gua mantau dulu.
Asal jangan mogok aja BMW-nya. Wah, itu waktu itu radiator, bro. Bukan lewat bawah ya?
Si bisa lewat bawah tuh. Oh, bisa lewat bawah. Ah, nanti gua ke bawah ditodong lagi ntar ke atas dulu. Bentar. Ini kemana ini? Ke bawah apa ke atas nih?
Helipad lah, atas.
Helipad, helikopter, garage, halfway. Oh, ini bawah, ini ke atas. Wih, kaget
bocor
gua,
apa gimana, Ben? Apalagi bocor? Oh, itu
Cek,
bolong.
Cek.
Bolong.
Ini gue pantau.
Apa sih bahasanya?
belakang,
Jebol.
Cabut bisa sini.
Jebol.
Tapi kalau lewat depan nggak tahu deh. Iya, gue mantau dari dulu.
Tadi Spirapir pura-pura tidur lagi ya. Ngeplok gue pura-pura tidur. Oh.
Thomas. Lagi gimana Ton lu Ton anjing?
Lewat ke belakang.
Oh, kamu insecure Kak Tony. Apa ingat momen Seno di sini? Hehehe. When it hurt.
Masalahnya ini gue baju dari kemarin kagak ganti nih.
But it hurts. So good, do you take it? Do you break it off when it hurts?
Lagi Ben.
But it hurts so good.
Lagi.
Anjing itu zaman-zaman tai lah. Kocak banget anjing. Gue yang SMS Seno lagi kocak. Judul lagunya apaan? When it hurts?
Gue udah gak ngerti lagi.
When it hurts.
Kata Dante mau Rudy.
When it hurts. Belum open nih guys.
Lu gak ada naik mobil ke sini?
Kontol.
Ada, gue naik mobil berempat.
Oh, ini mobil lu, C63 ya?
Iya, C63.
Di
gua parkirin nggak sih tadi? Lupa gua.
Wah, ada wom.
Mobil siapa nih, weh? Mobil lu.
Lah,
nggak bisa naiknya,
nggak bisa.
Coba kamu buka kuncinya.
Lah.
Bos Tom, ini mobil lu bukan, Bos Tom?
Lah, emang ini mobil siapa, Bro?
Bukan.
Mobil kita.
Oh, itu tadi kata temen gua mobilnya dia tuh. Gimana sih lu, Bos Tom?
Nih, lihat. Diam lu.
Gimana sih, Bos Tom?
Lihat, nih sama nggak? Oh.
Beda.
Kasih tau bos.
Sama. Udah sono.
Tahu. Aku juga.
Rame banget anjing cewek. Zaman nonton FP 24/7 asli.
Gua kira mobil lu itu anjing.
Gue terus lupa gue udah masukin apa belum. Lu bilang C63 ya bener mobilnya.
Tahu ini orang jelek dah sumpah kalau ngakak dah. Kesel banget gua.
Don't touch.
Oh god.
Anjing.
Don't touch jatuh tolol anjing.
It's like the same dog my mom has.
Wow. Wah anjing, apaan tuh?
Actually, this is, I swear to everyone watching at home, this isn't like a sponsor.
Keyboard guys.
No one sponsors me. I don't care. The HyperX sound.
Why is it so funny?
Theory, are you a man or a woman? Nungguin temen ini biar kita jalan bareng nanti.
Not my kids.
Wait, you better be careful. I can't even do that.
Bom.
How bad did that get the smell?
Jokes luar. Bangsat, ayam bohongan, bangsat.
Oh, such a beautiful sound. Oh, fuck, dude.
Maraton RP Okto 3 tahun lalu, buset.
Hurts so fucking bad. Rip teeth.
Anjing sampah banget jokesnya.
Holy shit. What the fuck?
Ose. Yo.
What a... What?
Joget. Anjing party cat. Ya anjing kentut.
Oh. How the fuck?
Yang lu ngecekain Acit, anjing itu zaman dulu banget. What the fuck? Ih. Goblok orang-orang.
Wow! Oh my god!
Bangsat jatuh.
Why are you running?
Buat seperti apa game 3? Iya, kalau masih pada kuat mah ayolah. Kalau nggak pada kuat, gak apa-apa tidur ya.
Goodbye, bro.
Thank you. Just a shake. Alright. Shake your booty.
Oh anjing, dicekek. Lah.
He's going up.
Buat Ben besok libur, libur apaan, Cok? Pagi duit. Semua tergantung pantat lu. Bener juga sih.
Ricardo.
But how much did it stream?
What the fuck anjing? Ya udah yang libur kerja. Oh. Intut serem amat.
Holy shit.
Terima kasih jokesnya. Ayo kita udah mulai nih.
A tall task as well, considering Fnatic. I'm sure confidence will be sky high. Mazin going to be put to the test first and
Ben
foremost.
gua ultah anjay, selamat ulang tahun Goblin. Semoga ada sosial bas 10.000. Amin. Amin adik-adik. Jok luar sampah. Semoga join member, amin. ABD ya, ucapin guys, ucapin.
Stack 3 towards Suez. We're not going to try and cast a rotation off. It's only going to be Durka left here.
Does Durka even consider looking back? They're really curious about this.
Anjing timing Durka, ya Allah.
I mean, they've got him back to rise.
Masih gila Durka sendiri. Mati dong lu.
Okay. No worries in the end, but now we're towards the rest of where Fnatic was heading.
Kayaknya dapat
towards
tapi.
that C site. Now, Khalil's been holding on towards
Jangan
CT.
lupa like yang HBD, iya.
Well, the place towards the backside of garage. They've still held a lot of
Anjay,
space.
terima kasih Goblin udah jadi member. Kejadian ternyata jadi membernya adik-adik, mantap, respect. Paling gak bisa kalau dirayu.
Surely Enzo gonna just put a couple of shots in the dark and hope for the best. He's actually gonna sit this one and ain't much gonna be stopping this monster. Just has to sit and wait. Fuse right under his nose. 3 standing for Furia and it works out well.
I'm not sure if the real curveball there is actually the kill that comes through in Garage, but resetting when Khalil's still standing towards Long. The reveal wasn't back yet for Enzo, so there's no real way for them to ensure they can pressure that defuse.
Yep.
Maybe the kill here is what completely alters the outcome here for Fnatic.
Gila lo anjing, dapat stikannya.
Initially, we were talking about Breeze not really having a tangible extremity to pressure here. These sorts of things for Fury, that re-clearance through sewers is key in terms of where Fnatic want to reset away from A lobby.
I do want to see how responds, or how Fnatic really responds to that longer term.
Set,
if this becomes
setun dong.
So Mazin,
naik 2.
on the wall. Does he get to keep his life?
Absolutely
not. Chased down and hunted. He's dead and gone.
Dah dapat B-nya nih, bisa plan.
Taking a lot of space, but there's 2 players really close to this. The pop flash is good. Has to try and back away, and he's clinging down. Fury just gonna put the stops on this round before he got out of control. That first pick could have been dangerous, but it's been dealt with.
Beautifully done. Khalil the one to clean things up. Great recovery on B side as well. Both are doing his best to create just a secondary layer of pressure. Removing that trap, puts the smoke up.
Gue inget gak Ben dulu nickname gue saya enter tamu tahu. Cuman gue nggak tahu itu lu.
Whether or not we do see Furia a little proactive here and go hunting, try and make use of weapons here. You have a Vandal and a Bulldog, so would imply maybe leaning towards
right there.
Receiving any pressure from Fnatic in the early round.
Jika tuh lebat amat dia belum cukur anjing males.
Unorthodox actually.
Serak nih gue kebanyakan ngomong.
Mampus.
Mampus. Dimajuin B-nya. Satu lagi. Oke, nice.
Only good for one though. Fnatic respond with 3 kills.
Jangan tolong kagak tepat DM di mana, iya anjing.
You can actually see, yeah,
itu kan ada reseller
up on the back of that mid contact as he tries to push a little further on. Wow.
Ada pure sore ya. Gue juga dulu top up lewat Nimonya langsung awal-awal doang. Terus pas tahu reseller ya udah reseller terus aja. Gue owner Soifani. Gak lanjut karena HP-nya rusak, dipakai ngeklip rusak. Wah, sayang banget ya. Jadi tidak bisa mengonten lagi. Gue nge-vape terus gak radang, enggak. Aman kalau vape gue. Wih, nice Alpha ya. Masih ada gue kontak sampai sekarang. Sama, gue juga masih ada. Waktu panjangin rambut berapa bulan? 2 tahun.
I do have my eyes drawn back once again to how Fury are going to approach this round. Similar to what we kind of looked at on the previous, of just how they approach this.
Bersama si Dea yang follow seneng banget aing dulu pernah di stream dia dulu kan kita sering react semua klip aja. Pasti. Cuman gua aktif roleplay mah.
Fnatic desperate not to relinquish any of this mid control early on at least. With a flash and Alfia coming out swinging, maybe dealing with the trap very early on here.
Kalau gua main roleplay lagi juga gua maunya jadi ini doang, jadi karakter pembantu. Karakter nyantai, aduh enak di bengkel doang misalnya kalau masih dikasih kerjaan bengkel ya. Canda-canda sama orang kota. Ya boleh perang sesekali buat jadi pembantu doang. Ya, oh iya, tapi Okto kan bikin circle lah istilahnya. Kalau gue mah sebenarnya nggak terlalu peduli sama circle.
The map is looking so small from if you're looking at it just purely from Fnatic's perspective and waiting so ready on the other side.
Paling gua kan dijailinnya sama anak-anak DF lagi. Dijailin si Rudy paling sering tuh.
Just slightly, but no one's on A connector.
Spike planted.
This still comes through. Mystic gets punished though. Enzo on the backside of this. It's a very weird round.
Ya waktu itu perantara mafia kartel anjing.
Fnatic.
Gua kan ditinggalin sama kartel.
He's gonna find Enzo.
He's got to be dead. Yeah, Enzo's down. All in the hands of Alpha, who managed to slip through by connector. The flash not going to reveal position. The paranoia goes and it clears through, and by process of elimination, surely they're worried about it. The tag comes in, the flash goes out, and he eats enough of it. It's an easy cleanup for Mazin. And it's 3 standing and a diffuse coming through for Furia.
RP-nya udah benci sama kartel, tapi gua respect ke Okto. Pundungnya tapi secara nggak langsung.
At least early on here, I'm seeing some of the positive Xbox fight. In the back of that contact, Furia pick an extremity. They send 2 down C-long. It's confirmation.
Aduh lagi kosong Ben, tadi nggak bisa update member. Santai bro, santai.
Didn't necessarily see it on Breeze, but they didn't have a chance to even string together anything like this on their defense.
Zaman NMAX anjing MCG.
Much better. Maybe it is the fact that Durka falls first and there's no trap.
Parah emang BCG.
Really pressured, but big positive to see early on here from Furia.
And now pumping the brakes for Fnatic, not the grapes. I'm hungry, what can I say? Pumping the brakes for Fnatic. Adjustment, where do we look? Where do we go for this? They can still fashion a purchase here, be it with...
Ini gue udah berapa bulan yang gak cukur ya? Hampir 2 bulan termasuk cepat. 2 bulan lebih deh. Gue inget ospeknya Maspet masuk kartel ya, seru banget itu. Kangen zaman Bolambo. Nonton di Steam Cup.
A general position or an understanding of positioning early on with how many people are going to deal with that wall on B. Little baits like that, something Furia could potentially rely on.
Itu zaman RP awal-awal tuh gue cukup kesel sama IndiHome karena ya waktu itu error mulu IndiHome gue, nggak bisa dipakai streaming juga. Pas gue upgrade baru tuh gue streaming yang ke Stream Crab.
There's nobody kind of holding these traps, right? I mean, there's a Trailblazer coming through behind it, so they have a general idea, but whether or not these are tangibles that Fnatic are going to be able to really act upon.
Zaman dulu ngeluh mulu. Iya anjing orang gue tesim bayar. Di tengah-tengah DC. Masuk bayar lagi, masuk bayar lagi. Gimana nggak bete gue anjing. Makan iya David.
Yeah, we saw in the very early rounds Mazin was over here, but I want to see how this looks when they get all that pressure put towards it. Mystic investing utility towards it. Where are you? Horn gonna go through.
Lagi kok.
Doesn't get you too much, really.
Apakah yang masih main di champion siapa aja? PRX.
I like this though. Quick progress elsewhere. You got the dog towards middle. You've already got that rotate coming in from Khalil. That's not a bad idea. Smoke towards CT, but here's that investment of the ultimate. Mystic gonna try and set this in motion. Horn gonna come down and look at the damage done, but they can't get away from this alpha here. This is still not over yet.
Aduh, buta lagi.
Towards sewer. This is huge damage, but a little maybe overzealous here, but buying time. And the rotations are in.
Terboster. Terboster tayo.
Second as well. It's just Boaster.
Look at these angles, they're so brutal. Just trying to bait this one out. Boaster trying to pull their attention, give himself a fair fight, but nothing's fair about it. It's 4-1. Furia holding on to this, and that was a big investment.
And the key thing, once again, they've identified a weaker extremity.
Naik
The
diamond
flash
lagi,
is
anjing.
immediate on C-Long, all the way actually deep past the spawn
Di GTA
barrier.
Online kalau pakai Indigo suka DC nggak sih? Nggak tahu.
And immediately
Gak tau kenapa udah bosan nonton RP. Gue terakhir nonton lo pas terakhir main. Gue sih kalau nonton RP belum bosan ya.
Which is why I think they're happy to kind of commit some utility early on and the ultimate on top of that.
Ben apa?
Ability to stay
Oh,
alive,
mulai
find
Muji
damage, and
menunjukkan
kind of reaggress,
eksistensi
take that
anjing.
space back of
Lucu
front
banget tuh
side.
anjing, ketahuan banget stream snapnya.
Okay, this is where I need to see Fnatic find the response. Otherwise, I don't get the close game I wanted. But I have hope that they will do. 4-1.
Asunapret lawan siapa? Nanti terakhir di hari Jumat itu lawan Crew.
Life on the line, map 3.
Crew bang, ntar bos Nopal nonton dulu nonton.
And this is the default. Maybe Fnatic trying to finally get that full read into what the hell's been going on, because the rotations have been perfect from Furia. And patience and discipline being shown here by Fnatic.
BBangkongS media toxic relationship, toxic.
They've actually read into the fact that Furia have been sending these probes out elsewhere.
Have to be.
You've got to be careful though.
This is super.
Yang agresif ceweknya anjing, lucu banget tuh anjing.
He waited as long as he could. Safe enough to fall back to CT. Actually gets to get back towards
RP sekarang gak seseru dulu gak sih? Seru-seru aja sih ya kalau buat gue mah.
There was that flash confirmed in towards middle, so they should know there's still a player there, or
Yang
was a
di
player, and that's massive. This young man has now caught so much of what they wanted. There's no quick push off the back of it though.
Ya, Soifani.
Trap now dealt with in
Itu
middle.
ketawa mendidih bangsat ya di edit.
The flash towards Sewer gives away so much
Bentar kita.
of what Fnatic wanted to do. And
Kita kalau nggak fokus kenapa Fnatic kalah nih adik-adik? Wow. Flawless. Tidak ada yang terculik headhunter serip gitu ya.
So good.
Just everything.
Tangan Norman kuliah nggak tahu udah beres atau belum ya?
There was no weak part of that setup whatsoever, and even the deep contact there, you can
Evelyn sama Lambo orang yang sama, iya dong. Kan namanya Evelyn tapi pakai Lambo ini, Lambo polisi dia. Apakah Fnatic dipulangkan Brazil? Sore ya, gue dari dulu streamer sore bro. Jarot aja informan.
But Fnatic this time have much more to work with. Coming with rifles, a little bit of light armor, but you've got the ult here for Alpha here. So they
Terus kalau dari dulu sebenarnya nggak mempermasalahkan stream snap mah. Bodoh lah, jalanin aja. Kayak tiba-tiba ketemu gitu, ya udahlah. Emang kalau lagi perang sih rada tai sebenarnya kompe. BT.
Quick to this Mike, the paranoia is sent there. They're not wasting any time. They've isolated one towards Hell. That's supposed to now removed. A look towards Long, but it's a quick shutdown.
Ayah!
Oh my wait,
lagi. Nice.
Just fell. It's a 1v2. It's not over yet.
Ketahuan.
But marked and noted.
Okay, nice.
Big late round information. Great work from Enzo.
Pace change actually banking on the fact that the A site is the weaker side of this setup. So Fnatic now lean on
tapi
that.
tetap sensi kalau ada orang yang lewat market card. Namanya juga daerah.
Got theirs, but on the other side, the Nightfall back for Furia. Tour de force available and the Seekers.
Lovely from Enzo here.
Insane exchange actually. It's really unfortunate Cleo actually gets tagged here and revealed off that.
It's big.
Gue juga dulu, kalau lu sadar mah, waktu gue off stream itu gue di kill onsite dulu. Cuman nggak gue permasalahin. Udahlah berarti ini dengan ngekill gue nih RP-nya jalan nih anjing. Perangkat langsung kan perang.
They are just unrelenting, Mike.
It's such a good read as well. Knowing that Fnatic's pace change will feel really comfortable. Like, right, the A site hold is weaker.
Yeah.
There's one
Siapa Ben yang
maximum
pulang?
two. This time around,
Nggak tahu
there's
ya.
3 members and they
Ini
fully
si Brazil
commit
kuat
to
banget anjing
taking that
defense-nya.
engagement. Enzo will spot one of them.
Wih, anjing masih berani ngepick loh.
Happy to re-swing it
Ngeri,
with the
anjing.
tour de force, but a 2v5 now for Mystic and Enzo.
Susu.
An
So.
opportunity. Can they carve an avenue for themselves?
Kenyot aja sama
Deciding
Supri.
Garage can at least draw the attention towards
So.
removing.
Oh, si Soso udah kemana si Soso.
Prowler going to go through clear close. Doesn't quite get towards the side of the site.
Tapi Cardiki sebenarnya masih hidup, masih.
But the angle's still so brutal to work with Khalil.
Dia cabut, cabut. Gue pensiunkan jadi si Ichi anjing.
Actually, Mystic going to post up with the operator here, so you don't want to be shouldering that once again.
That's the shot.
Anjing, Mystic bagus. Itu nge-flick itu, gue yakin. Observernya ganti lagi, bangsat.
They don't quite know about this operator in position. Do they find any more room? Okay, Enzo looking towards
Pura-pura
Garage this time.
mati. Ah,
Kind of pulls it back
kagak.
towards QCK.
Gua mah cabut.
Puts Maz in towards that B site this time. Mystic still firing. Can he find any more?
Aduh.
So close yet so far. Mazin's the one to do it, and we got 6 now carved on the board for Furia.
Mazin closes out, and
Nama
he's the one to
streamnya si
open
Susu.
things up as
Niki
well.
Clarissa, si Niki.
Beautiful address towards that previous round. Fury again, just looking in that same sort of groove they were on Icebox.
Joshua ya si
They know
Edo.
exactly what Fnatic want to achieve in the early round. And even here with the curveball on that previous pace change, they set up perfectly for it. Totally catching Fnatic off guard.
Sleska. Baru kebaca lagi. Ben apa?
They have plenty of ults.
Barak lagi fokusan,
No,
udah
look at
ke
this
kalah
guy,
lagi.
confidence brimming, Finding Durka, I didn't even see Durka. Althea flew on by and even I got distracted. But again, a new position now found. Making him work for it step by step. Sheriff's the guardian for Alpha here, but
bocil udah
it's
mati.
far from
Samsul
pretty, it's starting
anjing.
to become a problem.
Samsul itu kan sebenarnya lucu peler.
Actually, I think Enzo as well potentially got noted on that, but again, at this point,
Poluan Umay
hunting for
kemana?
opportunity and option.
Gawe
Fnatic
kayak
not
deh.
finding much
Au.
here.
Spectre and a Guardian.
Kalau main game biasanya gue liat di Steam main DBD.
Khalil will be called upon here, but he's got a smoke back online and he's got that paranoia to slow this hit down. We'll trade off here. The fault line for the paranoia.
Ya ketahuan juga lu tele, mampus. Mampus. Thrifty ini guys. Aduh, spike-nya. Nice.
Doing everything he can to try and keep Fnatic in this map and well, in this tournament. And now recovered weapons, one with Mystic there, a TP for Boaster.
Anjing ultinya ulti tepu anjing.
Set back as just one alive in a 1v3,
Kutil.
but still handle to hand. And an opportunity for the plant here.
Spike planted.
Reposition A, it's going to be considered now.
Dulu pas Warkatel di markas mafia
Alpha
lama
yes
yang mati
position.
masuk kolam siapa ya Ben? Gua anjing.
Good idea.
Kepleset. Kolam mafia mati anjing bukan berenang.
Need a massive mistake from Fnatic, but you got to give credit here, in my mind, to Boaster.
Ya,
Really pulling that back in from the brink.
Tripti.
Lovely work from him. That could have been a disaster in the making. That could have been another round.
Tapi tetap
Fnatic
nonton dulu.
would still
Buset,
be
siap.
lost without an answer.
A big positive as well that it's so decisive. As soon as they actually identify
Kalau nggak salah pernah
so
collab
much
ngerampok
pressure,
Bang sama
the
Piano
fault line
Gaming juga
comes
nggak
through,
sih?
the aftershock comes through, the
Gua
faint
ikut
shell
gitu.
to
Enggak,
make
kayaknya
sure
gua nggak
that they
ikut
find
deh.
that down, but it's Boaster, as you noted, making that Spectre work on backside.
Uma jadi pro player Valo Ben bukannya kagak dia ID-nya dijual.
Get a thrifty on the board.
Kagak ikut tuh Ben, iya nggak ikut kan?
With the scoreline here, look at the purchase coming out from Furia.
Yeah, right back in the bin. But
Yang menang lawan 100 Thief.
they don't know of the name, they don't care for it.
100 Thief mah lawan kru bukan?
Utility, so
Ini mah yang menang langsung lolos.
close to not fall foul to any trickery they may be up to. And they found the hero rifle. That basically takes all of the bite away from this round that maybe Fury wanted to bring in. So highly diligent from
Kalau yang di Yellow Jack mah itu pakai pentungan.
It's a 5v3.
Yang bawa pistol cuma satu buat ngerampoknya doang.
A Guardian and a Stinger.
Terus si
still
Beamer
to
dari
work
atas
with.
billboard tuh nembak
Fury.
anjing.
Fnatic a pause for thought.
100 Thief yang ada Asuna ya, betul. Enggak dong Ben, ini menang lawan 100 Thief. Oh iya ya. Oh yang tadi mah salah kru itu lawannya PRX. Ini yang menang lawan 100 Thief ya. Sorry. Aku lupa.
This is one that Fnatic were stacked up.
Saya lupa.
Great utility uses.
Sorry.
To Jazeen.
Kan awal Fnatic kalahnya sama 100 Thieves ya. Goblok.
Not gonna amount to anything.
Oke, nice Bostar. Oh iya, Perez lawan Liquid. Salah lagi. Kok gue lupa sih? Wah, gue kebanyakan grup suka tolol gue. Lu makanya bingung anjing, satu Baspalo, satu ini nostalgia lagi, bocil rewel nangis. Kamu kenapa? Diem loh. Jadi ngapain lagi nih? Diem loh. Oh iya, Kru lawannya antara FPX atau Exet. Zetalo. Oh iya. Ya, ngentot.
Just getting ahead of his TP range ever so slightly because he's desperately backpedaling to get back into it.
3, 2, 1.
Nice!
3, 2, 1, nice! Anjing bangsat.
When you get backhanded on that map one. And see, that's the previous flash I was talking about. Whether or not QCK going through the motions once again, and we'll confirm with the Trailblazer on the other side of things in Garage.
3, 2, 1.
Formula to try and find their way towards that C side, but already a shot exchanged. Paranoia does not find it.
Dari Afrika ada nggak? Gua nggak tahu.
Just flying on the side, 3 players up. QCK still standing. Flash goes in, but eats his teammate as well at that point. Blinded, unable to do too much, but QCK still standing. And they don't.
Udah partner sama Follow masih ada tepu. Mana partner?
So that Durka magic maybe.
Well, can Durka grab it and actually TP away?
I don't know. QCK's posted on this. He doesn't want it back. So Nightfall came in, making much of a difference at this point, and there it is. Enzo finding 2. QCK still alive, and it's down to a 1v1.
1v1 bro. Bisa lari ke A sih.
And Durka is on the run. Get the hell out of there and find a new way forward. Where does he take this now?
Cuma official, amin.
Plant on A. And actually could even take very deep
Minum jangan lupa biar fokus.
There's been no rotation come through from Inziri on the other side. Be an open plant though.
Ras kapan ntar 2023?
Penny's dropped. He confirmed.
Kalau ingat.
Got the reveal, got the C's. Durka actually using his TP to reposition now, so he has to take a much more passive angle, Lauren.
Again, maybe trying to be cautious in this, didn't want to risk too much. The Haunt and the Sea still in play as well.
Apakah Durka akan menang, guys? Ini si NZR sih lagi menyala ya. Butterfly-nya menyala. Ketahuan! Emang Durka is just better ya, udah. Let's go. Partner dapat gun body kah? Gak tau ya, gun body Riot itu ada yang bisa minta. Kalau partner ya udah pasti dikasih lah. Keren sih itu yang gambar ini kan. Gambar Sisbam.
Currently 11-2 on first kills to first deaths. That is outrageous. Especially considering you've got Durka and Alfio on the other side of this.
Yep.
2 prolific first blood enthusiasts. That is mental.
Really quite impressive, but again, then pull this into effect that Fnatic are still 1 round away from closing this.
Wow! Untung kena anjing.
Takes down Inziri, and now that A side is looking vulnerable. Seeker's going to come down. You're going to have Khalil still posted towards Sewer, so it's not completely done yet. And Mr. just goes walking on in. Alpha with the freeze kill of his life as Khalil drops down.
Okay, nice Angel.
QCK
6-6 nih.
And now just 2. Looking like the scoreline's going to tie up real evenly. This late round to first half is looking so much better for Fnatic.
It's been a great recovery here. Did Jazeen get anything done here in a 2v4?
Ben error cu. Ya, viewer delay ada lagi nih.
Slip up Enzo's there to pick up the slack though.
6-6, let's go.
6-6 on the half.
Well, it felt night and day from how this one started.
Tapi random ngirimnya
like it was looking brutal for Fnatic, but
look at that
stability.
Timeline. Look at that timeline. It's a real resilience. I mean, grit and determination shown from Fnatic in some of these rounds. It's not really been, the adjustments haven't suited Fnatic. There's been a couple of pace changes, yes, but Fury have come out on top in a couple of these important rounds.
Tapi stream Omet TV tapi kameranya depan kamu kok ya. Di Facebook.
Like I said, that stat paying dividends in some of these rounds.
It absolutely is, and we have to see how this
Coba buka IG PRX ada nggak? Ah, maksudnya apa?
Be closer, 6-6
Hilang kah
in
IG-nya?
map 3 between Furia and Fnatic.
Honestly, guys, it doesn't get any better than this. We are witnessing just a phenomenal clash between these regions here.
Close the door.
But a great, I would say, recovery from Fnatic. It looked like it was going really poorly for them, but they were able to find those critical round wins, Jess.
Yeah, I'm never doing a prediction again. Never. Never. Every time I say, you know, Fury, or it goes the other way. Every time I say Fnatic, it's seemingly going one way. So
Tarek did say you were cursed.
Yeah, Tarek did say I was cursed. If you're watching this right now, I promise you one day the curse will end. But nevertheless, I was looking over the stats, of course, in Furia, they've taken the lead, and this man on your screen right now, NZR, is the one that is pushing this. And funny thing to note, he was the one that was anchoring A a lot, and if you look back historically at the way Fnatic attacks on this map, they are an A-heavy team. They're a team that will lean towards that control, lean towards the play, and he was the one that just commanded control there. But conversely, there's another man on the other side.
Yeah, NTR being the IGL of Furia going up against Boaster, who is sort of being quite statistically, but you're 6-6 going into the second half on the third map of an elimination game.
Yep.
It's the mind games that are important. He is the leader of this team, and he's moved away from the Astra to be onto Omen. So these two, you can look at DG Sin. The fact
Opet masih RTO, anjir kasihan banget.
4 times as first kills.
Agak di-hack lah terus, kenapa?
But I think it comes down to these calls that these two players make, because this is
kena foul suspend. Oh,
business as usual for
lihat di DCPR kok gue nggak ada DC-nya.
International events, but it's an interesting position.
Yo, teh botol masih terbanyak kan.
I am
hampir 40 lah
about
pokoknya.
the second half here, because what does it look like for both of these teams? My question is,
kena suspend karena ngelanggar community guideline. Wah.
There's a Fury attack. This is Haven. Let us not
Kocak
forget
juga.
that there is a multitude of plethora of
Katanya
sides to
false
push.
kan.
I'm wondering now, we've got 2 big brains on either side, but conversely, we have 2 teams that are about
Anjing kalau
to be
ditinggalin
eliminated.
lama
My
gini
thing
nih.
is mental game
Harus
here. We
di-refresh
haven't
dulu.
brought it up so much so far. I think now is when it starts to kick in.
Oh boy, it doesn't get any better than this, folks. At the end of this, we're going to find out who's moving on and who's going home. Pansy, Hypoc, take it away.
Thank you so much, and you're absolutely right, Desk. And you know, bringing back in the fact that only one of these teams will move forward here, it feels unthinkable to have the game this close, and one of the two will have to bow out at this point. But Mike, 6-6
Anjay, poin blank.
Coming into the second half, where do you see this now tilting?
I mean, I'm going to come back to what I said before that first half started. Furia had to have a solid defense, so to come out here 6-6 is a real positive for me. There's still hope left. Right? Furia have to cook something up, though, to try and disrupt some of these defensive
protocols.
Look at this.
The combination is unreal. So well considered, so well crafted.
Menang nih Fnatic nih.
And Furia
jangan kalah pistol mulu.
just get crushed. So much was poured into that crunch towards mid. That was beautiful. I want to
Apak
watch that
bisa
one
perek
again.
dia.
I could watch it all day long. As now just the last 2 alive. Gonna do a little bit of damage on the way
Oh,
down.
si
but
Pikri
it
di
does
sebelah
feel
godain
like that
cewek. Ngomongnya mah
swan's
dari
on
siang
the way.
gawe mau
Crowd,
tidur.
that's cooked. Fnatic, what a
Di
start.
sebelah godain
That's
siapa,
gonna set
Malmer?
the notes here.
Siapa nama
Back to
ceweknya?
that last point from the desk, right? The mental game. To have
Di
confidence.
merah nggak boleh lihat stream di warung biru. Boleh-boleh aja.
It's almost psychological warfare here, right? We're going to get ourselves on the board. We're going to make you guys claw back into this half. It's exactly what you want to see from Fnatic.
It's just even just the
Matinya
power
bareng
and
anjing.
swing from middle. Every piece of utility.
Bawang itu Ben, ini si Aldi di Discord sama gua tuh.
Furia.
Sheila,
Rest now. And we talk about mental games. Seeing Fnatic not looking stressed is very different to how they looked in
Penipu anjing.
I mean, times of those player counts been uncomfortable viewing.
Yep, absolutely. Furia right back into things though. We've seen a couple of these rounds get way too close somehow. As it stands though, this looks like
timing, Buster.
This looks so easy. Plenty of utility in play though. Any damage?
Ya, backside-nya nggak kecek.
Back of the side, still gonna catch a little bit something.
Oi!
Hold up.
Oi!
Not again! How is this now a 1v1? One more bullet in the headhunter. It's all he's got to play with, and it might be all he needs. Flash doesn't find its purchase.
There's a vandal right there.
Oh, tidur cuma makan dulu tadi, iya.
That temptation. 3 for Mystic in this round.
Messi juga kalah sama gojekan Pikri.
Of impact already, but it never should have been this close. Spike's not in hand, but he's got time, Mike. He's got, what, 40 seconds to play with here?
He can let this burn, honestly. Allow the pressure to build on Mystic.
Because how many times is Mystic going to have to recheck towards that spike, double down, make sure it's still in play? But, oh, Mystic. Is he peeling away from this? Playing safe. This is smart work from him.
Anjing, si Mystic
No
muter
way
anjing.
he's going to actually wrap all the way through spawn. I think the timing is going to be fairly awkward, though, because...
Incredible.
Perasaan gue yang makan dah. Nah, lo.
Actually clear back through C-Link.
Ada yang klarifikasi.
Mystic.
Especially if he gets the plant hit. Oh, no, he's going to plant safe.
Mystic has just absolutely galaxy brained this.
10 seconds
And the spike's going to go in. I have to look at Mystic right now. There is no idea.
Cakep anjing.
Mystic just played that
Di T-back enak.
That was beautifully done.
Another beautiful thrifty round, though, from Furia.
Oh, yeah.
Rip away 4 weapons here. Luckily, the Vandal
Langsung lah.
is retained. Carry
Emot
across.
T-back. Huh?
As you can see, actually, Boaster and Alfie are frugal with their purchase here, so might be able to round this out.
Netizen Brazil marah nih, kagak lah.
That's for sure.
And the fact he got this close. Again, incredible work when you look at it from Mystic's side, but the fact it got here, just... And the guts to go for that at this point. You're happy that Mystic's had a big game, right? A different day may not have felt confident in doing that. Big choice in a big round.
Kamu gitu sih
Pretty
sayang.
much a big
Anjing.
game here.
Pantesan
6-8
ditolak.
Fnatic, though, with the start they needed.
Kabur Rip.
Bonus. That looks pretty tasty.
Burn out very early on here. Furia actually will swing behind it as well.
Lot Brazil juga kan ya? Iya.
It's on a mission.
Here.
So catches it. Boasting out, position towards A-Link as well. Anticipating a lurk, but Furia
Duh, gatal lagi duh gua.
pausing here. I'm not sure actually. I mean,
Mirip Adriano.
Mystic's utility, the fault lines used, so they should have
Kylian
confirmation
Mbappe
of
ini.
at least 3 members of Fnatic on A site with the C's, the paint shells, and the fault line coming through.
Listen up,
Post
baby.
up on it as well. We're even just going to set up a contact play here with Mystic. It looks like.
The site that they knew there were players at now. Already another Prowler invested towards Sewer. The flash there. They didn't check close. Mystic is completely blind. And now the trades come out. They break through on the site. Furia walk into the site that was stacked and they still win the fight. I don't know
Ya,
how they've
kenapa
done
nggak Satchel kabur ya, Alpander ya?
Relevant to the outcome of the round. That's a plant, but Mike, that felt super
Tapping dah.
precarious. That felt really dangerous. I didn't love that from Furia, but it worked out.
I mean,
Mbappe
it's
dari
almost
pinggir
on a
itu.
nice edge for Furia there. Luckily, there's some layering to this utility. The reveal goes
Tahu
in. There's
kenapa
also
nih anjing
the
Fnatic?
Sky Flash coming behind that. Thank God they actually confirm and clear that close corner.
I thought Mystic was on for a sitter then.
Yeah.
2, 3 kills potentially. Okay, that's gonna be 7.
And 4 standing.
Okay, good point.
The Jazine 3 off the Tour de Force as well.
Not bad.
It's a decent position to come into round 16 in the next. See how it sits for Fnatic on the other side, because what this was rifles across the board and light shields.
Yes, it was.
See the money on the right side again. It's not worth a purchase at this point, but they do have to basically concede in terms of the finances.
Raul lemot jauh.
To tie things up. Now, do we see the same sort of aggression here from the pistol round? Fnatic look to prevent
Anjing Enzo matinya gitu lagi.
Furia from getting themselves set up. You can see the frustration there, because that one did slip through his fingers.
Yeah.
Half a second either way, and
Cuman
Mystic's
sebelas waktu masih
good
lag
for the
jam
first
1.
and
Main apa
maybe
dia?
even the second. If that
RP ya?
flash,
From the back of the site, maybe.
I mean, if he kills QCK, that flash doesn't go off, and he can swing on.
Yeah, it
Time
really
out
changed the
the
outcome
low.
of the round, but, very dangerous approach
Oh,
even
mancing.
to still go towards that site. As we said earlier, you noted 3 different players on there who just cleared back through towards the pushed up side of A-Long. Madness.
The thing behind that, there's no due diligence behind that at all.
No, it's a contact first, basically.
They hear the Prowler come through, but that doesn't tell them about
Isi Maspet meledak kah? Enggak, internetnya RTO. Lihat aja Instagramnya.
Ballsy
Internetnya mati deh.
That was the entirety of Icebox. That's how it felt. You watch that. How many times did they over-aggress?
Same on Breeze. It was very death bally. There was never kind of any second consideration. That's here on Haven. Well, Fnatic are going to pick up on these sorts of tendencies and start looking elsewhere. They don't find contact outside A lobby. Do the same sort of things in terms of Furia.
And it's still
confirmation outside C, comes through double doors, and less tools available. Obviously with Mystic on the breach, it's only really Enzo that has that confirmation utility. The other side of things for Furia, they do have 2 lots.
Susah nih Fnatic menangnya nih anjing. Ada ya ron-ron aneh.
A Fnatic positioned here, and actually a TP set up to allow Durka to go very deep on long with this Vandal.
Okay, they're walking this. Here we go. How much value can one team get? The Paranoid is good to at least remove a little bit of that front line, but it's Mystic find Maz in.
Yeah!
And there's a push up from middle dealt with, but success towards long, but instant response. They're on the run. Vision, this is good. Gonna get one dip away. Look for the follow-up. There's the Vandal.
Yeah.
Gone. It will filter back through. Mystic gonna have the rifle still in hand, and the 2 players towards middle.
Enzo harus ngambil senjata dulu sih.
Play with now going
Nah,
forward.
cakep.
It doesn't give himself a rifle.
There
Vandal now, yeah. But it's a 2v3 here for Enzo and Mystic.
Over in spawn.
He's got the Rolling Thunder. But knowing that, Furia have set up towards long. No smokes available, they can't cut off these sight lines, and the plant is wide open.
Dirty little one-way as well, sitting towards this. No options left really for Mystic here. You can see
Yeah,
Enzo trying to fly them out. Horns come in, man, Enzo, they're laying on thick. What can he do with it? Any opportunities? And they know it. They know there's no way back into this round. Time to back away. They try to make something of a very low purchase, to be fair. Don't mind seeing that from Fnatic. They had a real shot at it. But what this means, we're tied up at 8-8. This, with 3 standing, is putting Furia more and more in a powerful position.
The problem being as well, they've now got a cushion in terms of the finances here. Fnatic scraping the barrel. I mean, other than the rifle saved across, and that's only a 2200 credit buffer. So this is problematic. Fnatic have the benefit of at least the advantage in this ultimate cycle, but you look at what's left.
Gas lembur.
Actually missed it down to 1600 now.
They won't do it again. They won't go back for this A-hit, will they?
Naga, belum keluar lagi.
They want this again. Khalil going to commit towards long, but you can already see they've been revealed behind him. How much do they commit to this? With full intent? At least posting up towards long, you can see Mystic ready to try and set something in motion here.
I'm sure, is that the, I was going to say, is that the Rolling Thunder set up here? They after
mampus.
Oh, does he get out with his life?
Ya, Alfajer, what?
How has Furia got 2 of the kills there?
Gimana caranya itu? Wah, konyol anjing Alfajer.
Over towards long, the Prowler's at least going to note the quick progress being made. But Enzo's in danger. He's no longer alone. Boast has made it towards the site. And in great time
Boster anjing nyelamatin anjing ini mah.
And keep him in this round. 2 still standing on the other side.
Tapi lu lihat itu, lihat ada yang ngeflank ke CT, lu lihat ada yang ngeflank.
Is he here? How's he in their spawn? Denies Durka.
Ada VCT besok lagi lembur aja ya.
Commits to the TP as well. Enzo
tolong like dulu yang berjoin.
Fnatic player.
It's all on him. Boaster is a million miles away. Enzo has been the clutch king.
Atas! Iya, gak kelihatan ya.
He didn't even check under him.
Did not check for a second. Left. And slowly but surely, Mazin has stepped onto the site. 0 clue as to what's going on. There's the drop. He sees
nice.
He takes his life. And now Mazin left in the 1v1 with 7
seconds.
Boaster slowly closing in. Enzo
nice banget Enzo anjing. Nyelamatin lagi ya si Enzo ya.
I do not know how they got away with it, but they certainly
Alfajer
did.
What an absolute hero.
Melihat bapak-bapak malaikat
What an
sama, gue juga
absolute
pengen
hero
lihat.
for Fnatic there. Enzo, even with all that pressure, he doesn't even back all the way to spawn. He sits behind default. He's happy to throw a crowd down, do a little bit of chip damage, and then actually rewarded. This reposition from Boaster is beautiful. 2 massive kills to take away a side from Furia. And even here, I gotta say, this is kind of a misplay. They have the benefit of the wall being up here. You can stick that plant.
Yep.
They can stick that plant, making absolutely sure there's no risk coming through from Enzo. Maybe just a little bit of pressure getting to them there.
Fair enough.
Nah, neta bahasa
Fair
Arab.
enough. I mean,
what a lurk from Dudgesin.
Abis ini ada match ngantuk lah.
Who the hell's that?
Maksud lu apaan?
Who's
bentar, perut gue sakit ya.
And at 8-9, yeah, I can't blame either
Enzo sih
side.
mentalnya GG parah, cok. 1v2 situation kayak Bangkong, bacot.
Furia, this is still, you know, those first couple of times we get to see these boys really make
kemarin like-nya sampai jatuh kan enggak?
Again, the fact they keep it up to this degree is still unbelievable. We have to give credit to that. This is Fnatic, Mike. I mean, they picked up some of the hottest prospects in EMEA. They have, you know, Durka, one of the best there is, flat out. You have Alpha here, the, you know, young wonder kid coming in who absolutely destroyed the EMEA scene. And then you're on the other side, you have Furia, who's just kind of looking damn good round by round, but it's a learning process. And at 8 to 9, they're learning on the go, but right now Fnatic just pulling that one back in.
This one breaks the money though for both teams, to be honest with you.
Yep.
The glass cannon for
Dirk mau TP di sini nih anjing, tau banget gua.
A much more passive approach here from Fury in the early round, but I say passive.
Iya, musik-musik Balorant
collapsed
enak.
immediately.
Ya riot,
towards
bro.
double doors. The trap's on B. Althea has to hold down the fort here.
Well, speaking of that young one, they don't commit his way. And his boaster towards the back of B. Getting a little bit of attention, but Durka pushed up by Sewer. He didn't back away from this. He's been holding this angle for quite some time. They do have utility ready to try and clear this though.
Teng, tenononeneng.
Prowler on the way in. Sticks just for a little longer, but they're actually heading towards B. This was all a bit of a ruse to force him away from that deeper angle towards long. And it will be Boaster to deal with a lot of what's coming their way. How much can one man do? Paranoia to play with.
Timing!
Oh dear, they walked in dry and Boaster is just sweating bullets. He gets away.
Untung di wall anjing. Untung di wall tuh.
Still 5v5 post plant now. And it's all going to be poured in. That B site is about to get messy. Boaster still alive and kicking, trying to do some damage. Damage on either side, but it's Mystic to draw blood first. Vision goes down and now
Kemarin perasaan satu kalek, emang iya ya?
He's in a dirty spot.
Enggak tahu deh.
Surely they do, They spin on
mampus.
past. You can see the trade comes in. Enzo's the one to take him out of the
corner. Nice.
Durka from up on top clears
Dah,
out another.
diliatin Mystic.
That's in the QCK. What you got for us? Anything? A quick flash comes in. Spots out one.
Cakep Enzo anjing.
This would need a miracle. And I don't think he's got anyone answering. A great shot on the first, but down to 30 HP. Pressure now pouring in from Garage. He's overwhelmed. Fnatic making it to 10. Starting to take the lead away from Furia.
Standar 500k profit.
Honestly, with where the money's going to sit, I'm not sure if the plant's even going to have that big an impact. It's not. We're going to be able to scrape together a couple. Now, dare I say it, Furia have looked lethal in their thrifties.
They have. It ain't over. That's that little ratty ankle.
I thought actually that second block of the Sage Wall was a little bit deeper. It would have been a dirty
well
spot
juga nih si Mamer.
This is a good another 25 seconds or so on that wall.
Okay, a little dangerous. I mean, hero rifle on.
It's a little dangerous regardless for Furia.
True. Give
him
benefit. They'll make something out of it. Durka again, taking space, and he's willing to put life on the line for this. We saw it towards Sewer, we've seen it towards Long. He wants to keep control on this map. And similar scenes for Furia though. Straight towards Garage again. This time they're committing behind it though.
Yeah, Althea will get the confirmation at least. Puts the paint shell. He's happy to go aggressive.
That's a little much for me there, but who am I to doubt Althea?
Bring them down.
Katanya tidak mati ini channel, masih banyak yang mau support. Alhamdulillah.
But Fury are going to have no idea about. Nope, not cleared.
Uh-oh. Enzo's going to get free reign on this. You ain't going to check it. He spots out one and he waits. The discipline on this man. He finally pulls the trigger, and rightly so. Khalil goes down, spots one towards Sewer, but the call's going to be made. The wall goes up. They want none of it. They're having absolutely none of it.
Mystic and Althea have taken space elsewhere. Very, very deep control on C-Long. QCK's got a lurk, but what it equates to, we'll have to wait to find out.
Do they have anything to allow for a
30
cross
seconds
towards
left.
the site? I mean, I guess they've got C-site, kinda.
I mean, do they plant safe or plant spawn? That's the question.
And they can try and post up on this. It's going to be a headhunter, and the second they turn away, Althea swings. So they note it, but they do get the plant down. And they have a player deep towards CT. QCK, the one with the rifle, keep that in mind. Two players coming his way. How much can this one man do? Nothing at all. Durka outdoes him. Perfectly done.
Awas nih Stinger kematian nih anjing.
And now you look across the rest. Stingers, Spectres, odds and ends. It ain't pretty. It ain't going to be enough.
Menang nih. Awas dibokong lagi, Mystic.
Behind him.
How have they done this again? Two huge kills, but the diffuse is coming in, and I don't think you can deny this one. He's out of bullets. He's out of time. And he's out of options.
Allahu Akbar, hampir lagi ya.
Still always that threat in these thrifty rounds.
They're so good.
But
how are they getting to these positions, Mike?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Mengerikan.
I mean, the contingency there is that hopefully with two members towards C-Long, but then still, Digizine comes behind and finds 2 kills. I mean, if he has another 1 or 2 shots there with a headhunter, actually whiffs the first on Enzo, which I hate to call him out, but We're in another reality if he finds that kill, because Enzo's the one preventing any pressure.
Ben, apa dia?
Furia timeout now at 8 to 11.
Oh, well, it all rides on this. This is the round. All rides on this purchase. On the other side of things, Fnatic, Tour de Force available for Durka. Alpha on the showstopper, 2 massive ultimates. Enzo, 1 away from the Nightfall as well.
Apa jadi masih bocil?
So close to doing.
Ya muda lah. Gua nggak tahu bocil atau enggak ya.
An over delivery in form if they were able to push.
Furia kurang nggak nih? Kita lihat ya. Kita tidak tahu.
Still credit due to them.
Semua masih bisa terjadi.
And that's we call that harsh. However you want to pin that, we should not be on a map 3 here. So Furia have massively over-delivered tonight.
An incredible work, really getting to know the strengths of this team, because I think the DRX performance, it was one map like, okay, but then it
kalau gue sih lebih doyan Ardis ya, kalau pakai chamber daripada Angel. Abis ini ada match lagi, ada tanda seru jadwalnya ya, abis ini FPX.
However, we look at this round and we have to really play close attention to every aspect, because this purchase is one that it could all ride on here.
See what the approach is, if there's any caution here. The pressure building now.
I know.
Fnatic just 2 more rounds to find on Haven. Furia once again actually find themselves build back in. Going through the motions once again. Slight switch up here from Fnatic. The trap now in Garage and nobody there to hold down the fort. Boaster identified with the Trailblazer. Probe sent out on both sides of the map.
Looking at the response coming in.
Mati nih NZR deh.
Through towards Garage. Smoke in from Boaster.
Have to make sure they invest some utility towards Durka though.
Okay. It's a Prowler to force him away, but it does go far enough. Okay. So we will have to respect that and back off. So early work, I guess, achieved.
No space garnered on the back of that. So Furia still have to make a very slow clearance here.
Oh shit, Anya nggak di smoke nih sama Boaster nih.
Looking towards it. I mean, it's QCK now to be the one, to be the hero really, to prevent Durka from doing any
Boaster smoke us, Boaster.
Oh, the paranoia. Wow, he's forced away to CT, so they've got the site, but all that utility is just for one man. The amount you have to deal with just to... I'm waiting to see what Alpha here does with this.
5v5.
Yeah, it is a 5v5 post plant. Spike goes in.
5 lawan 5 nih seru nih anjing. Apa jadi punya ulti ya? Punya boombot.
It's eventually coming in from Boaster, but it's pretty far
dari bawah dong dia.
No smoke back yet for Khalil. The reveal's going to go up, and I think this is going to be the catalyst for this retake.
Certainly could be. There it is, Alpha.
Hell dong, hell. Nice.
Doesn't clear the second.
Satu lagi hellnya.
One down here, Khalil this time going to get away with it. But there's
what?
Durka misses. I can't believe he's still alive, but it's Mystic to make up for it with finding the kill, and now down to just Khalil, who was noted earlier on. The time begins to tick. Durka needs that rifle. And Khalil trying to play the time, but palms are sweaty.
Oh my god!
Holding on, Khalil!
And
he gets Fury of the round. It ain't over yet. It's a round.
Gara-gara dia diem di wall anjing ngumpet. Anjing.
Khalil goes huge for Furia.
Where did he get that from?
The Red Bull clutch for the 1v2. That's after he actually lets Alpha find a second kill.
Exactly. And you thought that could have been a mistake?
Slightly behind this smoke here.
Perfect.
Oh my god.
What a round. What a moment.
A moment to catch their breath here.
It's only for a moment, Mike.
We look at it as well. Right back the other way. Look at the money that's left after this purchase for Fnatic. I mean, Enzo's bought a Spectre into this.
Yeah. God, he's down to 250, right? 200 with Alpha.
Bisa miss juga nih ya.
Furia win this. They could find 11.
Oh, the tag. Mystic's down a little lower than he'd like. 56 HP. But there's so many players here. But
ya, sial banget apa Adri.
They want to go forward, but Mystic and Alpha from the grave. Still trying to do everything they can. The trade out goes in and Boaster sprays in, hoping for connection, but finds nothing. And his 4 still standing for Furia, but held towards C-Long.
Rotation very late coming through from Enzo, but actually Durka anticipating a change of direction here. No, Orb's still available. QCK could take that for the Seekers, actually. Whether or not they're banking on something else happening here, but Fnatic have given up C-Site. They're rotating off this.
Ya, rotate anjing.
Furia The second they test the waters at sea, they won't believe what they've been given.
They did this exact same thing on A-Long. Do you remember? They sat behind it and they were waiting for the rotation to come through. This time around, Fnatic have taken the bait.
And this is a pit in your stomach if you're Fnatic. You hear the utility, you're going to note the plant, and it was the wrong call, it was a gamble, it was a risk, and the reward is all Furious. Four of them standing, and this is done. This one is done.
They have to save. They know exactly what the implications of this round are.
This is
10 to 11. Furia, I can't believe they're back in this game. Genuinely, the margins of error were so slight. Khalil's clutch, giving them that little bit of life, this exchange on long, and the audacity to do this, just run up. They were taking just straight up fights with Alpha and Mystic, and Alpha was, heroic before for them.
I mean, they're so deep on the peak that somebody just has to stand and take the paint shell.
That's
They're
unbelievable.
literally throwing bodies on the line to get onto C site. And it's all on the back of that initial tag onto Mystic. I don't know if that was confirmed or not. Maybe they saw, if it was a headshot, maybe they saw through the box that there was a ton of damage done. But still, it's so brave. At this stage of the game,
audacious.
When there's been no presence on Silong for Furia at all.
Walking into the unknown, and now we see the buy. It was fragile before for Fnatic. We were talking about it. The money left in kind of bits and pieces, odds and ends. A couple of them going for some very reserved buys.
What is that shot?
Get out of here.
And even still, they come in. Fnatic come into this with light
ya,
shield
half shield semua ya.
and a guardian.
Yeah.
Gak mau ngasih 11 dia
again this game. Unforgiving for both sides. Enzo forced away. Let's see what we've got this time in a switch up. Big look here and a lot of pressure on this man's shoulder. The audacity, the bravery. This could be their downfall.
This is 4 deep.
If this goes wrong, it goes to absolute pieces. It gets left in tatters, and the timing on this, that's a massive amount of information.
Oh my god.
Oh, and the 1-for-1 is enough. A little bit of chip damage done, but now we have to look at the rest of the map. It's Enzo who's slipped back. He's fallen away from CT, and seeing these players has to have been a red alert. Surely they are aware that something was afoot. Now the flank is now pretty much disintegrated. There's only one player still on it, but the site's theirs. Fury have their way in, and QCK.
Surely not.
Pushing up here. He's got 2 flashes to play with. And on the other side, Alpha here, that boombot won't actually clear him.
He's actually going to have to deal with it.
He comes ahead of it. He swings it early. Seekers go in. Finally, the boombot goes off, but he's still got an advantage. A 4v3. Mystic, Durka, Enzo dig deep.
Oh, nice,
this is the
Durka.
time. You have to do it now as they find 2 quickly.
Ayo,
it's down to
ayo.
Mazin and Khalil on the other side. Surely no,
Ya,
that's
elah,
not
Graffiti.
going to happen. Mystic
Cakep.
wants it. He gets
Hell
it.
nih.
And now the 1v2 Khalil went clutch before. This would be unthinkable. This would be so
Nice,
improbable.
Enzo.
Enzo overwhelms. Kept his composure, held his nerves. He was the only man on that site. And he's the last man to clear back
Panjangin
through.
rambut dulu
Against
berapa lama?
all
2
odds,
tahun.
Fnatic turned that back in their favor.
Kali.
QCK
2-3
was just
tahun kali.
the boldest of plays
To get that pick.
to play ahead of the boombot as well, and Durka picks up the slack perfectly. Even swinging ahead of that Rolling Thunder.
Mantep nih Naga Enjo nih.
A crucial round for Fnatic.
Ngentot si Mini lihat tuh.
10 to 12.
Badannya
And the
gede.
pendulum swings back now to Furia.
What's the buy like?
That's all the
Berat
forced
pundak
around
Enjo
now.
anjing. Padahal
Rifles
killnya
here,
sama tuh
light
18
shields
tuh.
scattered across though.
Ooh. Are they going for a little bit of a stack towards long? Are they going for the paint shell and C's? I wonder if we catch him. We haven't really seen it yet. We haven't seen this yet. We have not seen them depend upon this. Doesn't find what it wants. No harm, no foul at the beginning, but look at the attention towards A-Long.
And Alpha's looking for deep control towards sandbags as well. Enzo will
Sama
drift
berapa
away
kali
on the back
seminggu,
of
2
this.
hari sekali.
First time we're seeing the trap over here.
Kadang-kadang
First
gua
time in a
sehari
while,
sekali
we haven't
malah.
seen it constantly utilized. Now Durka potentially seen how much pressure can this man take.
They assume he's dropped off. I mean, you would have to
Think
assume
so.
he drops off after being spotted, but he's still going to be here.
Diligence on the jump peak, though,
Gila,
going to force him
anjing,
away.
Silke.
Now they take the side control. That's going to be a plant, and the post plant ain't bad, because look at QCK's position. Still lingering around in middle. 2 players going that way. If he gets these frags, this could be game-changing. He gets checked by 1, and the pop flash ain't bad either. Buys a bit of time, and he takes the angle away. The audacity on this man!
Oh my god.
Furia don't know when they're finished. Still fighting this
Di
out.
OT
And
ini
now just Alpha
anjing,
here,
anjing.
looking irrelevant to the outcome. Surrounded on all fronts, now noted. I can't believe it. 11 to 12. What a game.
Wah.
Just
OT ini
run
mah
the
kejadian,
last
bro.
5 rounds back on repeat.
So sick.
Furia come back through here with the prime
Wah.
gaming flawless. Backs against the wall. Now look at the purchase.
And this man, I have to highlight this again. Just getting the pop flash on, it's re-challenging.
Just hero plays coming out on both sides here.
Ya subuh nih, jam 6 nih kita kelar babi.
Fury are playing with such heart right now, refusing to give up.
I mean, how many times is Enzo going to find that little bit of magic to bail him out again, or any of these players?
Look at the purchase.
Okay, what do we have? Any big influences?
Mix by
Okay,
lagi.
Alfie's got his ult, got a Vandal, we got a Phantom on Mystic, light armor. It's still not pretty.
Ganti judul
What are they
dulu lah
up to
guys.
this round? A double stack towards Garage. That's a little different.
And Fury are
nge-lag nih YouTube gua enggak.
paranoid now.
Ganti judul PCT rasa Subaton anjing.
See it huddled together. No ultimates on the brink. QCK the closest. 3 away. Khalil 3 away as well. Fnatic is 4. Are exploring mid once again. They're relying on Alfie being able to slow things down with their showstopper.
Subaton gratis.
Walking back.
I can't believe this. With the last breath, they're going to try and fight middle, and it's going to be Khalil and QCK. The traitor goes on Mystic. He's still holding on to this.
Bulan 3 bisa dong, ayo dong. C dong. Tebak dong, C dong, harusnya dong.
They're flying over here as best they can, but you can see it. Fnatic hit the brakes. They want to take back
Alpajar.
control. And now
Pulang
here,
Alpajar, nah.
it's going to be that C-site take. They can pull all of these
Ternyata
rotations in.
FPX 3 map juga. Iya udah sampai subuh.
What do Furia do with this?
Makin gak bangun nih gua nih sore nih, aduh.
With the showstopper and the retake. Still got the satchels, but it's a sheriff in the hands of Enzo.
He should be able to get a gun here.
Udah ulti sih.
Sure he
Gonna be
can
able to
probably get a
retrieve one
weapon.
from bottom mid.
Yeah, oh, look at aggressive! How dare they do this?
Dapat satu.
Alpha deals with one with just a rocket in the pocket, and now the 2v2. The wall goes up, gonna buy some precious time. They're walking CT, and Alpha, you expected the trade, and now the 1v1. Enzo! So clutch for Fnatic. He needs it now. If they want to win right here, or it goes to OT, and the swing, the seas is good, and there it
Oh my god, Enzo GG!
It ain't clean, it ain't pretty, but they stay
Enzo,
alive.
bro.
And Fnatic in the final hours live to fight another day.
What a map this was. This Haven was so back and forth. Furia giving it everything they had.
Untung kena siege-nya loh.
Absolutely.
Kalau enggak mati satu pelor. Anjing, bos tertai.
Retrieving a weapon. It was a Guardian. I was like, oh my god, it's only a Guardian.
Jadi IGL lama-lama nih orang.
But what a testament to this team. Furia coming today. Everything on the line.
Seru bangsat lah.
And they played with heart. I said that a few moments ago, but you could see it in some of these rounds.
Biasa.
Fiery side.
I gotta say, heartbreaking to see them put up that performance.
Ya dari master kemarin.
Have to leave us
Iya
today.
Enzo sih kelas-kelas mulu anjir.
Fnatic, you're a
Emang
lucky
IGL
boys.
siapa?
Gonna
Boster.
say, gonna call it what it is for a team of such caliber. Such.
Duluan tidur dulu ya Malmer.
Furia pushed you to your absolute limits. They beat you on your best map. You had to bring out Breeze, and the third was incredible. Furia, what a team. And what an elimination game. This is still the group stage, Mike. This is
IGL bot track mah udah biasa.
I'm very impressed with them.
WHR aman kah Ben? Apa itu WHR pepek?
Add this one to the list.
Oh
honestly.
Yeah, it's going towards
such insane individual performances across the board.
Ben sehat-sehat Sandi.
The other side of that as well. Two insane teams in terms of performance.
Aduh ya Allah si Candy beli McDonald lagi.
Like, okay, again, we can characterize some of the issues Fnatic had, but we can't ignore what we saw on Breeze.
Itu yang jadi pemain.
That's echoes, that's a shadow
Enak
of who
kayaknya.
Fnatic were that made them the giants.
Coba kita lihat peropenan duniawi dulu guys.
Wah, ini dikelilingin, Pak, tempat ini.
Gak berani dia nembak di sini. Tenang aja.
Ini kalau lu berani, Speng ya, kalau lu berani iseng nih. Lu ganti baju Speng pakai motor gua, Speng, gua jamin di 2 blok deh. 2 blok udah di bredel lo.
Gue pakai baju kayak lu, pakai helm, lewat depan dikit langsung nembak.
Thumbnail doang.
Gue yakin habis lu.
Iya, tapi lihat judulnya Nightwalk sambil nungguin MCD berarti mau beli dia.
Udah mau mati gue. Ntar gue ngambil flash dulu nih kena nabrak tadi. Ntar ya.
Gas, burger sama kacang aja. Aduh, enggak ada.
Pak Spencer. Apa? Gimana? Situ.
Gua ada cemilan sih, ada KitKat.
Jadi saya ngurus suspek dulu ya. Apa?
Enzo dari 5 map, 1 mapnya doang yang gendong, sisanya turu. Tapi walaupun dia bot track dia tuh kadang-kadang ada aja di round penting tuh nge-clutch.
Ini fast touring.
Dapat winning kill. Aduh, mantap anjing.
Fast itu tempelnya coba dada.
Triple burger, aduh nggak kuat gua.
Ambil tuh. Kayak berguna ya kan? Habis tembakin.
Perban deh, perban, kalau ada nggak?
Nah itu ambil dulu painkiller.
Ya udah nih, gua ambil ya.
Ambil. Bandage ada nggak ya? Ya nggak punya bandage men. Adanya.
Gak punya lagi.
Parasut, makanan, visa card, polaroid.
Mirip main free. Iya Ji itu. Round-round penting.
Bisa buat melindungi diri gitu, Speng.
Oh ini nih, melindungi diri kan?
Iya.
Melindungi diri. Oh. Sumpah ini sakit nih. Untuk kepala.
Oh bos, lu mau bawa bos itu?
Berguna ini, nggak bohong. Daripada baseball bat, lama.
Udah masih program diet kagak.
Lebih cepat.
Makasih Speng, gak usah Speng. Gue ada pisau kok ini.
Ya udah nanti kalau ada apa-apa kabarnya udah. Ini gue ngurus si Inzaghi dulu nih. Tahanan kota.
Ini kalau Speng.
Apa?
Saya terikut Pak Tiger loh.
Oh, ini kan ada Tony. Yang motor aja nggak apa-apa.
Enzo kalau lagi wangi
enggak.
dia.
Speng deh. Kalau gue naik motor berdua itu bahaya deh. Lu anterin deh Speng kalau mau Speng.
Gue harus ngurus Inzaghi, ntar gue panggil officer dulu ya.
Buat anterin si Bos Tom nih.
Ntar. Ada officer yang sedang tidak sibuk?
Kalau gue mati siapa yang mau gue?
DF versus Aliansi anjing.
Sini Mikasa ke depan Mikasa.
Wah Mikasa.
Bawa mobil satu. Bisa bawa mobil kan?
Kita pakai emot Lope dulu.
Udah.
Yo, Tony speaking.
Hold on sir, I'm calling my friend. I'm telling
Cuma
them
di show atau di hide dah.
Ya, don't need to help me.
Kita tahu kadang-kadang
gua
gitu.
ketangkap sama yang kasus
Di depan
yang
kantor.
itu.
Depan MRT
Jadi
di
biar
Persis.
dikeluarin aja semuanya.
Oke.
Yang
Bisa nggak
kasus
jemput
Balorant
saya
kan udah
kesini?
ngaku ya?
Iya,
Gua nggak ngaku. Udah,
Diam lu
gua
Ben,
udah
gua
ketangkap.
remove men.
All good
Ada power di sini.
Kalau gitu udah pada tumbang, cuman ini yang kayak udah.
Oke.
Pak, nih saya sih kasihan sama Londok ya.
Kenapa?
2 hari ini 2 kali operasi gitu.
Ah, Londok
Ya,
ditembakin
itulah.
terus. Anjing kasihan banget Londok.
Ini
Ijul belum main Ijul.
kan saya dibilang kalau emang
Masih
ada apa-apa
pipa.
mending kabur.
Masalahnya kita lagi di rumah Londoknya kita dihantam, Mbak.
Iya sih, bener sih.
Mau kabur kemana, Pak?
Udah, wah.
Ini saya yakin sih teman-teman saya yang di sektor sih malah senang, Mbak.
Lebih
aman
aman ya?
soalnya.
Kita nih yang scare, Pak.
Nah nih, Bu Mikasa tolong diantarin Pak Thomas.
Saya boleh
Kenapa-napa Thomas?
Mikasa.
Mikasa Pak Bus.
Ah, jadi dianterin siapa?
Udah kamu aja Pak Bus
Ya
sibuk.
udah. Sok naik ke mobil
Saya
itu,
kami.
saya ambil vest bentar ke dalam.
Saya satu, Bu, titip.
Oke kamu.
Pak, saya ambil vest dulu ke dalam.
Iya itu kan Thomas.
Speng.
Apa?
Peng, kalau gue misalkan gue udah dikejar satu masa, gue bawa sini ya, nih.
Iya.
Ini sini nih.
Kalau dia nembak-nembak di sini kan langsung gue tembakin.
Gue ke dalam sih.
Iya.
Oke, Peng.
Anjing. Let's go Kak Tongki.
Kok gue buang?
Tongkyuy.
Ayo, gue duluan ya.
Iya, tapi.
Anjing.
Oh, ini mobil yang tadi nih anjing.
Ih, dikejar. Enggak deh. Kejar anjing. Ih.
Baru satu blok anjing.
Gimana mobil polis? Ih, anjing ngeri banget. Kelas.
Kemana Ton?
Dikejar gue anjing di mobil.
Ikutin gue Ton, mobil polisi tadi Ton.
Gimana? Arah mana, Bos?
Arah rumah gue, arah DOJ.
DOJ, oke.
Ih.
Iya, dikejar nih.
DOJ Ton.
Oke. Bilangin Bos. Dikejar, Bos. Gue bawa DOJ nih.
Mau kita hajar atau gimana Ton? Ini ada polisi. Oh, ada polisi sama polisi. Ada. Ini gue persis di depan DOJ.
Oke, bilang gue tewain.
Anjing magic silap ke belakang mulu ya.
Gue udah nyampe ya Ton, depan DOJ Ton.
Walk out gak Beben? FX gak tau. FX gak tau. Wah kena. Wah bleeding.
Lu arah mana Ton?
Oh shit.
Ini gue di belakang lu, Ton. Gue di belakang lu, Ton. Sama polisi, Ton.
Oh shit, bleeding.
Mampus lo, ah. Gue bawa lo ke polisi lo.
Anjing, ngebendek while driving.
Udah aman belum, Ton? Tom ajar yang kuning kan, Ton? Yang kuning ada nih, Ton.
Ada mobil, ada GS juga. Lu GS bukan Teh, itu Teh. Berdua.
Iya, gua.
Oh, lu yang berdua itu.
Iya, Ton.
Wah, rame banget Teh. 3 mobil Teh. 3 mobil tadi. Tadi Teh.
Ih.
Arah mana, Bos?
Aman kan, Ton?
Aman, gue di DOJ.
Rematch dong nanti Fnatic Hunter TV ya. Hari Jumat.
Ini gua tinggal apa gimana nih, Ton? Ditanyain sama polisi ya, Ton?
Boleh kalau udah dikejar sama polisi dah.
Dikejar polisi tuh bilang tadi tuh terkena dah.
Sekota di sekota.
Gua nggak tahu arah mana tuh. Woi, dia tadi ke atas dah. Ngapain muter?
Bodoh ke Mas Nuk. Ih.
Pantai.
Ih, dikejar sekota.
Gini banget hidup aja, nggak bisa hidup nih gue kayak gini deh.
Siapa?
Lil Tongki.
Biarin aja.
Belajar bro.
Masih lah.
Teh.
Oi.
Ini kita kalau udah misalkan ke pojok banget nih Teh. Lu tau gak Teh, di samping DOJ ada gedung tuh Teh yang bisa naik Teh.
of my heart.
Di situ lama banget lagi anjir.
Yang sampingnya toko jewelry tau gak? Deretannya. Yang bisa ke
Oh
atas Teh.
iya, dekat jewelry ya?
Iya, kayak gue bakal bawa ke situ ya kalau udah ke pojok dah.
Ya udah, boleh, Ton.
Easy FX ini. Belum tentu, siapa tuh BCJ lagi gacor ya.
Backup line ini namanya. Apa lu mau nungguin situ Teh? Gue pancingin ke situ Teh.
Oh, gua mau buat tunggu situ, Ton. Mau lu pancingin apa gimana?
Boleh, soalnya lu kan berdua tuh, takutnya lu nanti yang dikejar.
Udah lu naik kapan Teh tadi Teh? Yes. Gua berdua.
Ton bareng Jaka, emang Jaka lagi PCP. Lah hilang.
Motor gue yang tadi ya?
Sendiri lagi enggan untuk melangkah. Mana sih Jaka? Bukan mata menatap langit.
Kayak gue ganti baju yang aman di mana ya? Yang di sore kali ya? Yang di sore sih aman ya kan?
Oh, kesel.
Oh, lagi nonton ini deh, PUBG. Tadi nonton pas Fnatic, udah ntar gua kesana dah.
Yang di sebelah cewek itu kan, Ton?
Efek rapot.
Iya, gua ke...
Ya 5 pertandingan aja semua konsisten, gak tau kalau bad day-nya. Ya, kita lihat saja ya guys ya. Kita lihat saja nih. Hijau anjing.
Wah, turun ini speednya di motor gue nih. Erigo lah gue anjing, ada nggak Erigo deh? Erigo biasa di Paleto sih.
Bang lu gak setia kawan Ton, si Kalpin anjing. Propok. Aiju lagi apa? Lagi FIFA tadi, kayaknya lagi latihan deh, nggak tahu.
Erigo bose.
Masih FIFA.
Memphis. Gue udah tuh sempet mau ini nih. Pengen ini kan gue lagi nyari apa namanya Varsity ya di Memphis. Gue liat ada tuh Varsity bagus ya, tapi temen gue ada yang make anjing, nggak jadi lah gue pakai.
Memphis Origin.
Nanti gue hapus, ada yang liat motor gue. Ini orang berdua ya?
Siapa nih nelpon?
BMW M5.
Ya Tony.
Yuk.
Gue di penjara 150 bulan.
Holy shit.
Enak 150 bulan.
Udah banyak. Karena gue membawa join banyak. Dan juga yang BMW udah ketangkap semua.
Siapa ya? Tahu nggak?
Yang BMW, Jen.
Enak.
Oh Jen.
Ya, dan
Terus?
ada cewek juga tadi yang udah gua teparin, udah gua keringin.
Ada
cuman
cewek nggak?
barangnya di polisi. Udah gua kan keringin 3 orang. Terus yang main di BMW itu
STH.
masih ada Jen sama Alex namanya, gua lupa deh. Pokoknya Jen sama
Berapa
Alex
orang?
ini ketangkep nih. Dua ketangkep, 3 udah turun. 3 udah
Oh.
tiga udah gua keringin.
Iyalah anjing. Nggak bisa apa-apa dia kalau nggak ini.
Total 5 nih. Sekarang gua tinggal
CG.
gua udah mengakui perampokan Bang Palito.
Ya udah nanti kalau ada sisanya gue beresin.
Ada.
Ya, pokoknya mereka yang CG udah ini semua ketangkap semua.
Ditangkap polisi gimana?
Yakin lu semua?
Dari MRP dia mau gua.
Oke. Ya udah lu hati ya di dalam penjara ya.
Yuk, bye. Yuk.
Tadi yang nyerang kita, yang nyerang ini si Jen katanya bos. Udah ketangkap di MRPD.
Ya udah seharusnya sih tadi dia ini yang ngeluarin mobil yang ungunya.
Udah ketangkap katanya di MRPD kata si ini nih, kata si
FTH
Bos.
Kak Sen. Mau diskon DBangkong nggak? Bangkong.
Tim doang yang ketangkap atau ada lagi?
Jen, terakhir katanya ada Alex siapa Alex sama siapa lagi gitu. Katanya cewek ada 2.
Oke.
Kok gue udah takut ya gini lah.
Tapi ukurannya ukuran gua. Ukuran gua.
Tangan
Gua masih muter-muter
Oke.
sih. Gua muter-muter sih dari tadi kagak ada.
Itu vape-nya Hexom.
Iya,
Tom,
gitu
sama,
ya.
gue juga Tom.
Mana teh?
Gue di tryout nih sekarang nih.
Tepu anjing.
Bang Beben kapan live tuh lihat tuh. Subscribe
FTH,
makanya.
Diskon DBangkong. Wih. FTH bukannya ini band.
Lo aman Ton, di sana Ton.
Bukannya kayak ini doang. Kayak berapa doang ya?
Banyak anjir.
Copyright enggak? Main lagu apaan?
Empat. Apa Mas Tepu Mas?
Ini lagu apa emang?
Apa lagi Mas?
Tulisannya sih no copyright ya?
Barusan ketemu
Apa itu?
Tadi baru nonton ini
M4
Magic gua.
Oh.
Convertible.
Old gang. Ler. 6 doang dari kemarin. Sisanya ngeramen radio anjing.
Solo nih.
Solo anjing.
Bro di penjara. Londok operasi mulu.
Lawannya aliansi kah? Gua nggak tahu men, asli gue agak tahu itu siapa ya tadi. Jen tahu lah, sisanya nggak tahu gua. Kan gue bilang gue nggak tahu aja kalau ada yang geng-geng baru gue nggak hafal.
Anjir, nyamuk. Aku sih PR. Ketangkep
Anjir,
gara-gara mobil anjir. Gara-gara mobil.
Udah, kalau gitu-gitu nah.
Enggak, sebenarnya gara-gara join aku di
Nah, dia
join.
lebih dari 10 lah.
Badannya.
Masih di sana Ton.
Penjara.
Sabar bos.
Lu nggak main cas?
Lagi nyari face bos.
Ton.
Iya.
Face abu-abu kayak oke dah. Matching nih.
Main. Oh main
Aman,
dia.
aman bos.
Amit mau turu. Oke,
Lu
Tresul.
lihat BMW ini ya, yang manhart itu bukan warna ungu.
Ini ada motor 3 motor.
Wah, Darke.
Put them through that much anxiety and stress.
I don't know. Thanks for being here again, and probably I don't know. Sorry for the heart attacks, especially on the last map.
Anjing.
Happens.
Sorry for the heart
Usual
attack.
Fnatic stuff. Unlucky.
We accept your apology. Just now, before we went live for the interview, you know, a lot of people said that was one of the best series of Valorant they've ever watched, but you were disagreeing with that. Did it feel like one of the best series of Valorants you've ever played in?
I think this might be one of the worst series I've played like by myself, like individually, or it felt like super bad for me. But I think maybe for the viewers it was super entertaining, and I think always when the maps are close.
Apa promo diskon buat FTH?
Both opponents pick.
Nanti
and
tunggu
then,
bulan puasa.
The maps are getting super close, almost all the times. It's always entertaining. For
Udah tahu yang diskon apa aja ya?
I feel like it was a bad series for you
Gua belum
because
ngecek
I've
lagi.
seen you get 13-0'd before. Is this worse than that?
I think because we stumbled on some rounds.
Kayaknya kalau diskon-diskon sih tunggu hari-hari besar ya.
Frustrated at some things. And then like after Icebox, like I talked to Jake, and it was like easier to
Terus
keep
logatnya kayak Rusia.
cool, like the next maps. So
Tapi R-nya nggak
after that,
Rusia
it
sih.
kind of went chill for us.
Iya
But
sih.
I think
Rusia
for
sih.
me it was just like mostly emotions.
Would you be able to tell me what is going on, with Fnatic right now? Because
FTH
obviously
dibatasin
Furia, they
ya
are a strong
varsitnya.
opponent,
Iya.
but I don't think people on paper expected you
Ada
to
yang
have that
restock,
many
ada yang
issues.
gak restock sih kalau setahu gue ya. Tapi jarang yang
Just,
restock
like,
itu.
With communications we have a bit of problems, or like as I
Kan
said,
lumayan
emotions
dekat dari
for
rumah
me,
Upi, rampok aja kan gudangnya bukan di rumah
kind of
Upi ya, belakangan.
gets off the rounds for us, and then also we're kind of poor on pistols, so it's kind of like unlucky because we lose like 2 or 4 rounds instantly per map, and sometimes we lose like the gun round after that, and you can feel that some people are getting stressful.
On the bright side, Breeze looks great. Why have you been banning this whole time? What's happening?
We've been prepping Breeze the whole time. I think we almost picked it on Copenhagen.
Toko offline-nya di mana? Kayaknya belum buka lagi deh ya. Di online-nya habis mulu emang, udah secepat itu anjir. Emang kalau misalnya ada produk baru lu harus beli tuh pas jamnya keluar langsung beli anjir. Biasanya 2 jam habis, 2 jam habis. Dikit lagi dari ke 100.000 masih ya. Dikit lagi dari ke 100k anjing.
Yeah, it feels nice. I need to
Naikin lagi kapasitas kamu.
Offline-nya bukan di Bandung ya, di Bandung. Tapi kan waktu itu ditutup. Gak tahu pindahnya kemana belum. Kayaknya belum dibuka lagi deh. Kayak mungkin nyari tempat baru. Dari tahun lalu iya. Belum 100.000 cok. Dikit lagi.
Boleh.
Under Thief win 100k followers jauh.
Oh, kalau nggak bisa ngomong nangis ya Londor. Kalau nggak bisa ngomong nangis coba.
Kalau nggak bisa ngomong nangis bangsat juga Ocas.
Aku masih di ini deh. Tanpa.
Game abu siapa?
Bukan Thomas terus.
Lu bos.
Dih. Temen
Halo,
gua
bro,
tidur,
trik.
Cok. Jaka turu anjir.
Good luck bro, PCS bro trik.
Taman kota gua.
Turu. Di bocil GTA dulu ya, guys. Capek nih nungguin anjir. Fuck lah. Ngapain kita ya? Ntar gue lagi mencari. Sekarang pack TikTok di HP ada pack friend, oh ya kah? Kayaknya buka GrabFood asik, coba buka GrabFood. Nasi goreng dan martabak. Jangan kekenyangan. Risol smoke beef cheese.
Ketemu lagi nih sama BMW
Cendol.
di DOJ.
Ayo, hati bos.
Cemil makaroni Alfamart yang mana tuh?
Ada naik motor juga dia.
Ayam geprek gold chick anjing. Kebab. Pisang keju seblak manja.
Itu dari tadi itu.
Juga kayaknya di tempat.
Rebahan dulu aja, jangan nanti ketiduran guys. Wah udah pada tutup Coba selalu tersedia 24/7 The Besto Burger King.
Kenapa?
Ini tek sei sapi. Sei sapi apa ya?
Aduh suara lu kecil banget.
Ayam tulang lunak.
Baca SMS.
Jemput gue dong.
Bahaya makan jam segini. Iya, gue cuman lihat menu doang biar apa namanya?
Lu
Biar
yakin lu kalau gue tolongin lebih panjang lagi nanti urusannya anjing.
Biar
tahu juga
kenyang.
pasti.
di mana, Dok? Di kantor polisi jalan ke taman kota. Jangan jalan dulu, lu tunggu sana biar gue. Lu jemput dah daripada dari bawah tuh. Sabar, gue lagi ngambil tips.
Impossible. Anjing, Inggris bah. I can't, anjing. Iyo.
Kayak ada suara anjing.
Temukan polanya, Dok. Gue jemput, Dok. Sabar.
Baru kelar makan sate.
Toh, di mana,
Kalau
Toh?
Grab jam segini udah susah, kalau GoFood banyak.
Aman gue di
GoFood banyak yang 24 jam, oh ya.
Mas lu, minta jemput sama masuk radio ya, masuk radio.
Aduh, masuk radio. Ada siapa emang?
Ada Thomas. Sama
Ada
Londok.
Thomas, ya udah. Ya, oke,
Boleh,
thank you, Ton. Anjing,
Gojek.
gue Zaki bangsat.
Dia lihat doang ujungnya order. Agak percaya deh. Dia nggak tahu gue pernah 2 jam ngeliat menu doang. 3 jam malah.
Tolong jemput gak, Tom? Ngentuh, Zaki bangsat, foto. Ada lagi gue backup dia. Barkanpol, ini orang bego.
Sabar lu sama Londok.
Gini lah, jangan introvert lah toh.
Si Dablek ini udah tau lagi
Tapi kayaknya McFlurry es campur sih asik ya, tapi out of stock men.
Tuh tau badannya ada berapa? Ada 11 join sama 4 pistol bang.
Tapi tetap order.
Pistol Mike. Tolong biarin aja.
Baru anjing.
Bir Amer kawa-kawa spirit. Wah.
Banyakan ngelut.
Bangsat 82.000 anjing yang gold. Naik gimana?
Malah jadi agak dapet kan anjing.
Bubur ayam pecel.
Gila kadang-kadang.
Biar sih enak. Aduh, sayangnya aku tidak suka.
Muter balik.
Kedai si Ulil.
Muter balik.
Wah, Batagor, bro. Anjing, Batagor enak lagi, babi lah. Anjing, Tony gila anjing.
Mari lu pada.
Apa AM Gold 85 di Gojek. Kalau misalnya ke sana mah pasti nggak akan 85 anjir.
Ada yang KTM juga siapa anjing?
Oh.
Dari mereka juga datang.
Ya, pecah bannya.
Gua ke kantor nih anjing.
Tony mati.
Jangan narik kampol lah.
Jangan narik kampol. Ditabrak gua anjing.
Jangan narik kampol lah, goblok anjing.
What the fuck?
Gila.
What the fuck? Itu SMG apaan?
Wah, enggak tahu Speng. Gila itu orang.
What the fuck?
Dia turun apa ada gimana, Speng?
Enggak di motor. What the fuck?
Ini dia nih, suspeknya.
Enggak, ini yang ditembak.
Oh.
Masa iya, Pak? Yang nembak dia jatuh, Pak?
Speng itu senjata gila itu, Pak. Hati, Pak.
Itu perdok serius.
Panggil MS.
Cai kampol.
Ada yang lagi di depan lagi polisinya.
Gila, apaan depan muka saya? Ini enggak bawa rifle lagi.
Untung sampai kanpol ya.
Ini coba jagain dulu, saya bawain dulu.
Ini Batagor enak guys, anjing.
Ya udah masukin ke
Nggak
itu
baik,
apa?
nggak baik.
Lobby. Langsung beres kit ya.
Nggak baik bro.
Berdetan dulu kan.
Langsung beres kit.
Ada gitu Batagor pagi-pagi gini, ada yang jual. Udah 2 kali mati. Oh. Ya udah nggak bisa nembak lagi kan. Ini masalahnya apaan? Harus nonton replay yang sebelumnya sih.
Culun lu tuh.
Yang DF kan udah kebanyakan, udah banyak juga masalahnya, terus ya udah aja. Mau nyoba ngadu domba satu kota. DF against the world anjing. Siapa lawan siapa atau gimana? Iya, ini jatuhnya geng war aja, geng war. Tadi tembak pistol, iya itu mesin pistol itu. Mesin pistol GTA tuh kayak Tech 9 kalau di CS.
darahnya udah tuh medis.
Jangan lalikan bola anjing, ditaunting ya kan. Kepo masalahnya tapi nggak ngikutin RP-nya. Gue juga tipis-tipis mah denger aja.
Udah ini, Pak.
Itu Tami bukan?
Nih, dari tadi kayaknya hidungnya.
Pur.
PR memang PR.
Kalau mau kesini kabarin dulu tiba-tiba
Nggak bisa
orang pakai branded.
yang nembak lu liat gimana gue buka HP Speng, udah geter nih gue nih.
Itu Chunli bukan?
Speng,
apakah
nginep rumah lu Speng hari ini?
itu Chunli guys?
Di
Pur.
rumah nih jagain soalnya nih.
Ini lagi banyak situasi soalnya.
Mau ditibek
Ada
ya.
MS depan lobby nih. Iya.
Gua kira lu main PUBG sama Morbid tuh replay dia tidur itu. Wah, Suigetsu.
Tony.
Juara Copenhagen. Anjing, what is so detect? Aduh, hoodie ini nih anjir mahal.
Yang itu Pak barusan, Pak.
Suigetsu tetap dengan celana kemarin.
Saya nih, Pak. Warga biasa, Pak, bukan polisi, Pak, udah ngerasain, Pak.
Kamu banyak masalah.
Oh.
Ini ada penembakan pakai berita tanpa di luar, Pak. Pakai motor orangnya.
Ardis ada. Ardis sudah sehat berarti. Did not qualify anjing Asen.
Kalau lihat langsung saya tembak itu benar-benar orang itu.
Itu kiri tim apa? Gak pernah lihat. Aduh, tim apa ini ya? Kayaknya tim Kayo nih, kayak mukanya Kayo.
Parkiran baru mah.
Sejak kapan Sentinel ikut M3?
Sama ya.
Udah balik Pak.
Tuh, bawel anjing.
Enggak kan tadi ini coachnya Pak.
Ih, jangan gitu sayang.
Karena ini.
Gitu-gitu juga.
Orang saya mau keluar.
Lu doyan nyosor.
Enak makan di pantry.
Apa? Saya sekalian daftarin tester saya, Pak.
Oh, boleh.
Saya tunggu di parkiran aja ya Pak.
Iya, Mem.
Saya baca cara ya.
Ya, boleh.
Saya Pak. Toh?
Temanmu.
Yang ngejar dia, iya, yang ngejar dia makan motor apaan?
Itu kiri tim streamer anjing.
Asli Pak, saya kaget Pak, lagi makan kan Pak di pantry. Apa itu? Makanya.
Bapaknya kaget apalagi saya, Pak. Depan muka, Pak.
Mana Pak? Broto, saya nungguin Pak Broto.
83 Oru.
83
Oru.
Ciao anjing.
Kecil semua.
Mending dia SMS-in aja.
Oh iya.
4 M besar.
Pelat nih. Cerot.
83 Oru.
83 Oru, Orunya kecil.
Terus
4 M besar.
Nggak sehat, D3 baru kasih rata.
O kecil.
Top.
Ini sih taunya sih kayak
934.
Injur seminggu lah.
PB besar.
apa?
PB besar.
Ya, injur seminggu.
PB besar.
PB ya. RG kecil.
Up. Time out.
Oke. Saya masukin dulu ke MDW. Oke.
Jubro said, well, you know, maybe he's a little bit hot-headed.
Ini nggak langsung di-escort ke apa pillbox?
Iya, lagi nunggu YMS ini.
Welcome Lukas.
Oke kan? Butuh bandit?
Kok nggak di?
Pajon aman kan Pajon?
Mediknya?
Padahal channelnya di favorit ya,
Mana?
tapi circuit point-nya
Medik
udah
ya,
gede.
bro?
Ya kan itu karena di waktu NA VCT-nya dia kalah.
Tony Pak, Tony.
Ya CQ-nya aja tuh udah sial. Anjing. Kita lihat nih Krayo. Apakah segila kemarin Krayo? Anjing. John Wick rasa Ibra. BCJ Hobbit tuh lihat tuh, pure lihat tuh. Hobbit gentot.
I love how Exit plays. You know what?
Duluan, oke David.
When FPX said in the early parts of the stage, we'll play what we want. We'll give everything we want to go because it matches our style. This is our stylistic, difference between the rest of the world. We're going to put it on the stage for show. Is it always going to work? Possibly not. But I'm glad that they're willing to review that and move forward.
Anjing gua ngerasain
I
akhirnya
mean, we
nih
talk about the
jatuh
shout
dari
show. I
motor
think that's pretty
jadi tai
obvious
anjing.
talking point when it comes to FPX. But for the side of Exit, however, just
Telat,
a
Pak.
couple of players who can match up to shout.
I
Wih,
cannot
Ladif.
wait for you guys to see Zekin in the server, and the reason you must, I put him up against Sipit because that is the best comparison I have right now, actually, at the entire tournament. And if you guys are wondering, that 348, so that's
Ntar
not
aja lah
just
nonton Ladifa sebelum tidur.
another day at the office. That breaks the world record
Sorry,
for
refleks.
Spencer Pak, temenin Pak, bahaya Pak.
starting match at an event
Pak, bahaya,
for
Pak.
any
Bilang, Pak.
player. The player that held it was Dirk at the very first international event all the way back last year in Reykjavik.
Ntar David udah tidur berarti nanti gua harus nginiin map ya.
Right behind him also.
Ya udah guys, bentar.
Jadi tai anjing ini.
Gua ke WC dulu sebentar ya.
Jadi tai dia anjing si Tony.
Cuma ditemenin doang kan?
Oke Pak, sudah Pak.
Udah Pak.
Mas saatnya Lukas comeback, tagar kangen Lukas.
Saatnya Lukas comeback. Emang pada kangen sama Lukas. Gua takutnya kalau gua mainin dua ini ribet.
Ente kadang-kadang ente.
Ente hari-hari. Ente men. Iya, rebek nanti.
Oh, benar. Udah, aku yang bawa. Ya udah bawa.
Hello sir, you can hear me? Halo?
Yes sir.
Kenapa Pak?
Wah, ditembak saya Pak. Ini pundak sama tangan saya nih Pak. Tolong bukain Pak face saya Pak. Saya tadi udah diperban sih Pak mainnya.
Havana. Oh shit.
They could go absolutely hog wild. God, can you imagine?
Yes.
The fact that's what makes FPX look good is
Angel
they can do
Wow,
that overall.
except in the
Like,
Pearl.
FPX defending first as well, so they're going to be trying to sort of set the pace on
Baru
their
bangun,
defense.
ya.
And really attacking, it's just look at where those weak links are for Exit.
Fraktur, oke.
Too clean against Xerxes yesterday. Fracture,
Exit NA, ya.
the two most recent maps in the game as the first two maps here.
It's funny because crew banned that out from FPX, like you're not getting your fracture no matter what you do. So they banned it out and they had no opportunity. Now, at least on this particular international stage, or shall I say
Ternyata
the
Exit lebih takut sama bind-nya ini ya,
we get
bind-nya
that debut
FPX ya.
of the FPX,
Nah
fracture.
ya.
What does that look like from the squad?
Wiko anjing, gua kira udah nggak ada moderator, udah gua udah gawe.
It does feel like whatever map we go to, it just has either the potential to get out of hand, or they just come out and do something we've never
Ngap,
seen
anjing.
before. But I'm interested to see which map you guys think is going to be left over. So Ascent is gone now too.
Icebox di band ini mah.
Overall, I think what makes FPX scary too in that regard is like Angel is effectively a coach in the server too.
Yes.
So that the preparedness, the anti-strats, like it's getting into heads.
Oh, kalau FPX sih nggak mungkin. Bener anjing.
FPX taking out Icebox, so we do have Breeze as the third map. So yeah, like the three.
Gimana analis berpengalaman?
The game is going to be the ones here, and it's just who's had the most prep, who's had the time to shine. I do think that Exit won more dominantly against Xerxes, but when you look back at FPX and how well crew have been
Mending
playing
lo aja
overall,
Ben yang jokiin
I think
sebatannya
there's
Mas
an
Pet.
element of
Hah?
FPX looking very sharp, and it's going to be really difficult for Exit, I think, to pull this one.
Will we go to map 3, do you think?
If we do, FPX wins, in my opinion. So that's obviously setting the stage here. I can
Apa
see
maksudnya,
it
Cok?
being possible considering Pearl is map number 1, and I don't want to put Stonks in FPX when I have no idea what they're going to do here.
Oh, gara-gara kedua nonton sampai Exit, oke. Baru nangkap, sorry dah.
And then not winning it.
Soalnya tiba-tiba spesifik ke satu orang
Bring out
anjir.
the pillows and blankets. I think this is going to be a long night. We've had 3 full best of 3s. The last
Nah, kita nunggu dulu.
Saya kaget, seril Pak.
Wow, Bang Srot nonton.
Think the fun part of streaming is having viewers, and why
you guys keep disappearing? Where's the chat? Here we go.
Buset, mau ngapain si Miyoko? Di samurai.
Let's go. 3. Mom, why is the music? Come on. Yeah. 3, 2. Alright guys, I'm gonna go. Okay.
Ngapain dia anjing?
Yes or no? If Miyako can get it sliced in one shot or not, let's go.
Ya buru, gue melihat mana? Potong nggak?
3, 2, 1.
Hot. Anjing bisa. Gokil. Anjing tajam bangsat itu. Melotot juga loh. Oh, dia belajar dance, dilambatin. Wah, lagunya Neng Ayu. Lagunya rada bangsat. Ini yang tadi. Tidur. Tontonan Midnight, iya. Astagfirullahaladzim.
Nice cozy blanket because it's time to bring out our Group C winners. EMEA versus NA. Here is FPX and Exit.
Suigetsu bakal ngejurus apa ya? BCJ. Anjing, gokil.
Zypern. Second.
Anjing. Ciao. Irene. Oh, si Deb dulu. Ardis. Angel. Baru mulai lah, baru. Erin. Ardis.
Cryo.
Suigetsu.
Suigetsu.
Lope doang.
Psycho. Doom Bros.
Anjing, John Wick on duty.
It's the age-old classic EMEA versus NA, the proving champions versus the challengers, and the stakes are very simple. The winner will go straight to playoffs. But my question to you guys is, who do you think Psycho was talking to on the banana phone?
You know what? He's just ringing up, the gods of prophecy and working out where he's going to be after this series, maybe.
It's Tarek.
Karena yang kalah lawan Kru.
How do we beat them? I do think there's
itu temennya yang tinggi atau dia yang pendek? Temennya yang tinggi.
Series in 4 months because we saw so little of them in Copenhagen, right? So they've had a chance to watch a lot of FPX. The problem with FPX is they can bring out a multitude of things. Angel loves the mind games in and out of the
penasaran, ya penasaran aja.
We're going to Pearl first says everything about how these two.
Prediksi lu menang siapa? Kayaknya masih strong FPX sih.
Just to remind everyone,
Tapi ada orang Rusia sama Ukraina,
have given us a composition. We have no idea what they're going to
Rusianya gue nggak tahu.
maps. We can guess that these are two funky teams. Maybe there's some cringe
Harusnya
comps
ada
to
sih.
add to the mix if we like it. But
Rusia,
I
Ukraina sih
will
harusnya.
say, looking at the dominance of what people have picked so far, 90% of teams, 99% of teams take a chamber, fade, double controller, for example, really favoring the Astra, the Viper
Cosplay
combo
gini
as
udah
well.
dari dulu apa pelopor emang dari Benkai? Nggak tahu.
For example, maybe a couple of neons in the mix as well.
Here's my theory. FPX have
Sui,
opted
oh iya,
to
kalau
start
Sui
on
ya harus ya.
defense. Do you think they might go down the no
Gua
duelist
nggak hafal
side and
lah.
just hardcore
I
play a
don't
defense
mind
role?
that. I don't know what Ryan thinks, but I don't mind compositions on Pearl without a duelist, depending
Anjing.
on your stylistic choice of how you play this map.
Both teams that ran Neon have lost so far in this tournament.
There you
but
go.
it's such a small sample size, right?
Wah, like kita
I love
stuck
what
di
Mini
berapa
said
guys
about
ini guys?
Fnatic after they lost against
Anjing
Fnatic.
2 like
We're
lagi
still in the early stages
600
of this
bro.
map where everybody's going to have
Konyol.
their unique ideas, but then it's going to lean more towards a certain comp that a team's going to, like Fnatic, right? They'll take a comp, they'll run with it, they'll be good, and then everybody will copy them. So I
Sangat
think a lot
ASEAN
of
sekali
teams are
player
going to be watching
Exit.
this with
Ya,
anticipation to see
banyak
what
kali
either
orang
of them
Asia
do
di
in this
Amerika.
agent select.
Well, here we
Dan
go. We're into
600,
the Prime
mantap.
Gaming Agent Select. The first time we're going to see both of these teams play Pearl, and there goes the Neon right off the bat.
Ini harusnya pertama kali ya di Pearl ya.
Oh, this is playing so
Exit sama
It's on Cypher, yeah.
Ardi Cypher.
We just have to give a moment of silence for what this might mean.
Nggak pakai
I asked
chamber?
about stylistic choices, compositions. What does
Kalau
that mean?
Zipan sih
Like a
gue
duelist
yakin
do
dia
you
pakai
not
Raja ya
double
di sini.
controller, maybe a double initiate if you're going crazy.
Udah ku like, makasih.
Speaking of double
No,
initiate,
kan
we
Raja
got that
kan?
on one side, but on this side, Artis is like, hang on, we don't want to get
Oke.
flanked.
Oh, I
What
love
is this about?
though. On the defense, just having tripwires in mid, sort of as you're going all the way along
Right.
towards B, like just having that.
Tapi untuk
forcing
defense ya enak
Exit to
banget
go
sih
in and
pakai
break
Cypher
it.
ya.
There's going to be a lot of like trap plays, especially with like Angel on the Omen, the Viper.
Kontrol A
It's
sama
gonna
Art
be
sendiri bisa,
trying to
kontrol
shut
B
down
sama
Storm, but
Belling
also
sendiri
once we get to
bisa.
the second half, this comp would be pretty good on attack, I think. But Artis on Cypher, has he ever played it?
He has.
Itu
He's
bantal
played it
secretnya buat
twice
pantat
before, but I honestly,
biar nyampe di
in my mind, I
mejanya
think that might be
deh.
like the fish 1, 2,
Ben
3.
kayaknya.
Oh yeah, probably.
Like it's some point in his career that
Gua
he's
baca
played it,
aja
but he
nggak
has
gua
played it twice
jawab.
before, but I don't understand.
I also don't. You know what? I'm willing to let him prove us
Idealnya
wrong.
siapa-siapa,
Me turning around and going to Cypher might not be
Angel
the best
sama-
on this map. Sure,
Aduh,
but
gua
prove
Exit
me
tuh
wrong in
BCJ.
saying that this does
BCJ.
work. You have a plan for it and it works really well.
I can't wait to see what this plan is, and I bet Mitch and Tom, your casters, are equally excited for this. What do you guys think?
Killjoy bagus gak Ben?
We are thrilled to get a
Bagus.
map of Pearl under our belt here, Tom, and we really couldn't pick two better teams for it. I don't know
Itu yang
how
ada
to
di
choose a
pikiran
favorite
gua
between
dari
the two.
hasil
Do you?
perasaan, sorry dah.
actually
Ya kan
true.
gue
We
cuma
went
baca
over
doang, gak gue
conversation.
jawab.
God, I'm gonna bring this up. Mitch was like,
Peres hari
I always
Rabu.
put Exit in my top 3. They're in my top
Maaf
3
ya, Paul, ya.
every single time.
Masters.
And then I asked him to name his top 3. He said PaperX, Fnatic, and I said, what about FPX? And he went, I don't like you. So,
I'm more of a top
who
4
are you
kind of
picking,
guy.
who
I'm
are
more
you
of a
picking
top
between
4.
these two then?
You know what, Tom? I'm always of the mind I like to let the results speak for themselves, and this time around, that's exactly what we're going to do. This map here,
Worthless.
Pearl, chosen by Exet. Coming in, it could be a surprise, but I somehow feel like if FPX let it through, they're not going to be too surprised by it, are they?
Yeah, well, especially if
Gak
Artis
mau
is
main
playing
GTA,
Cypher. I don't think that's
lagi
something we
Valorant
wanna win.
kebetulan
That's just like,
nonton.
yeah, we've just kind of been testing 1 or 2 things, and we're going to put someone who is one of the better chambers in the world, we're going to put him on Cypher, and damn, we're into this very quickly indeed. BCJ already up to a flying start, and look how aggressively Angel was actually pushing in the early stages of the round.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is playing out on FPX's side the way we expect. Angel is the first man down. We see it all too often. Maybe not too often. It's how they like to play, but this time it has not netted them a positive. They've lost control of the A site now, even playing at retake, pushing through
Ih, baru
Art
juga
late.
mulai ya, ngeri anjing ada
This is
tembakan-tembakan
interesting.
aneh.
A mid-crunch is their response. They have a wall down on B to potentially get them in there for the retake, but this push might even gain them the spike. I mean, this is a default from Exit, holding for the aggression, and they never expect the aggression to come down here. They have a trap to cover it, now revealing that they're here. And the control is conceded instantly. FPX start to fall back. I mean, that was a strange early round, I guess, maybe just feeling out how your opponents are playing the map. Now they've got info where they like to play that trap, the part of the map they're not necessarily contesting for when they're defaulting. That's solid stuff to start with here in the pistol.
And the gamble as well coming out from FPX just seems all wrong at this stage. Like, the Boombot is eventually going to get them the information, and this straight away will be Xiao now rotating back through, trying to at least keep a little bit control over this side of the map. The problem is, well, Zeka's already going to take him out.
Yep, a fantastic stun, pushed him back a little bit further, bought Zek in the space to get up close and take that frag.
Parat
The
lagi.
spike planted as well, now leaves FPX on a back foot. And when you look at the HP in play, Zipan and Artis both
Udah,
one
mantap,
hit
mantap.
or very close to, depending on the weapon. This is going to be a tough one with FPX having to root these players out of the corners, and look at Zekken go. He has blitzed his way, the fast rotation all the way around to Art. Now gives them even more angles to play with.
Aduh, pas banget tuh flash anjing.
Sui. Leaves Sagetsu all alone. 1 versus 3, and as said, the clock now ticking. Decent peek coming out. He manages to get a couple.
Hampir cok, dia bisa-bisanya ngancurin dulu itu ya. Apa namanya, Hound?
Sure they're not sweating after that one.
Ngeri anjing.
Interviews talk about how not a lot of people get Xset. Like they'll often be critical of the bottom half of the scoreboard and not really understand the support players and what they can bring to the table. Well, you know what, BCJ? This is one way to just prove that right away. The pistol round netting him a 3K. And a fantastic
Justru
start
dulu
for
tuh
this
terlalu
phase.
murah, makanya di nerf.
Looks like we've got FPX
Kan
going
gitu.
in instead for just Sheriffs. I'll try to do a bit of damage here and maybe even have some
Refnya
more.
dua, anjir.
They have a smoke down right away, but Zekken, he is charging them down. What? That was a bold play.
Angel actually does just about manage to survive. He's not going to be trapped in by the seas, but it doesn't mean that control hasn't been taken now. Shutting down Zekken, as we saw in the stats just a moment ago on screen, he has been a danger this tournament so far. Now, obviously, I feel like those stats may be a little bit padded because it was against Xerxia, but he's been incredible. I believe second in the stats is actually Zipham.
Kalau dimarahin, OP lagi itu Cyber.
All these opening duels have left Xset in a bit of a rough spot.
Tetap sih gue paling suka sih playstyle Dapper kalau Cyber ya.
Control for them. They know that Belong isn't pushed, but look at that. FPX again with the mid control. They've made the push now. The adaptation on before. Maybe suspecting the trap to be there and not wanting to overcommit, but it's a good little took that they have, allowing them to stay stacked up. With the pistols, that's exactly what you want. They've deleted Angel, the man who was here before. They know that Argus is close. They've even spotted him with the Prowler. Really nice to continue using that utility, not leave the gaps there for the kills to be taken. Even still,
dari MN si Sui di.
And a little bit more could cause a lot of
nice,
damage to
Ipan.
the economy of the attackers.
Yeah, he's making a nice distraction as well.
Punya E.
The flank is still coming in from Saigetsu. This 1v1 between him and Aaron could be absolutely everything for the round, and it's all just going to come down to timing. He spotted out one, but there is that free kill. It will go through for Saigetsu. Into the 1v1 scenario. BCJ low on HP and a rifle even found. It's all just going to come down to this remaining angle. Will he actually check the little corner? He's been spotted.
Wah anjing, reactionnya sih ngeri ya.
Back-to-back triple,
Nggak kena aja.
to kick things off for Xset, but Mitch, again, it's way too close.
Yeah, look, he might have come out of that with Nightfall, but that is a net loss.
Lebih tajam dari kemarin nih si Getsu nih, ngeri banget anjing.
Their economy to the rebuys. Just take a look at that 0 credits all
Parah-parah
across
nih,
the
lebih
board.
tajam dari kemarin.
So what that means for FPX, sure, they don't win the round. They came damn close. But what they have done is they have eliminated the possibility of a bonus round. You can see that they're happy to have at least secured the round, but this is where the real challenge begins. Now the teams are on equal footing.
So again, we're going to see this screen set up by FPX over on the B site, which not only allows as a pretty good retake wall, but also allows deep control. So it's something that's going to have to be really thought of by that attacking side as they go pushing through long. They've got the star down, likely just to be used as a fake smoke to get them across and take a little bit more of a battle. Now, considering Artis is actually playing this, you kind of expected him to almost be
Karena lawannya
there
NA
as
jadi
the champ,
tajam anjing.
because it is that long-range battle. It's what most teams seem to be doing at the moment. But on the side,
Saingan MA banget.
wow! Information. You can see the cam is
Lu lihat tuh kameranya.
as hell.
Yeah, that is a nasty spot. I mean, we'll see whether they clear it or not on the way through, but it doesn't feel like that's a spot you'll be checking all too often. They've heard it, and the
anjing setupnya Ardis.
The vision was blocked, but BCJ
Ya, mati lagi si
still
Ardis.
gets himself a kill. That is a huge opening. Xset are on the B site. They've got their wall up to
Bak,
cross.
enggak lah, enggak bak lah anjir.
And now they even get the ult through to secure the space, the information, and get a plant.
A little bit dicey, but Angel being able to find one back in. As said, they've got the screen ready to try and get in on the retake, but Xset are actually playing in front of it. They're making sure they can get up and close in these fights, and the trades are going relatively well. Back into a 2v2 scenario.
Nice Dipan, let's go.
And now Cryo left
Aduh,
in the clutch
raja terakhirnya
situation. Try and
Xset.
turn this back around, knowing at least where one of the players are, but he's got to be careful. He is slowly being flanked.
Using it now, he needs to check.
Setengah dulu.
Halfway already, they're sticking it fully. The swing is there.
Cakep, anjing percaya teman tuh namanya.
Get the trigger pulled as the defuse comes through for FPX.
Tanteku nyapa, halo ganteng katanya, halo tante. Tidur, udah malam.
And over for Xset, that's all they'll get.
Salah
They're
guys,
stuck
bentar.
in the mud now with no money to spend.
Yeah, you're seeing the real value of the amount of damage
Halo,
that's actually
Tante.
done. Just having a battle of his own at the moment with a bug.
It attacked. It landed right on Angel's face.
Itu bisa ditembak kalau nggak bisa ditembak baru bakal bias ya.
We have a sheet with the player pictures.
Like you're not stood next to Angel.
I haven't just smacked Angel on the head. I wouldn't dare.
Viper's Pit as well for Sagetsu.
Biar apa ganti
Now, a
son?
lot of the early round
Kelihatan
scenarios have been
macho.
going very well for Exet. Most of the time, it has been these fight backs needed, and with a much faster pace, straight in towards Zipan. Nade out, he does have support from Artist.
Atagaku langsung nyengir ya bagus asal jangan nyusul ya. Kalau nyengir gak apa-apa, nyusul. Aduh. Wuih. Tiba-tiba 1v1.
Look, Phantom retrieved for Cryo, but with his HP so low, he's going to need to hit this first bullet. And Xiao's repositioning just as he is. This is all going to come down to the angles in play. But Xiao knows a minute on the clock. All he has to do is just guard that spike.
Well, that's the thing, though. The spike is in a really
Yang termasuk bakal
horrible
bias
spot.
kalau kayak
There
camp
are
di
so
Breeze.
many
Iya, soalnya itu
angles
nembus.
the crowd could be coming from that he has to
Camp yang di
continuously
Breeze itu
switch
nembus.
between two of them in the hopes that he
Gak
gets
bisa
it
dihancurin
right.
dari
Now,
bawah.
Xiao is normally someone who has a fantastic read on these scenarios, already
Dulu yang
managing to
pakai
turn it
extend gue inget
back
banget.
from a pretty decent, advantageous position, but
Ini
honestly,
timing.
is he going to get it spot on?
Timing nih. Ayo Xiao, pick.
Comes down to the timing, and it seems to be perfect.
Perfect timing.
Great read.
It always is.
I mean, such a terrible spot. It really is the most angles you could possibly have open for
Cypher
this player to
dikasih seri
go
bentuk
and
post
root
plan itu
around
si
to
tai
any
itu
side of the
zaman
map.
dulu.
So many avenues open to him, but Xiao perfectly isolates that one safe spot where he only has to worry about it in front of him.
He kills the player behind first, but yeah. Good work from
Cariin,
Xiao,
yeah.
but again, a lot of these rounds are being very, very close. Bear in mind, that was only a half
Extend
buy
sersinya
for the
sekarang
side
kan
of
ya.
Exit. They didn't fully invest into that. There was like some
Tapi tim
stingers in
Extend
the
masih
mix,
ada.
and some slight over-aggression in towards the double doors. So
Well si Abrarnya udah dijawab.
Zipan naded, ran into his own nade
Nyusul
while
loh.
there was a player behind him with a stinger. That was a massive amount of over-aggression, but
you know,
fair
for
enough.
FPX,
Ada ulti nih si Jeken.
Just a little bit.
Have you watched Angel play before? Let's
Mm.
see.
Yep.
Enak.
Yep.
Timing couldn't have been better. And he has been willing to pretty much fight all across the map in these early stages of the round. One of the first times we haven't seen Exe actually come through with the opening battle.
Kalau Patipan balik apakah performa saya bakal lebih agresif?
Should
Nggak tahu
give
ya.
them a pretty easy plan.
Anjir,
Well, looks
plan
like
open.
plan's going to be coming through, but this is the heavier side of the map, and a paranoia buys them a bit of space.
Kena lu.
Through from Angel, denies any retreat for Zekin. Good kill. They've got to worry about
Sui.
Cryo, but they've more than enough
Aduh,
manpower to
Suinya
watch
mati.
it. Taking him down's a different story. Getting on that spike, not possible
Okay.
without dealing with Cryo, and he's gone. Aaron and BCJ,
Alhamdulillah.
both on the same angle, both having to take these fights together. Those shots are close. They're
Woo!
going to BCJ.
Anjing
Finishes
BCJ.
Angel off. At last,
Harus
the
dapat
IGL
setengah,
is
Zipan
down,
harus dapat
but
setengah.
another on the defuse. They have
Dah,
the bomb
cakep,
open, and it
ulti,
looks like they're
berangkat,
trying to show
enak.
something. Onto Aaron, it's BCJ
Gila,
left to do it again. But this
keren,
time,
keren,
he
keren,
can't pull out
anjing.
the 3K or any further. It's 3 rounds for FPX, and despite that pistol going to exit, despite the
Bocil
winning
klik
the
kanan.
second, this map has been set up perfectly in those
Baru
early
nih
rounds
match
for
nih, seru banget,
FPX to
anjing.
steal the lead out of their hand like this.
Hari ini sih
I like
seru-seru
the
match ya.
ideas, though, that are coming through from Exe. Like having yourself the Cosmic Divide.
Ya,
get you into
Treasure,
the side.
turu-turu
You've
masih
got
ada
the
tuh
fast
Treasure.
lane to sort of section anybody off who's going to try and take you down from the side. Instantly placing stars to have those stuns to leave people in place. It's a decent
Ret-retannya
idea. I
seru,
think just
anjing.
losing a player on the entry and
Keren-keren.
a player on the way out made
Udah
it so
jam
much
6
more
pagi kah? Ya
difficult.
Allah,
Like, you
semoga
really
2-0
need
aja
to
ya
basically get a
Allah.
multi-frag to have any chance of winning that round. Even still, though, there is an investment here, Mitch. You got a couple of rifles, tour de force. It really isn't too bad.
Prowler to cover off back boxes here as they start to move around. And the thing about FPX and how they're moving right
Wah, tidak ada
now
menguap
is they don't
naga.
have
Ini
anyone
ya
on B.
tidak menyesal
Right?
nonton.
They've ran in whenever Exit have gone for this A site. They've seen
Tiba-tiba ada yang donate
players
fatalis
there
saya loh.
immediately ready to fight. 3 at a minimum.
Kalau
That
intensity
tells you,
bisa
okay,
3 map
they got
pakai
3
semua.
there. What are they
Bangsat.
doing on the rest of the map?
Jam berapa? Jam
Somewhere's
10
gotta be
pagi
light,
kita
but
beres.
As we can see, and as we had seen the other round, if you're Exit on that eco, there are players in and around mid ready to fight as well. So the only thing left is B, and I think they haven't, you
Siapa
gotta
big
get rid of that
mouth-nya
cam
itu?
that was up and above. Now it's
Tahanan
swapping around
5.
in this round.
Aduh,
And we
lupa
actually
lagi.
started with Viper over on this side of the map. But again, they shift towards this super passive retake of B if they need to do it in the late round. And it seems like Xset have got a hint of that. They are starting to move their way in here to the lighter side of the map.
Itu apaan benar rewel.
That might be enough to give some information. A TP going through fairly early, so that's actually going to mean that Angel will be here in time, just trying to hold on to the U-Haul in the backline. But he's been taken out by Zekin.
He was trying to stay away from that flash, but it was just a little bit too precise. Exet picking up the kills and the sight. And with this, it looks like they have finally found that weakness. And realized the issue a little faint at the start towards A. It dragged the rotations, more than willing to play retake. But the retake hasn't worked out, and now FPX are left to save. 2 players versus 5. It just ain't gonna happen for them this time around.
Oh iya ya.
Really good response from Exet.
The other thing as well is financially, FPX are in the bin. Like, you've got Xiao and Angel with barely any credits, and even the players that are surviving, or look to be surviving, don't have that much to throw into the next round. So don't want to overface, don't want to over-risk it, but a really big round from Exet. And that's the thing. I think that we are looking at 2 teams with 2 very experienced IGLs, mixed in with some young talent. I think it's the best mix at the moment that we currently have in Valorant. Angel, I think 32 years old, Def 30 years old, so they've been around in the game for quite a long time. I think we're going to see a lot of adaptations like that, a lot of reads coming through from either side to sort of pick apart the defense that is currently there, and spotting that weakness, spotting the gap, even though it was something that Angel was clearly aware of with the quick rotation, it was enough to get them in. And the entry fraggers, the youngsters, the 17-year-old of Zekin, he's pretty good on the other side.
Yeah, he's definitely earning his paycheck there on some of those fights. The amount of speed that he's taking, the map control with, the rotations we've seen to cover off extra angles, like that post-plant A wrap-around art. This time a lot of players here waiting for him as he slides on through.
Angel buata, pantas salah.
2 quick duels and almost the third. Angel only barely escaping. And again, this is going to be an attempted retake, but look at what they've got to work with. The players with the weapons are mostly gone. It's Angel and Artist with sheriffs in hand and bullets in the back. This is a plan for Exet, and a flawless one at that.
The counter utility is just superb.
Like,
you have the fragment catching anybody else who tries to cross. You have the haunt to give those players up.
Bakal nonton mereka install nomor versi Indo.
And okay, so I get to manage to at least
lagi
get
fokus.
1 kill, and they do have the
Bang,
credits
setiap gua baca komen nge-kill.
but how much more can he realistically do here?
Lu sih gila Sui ya.
Yeah, that's about what
Gila,
I thought.
gila.
It comes down to just spraying it through the smokes and hoping for the best. That was a really good round from Exet, and now showing the depth as well. Remember, the previous round was an attempted play to A. They made some noise. They did practically the same thing as here, a different utility that went out. And then this time around,
dari kemarin di mana? Tayangnya di mana? Mana tayangnya di mana? Di mana? Di mana tayangnya di mana? Oi, di mana?
What FPX were attempting on that aggression, and that from FPX's perspective means we've had an idea of how to play that early round instead of passive retake on B with like players waiting to catch them on the way into A. We'll push up and we'll take the control early. That didn't work out.
Yeah.
Wow, again, an early duel for Angel. He'll lose his life for it. They have another here. Maybe that's just a man trapped though. Sagetsu, he's stuck at the half wall, and Zekin will eliminate him as well. This guy is just not missing.
Mengerikan anjing.
Yeah, I was gonna say the trade out Angel for BCJ might not be the worst thing in the world, because BCJ has been
langsung.
But at the same time, now they lost Sagetsu as well. These aggressive pushes deep have just not been working. Like, Exet have been very prepared for it. Counter util has been superb, and they seem to have a plan in every single fight that just involves setting up this youngster to thrive. The thing is now, how do FPX react? Well, it seems like they're looking to try and pincer further into mid, but they're so prepared. These defaults from Exet are catching every single piece until Xiao comes along. He's going to at least throw down that Nightfall to slow them a little bit, but he has made this round look doable once again. No.
And our position's been too hard to root out, and he's just relocated entirely. They cannot deal with Xiao. He's always good for 1, 2, or now 3.
Oleh set juara teori yang lawan Sersia pertama kali yang champion.
He's been hurt. Artist, he has the timing and he misses.
Teorinya. Oh anjir, untung gak nge-whiff lu lagi Ardis.
Mistake and equalize the score line. That was a little too close though.
So you remember the last tournament when we had
hampir tuh kalah tuh. Lihat BCJ 13-4 anjir.
A little bit shaky.
I do.
And then there was just these rounds where they shouldn't have won. And then Xiao did this sort of stuff. I feel like that's the situation we're in right now. Like, the man is just pulling BS out of absolute nowhere. Like,
Geleng-geleng.
the way that
Entot,
X's starting
hampir
off
gua
these
kalah.
rounds, they're getting into situations where they should be winning.
Kejar terus
and then
nih.
Xiao just, he pulls 3 kills out of nowhere. Like,
2 poin,
absolutely
kejar lagi,
nowhere.
2 poin, kejar
Reads
lagi.
it perfectly, repositions back around, and, wow. I think this could be a far more dominant scoreline for Xset if it wasn't for that case.
Let me describe these first 4 rounds, or first 8 rounds to you, excuse me. Xset at this point, it looks like their map pick. It looks like they chose
iya.
to pick up
Namanya
great
juga
ideas,
PCT
they got
rasa
great
Subaton.
executes, and fantastic pivots. But FPX are just a good team. They are adapting to this.
Anjir, kameranya.
Their preparation level, I imagine it's below Xset's on
Ya,
this map,
Zipannya
with it being
mati.
their choice. However, it's not that far behind.
I don't know.
They're able to pivot more so.
I think we need to get
individual duels.
Brennan here, change a few
Gak mau
letters.
potensi,
and it's
mendingan
just,
gue langsung
they have
skema dari sekarang.
Xiao! They have Xiao! Like, I think that's genuinely what we're looking at right now.
And that's always been a factor for FPX. You know, you can have the early round plans. You can have any kind of plan.
Ketat
But
banget kayak
ultimately,
bapak
you
baru
leave Xiao in
poinnya.
a tough
Oh.
position, and he will deliver to a level that I don't think many people in the
Maaf
world
salah
can.
baca,
Artists,
sempak.
Cypher on his way up behind. They are watching it periodically, and Aaron's now
Aduh,
supposed to be
timing,
watching it, but he has to put down some stars, and that's when Artist is not looking the wrong way. He didn't clear it. He was looking for the rest of the team, and instead, he's left Xiao alone. 3 kills needed, and this time,
Ya
it
elah,
will not
Artist
happen.
timing lagi.
Another triple kill round from BCJ.
Ring of
He's
Power
keeping these guys
belum.
in it.
Yeah,
Harusnya
he's
sih
also
seru ya
fucking
itu
off.
Lord
It
of
really
the Ring
is
kan.
that Battle of the Fades. He's been so strong in afterplant situations. He's been that second man in a lot of the time, and his utility has been sublime. We've seen this previously, like with some of the runs that happened
Si Aaron sih
in
hoki
NA
banget
from
anjing.
Xset. BCJ was performing, I guess, overperforming from what we normally expect from him. If he's going to do that in this series, this would be the time to do it.
That's what I like to see. My battalion brother doing well. You know, I've been on the BCJ hype train a long time, Tom. We're getting the reward.
To have a brother in battalion just means you're one of the 4 people who actually played the game.
Ngentot tuh, lihat tuh, lihat tuh, lihat
Yeah,
tuh,
I
lihat
heard
tuh.
that laugh soon.
4 banding
That
3,
didn't go
katanya
unnoticed.
ngentot,
The
ngentot.
BCJ will be talking to you afterwards. We'll send Coldamenta after you too. We got a lot of battalion boys in Valorant. That's all I'm
Apalagi.
saying. And right now, top of the server, 16-4. It's BCJ. You're talking shit about this guy, but he is delivering on the server, and I love to see it. This timeout from FPX called is almost a response. What do
He
we do
looks
about
like
this
a
guy? How do we
minion.
get rid of him?
Yeah,
Let's
he's
go,
had
Nick,
some
baby.
huge rounds, there's no doubt about it, and especially with the
Toko
context
Lile
this
of
matchup,
Valorant.
making it through into the playoffs. Obviously, last time around, I almost want to say it was a detriment to Xset from the fact they started the playoffs.
Sure.
'Cause I think they are a team that hasn't had that time on the international stage.
Young
Needed to
grew
warm up a
for
little bit.
from
I feel like they've had that
Minion.
versus Xerxia this time around. Like a team that ultimately they should be beating and have. Now, well, I'm intrigued to see what happens in this round. 'Cause
Ya,
there's plenty
gambaran
of
lulu
cash
pada
available
lah.
for the Xset side. I'm looking at a Stinger in Zeken's hand. I'm also looking at the Overdrive. I
Yeah.
imagine he's about to blitz into a site.
That's it, man. You've seen what this guy can do when he's moving
Iklan India
fast with a
mulu. Lu kebanyakan nonton
supposed to
Karina
stand still for
Kapoor.
that weapon.
Tapi
But what
cakep.
his ultimate, that is meant for what he's been doing. 9 and 6. He's had a good game when you consider it.
gitu, Ben.
Those are
Maksud
mostly
lu
opening
apaan?
fights that he's
Masih
taking.
nanya, lu
He's had a
tolol.
ridiculously good start to this. And here comes the ultimate. And the fly on through.
Dar,
Second. I want to see those
Ooh,
finger ropes in action, but he's
kena
revealed
hon.
and taken down. A fantastic reveal from Xiao. He even follows it up with a
Cakep,
headshot delivered.
anjing.
And now, FPX actually have the man advantage. The wallbang attempt, oh, it was just a second too late.
Angel Hitler, he must have been moving at the speed of light. And this fight is getting awkward. Xiao
Okay.
still surviving in the
Nice
back
sweep.
corner. Sagetsu's managed
Oh,
to trade another
nice.
out, and it's now left all
50.
onto Aaron. He's been the man in the
1v3.
back lines a lot of the time, setting up that squad, but now they need him to stop this from going to an equalized
Twin dulu,
scoreline.
ayo.
Trapped behind the cage. He has the lineup ready to try and deny anything on the diffusal, but they have a decent idea of where he's going to be already.
Oh,
The Grandma
nice.
gets one, but
he didn't get a reveal.
Ribet ini match asli anjing lah tuh.
Either
3-3,
that or
Cok.
it pinged him so fast I didn't even
Xiao
see it.
punya ulti lagi.
Either way, a ridiculous shot connected as we tie it up. Round 10 sees FPX
Ikut.
going ahead.
Do we have Angel's POV? Because I know he was
We do,
revealed.
I'm sure we do.
I understand he was revealed, but he was also neon sliding across the screen.
Oh, here you go. Here you go.
Oh, get out! It was a fantastic horn from Xiao, though. And again, I really do think at this point, it is the battle of the fades. It's who could use their util the best to set up their team, and also
Ih,
just,
saling
well,
nyusul.
just Look at this.
It really is. It's
Felt like I
so
don't need to
funny
sell it.
when we go back to what we've said, time and time again about how your Fade, first kills, first death stats, they're on the bottom of the tournament. They shouldn't be doing anything, right? You're like you're the clutch player, if anything. I suppose they have been, but not supposed to be this good. Nice shot from Angel.
Wow.
All right. Zekin finally punished
Omen
for
OP.
some of this early aggression, and it's a clean trade. FPX lose nothing.
Yeah, the expectation with this team is that you're going to have Ardis using the operator, but
Pasti
Angel
maksud lu
deciding to take it
pikir-pikir
into
mau
his own
lanjutan
hands
Ben,
and set up
enggak.
onto that A site. It does allow FPX to be a little bit more dynamic, and for one of the first times, we're actually seeing some proper pressure put into mid from Exit. They've been playing the extremities an awful lot. Zagetsu is ready and waiting, and you can see the amount of counter utility he has ready to slow them down.
Liquid sekarang pakai Creamy nggak pernah Fruity. Merusak coil, males gue ganti coil mulu. Mahal.
Still a ton of utility online for FPX.
Jadi gue press budget kalau bisa 11 kali coil, kalau nggak 12 kali kayak kemarin.
And 35 seconds on the clock. Exet are going to have to
Omelet
make
mie
their
sedap,
move
enak aja jam segini,
in the
enak.
next couple. They've got
Enak
trap
dong.
wires still to break through, and with Artis posted up on this angle, if they're not cautious on the way in, they could get tripped up, and there you go. The wallbang potential is there. Sagetsu's the one to deliver.
Oh, Sui.
Times two's it. Artis still on the back to
Suinya
be
ketret.
booted out, and
Oh,
they are picking up
nice.
every single kill.
Yeah, trap behind all the util as well. There will be death to at least
Oh!
1. A nice correction. He might even have time to get the plant in, but I think he's heard the footsteps. He's waiting for the kill, and while
Okay, nice.
Xiao even just goes diving to make sure that he's not going to be able to get that plant. It will be FPX to take
Lu mah
back the
semua
lead.
enak.
and
Gak apa-apa, biar
I'll be
dibeli
intrigued to
aja.
see the finals. They're actually not bad.
Pakai coil
Exet's still
8
able to
underground.
There's a timeout for XS. They're able to buy, but this is their last round of the half. They want to make sure that they can equalize up. Call that timeout here. You know, you spoke a little bit earlier about
Si
XS.
Xiao sih bangsat. Gue kira bakalan jump spot doang.
I spoke to them at that
Ngepick bah dia.
event, before it even, to ask. Because I think afterwards, if you lose, you'll go, oh, it was a disadvantage.
Tidur
They
lagi
would
dah,
introduce
gue
that
enak.
bias, but beforehand I spoke to them. And they said the same, we're like, there really are just two perspectives to it, and you never know until you're on the server
Gue bocah FF
whether
ya
you're
dan
going to
para orang
benefit from
tua.
it or
Tapi para orang tuanya juga lagi nge-kill mulu nih.
being one of those teams fresh to
Makan
this
KitKat dulu,
level of play. It's a great thing for them to be able to warm up.
Jangan lupa minum air putih ada
Started
mah.
out there with slightly easier
Ini masih
opponents
ada.
who aren't coming in
Wow,
swinging.
wow.
That was my POV from the very get-go. And we're seeing them do well here, but this half may yet to be really determined. The next half is where things get spicy. Exet on the defense. I want to see how they utilize that.
I think one thing I want to note as well is if you look at a lot of Ardis' setups, obviously Cypher is one of the agents, especially facing off against a KO, where it's had its true vulnerability shown. In most rounds, he's very deep within the site. Like, if you note that last round, he is playing on A. He does not get hit by the knife, even though his full setup is there. And if
Mungkin
he
di
does,
playoff nanti.
all those trips are gone. The cages which he used to slow them down, even the haunt that goes behind them, all worthless.
Bagi
So
dua,
it's just
udah
very
dibagi
well
dua nih.
planned by FPX that, okay, you have something that directly counters my setup. I'm going to try and stand in a place where once that knife is gone, I can come back and basically fight you around it.
It's the way you have to play, and you'll see
Biar
this
sikat gigi nih ntar sebelum tidur.
from artists as well in the same regard. The traps are down on this A site. He's on his way to B to put that camera, and then he'll be playing on the only other part of the map he hasn't yet touched around middle. So this man is currently involved in every aspect of their defense. You can see how critical it is to keep him alive, first of all, which is also an interesting thing when you consider his normal role on most maps. It's not the guy that you're protecting till the end of the round that sits in the corner and goes, I'm safe, guys, I'm on my phone watching the cam. You don't want that. You want artists to be confidence destroying them. It's a very different challenge for this guy.
Suaranya pakai digitu-gituin lagi.
Yeah, exactly.
Take fracture. That's the prime example of what Ardis will be doing. Again, though, slow early take. The read coming through is, again, they're going to rotate early. Angel is now in position after seeing nothing, and he's actually going to look to peek in front, but again, BCJ is going to be there to start things off. The opening duel going their way, and an afterplant looking very likely
Bacot
now.
banget caster.
Wonderful shot.
Kan emang kerjanya bacot gimana
The
lah?
benefit of this Neon, the pacing, catching them so far off guard. Good plant, and of course you can't spam it. That's the downside of that spot is you can get spammed, but you've got the Astral Cosmic Divide in, so there's absolutely no way. Now at this point, post plans for XZ, able to play nice and far back. No utility online for a little bit over on the FPX camp, and that's just going to delay them even further. Good snake bite though. Death is in trouble.
Anjing masih dapet tuh.
Yeah, he only stays aggressive so that the null command actually takes out their utility, so the retake can't have the screen. And while now Zipan
Wah,
looking to just try and take the
anjing,
firefights,
gila,
it's going to be
anjing,
an even
1
half in the end. Exa
Good half.
able to stabilize a little bit towards the end, but honestly, it's about where it should be
Ardis
with how
emang
this
sudah
game has
tua,
gone.
Dek. Jangan
Yeah, this
dibilang
is
kayak orang engah
definitely
faktor
a
usia.
just scoreline and one that I'm very happy to see. Keeping it neck and neck throughout that first half, and I guess the question is it like, is there a beneficiary of this scoreline? It's so early in Pearl,
Kasian
and
itu
for
si
both
Ardis
of
tuh baru
these teams
sembuh,
that
woi.
I would say it's impossible to say. But the one thing that really does draw my eye is Zek, and he brought so much value here in those early duels. And
Kapan
I want to see what he's
mainnya?
doing on the defensive side. To get an idea maybe of what that defensive side could look like, let's toss it over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. This is what we wanted to see. Two world-class teams playing on Pearl. And Ryan, what a treat we've gotten so far.
Neck and neck as well, like Exa especially. I think we need to talk about BCJ overall. And
Apalagi,
also Shao when
Merdan.
it comes to some of the Fade performances they've been able to put in. Very different, I suppose, in style. Shao, we kind of know what to expect. He's clutching out rounds on his own. He's finding these sort of flanks that he's able to get a few multi-kills on. But BCJ, we sort of compared the two. Stats are looking very good for BCJ on this attack.
Wow.
Side. But I wanted to look at some of these executes that Exa have been going on and how instrumental BCJ is overall, because the utility that's flying out of him, Def, all of this other stuff,
Lah,
he's
si Magic
finding
udahan.
so much success overall.
I love the fact that we can talk
Oh,
about
saya
the
masih
Fade
main.
players, especially when you think about 95%
Oh,
of
saya
the
masih
teams
main.
in this competition of run Fade on Pearl. This is
Lagi
going
apa,
to
Sek?
be a mainstay on this map. It's a mainstay on many others. And I like the fact that we can talk about this. Two big brains on your screen right now. The future of Pearl. This is most important because one, they have to learn the conditioning of each other as a team and how that's going to play. And two, compositionally, what does Artist do on the attack? That's my biggest
Emerdan, gue pengen CE-in OSE.
Penggerbakannya di mana, bro?
There was good trips over towards A. We spoke about the strength of, Cypher over on A. What an attack.
Baru bangun deh.
That kind of thing we're expecting from him. Where is he going to have his big effectiveness, and what does it look like for them on their attacking half?
He was like a rash on the defense as well, like towards the end, moving around, putting all his placements, but he's not really the lurking kind. But sure, play whatever the team need him. They put him on Cypher. I just don't know how he approaches it.
Yeah,
I want to see him run.
Just at them.
Yeah, why not? It's Artist. It's what he's doing. What he does. What he does best. But yeah, I can't wait to see what he drums up in
Coba lihat,
on the attack side, Mitch and Tom.
Sabar, gua masuk ke dalam rumah dulu.
Stop. Mulai.
With coming in, a very different facet of gameplay on paper that should be shown, but who knows? Maybe opening up the doors for him to go on more lurk play and actually become a more individual player on this side. We will see, but only a few seconds left before we kick this off.
It's going to be interesting as well because a lot of the time you'll have your Viper as your lurker just to keep you away from like going down in a lot of the action. So, oh my God! Okay. It seems like we are kind of a moment's breath within this series already. Zipan will be able to get one.
Okay, bawa bapak. As bawa bapak, satu lagi bawa bapak.
Yeah, good crunch. Zek, of course, coming in just to fight with Aaron, and they win the duel in the end. Sugetsu with the plant. It's something for FPX, but the consolation prize isn't yet secure. They've got to find themselves that extra.
Nggak ada. Anjing, Ali Pikri.
I mean, putting themselves into this position, they have to rely on perhaps wall bangs to take down the players defusing. Can potentially isolate this duel on Def, and look at the distraction coming through. Shao. Oh, well, he actually hits the shot. This match not a distraction. Sugetsu left alive. He's been spotted and taken down. Xset will have another pistol under their belts coming into half number 2.
Yeah, another solid start from them, and I'm glad to see that this aggressive style of play is not going anywhere. Like even after Zipan maybe put a bit of a spanner in the works with the initial blast packs, just the fact that they were so ready to continue their own aggression back into these sort of fights. They are not allowing FPX to almost bully, which is what they do to a lot of teams. Like, we saw that
kemarin ngomongnya turut, ternyata godain cewek.
Bully his opponents within the server with just pure individual skill. Well, he's getting one and getting almost instantly.
Bilangnya makan, yang makan padahal si Arif.
Gila,
penggocekan dah tuh Messi sungkem.
FPX just on a few pistols. We've seen the damage though.
He said the word just.
Yep, just some pistols. That's all. Should be a nice and easy round, but yeah, look, think back to the last half. This is where FPX built those foundations to get themselves up to 6.
So this is where they got 4 kills.
Yes.
Terus gede lain.
Came down to the 1v1. BCJ needed a triple for the second time in a row to keep Xset in it. It was a pretty shaky start. Not from him, but from everyone else, let's say. Now we come into this round, and that threat is hanging over XSET again. They've invested into full Spectres, so we need to see the reward here.
Prowler through. You're gonna know there's a player in the corner. I think the stun might actually do a little bit of team damage, but it's only gonna be the trade initially. A full battle for Arp, but with a little bit of
apalagi Wahyu
from Angel. He gets peeked though. Nice work from Aira, making sure they can't get in from behind and leave them limited to a small sector of the map.
And FPX already good with 1 kill. Anything else that they get, it costs XSET so much. Shields, the utility they're burning, but most importantly, those 5 Spectres that they came into this round with. Repositioned from FPX, and look at where they're going towards. The B side is wide open as XSET group. A wise choice.
Aduh, sakit
taking
lagi
this
nih
together. Sending just the 1, perhaps a Prowler. Oh, no Prowler online, but a Haunt.
Anjing, timing, anjing.
Lari. Exactly where they are. Timing is going to be everything here. The swing back
rata.
From Zeka to Cryo. They couldn't have played that more perfectly.
Besok ada match udah nggak? Besok
take
libur.
back art control, ready to fight it as a team.
Libur.
And again, I think that's what they've done so incredibly well so far, is just having this team synergy in the majority of scenarios. Sure, I think most would argue man for man, pound for pound, you're going to look at FPX in this game, but the way they've been playing, even just in these first couple of rounds on the defensive side, has got me very excited.
Jadwalnya kok nggak ada itu, ada itu keluar abis lu ngepick tanda suruh jadwal.
Up into all these different individual fights. So what do? Clump together. Make sure at worst you're trading out in those scenarios. As we saw last half, give FPX the opportunities in those rounds, and they will run away with them. 4 players survive. A Sheriff brought through over on XSET. That's given into the hands of BCJ, the top fragger on the team. FPX have the rifles to play with. This is a huge advantage for them, but another ambitious play through mid. Now, we saw FPX do this in the first 2 rounds. XSET pacing it out a little bit, and they are right up into their spawn, but they've ran away. Zipan's even heard that great info for FPX.
Bawa sampai jam 5 ya.
It's still going to waste some time. There's going to be a lot of angles that need to be cleared by FPX, and in the meantime, XSET are not just going to be sitting pretty. They're already making some pretty big rotations across the map. Now, unfortunately, from what we can see at the moment, they've got them wrong. So it's going to be really reliant on Cryo to get some damage here.
See, this is the thing for XSET, and actually from FPX's perspective, it becomes a difficult round because you don't know if these guys have actually pushed up mid and decided that you're A or B. You have to gamble either way. It doesn't give you the information, but they've gambled the right way. They found this man Cryo, and now he's got 30 HP. He's the one on good night and sweet dreams. An attempted follow push, perhaps. Zekin close to the smoke. He could dash out at any moment, but with death falling, the angles decrease. All these players coming from the spawn now, and FPX have the weaponry advantage.
Jangan keculik.
At least 1 man down, and HP Gomez Sugetsu and Hardest. This could come down to the cost even, if they can just
find a
couple of kills. That's a great stun from Zekin. The follow-up could be there as well. This guy's on fire. Zipan will try to deal with him and nade into an empty position, and BCJ swings to delete him. The last man alive is Xiao. Again,
anjing, ketrip.
BCJ wins the battle of the fades.
Dapat bonus, anjing.
The interplay from these players is just superb. Like the fact that they just move straight around the stuns that come out from Zekin, able to isolate the player on site, and just 1 by 1 we just see these FPX players fall. And even still, it looked like they were going to be able to steal this round away just with the last second moments from Xiao, but BCJ, he hasn't missed a beat. 20-6 at the moment. Him and Zekin just flying high on the server. And wow, 9-6, weaponry in the bin. Okay, there's a showstopper online for Zipan. Maybe he can try and find something with it, but ultimately, you can't expect much from FPX in this round.
20-6 as a support player over on XSET. The amount of rounds, I mean, close to half the rounds on the board were him putting them up there. Just a phenomenal game from BCJ so far. He has picked one hell of a moment to step up. The champions of the last event now being challenged severely. Look at this from Zekin. He knows something's gone on. Someone's heard the smoke. Now they've seen it. They know that these players are crossed. They know they're close. FPX, they should have an idea that XSET will be suspicious of this. I mean, there's no way nobody heard that smoke bloom. So they're still going to approach this with caution.
Aduh, Xiaonya mati.
For their trouble. This is where those players up behind want to try and blitz back through, but they realize now the trap has been sprung. XSET were waiting, and that op is just picking them off.
Yeah, it's isolated battles as well. You're giving these individual fights over to XSET, and while they were winning them up until this point,
anjing.
finally put into position with that operator. He's been one of the quieter players, but when they need him, he's stepping up, and it's left on to Saigetsu. He's at least doing a little bit of damage. Another headshot connected. Def a little bit low.
Yeah, beast.
But he eventually gets the job done. Only 2 players survived for exit, but more importantly, they've hit double digits.
I mean, I'll tell you what, if Zekken had died a little bit closer to be long, I think we could have had a clutch just there. All he needed was a weapon in his hand. He had the time to get that kill, but the Sheriff rate of fire not quite meeting up to standard. Phenomenal. I mean, that TP used essentially as a bait for those players in mid to think, okay, he's on the back foot. He's worried about this guy about to swing out on V long, so we get the backstab now. But no.
Emang kalau dari perspektif orang tuh kayak kencang, di kita mah kayak lambat.
10-6, double digit secured.
Sebenarnya mah gara-gara banting, Mus.
Well, they're putting all their credits on the line here and now. They do come in here with pretty much all their ultimates, although Xset are pretty close as well.
Boy, he didn't hear the TP.
Nice.
He didn't hear it. They
Gak
just
denger
got
dia,
straight
gak denger
across,
TP.
and Angel was able to get a free kill onto Cryo. Sound not heard. And that's a big problem. The amount of control that's been taken.
Timing.
I think he might have just spotted out a pixel, so sees the Prowler coming through,
Nice.
but goes back for more, and this time he's shut out.
What a lunatic. I love it. It's worked a lot of the time, but this time around, the punish is there. Xset now sectioned out. Def has a nade at his feet. A paranoia dodge, though. He might be able to catch them with this swing, but well, he's being smart on himself. Too much control for FPX. They've already owned the entire map with a double artist. This one's all but done. BCJ, he's had some fantastic clutches so far this game, but
lihat si Xiao,
a little too much to
lihat si Xiao langsung ke flower.
You know, I think they can give him a break in this one. Just want to hold on to the weaponry as well. Like
there goes that clutch percentage.
Yeah, well, second also is very long credits, so just making sure he keeps.
Alah, timing, alah.
Are they just gonna bypass each other? I don't know if he'll check. I don't know if he'll check back through the window. Oh, they've gone straight past.
Dapat Xiao nih.
It's perfect. Like he's just walked around. Xiao's going, no, he can't be clear. Like there definitely isn't anybody over that side of the map. And well, I think for that reason, BCJ is going to get away with this rifle. So that'll probably secure them something to play with. And I believe, although FPX do still have a fair amount of ults, I think the same was happening for Xset on the other side.
Now we saw those ships in the night there. Of course, that was Yeti showing us the third-person angle, and Sapphire as well. We got to give shout-outs, man, because this map, there's not been a ton of data on it, so it can be kind of hard, but we can catch in all the action. Shout-out to our
that's the thing. Like, even for us, we come in, first time casting Pearl, it's a little bit nerve-wracking, and then you just remember that all of the observers we have here are massive nerds, and so it doesn't matter. Like, they're gonna catch everything. I just have to sit and go, ooh, look, he got killed. Like, makes my life so easy.
It does.
I love
it really does. Oh, here we go, Zekken again, and he's through for one. He can't seem to go in a situation like that and come out without some sort of value. Great spray, Def down, and we're back to even numbers. The 3v3 though.
Tapi hari ini full istirahat. Ntar mau streaming game mancing paling.
Roll and that timing.
What are these last couple of rounds?
Just pixels away, man, and he's still going. The cam, did it see?
Streaming game
he doesn't
mancing.
even know. I don't think so. It's on the other side of the wall by the looks of it. He comes around and
semoga Kopet udah ini ya. Besok internetnya gue pengen main sama Kopet. Ya Kopet yang ngajak soalnya.
BCJ able to give them back that advantage. Prowler being thrown into the A site, but doesn't find anything just yet, although Aaron is going to spot them out, so
mancing santai aja.
There is still the Nightfall available if FPX choose to use it. It might not be a bad spot, but they've got to try and clear out this back corner, and Aaron's still standing here. It's just not going to be spotted at all. Leaving Xiao left, low on HP, stuck in a horrible spot.
Aaron is just such a fun player to watch from the perspective of discipline. In that duel, he's holding a pixel angle. I think he tagged Artist twice in the body, and he didn't dare to peek again until the smoke had bloomed. And when it does, he only repositions into a corner, gets away from the utility, and perfectly follows through on that kill. Xiao's got 10 seconds, 3 players to take down. I think we all knew that wasn't going to happen this time. 11-7, Xset steaming into the lead here in the second half. A little bit of a hiccup last round, but they seem to have resolved that one. And to be honest, that's one of the weaker duels I've seen. Zekken, only that first bullet accuracy, and he gets the second kill. This time he needed BCJ to color in between the lines, but they got it done.
I think that's the thing that Xset are doing incredibly well, though. It's not necessarily that first point of aggression, it's the re-aggression. Like, they're never static, they're never just sitting still waiting for FPX to come to them. They're consistently hunting around the map, to try and find out, okay, where are they going? What can we do to sort of put this in our favor? And you've got players like BCJ, like Zekken, just doing so much work in those spots. The only time they've really struggled, even on this defensive side, is when they've been caught out by something. So Cryo getting really aggressive and Angel being able to get past the angle. Other than that, well, I can see why FPX have called a timeout here.
To be honest, from a different perspective, obviously that being caught out by a sound cube, but even just on game plan side, that's really where the concern comes from.
Masih nyaman dia pakai mouse wire.
I mean, for XZ, they're in the perfect spot to pull out a pocket pick like this because they're the underdog in this series.
Lampu gua mati.
Whenever we see
Udah mau 8 jam.
it is the favorites that avoid it. It's the favorites that outright ban it because that is where ultimately the skill level is going to be a little bit closer. Just because we haven't had the time to fully flesh out this map and develop it. So for FPX coming in, there's certainly opportunities. But this now becomes difficult. They have 2 rounds left on the defender side to pull this across the line. And just look at the ultimates. I mean, not on any one particular side. This is going to be a charged round.
Yeah, the one thing I'll say, never give FPX anything. We've already seen it in this tournament. We saw it at Masters. Any small detail that is missed, and this team can come back into a game in a matter of seconds. So XZ, I'm sure they're not going to underestimate their opponents. As I said, they've got some very experienced players over on their side, and I'm not talking about the Battalion pros.
Ngetik udah goblok nih, bobo ngantuk. Ya udah tidur, kenapa lu kesel anjing?
Zekken, I don't actually think he was spotted there, so he's able to hold his ground. They even have a grab world just in case somebody is in position. He's going to keep pushing. Oh!
What a fantastic goal!
That's more like it, yeah?
Exactly, that's why we say it! You know, and he does it coming out of the sprint as well. Oh, the smoke went down, BCJ swung and the bullets just whizzed right past Sitban. The same in the other direction.
Nanti lawan Hundertif lagi, Fnatic.
No idea how many players are waiting for him on the other side.
Hari
FPX
Jumat
spread out though. They're not looking to push just yet. I don't expect Sitban to go charging through. In fact, if anything,
Kamis malam deng, Jumat jam 12.
So FPX can punish. They hope now they found a lighter side to the map, but Zekken is still
dapat
here.
Lagi.
He re-emerges from the
Ampun
door.
dah nih orang.
Takes Angel down. I mean, FPX.
Terus bloodnya udah berapa biji tuh si Zekken?
Not working, and they've got 25
Perex
seconds
itu
left.
pegang siapa? Perex lah, nggak usah ditanya, bro.
This kid is just nasty. 2 headshots through the door. Like that's it. He's just been re-peeking. That's what this whole round has basically been. The rest has just been delay, and I think they've just given up. They've just gone, you know what, fair play. We're just going to let them get to 12. We can't fight back into this round at this stage because they haven't actually spotted out any of the setup. All they know...
That is unbelievable.
Bisa jadi tangan yang kencang, sensitifnya merendah.
Down to utility usage, anything like that.
Kayak
it is
Popin.
discipline across the map, and that's the first thing I want to say. Number 1 reason
tensinya
that you lose a
0,08.
round like this is a teammate on B or A overextending, making a mistake.
Dia buat 360 itu butuh 6 kali geser, Mos.
But I'm going to push B long and get the extra info. Oh, I'm dead, and they're planning B. It happens far too often. But as I said, it's about Aaron over on that A site. He is so disciplined that you will just never see him give away those kills. He was sat on the back.
Pokoknya nggak sampai map 3. Kalau map 3, gue lanjut di HP dah.
He held a wall for 2 minutes, and that's fine. Aaron is a patient guy.
Sampai subuh
I
ini.
losing my mind watched it, but he's just like, oh, okay. If they don't come, they don't come.
Okay. I thought Zekken was about to do it again. Almost had the perfect timing. You see the rifle looking to be retrieved, an upgrade. That's one of the vulnerabilities for FPX right now. And he's going to be in position. Prowler this time, and well, it goes quite a bit better when Zekken isn't at the door anymore. Aaron though, now he is being a little bit more aggressive, but he's been spotted. That still gets away with 1, and the trade again from BCJ.
Dapat lagi BCJ, aduh.
Down to just 9 HP.
Gak bisa mati itu
orang. Spike down, and look at how wise
hampir salah sebut kan?
Back away entirely. He is low HP. All right, 2 versus 2. He
Fix
is
map
more
3 sih ini
valuable right
mah.
now as a camera, just holding down an angle. But further past that, they have a
Fix
shot,
banget.
and it's possible that they pop that and go through. It's 12-7, right? You don't take risks in a round like this. He repositions so they can't try to isolate him completely. Maybe he can catch them off guard. And in the end, as I said, he is now a camera. This round is on Cryo, but he's one of the strongest players in this tournament. Operator in hand, the consistency is through the roof. And tell him he is moving into just the right position. He'll be holding this angle from spawn. He's
lah, gua dulu juga pernah kok pakai 0,5 DPI 1800.
Zitban down. Sagetsu left 10 seconds and no shot. Cryo with both. 13-7, we close out map 1.
Tetap kerayu anjing itunya AWP-nya.
Display of Balorant from the XF boys.
Yeah, a very enjoyable match of Pearl, it has to be said. Some back and forth in the first half, but once they got onto that defensive side, there just seemed to be no stopping them. And you look at the two players at the top of the board, BCJ having one hell of a match, only dying 7 times, and you think of the amount of impact he had throughout the entirety of that game.
Lah ada Pokemon.
The questions we had about these players. Okay, they can do it online. They can on this planet. They come to an international event, go straight.
Pokemon.
Teams have done in the past. Then they come into this one. We go, okay, sure.
Anjing si From lagi ngapain?
Team we kind of expected them to be, but coming into this map, truly impressed with what they were able to do.
Itu Ardis yang pakai jaket sendirian, dia masih gak enak badan. Tadi pakai jaket semua kok pas main. Suigetsu Ardis pakai, yang lainnya kayaknya enggak deh.
There is still 2 maps to go.
You gonna stop making fun of me for my pick'ems now?
They haven't won yet, Mitch.
I'm just saying, I put them as an S tier team and you said not a shot. So, I don't know, they've just beaten on one map.
The thing is though, it wasn't a pick'em, it was a power raid.
Thailand nih OP nggak keluar-keluar nih.
I don't care, Tom. To be honest, Tom, I don't give a damn. It's all the same to me. This team is
Dulu pas per second bundle gue nggak ada duit lagi. Lu main Osu nggak? Udah nggak. Dulu doang. Gue main Osu SMP kayaknya. Mending kita DM guys. Mengisi kekosongan sambil dengar lagu.
Match found.
Tipisnya apa nggak tahu. Karakter Beat within the time. Aduh kontol. Wah. Anjing kok megang mouse kelepas. Ya Allah.
You're okay, fam.
Friendless.
Good evening.
Gila jam segini mah buset.
Rise and bring glory. I dropped your viper.
Gak reset itu. Alah. Gimana tuh? Gak kedengeran. Aduh. Udah lanjut tangan gue jam segini tai lah. Apa gara-gara sakit ya jari? Bokong mulu.
Useless individual.
Allah. Pusat. Bye Buma. Jangan suara Valo ketimbang mic, iyalah. Gua belum teriak.
easy, too easy. Enemy punished. Bye-bye, Boomer. Trinity, you're welcome. Quadra. Bye-bye, Boomer.
Tot lah. Berapa gua anjing?
Apa?
Quick scope. Pede.
Ten kills
nggak kena
remaining.
Ada. Set.
Idiot.
Dua orang.
5 kills remaining. I killed them.
Di belakang gua. Panda kesukaan. Masih itu deh kayak apa namanya? For second.
1 kill remaining.
Halo. Anjing kok quick scope gua nggak kena ya? Lumayan lah tadi ngebantai dikit. Ambil jalan kayak Tens bisa nggak Ben? Tanya Tens bisa kayak DBangkong nggak? Kita lihat udah sampai mana nih?
So for me, it was uncharacteristic. It didn't play to their win conditions, and he will have learned a lesson the same way they learned lessons on previous compositions on other maps.
Udah capek anjing main Balorant. Udah bisa dikit anjing.
But let's talk about Fracture because it's not all doom and gloom if you're an EMEA fan.
I see what you did there.
We are about to go up on Fracture, and if there's anywhere, Ryan, that we can see FPX come back into this, it's gonna be
Bisa satu
Fracture.
DM lagi ntar deh, capek-capek.
The teams that FPX have beaten at Copenhagen, they beat PaperX, they beat Optic, they beat Fnatic, they beat DRX. It was just a nice little playoff
Serot
run that
amatnya
they were
lagi ngapain?
just blasting through teams overall. And again, it's the fact that they could run various compositions. They change through stuff, and I think they have a good idea. I think they're attacking first.
But those fans are really nice to build with.
Expecting maybe like Xset to be running more of the Neon and stuff. They were very good at shutting down PaperX at Copenhagen. Just when that Neon comes pushing, aggressing on the defense, they were holding super passive and shutting it down. Artist, we didn't see much of that Cypher, but you expect him to go back onto that chamber and start to be in form again.
I don't know where to rank. Like if I was the Elo system exit on Fracture, I don't know where to really rank
Because
them
I'm taking care of this daycare
for
today.
example, doesn't fill me with a lot of hope about your capacity on Fracture. Of course, we saw back in the Optic Grand Final that there were so many asterisks around that win and how players were feeling and yada yada. So I have to put that to the side. And then I look in weeks previous in VCT. I mean, you know, a bare win over Ghost, a loss to 100 Thieves, and then a smack.
Lihat TV bentar ah.
Oh my gosh. Kind of frying right now, no?
Udah lama ngamen ginian.
Thanks to my clutch calls.
Ow.
Actual phenomenal calls.
Point running.
My ammo. Ammunition.
Seperti tidur nih live chat gaming. 0 pelor lu woi.
I don't know where I killed that first guy. I'm gonna stress swap. Ain't got no time.
Apex sama Mendo. Oh iya. Ardi zip. Ah, masih ya. Oke. Frakturnya masih sama ya, no neon. Oke, Timmy, makasih supportnya.
Element of Xset, improving, building on what they were doing before. But yeah, for FPX, this
Si Mendo tuh kemarin-kemarin internetnya nggak tahu kenapa error sampai main ini loh, sampai main ke warnet ya. Demi main Apex.
I feel like FPX only lost once with that composition.
Zipan nggak bisa neon kayaknya mungkin. Kalau nggak emang lebih pede Raje aja.
It might not have even been with
daripada nyoba-nyoba ya kan.
There is an facet of them being able to take this composition and make it work.
Providernya bangkrut.
With FPX as
Terus
well,
ganti internet sekarang dia.
For FPX.
Kocak.
In every single series they lose maps just willy-nilly, but it would be the first series that they would lose ever with this roster if it does go the way of Xset, right? So there is a bit more to it. It is a
Traktor better neon nggak sih? Raja juga oke.
But if you're FPX, you want to go as first seed.
Oh man, I'm looking back at Xset and
iya ganti internet. Nah itu tuh gue tahu. Yang teknisi almarhum gue tahu.
Well, if Xset can win this, they're going to be moving straight into playoffs. Midge and Tom, are you repping the set?
Since 2021, baby.
Segitu di
You
Jepun
know
ya.
I've been there from the
Itu
start.
saking gampangnya internet di sana
This
kan.
guy laughed at me. Yeah. But after a year and a half of laughing, Tom, here we are. We might just be seeing X at 2-0.
Who's your top 3 teams?
No, again, we're going to focus on the 2 teams here and now, Tom. This isn't the analyst desk. This isn't the recap, all right? I want to talk to you about Breeze.
Besok gue nggak akan streaming lama-lama, Prena. Biar ada sehari istirahat lah gitu. Jadi besok mancing santai bentaran. Turu deh.
All right. I wanted to get that on paper. I wanted to get that in writing. Can you just sign this?
Kok gitu, he?
Oh, sure.
Wah, mulai gatal lagi nih
Tom, do
dong.
you want to read that out?
No.
So, round 1, about to kick off, and we've got Xset on the defense.
Kick off.
Fracture is a specialty for FPX. I mean,
2 jam lah
this
ya
is
minimal
something
ya.
else. Zekin going out for the early fight. He's got a challenge of 3 players here already.
Dapat mulu si Jekan persebelaknya anjing.
But he can't get out. That's
Sweet.
FPX with a decent bit of control. Still, though, BCJ is on the site. The hero of the previous pistol round, now about to be challenged. Reinforcements on the way. That's a brave play.
Semua, iya.
He's gone back into the spawn. He's trying to buy some time so his teammates can come behind and destroy them. A great reset for Xset, but FPX will gain a plan.
Anjing lu lihat dari dropnya 2 orang.
Setting up for the retake from afar. It doesn't necessarily look like they're going to be coming straight through the drop. Instead, he's making his move into sand. The thing is, the afterplant from FPX is a decent one. They can almost sit out of this, and Ardis, well, you mentioned the aggression.
Nah, ini dia nih, Ardis nih. Gua suka nih headhunter-nya.
If I'm not wrong, that was a wallbang through Aaron. They go to the sights, Setgetsu up top, not spotted, and he has a free kill. In fact, it's not free,
anjing
because Ardis
Ardis.
has stolen it from under his nose. 1-0. A great start for FPX. The trading on Dish was
mancing biasanya nggak akan kerasa tiba-tiba udah berjam-jam. Iya, soalnya nyantai banget.
I think this is why a lot of people are going to question that Cypher choice. It's not necessarily because the agent is
FPX are undefeated on Fracture at international event. 4 kali main di Fracture ya. Map 3 kayaknya iya. Nanti map 3 silakan nonton masing-masingnya. Gue juga dilanjut di HP adik-adik. Udah 8 jam ini. Buset, beneran Subaton ini namanya.
These are all top
teams. Mancingnya bayar apa free? 140 bye-bye. Cuman kalau lu punya The Hunter yang Call of the Wild itu jadi cuma 100.000. Jadi belinya yang paket bundle.
And if it goes to 3, it might still be over in favor of FPX. I mean, look, there's no secret. FPX are favorites. These last 2 maps favor them. It's an uphill battle for Xset, but they've got the buffer. They've got the safety net to play with. The second round won't see any real success. We just got a few pistols to play with. Headhunter on Cryo has 2 shots in it. For FPX, they do have to be cautious when pushing. They don't want to run into a stack. And Tom, I see 4 players on the B site. An opportunity for some damage, perhaps.
Yeah, it does look like they're walking right into where all of the players are currently sitting. Bar Cryo, who's been left to almost just work as that one defensive unit on the other side of the map. Zipan and Artist, though, have been able to get quite far. They'll have the information of Zekan and isolate him easily, but Def has been able to find one. They don't check for
nice Ardis.
the right click. It can be so kind, but it can be so
diloncatin sorti.
That's RNG right there. Unlucky.
Lebih asik game yang kemarin apa yang dimainin Mas Bet? Ya, yang dimainin game yang dimainin Mas Bet itu sebenarnya lebih bagus, cuman yang rada brokennya itu multiplayernya doang. Jadi kalau mau masuk room harus kayak nabrakin gitu, harus maksa masuk room biar bisa main bareng. Penyakitnya cuma di situ doang tuh multiplayernya. Cuman so far nggak se-OP yang di professional fishing kan. Berat ikannya bisa 80 kilo, ya ini mah lebih make sense lah. Terus open world juga bye-bye. Lebih enak akhir open world.
So what you're saying is that was
jalan-jalan,
you're blaming the entirety of the production
team.
Apaan
lagi?
You're blaming them.
No. I think it was the power outage. It could have been light.
I don't know. There's a
lot
of lights on it.
The Angler.
Yeah. It's probably draining from the power of this PC. I'd say something like that. Unlucky either way.
PCJ-nya kan nerf, wah gak tahu nih. Kita lihat aja.
Yeah. We used to get called back to places all the time. They just kept breaking stuff.
Pakai controller soalnya lebih sulit ketimbang pakai inisiator.
This is the thing with FPX. They always have these
Cryo meninggal.
Going into these rounds because of the way
bisa dapat bonus nih.
You've got the light shields. You also had some pistols in the previous that they normally do. And they've already managed to find the opener onto Cryo. A huge head to take early in this round.
That's a massive kill.
Yeah.
Follow up there though. And
the
hero steps up to the plate. Def. Your flasher, your breach player picking up the first. He has seen players cross up into heaven. They've got to be worried now about that. Not just heaven, but the fact that they can't necessarily take the fight without main
timing. Oh, nice, yo.
A bit of a whiff. He's gotten damage done.
Untung nge-whiff
tuh
si Jekan.
Should have the sight off the back of it. No Viper wall to get them across. Angel smokes are down. They need to go here
Angel.
and now. But look at
Nice. Aduh, satu doang.
Taking the control back. The 2v2. Xiao low. Zipan. If he goes down,
masih bisa lari ke A sih.
Difficult, but he's made it out with the spike.
Oh, this
masih bisa lari ke A,
masih
masih
bisa.
bisa.
They're slowly clearing all the angles around the site, almost patiently waiting for this move.
1, 2, 3 lari. Nice.
Like it's going to be a solid
afterplant
situation for FPX before they even begin to move because they've spotted the spike within the B site. But I think it was actually BCJ smoke that allows them to exit back through. Just a nasty surprise for them in a moment's time, and I think the realization is slowly coming through.
Yep. And now it's certainly dawned on them. BCJ and Aaron have the clutch on hand. No way for any of these ultimates to come online. It comes down to positioning, and FPX have the timer on their side. This clock just running down, ticking away. And so many angles left to clear. You see, it's only now that they're even gaining vision on the site. These players could be up and drop. They could be literally anywhere, and it's the cross being held by Zipan. That causes problems. Great tag to BCJ. Follow up by Aaron. We've seen a player here before. Aaron will fall to it this time. A 3K from this man.
Apa sih bonus drone?
Defuse one step closer to having that res, just one orb away. FPX though,
this is
the downside. You see a team like them come into round 3 after winning 2-0 to start. They've got full rifles. You think, hey, now it's an eco, easy peasy. But no, it's the light shields. It's the way they buy early. They're right back into a buy round.
Yeah, and the danger as well is that they're also going to have the tour de force, which you've seen how Artis has already started off this game. He has been fierce in the early stages of this one. Now we are going to have ourselves a slight pause going into this next round, so some time will be taken to maybe that power outage.
Yeah, no, I told you those lights.
They're definitely off.
Yeah, now we'll be good to go. Well, the technical pause coming through, and it's not a bad time for it. It's still very, very early days. As we said, this is about to be the first proper buy round, I guess, for both teams. Really, FPX came into the previous with much of a proper buy round as you like, but it's that tour de force. The one-shot scope weapon coming out represents a big danger for the XZ side as well as that. They're not going to have a ton of money after the previous round.
Enak tuh Sila ya kan?
We had a client crash even.
Client clash?
Client crash.
Which one of our clients are
ada yang nge-crash,
I would say probably everyone at the moment.
Well, yeah, I suppose there's a bit of a scrap.
Yang kalah ke lower apa pulang? Ini ke lower.
Remedy shortly then, if we're just loading right back up. That language
Lawan
there,
Keru.
what is it? It looks so different to everything else.
I think it's tied, but I'm not certain. So I'm sure if I'm wrong, there will be a lot of people correcting me.
We did look, and
Di
it was
atas ya
like,
kan
we
jongkok.
figured it could be Thai in a different font.
Jongkok
Right?
anjing.
Because it doesn't look exactly like the alphabet, but in a cool font, maybe.
Okay, I don't know about that.
I don't know, man. I just want to know. I'm always interested. The one that got me before was always Mola Mola. I never knew, because it's a fish. I was really confused why we said timeout.
Enak Ben, coba dah kalau lu kurus lah. Gua mah jongkok bisa,
Fish. But no, it's actually also.
Cuma jongkok bisa, cuman gua nggak mau ngerusak barang aja.
I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend like
Someone in the stadium shout at me if it wasn't. There we go. There's Turkey. Well, pretty conclusive.
Okay.
Everyone in the stadium is paying attention to me right there, so we're good.
Well, before you irritate someone, which is probably already happened.
Oh, it's too late.
I'm going to look at like, what we'll actually have going into this next round, because I think that although we do have the Tour de Force available for artists, there are a lot of ults that are very close to being
anjir
online
loginnya
race.
woi.
Now, obviously the main sort of gimmick, I guess, of Fracture is the fact that you can fight for the 4 orbs around the map. There's opportunities to get Def with that Rolling Thunder, potentially to have that into the next round. The Res is something you mentioned that they kind of threw that extra orb onto. The question will be is how much can they sort of get out of those ults, and if they can get the right orb, because that always seems to be the difficult thing for the defensive side, is almost trying to read your opponents to the point where you go, okay, I'm going to go for this orb because you're probably trying to go for a different one.
Kelas CCT bisa nge-crash juga, emang game rusak.
And unfortunately, well, we
Nggak
go
tahu
back in,
crash.
kid. The game's ready to roll in just a
Nggak tahu
moment,
anjing.
and I already see the timer ticking away.
Namanya
So let's get
klien.
right back into Fracture. Round 4 about to kick off.
Bobo
And as we
3
said,
iya.
bye round
Ya udah
in
abis
full
ini kan
effect.
tinggal off stream.
Artis, he has got a rifle in his hand. Whether he's going to pop the ult with the rifle,
I would say probably not.
I don't imagine so. Keeping it
Kira-kira
for Nico,
Space
perhaps.
disiapin berapa
It's been
bulan
a
ya?
curiosity
Udah sampai
for the
sebulan
FPX
anjir.
side we've seen a couple of times. A difference between them and others, and this rifle round here on the attack, we'll see a very slow approach. A trap on north side, and everybody else scrapping for the southern side of main in each.
Gak berkah Ben kalau nanggung, apanya yang gak berkah?
Boombot.
Lu Tuhan sekarang.
A lot of control, some smokes, and now they start to shift to B.
Keren juga.
Yeah, just slowly walking their way back. You can see the clearance of under. Nobody currently pushing that far. In fact, it is a relatively passive hold at the moment.
Aduh, hampir ke one tap lagi.
Execution though beginning to come in and
Mampus.
so much utility thrown in his direction. Is on to Def again. He had a solid start to this game.
Anda serunya info cuaca, bro.
A clean double.
Ayo lo, orang sakit ngamuk nih.
Yeah, I mean, he's the first man in, but I want to look at the assists. I mean, I don't know if I can request right now we get a replay.
Iya, Despa, buset nih ngantuk bener kayaknya tuh lihat tuh. Iya, sampai jam 6, iya.
A matter of seconds of the round starting, and 3 players assisted Angel in getting that frag. And that just goes to show how difficult it is to hold a site up against a team like FPX. They will play it slow sometimes, but when they decide to come at you, they are instantly in your face. And XZ are even losing players from behind now.
Terus saya minta maaf, sampai maaf gak ada maknanya.
There's no safe haven for him to fall to.
He's stuck in the mud. He's being flanked, but he is actually going to be spotting out that player. Angel really wants to get rid of this extra gun, but at the cost of their own economy, they do have to be a little bit careful. Now, they have the Tour de Force, so it might actually be worth risking just to remove that final gun. The problem, though, for XZ is financially they are in the bin. Like, they just about managed to scrape through the last round of the 2 versus 2. But if they are going to buy into this one, it's not going to be particularly pretty.
Yeah, that's definitely a big blow dealt by FPX. And again, the ability to essentially run it back on that buy round. You have your bonus, quote unquote, which is a chance to experiment with a buy round, almost win, and then bounce back in with an advantage. It's frankly gross how they play this game. And taking just milking every advantage they can out of those early rounds. Reveal, snake bite, they're ready for cryo, but he wins the duel, still pays for it with his life.
Yeah,
Dia mau duluan, Ujang kagak, ngeri amat.
Bad to be honest, because that was the rifle. That was what they actually managed to keep it from the previous round. So no surprise that you do see that little bit of aggression coming through from Exet, basically just trying to get that rifle into position where it can do damage. You can see the orbs actually being retrieved. Viper's Pit available for Saigetsu. I don't know if he'd use it in this round, like fighting off against the eco. You can see Xiao just doing a little bit of spring cleaning. As they do get rid of the remaining.
Gila, dibuang-buangin jatanya.
Down to the core it goes as FPX make their way around to B. They've already had their even trades, and they still have a ton of utility to clear out. You can see the nade up top.
Dapat.
Great shot from Artis. He's got it on lockdown. Actually kind of interesting to use that ult now, because obviously...
Gak dikasih Ardis satu aja, jauh anjir. Kan Ardis juga udah ada ulti.
They can't pick it up. You're just gonna get a classic from your body, so... It really does pay off this time around, and I mean, look, I think it's fair to say he's favored in the range fights. Just scoped in, taking down Aaron, and it is a clean round after that initial duel, which is perfect. They've dealt with the rifle in a 1-to-1 trade, and they've not struggled with any other aspect of closing out this round.
Pasti naik bot aplikasi kontrol kan ada delaynya ya, gak jelas anjing. Marah sama bot.
He's just hoping he can catch someone on the way out. Obviously not wanting to hold on to what will be the last weapon. Well, this kill won't actually benefit him too much. It gets the extra orb, but there's no gun to be had. That's why Ardis is pushing so aggressively, wanting to try and remove a little bit.
Hampir meninggoy.
Maybe not.
And that's why he's pushing aggressively to get the kill.
He just wanted the kill. Like, that's just Saigetsu. Like, the man has flashy gameplay as well as flashy trousers.
There's the timeout called. Exet needing a moment. Coming into this next buy round, 4 ultimates online, but a few for their opponents, and in particular Nightfall, Viper's Pit, big threats. You slip up, fighting back into any site becomes a whole lot more difficult once that Viper's Pit comes into play.
The thing is, looking at Exet though, they have basically the perfect setup for a retake. Aggress on one side of the map as a squad. If you run into the stack of players, okay, maybe use a Rolling Thunder, use the overdrive to sort of try and shut that down. You got the tour de force as well. To the retake, if that doesn't work, you still have the res available. Maybe you can leave Cryo playing like the extremities, like in the sort of mid-spawn position to try and have that cross, catch a player. If he goes down, you can res him back into the round. So there's so much available for Exet here that they should, in theory, be out on top. The terrifying thing though is the Ardis. I feel like he almost took being put on Cypher personally. Like I feel like he's looked across at Angel and goes, I'm just going to show you what I could have done if you let me play my agent.
Yeah, Angel, you wanted to AWP on B long, didn't you? Yeah, how did that go, brother? Wow. 4-1. A strong start. You know, I'm even just looking down at Exet, and the thing that I think immediately, you put down a Viper's Pit, get Rolling Thundered. The scariest thing then is to have a player like Zekin.
Yeah.
With or without his ult, I couldn't give a damn. It seems like a Vandal is 100% accurate when running for him as well. So he comes dashing on through while you're stunned up and get gunned up. Luckily, to start this one out, we're not going to have Cryo get gunned up. He is instead disappearing back to the B site. Early aggression not working out for Exet.
Warteg yang enak di Bandung di mana? Di kota.
Close hold by BCJ. He's got lots of support, but FPX don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah, it seems like they're trying to sell early presence in towards A main in the majority of rounds, with the ultimate goal of doubling back and fighting towards B. The thing is though, this time, Cryo is waiting, and actually it's only going to be a tag.
Not too often that you get to see a tag from that. The wall a little bit too thick, getting in the way. Ardis will survive, and for this man, with an operator still in hand, I mean, it's not ideal, but it's pretty close to idyllic. 48 seconds left as they look for the push, and again, these reactive ults on Exet, especially your Rolling Thunder, a big problem for them right now. They need to make their way onto that site. That's exactly what Zipan will do, and it's to bait out the Rolling Thunder. He's the only man hit by it. They'll respond in kind, but Exet, they are dominating in the duels.
30 seconds
left. And the thing is, the time is just gone. 25 seconds to try and make a move.
Okay.
Shot from Xiao. They've already used that Nightfall though. Unless they can get right into the site and put a Viper's Pit down, I don't really see how there's any way they try and get into this.
Itu tadi kaki.
Nice reactive use of the ultimates there from Exet. Basically just slowing them down, stunning them up, and having Cryo on that cross. It was almost exactly what I wanted to see.
Kaki lagi.
I do like the idea from FPX of sacrificing Zipan essentially. Dives in there to his death, but they weren't able to find the space on the follow-up.
Ayo FPX buat run cepat.
4-2. A response from Xset. That's
Saya mau
well-founded.
tidur.
It cost them a little bit, but it cost FPX a lot as well. So I don't think they're going to be too upset about that, especially with the fact that they could very well have had that opening duel. Frankly,
Coba kalau si Ardis ke atas tuh, terus Res dapat.
no wall in the way there.
Well, yeah,
Like hit his hand. Was it his leg?
If it's a leg shot, then it wouldn't have killed him.
It was real. I mean, it looked like he shot.
I think he was on the leg and then maybe flicked up a bit, like while shooting.
And then, of course, you have to remember like server tick and everything like that when we're observing. We're not like on the player's POV and so on. But I think that one probably would have been player POV. Anyways.
Already. No tour de force, but there is an upgrade.
Outdiff.
This is going to take that opening battle. He's been fantastic so far. The swing out from Aaron, though. He takes a lot of damage, and he pre-fires the rope. Ready! Looks for a little bit more. Not quite there, but it was very close. Angel down to just 47
baru gak tahu gua.
HP.
Belum lihat lagi.
3 ensues.
Katanya elemen air asik juga deh.
Cakep.
Cakep.
This is just destroying. Like, he really is
Woi.
a statement game at this point.
Oke, AWP bang, AWP bang.
No problems for FPX when you've got a guy like Artis dominating in those early duels. I mean, the operator comes through as, I guess, the highlight for FPX in that round, and well, that was starting it out. It certainly was in the end.
He has double the kills of anyone else in the server.
Yeah.
Like that's literally the difference at the moment. Like, you look at everything else and you remove Artis, it looks fairly normal. But yeah, as I said, I almost feel like he took that personally from the last one. I was just like, now it's my time. 5 and 2. Shutting him down is not going to be easy, and the buy is not looking great. In fact, it looks like Cryo's just going to have to play the headhunter here.
Yeah, he certainly is.
Ayo naik bot udah
He's got too much of a chance of getting that ulti online this time around. There's a lot of orbs on this map, but not that many. I think he's going for one towards A main, at least an early peek, but he's being forced back off of it. Denial from FPX with a Prowler. Information. They've even forced a Paranoia out towards A main, so some utility being committed here for XF, but they're not rotating. They're still sticking strong on this side. They've lost second though. Another fantastic opener for FPX.
Yeah, they do well just to isolate the battle. Like, the point was for Def to take contact and then him to be the surprise, but with the utility put in from FPX, just let it down. Cat and Zek can just win individual fights, and a lot of the time the answer is yes, but
aduh, one-tap ini mah kalau nge-walk.
Cryo, aggro spot, he's open, he can just get one and TP away. That's all he can get here.
The jump peek
bisa
spot.
di blind, bisa.
Good luck getting out of there. Indeed, he just pops his TP as the push comes through, but the rotate from Xset, they've gambled it, and they've gambled correctly. The trap broken, Paranoia in. Still 3 players staring as they attempt to make their way through. Showstopper in play. Artis already good for one. Showstopper on site, not even needed.
Oh, nice,
cleaned up by the rest of the players, leaving Def alone. The support player has to get a 4K, a 1v4, but only 2 more to go. One of those players is Artis, though. He's yet to miss a shot. He will be stunned up to start. A bit of space bought. But swinging into this, surely it's a death sentence.
He could use his aftershock and give his position away, and that's happened anyway. Should be able to flip the corner. Yeah, it's not going to reach, so Zipan can just stay in those backlines. Even still, he's going to be tagged up further. And at this point, just like, you know, I've had enough of this guy. Just swinging him. 6 and 2. FPX in a commanding position. Not a bad round for what was invested there, though, for Xset. Like, being able to get the rotation almost spot on, having every single player there, and at least making things a little bit more costly.
Si FVP jam segini dapat bikin overthinking, isinya set 5. Lu kebanyakan ngeluh, makanya overthinking. Coba lu nggak perlu permasalahin, tinggal lu swipe. Gitu dia.
15-6. And he has scraped the plate. 6-2. At this point, FPX, they got the ball rolling. It doesn't feel like a solution is close at hand for Xset, and that's the key thing. They can pick up some straggling rounds.
Lu swipe, gak usah lu keluhin.
That's it.
That's more of the
We're
problem.
not interested.
The last round, like,
Gak usah lu keluhin.
Iya,
gak usah lu keluhin.
Now they have to go for an eco, like again, basically. Like, the last one was an eco, but it was still not great. So they've kind of been economy diffed over the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game for Xset, or for FPX, excuse me. We see it all the time. Waiting on the other side of the door this time around. A main, it's only BCJ to hold.
Udah jangan nangis tuh kan, enak.
He doesn't stand too much of a chance of taking this one across the line.
Yeah, and the problem with this
pamelpin bapaknya Boris.
they're already fully within the A site and actually going in towards the spawn. Now BCJ is a little bit of a knife in the back. The problem is his teammates are taking the brunt.
Anjing si Sui.
Waiting around. He needs to get something here. Paranoia put through, just attempting to get a kill. And now he's kind of just stuck between the entirety of the FPX squad, completely surrounded. Unfortunate.
Enak.
It's just so well handled by FPX. On the way through, they're slow, they're patient, and they're aware of the angles that they've left open. BCJ doesn't get the time to play that free. They were clearing sand, he moves in, opens the door, at that point it's apparent where he is, and they make sure that they have 3 eyes looking to take him down. Absolutely no way out of there. For FPX, the lead is now locked in. They will end this half with an advantage. The question is, how strong of an advantage? Double digits still possible for them here with 3 rounds left to play for. An X set won't be able to buy for all 3 of those if they lose right here.
But
that's the thing, they need to break back now. Cryo being back on the operator was one of the real saving graces within the round that they won. The problem is the next, he got obliterated by Ardis, who is now moved over to that tour de force again. He's been a problem to face off against. And you can see just the way that he's taking this control so quickly, like only 20 seconds into the round. This man is feeling unbelievably confident in his own ability. They're almost using him as a fake, sending him in completely alone. And just look at where he's already got to. Now Ardis strikes on the other side of the map, but the thing is they've already lost so much control.
At least a small blow. With Ardis going down, the res coming into play, Shao falling as well. That means Def maintains control of the game. They can start to mount that comeback. Watching from the spawn, Cryo had his op trained on that position. And this is one of the better responses we've seen from Xset. Looking confident from start to finish. They will not lose a single player second time as they come out with 5 alive. I don't know if we technically, I don't think we call that a Prime Gaming flawless, but yeah, kind of is. Kinda is. Economically it is. They just used 1 ult.
Yeah. 7-3. Decent comeback. It's around the, again, I feel like a lot of that was almost based around selling a bit of a ruse with Ardis. The problem is they did everything simultaneously. And then they were quick enough to actually kill off Ardis that it didn't matter so much. Also, the aggression that came out from Xset had a huge amount of success just being able to lock down that side of the map. I do think FPX are probably going to slow things down, though. Like, that's them throwing a spanner in the works, being a bit more aggressive for a round. I think now they're just going to look to try and set up the man who's currently 16-7.
Oh, I thought that was going to be a swing. It makes sense. Of course, the slow orb in play. No way that Ardis can be swinging out wide and fast now. Cryo on the passive angle. Who gets greedy first? It's probably the one to go down. But look at that TP position from Ardis. He's not going to be doing anything wild. He's taking it back, and he's starting to move. Looking for the A-side push. Now, for Xset, I'm not sure what the response is here. They've got a bit of A main control, stack up on B, but now they're hearing the noise, the Rolling Thunder. That's the response.
Wow.
They've just Rolling Thundered it, ran away.
But that's the thing, Angel TP past the Rolling Thunder and Ardis. They're being funneled towards him. It's just going to be the trades from FPX. This time, they trapped the players that caught them in the last round. And now, well, being hit up by that Nightfall, nobody can really look to try and pressure him. And they are taking fights on all corners of the map. That does, however, give Cryo a way back in.
I mean, that is a very valuable opening. BCJ's in with another.
Jadi 3 lawan 2, halo FPX.
Xset looking for 5. This could be the round where they build themselves up to it. They need to get back in, and they haven't found Zipback just yet. A kill is the cost of revealing that position. Shao blinded up. They won't be on him in time. The wall, perfect. Now there's the swing, baited out and perfectly done. Xset, they've gotten 4 on the board.
Gila tuh wallnya Airin.
It's the foundations, it's a minimum. But they really want to get this last round and make it that little closer.
Yeah, it's still a lot of these scenarios getting very dangerous, and I actually feel like this round is more lost by FPX than anything else. Like, you're in a 4v3 scenario, both players take fights on either side of A. Like, it just was a risk that wasn't really worthwhile. Like, you had Saigetsu fight BCJ and Cryo fight versus Angel on the other side of the map. You're not playing your advantages. Like, that's what FPX really should have been doing. Now, they could have easily, if they get those kills, they could nail in the coffin, the round is won easily, but those are risks I just don't think were necessary in that sort of scenario.
To be perfectly honest with you, Tom,
if XZ are winning this, it's a 2-1, right? At least in our minds coming into the series is where we're at.
Yeah.
It still seems difficult on Breeze. But here on Fracture, we don't count them as a team that should be taking it off FBX. I don't know that there is a team that should be taking this off FBX with the way they've been playing. The reality is, though, you make this game close, you make it competitive, FBX will be sweating going into that final map. And for XZ, they're already doing a fantastic job. We're seeing elements of the team show up that we haven't before. We were singing the praises of BCJ and Zekken on the previous map. In fact, this time it's Aaron that's leading the charge. And hell, Def is second up there.
Well, I think the thing to note, just back to your previous point, is that they basically played against the full, other top 3, top 4 teams of the tournament, and the most anybody got on this map was 7 rounds. With this full roster. Obviously, DRX did beat them, but that was playing with a sub, so no offense to Cider, but I think Saigetsu subbing back into that Viper role definitely made a huge difference, but nonetheless, already getting back into a pretty solid position. This was a map that was already starting to look done with how things started out with the 7-2 scoreline. If they can get this last round, it's competitive, which again, as said, with how good FPX are on this map, that alone is solid, and then they can try and build something into the next.
Oh, the wall push? You're crazy. That stun had hit, so of course the TP has to be taken by Artis. He gets back to safety. They reset for an A push. But
that's the thing, they've seen a stun, they've seen a wall, they've seen Zekken, so you know that the maximum that can be here is just a couple of players. Now, Cryo is still lurking around in towards the dish, the rotation coming through from BCJ to join him, so they're going to be able to hold on to this control, at least for the moment.
Does he get greedy? They've done so well to avoid giving the opportunity away to Cryo, and in the end, we need to see that followed through on. Down goes Zekken. Zipan with a double. I'm not even sure how he got Aaron, whether he saw him or the bullet stray through the smoke took him down. Either way, we're left in a tough spot for XZ to gain any value. Angel's left down to 5 HP, but he survives. They need to land the shot here, and now it's Cryo left alive. The up in hand, good for 1, 2, with the headhunter, and he's moving to the site. He might even be able to stick it. Artis has to run, sprint at top speed. He'll come around the corner. He's being spotted. Cryo with the tap, but the time is too far gone. He will not even hit the shot to close. 8 rounds for FPX.
Hampir blunder tuh anjing.
From Artis.
Yeah, a really nice try out in the end from Cryo, who definitely seemed to build himself up into
Bandung
the
masih ada nggak ya
scoreboard
cilok
a
yang
little bit
luarnya
towards the
tahu
end.
isinya
But this is
aci
more of what I
pakai
wanted
bumbu
to see from
kacang.
FPX. Much more passive hold in these
Luarnya tahu
afterparts,
isinya
playing
aci.
those crossfires, and it was only towards the end that this really got close, and that was once the time
Cilok?
was already ticked.
And that's it. Your
Luarnya tahu, dalamnya
It's
aci.
those things when you have the
Ya bakso tahu dong gimana lu?
It's throwing yourself at the player that ends up costing you when it comes
Cilok,
down to those
cilok
final
aja.
seconds. FPX
Aci
putting on a
dicolok, gimana?
strong performance here on Fracture. Half 2 after the analyst desk.
Thank you very much. Guys,
Cahyo
that's
quick
much
serang
better,
juga.
isn't it? There we go.
Much more expected overall, especially from Ardis, right? He only gets 10 kills in 20 rounds on Purple
Pagi
and
ini.
Cypher. He beat that in 7 rounds.
Dah
Now he's on
pagi
18.
ini.
So a much better performance from him overall.
Giting.
It's not to say that there's not merit of playing Cypher on
Buset,
Pearl. We just don't know
398.
yet. We need to see more as viewers anyway. But it's the fact that you put Ardis on an agent like that, take him off the
Udah dulu
chamber.
namanya kalau
This
dia
is the kind
abang-abang
of
namanya
performance on the right
cilok.
that you miss out on.
I mean, the good thing about it as well is to remember that him on the
Berarti
chamber,
dia sekalian
usually
jualan
on
bakso
Fracture,
tahu.
surprisingly enough, actually doesn't convert a lot of
Kalau
operator
cilok
kills
aci aja bulat
usually.
dicolok.
You go back to Copenhagen, you look at the successful operator kills that he's tried to get, and they
Magic
range
Life
over
kenapa
an
di DC?
entire
Nggak
map,
tahu.
not just a half, about 3 to 4 operator kills a map. This man is almost double that. This man has taken the operator at 1/2, absolutely decimated XZ, set a brand new precedent in how he plays chamber on this map, and is absolutely showing what he is able to do on chamber.
Maybe because there's no
Jadi
KO
kalian besok mancing
side,
gawel,
right?
ini habisin ya.
There's no fade or anything, so he's
Gua nggak akan
kind of allowed to get
sampai
away
map 3
scot-free,
kok.
right?
Yeah, I love that. I love the fact that he can just do what is his comfort zone,
Mau
bring it
nggak, Ben,
in,
gua
and
colok.
identify that there is a win
Jangan
condition that won't limit him using that
Ntar gue
operator.
balas
That's great.
meninggal.
I mean, he's been having the time of his
Hahaha.
life. Do you guys feel like this is going to go to map 3?
Yes, yes. I would have been very surprised if
Main
FPX
Osu lagu
lost
7
Fracture. I
menit,
really,
tangan
really
kayak mau
would have been.
putus.
I'd like to see more of like Zekken and Def, like the way that the Neon and Breach have been playing together, but it feels like FPX have got a
Luarnya
good
tahu,
read on it,
dalamnya
able to
aci.
shut them out, and
Ciloknya
they
di
seem very
mana?
comfortable so far.
Well, the desk thing, we're going to be going to map 3,
Ada lagi nih.
Mitch and Tom. I hope you cancelled your dinner plans.
Look, I'm with the desk on that
Ya
one. I think
kalinya. Isinya tepung soalnya. Lain daging. Kalau bakso tahu kan daging.
Yeah, Sue,
my reservation is
dalamnya
long
tepung.
gone.
Where do you think we're going to eat dinner after this? They got a dumpster out back planned? Like,
Tadi dibilangnya aci isinya.
That's insane. 78%.
Bakso tahu dari mana dagingnya, belaan?
Coming from 2 players.
Yeah. I mean, it is truly ridiculous. I said, what did I say earlier? 81? 80? I wasn't that far off.
Ada juga
Running the
tahu
math in my
walik.
head from watching X-Set demos. BCJ demos.
Maps.
Full swing from Artis. He's got the TP online. No shot to hit to start. And look at X-Set. Immediately, they just sprint into the site. But there's plenty of players still waiting for them. Artis, 3 kills in a single match. Down to 4.
Ace!
Oh my! We were already
Mampus orang sakit kepanasan, bro.
That is a decimation in the pistol.
He's 23 and 8. Okay, like I get that there's a special relationship between Angel and Artis. They like to troll each other. They like to have some risky compositional picks. Just put the man on the chamber. Just put him on chamber. Don't bother putting him on anything else when he's doing stuff like this. Look at the scoreboard. The next highest has 11. He's on 23. Like,
dicolok
it's
apa
so
dikokop.
ridiculous.
Terserah lu mau matinya mau dicolok,
Again,
mau mati
in case you
dikokop.
only looked at the right side, that is the next highest on the server target.
Enak.
It's still going up.
1 kill lagi punya ulti.
He is 1 away. They increased the orb
Buset
so that
dah
it
nih.
would be harder to do this.
Udah nih.
Truly a ridiculous
Awal
force
lagi
of
terakhir ya.
nature. But X-Set have got control. Hey, look, they've walked up into B.
Yeah.
They're going to catch him from behind. A summary execution by
Matinya
BCJ.
kena klasik.
He bleeds.
He does.
He bleeds.
If it bleeds, you can kill
That's
it.
actually the rifle down.
Ya.
That's the
Dapat
only
pandal
rifle
dah.
they have.
They don't have the spike, so even with the site controlled, there's no way to get this plant. You got to go wrapping back around. Now, I'm not sure that FPX have necessarily seen that, but it's still going to be a thorn in the side of X-Set. Although, FPX have to account for that. I mean, why are these guys not planting?
Aci
Why are
kan
they not
tepung.
trying to take control?
Bukan masalah salah enggaknya. Kalau Aci kan udah jadi, Tepung kan masih
We'll find out
bubuk.
fairly
Ngentot.
But let's see whether they're looking the right way. Sagetsu.
Suy!
It all comes down to timing. You can see him thinking about turning around. But, oh, no!
It's happened.
Who's put the lights back in?
It's both bonus rounds. BCJ is whiffed on a guy who's not even looking at him.
Emang bakso Aci enak emang.
Mitchman is strong.
I think someone did something in that halftime break. That's all I'm saying. I saw him kick a cable out. Wow. Unfortunate. Another player lost.
They're running out of time. That's the thing. If they are going to go for something, they have to go for it now. Well, Angel's just going to slaughter them.
Okay.
And that's the thing with the way that they play these bonus rounds, is you look at that and go, Tom, they lost 2 players. There's got to be weapons on the floor.
Enggak. Di daerah gua cilok anjing enggak ada pentol-pentol.
That's all they had. So you had
Ontol ada.
Sagetsu, who was only using a ghost, and then Angel, who was using a ghost and just picks up the rifle that was dropped by his teammates. So they actually just come in and just in case you didn't realize, which I'm sure many of you did, because it's literally glowing in green. But yeah, there is a tour de force online for
tahu
artists.
dimasukin lah tuh
This is
Aci dalam
really,
tahu. Iya lahir jadi
really
bapak.
tough bonus round. And the fact is Zekken is actually playing with a Spectre, so I imagine he's
Ya,
about
makasih
to blitz
supportnya.
through.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. There's the tour de force popped right away. Speed, the way to beat that. But Angel
Mending lu beli sekarang
goes
ya.
down for his troubles. With Zekken
Daripada
deleted,
kenyang,
Sagetsu
yang
is left
bego
alone.
tidur.
Now he might need some
enak
help,
loh.
maybe not. Good shot to Def, and he's out.
Yeah, he's so low on HP, but just not managing to get that trade. And the thing is as well,
Bakwan
they
kali
know
kalau
that,
bakwan ada
okay,
tahu
we
isinya
haven't seen
tepung.
artists on this side of the map, so he's definitely somewhere
Apapun
around A. So you
anjing.
must want to continue to try and push in this direction. Avoid the superstar performer on FPX. Cryo has been able to take quite a bit of ground, though. I feel like this is being spotted every once in a while by Xiao, but if he catches a timing, which he
Lu
does,
gara-gara cilok.
there may have been an opportunity.
That wall still being online here for the
Ada yang lebih
defense.
giting dari gua. Itu namanya sarkas.
Go back
Belaan.
any time now. The attempted
Ngaku
retake
lagi lu udah
closes
giting.
so many angles for them to play back into. A wall off. And deeper smoke? No, in fact, it was the same. Up close. I thought perhaps they'd fight for some aggressive control of Jenny. It would have been ludicrous.
Oh,
noteworthy for sure.
Yeah.
The nade
the
doesn't
nades
hit.
go over. Yeah, it's not going to do the damage. That would have been a kill almost guaranteed, although BCJ
Bonus
was
run.
able
4
to shadow step
3,
out of there.
possible.
Now Aaron up close on the wall. The rest of the players sat back in a crossfire, just trying to hold as the wall is going to be broken. Zipan looking to try and take that charge forward, and Artist still with the sword of force.
There comes the Prowler from Xiao to clear the way, but they haven't cleared Aaron. Artist has got two. He is so quick, so good with this weapon. He had no right to even have it online in this round. A bonus, and I feel gross even calling it that.
Gila anjing.
11-4. Frankly, ridiculous how good this team is on Fracture. I think we sold it pretty... True. I think we sold it pretty hard coming into this map, that FPX are a damn good team on this map, but I still think we undersold it. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't think it's very often that you get into round 16.
He's just chuckling away!
Yeah, we're in round 16 and he still has double anyone else in the server. Like, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, no, you say rare? No, it doesn't happen. It just doesn't, unless it's like an insanely good team.
No, unless
nerds.
You're kind of getting, and normally you're losing.
Yeah.
You're not normally winning.
Yeah. This guy's left in 1v5s, he gets 4, and then he's like, what more could I do? But this time around, there's not much more that Artist could be doing. He's practically taking the whole server down round after round, cleaning up everything on his plate. All the decorations gone.
Adanya 3 ya.
2 rounds left for FPX, and XZ only have money for this one. It's now or never to make this push happen. No ultimates to help them out. They'll be moving towards the A site, and you see Cryo, the only man towards that south side. He's going to have a lot to do, unless they're all diverting their attention towards Dish. Well, they certainly won't now.
Cryo being spotted. The thing is, even just being a nuisance could be enough to cause that distraction. You see the stun being sent through, the side push coming through. Zipan has been able to hold on at least for the moment. He the shot and gets one with a nade. It's already back. The nade's already back in his hands, and they just haven't been able to kill him. Now the rotations come through. The time.
Gila, nahannya lama banget Zipan anjing.
Xiao is just putting them in the grave. Death so far out of this. He's now going to meet the Xiao show as well, as it's 12-4.
Orang paling jago dah. Kalau cukup sama Battle of Iron
gimana? This is so much more from FPX than I expected. So much more from Artist than I even thought possible. This here though, the nade dropped.
That's just a delay. It's this.
Bang! And the nade catches Aaron on the attempt to trade. I mean, in his wildest dreams, he didn't think he was going to have a second nade online moments
lanjut Ben, map 3 lanjut sob.
I do want to know
di HP masing-masing.
What do you
even
say?
Time out.
Like, what do you even
Can
say?
you say?
I know what, actually, I know what I'd say. DRX did it. You know, yeah, 12-4 down.
Tom, if I was on that stage in this scenario and you called a pause to say that, I'd stand up and slap you. I hope you know that.
Like, if I look like the Don?
No, God no. But you look like you do, Tom.
Yeah.
So my stage
But that's
stands.
the thing, he's the one on the stage, not me. I'm saying
hey,
what
listen,
he said.
Tom, the Don can say whatever he wants, but don't you put words in his
Oh
mouth.
gitu Ben.
Right? Until I hear it from his mouth. Nah, 8 rounds in a row. It's tough. Like I said, if you get close, it works wonders for you. It'll make FPX sweat. Well, they have a long road to go to even think about this being competitive. FPX, 8 chances in a row to close
Also,
it.
just look at the buy. I think that's all that really needs to be. There are no ults online. There's a couple that are close. You're looking at Guardians at best ahead just so that they can get anything into this round. Like, it is the worst case scenario going up against an 8-round deficit. You need a miracle, and Zekken might be the one to try and give it to them. Already taking some very early space over Dish. That will at least grant Def the orb, which does give them the Rolling Thunder. The thing is, though, we've learned anything from Zipan. That might not be the most effective ult to use. That's a nice shot, though. Maybe a little bit over-aggressive from Saigetsu, and he gets caught.
Yeah, an Artist, you know, his time here is limited. There's so many angles for him to worry about. Normally, you'd expect a player to already be falling back, especially with the ult, but he's just going out for more. Never satisfied with just the one. Still sticking around. This is madness. He's got his TP to fall back on. Utility should be coming at him any moment now, but Artist wants that little bit more, and he'll get it.
Oh, the TP spot might not be the best. He's had to fall off and will get isolated, but he set up his teammates and left onto Death just to try and grasp at any straws he possibly can. He's going to go down as well. 13-4.
Terima kasih adik-adik yang sudah menonton PCT hari ini, yang sudah join member, join Discord, follow Instagram, yang sudah donate. Terima kasih banyak. Ketemu lagi besok di streaming mancing santai TYTD. Yang masih mau lanjut ke YouTube silakan. Pilih ya channel masing-masing. Yang mau lanjut map 3 silakan pindah ke Babang Tens. TYTD adik-adik, sampai jumpa besok. Goodbye.
And you heard it last map. We were questioning. We're like, the guy's on a cipher. It's crazy. It's a whole different style of gameplay for him. This was a whole different style of gameplay. I mean, this is not a highlight reel of anyone other than Artis.
He's what, 5 kills away from having a 2 KPR. Like it's just absurd. Like how good he has been. And the thing is, he probably would have reached that if it wasn't for the fact that like Zipan in the last couple of rounds were able to step up. It's just that.
フィールド作った人もういないよ。バンされたから。
And that's that.
バンされたっけ？ダートさんだよ。バンされた。ダートさんだよ。いない？いるはず。ちょっと待って、Let's check。